So the Metal Gear games are often considered some of the most important games of all time and are even frequently considered to still be some of the greatest games ever made. And despite this, I've never played them. And recently when I asked you guys what games you would like to see me review on the channel, Metal Gear was one of the very top picks, so I figured with the Master Collection having just come out, and with Metal Gear Solid 3 getting a remake soon, now would be the perfect time to get around to them. Well, actually, 10 years ago probably would have been the perfect time, but now works, I guess. So how did Metal Gear go about establishing what would become one of the most successful franchises in the gaming industry, and how does it hold up today? Well, let's talk about it. Metal Gear is an action-adventure stealth game developed and published by Konami in 1987 for the MSX2. And before talking about any of the Metal Gear games properly, we need to talk about this man right here, Hideo Kojima. Kojima is regarded as the first proper auteur in the games industry. If you're not familiar with the term auteur, it's a French filmmaking term that describes an artist with such a distinct approach, whose control over the process of creating a film is so unbounded and personal that the director is often likened to be the author of the film. This describes Kojima perfectly, and you'll come to find that the story of the history of the Metal Gear franchise is also kind of the story of Hideo Kojima himself. He's worked on many games over the years, but Metal Gear was his first ever project as a game designer and a director, so like I said, the story of Metal Gear is basically the story of Kojima in a lot of ways. And he's also a really big film nerd. I mean, just go look at the dude's Twitter, Jesus Christ. But with that context out of the way, in Metal Gear we play as Solid Snake, a rookie of an elite Black Ops unit known as Foxhound. The year is 1995, and we're sent into the mercenary nation of Outer Heaven to rescue a veteran member of Foxhound, Gray Fox, from the local militia. And due to Kojima's love of film, the story was a major priority in the development of Metal Gear, meaning that we're going to need to talk about it more than I normally would throughout the video. But getting back into the gameplay, they immediately introduce the communications system to you. For the entirety of the game, the player has access to their codec, which can send and receive communications from other members of Foxhound for support. But what's interesting is there isn't any sort of list that you choose who you want to dial from. Instead, you'll have to take note of who communicates on what frequency and enter the dial into that frequency manually to reach them. This, along with other parts of the game we'll get to, make it advisable to play Metal Gear with a pen and paper approach. And by that, I mean you quite literally write down important information as you go, since it will be incredibly useful later on and you're likely to forget it otherwise. The codec has become somewhat of a tradition in these games, and it's incredibly iconic to anyone who's ever played one of these games, so I was very pleasantly surprised to see it appear right from the very beginning of the very first game. Then when you start actually playing the game, you'll realize that while Metal Gear may look like other action games of the time, this is a stealth game first and foremost. You'll need to sneak around or quietly eliminate the guards to avoid raising the alert, as once a single guard becomes aware of your presence, any other guards in the immediate area will also be notified and start gunning straight for you. The enemy AI can see whatever's directly in front of them, but that leads to the first problem with the stealth in this game. Since they can only see directly in front of themselves, they can also only see in the 4 cardinal directions. This makes it incredibly easy to just sidestep around them, and on top of this, they have some of the wildest tunnel vision you will ever see in a stealth game, as if you're even a tile off to the side of their direct line of sight, they'll be completely oblivious to the fact that you're even there. This allows you to get in close without them noticing you incredibly easily and use your punches or a suppressed weapon to take them out without anyone being alerted. All things considered, the stealth is actually really enjoyable, and I don't want people to get the impression that I didn't enjoy it, especially since this would have been incredibly refreshing for PC gamers at the time. But it's definitely a product of its time, and you shouldn't go in expecting to be blown away by the depth of the stealth mechanics here. Along with the stealth mechanics, the core gameplay loop of Metal Gear heavily revolves around exploration. The Outer Heaven base that you'll be exploring in this game has 3 different buildings, all with a handful of floors to explore, and each of these floors end up being their own small maps full of enemies, items, bosses, and more. And along with Gray Fox, you'll be primarily searching the base to free hostages. Freeing hostages will not only get you tips and bits of info about gameplay mechanics or Outer Heaven itself, but will also contribute to your class rank. The higher your class is, the higher your maximum amount of health becomes, as well as your carrying capacity for ammunition and healing items. So it ends up being super rewarding to find as many hostages as possible during your time here, as finding more of them quite literally levels up your character as you play. On top of that, exploring will end up getting you things like new weapons, healing items, pieces of gear that will allow you to progress through certain obstacles, and most importantly of all, keycards. Keycards will allow you to get through certain doors that you previously wouldn't have had the clearance for, and these come in 8 different levels throughout the game. This ends up forming a pretty addictive loop, as you need to find keycards to access new areas, then you'll need to find a new gadget to progress through that area, then using that gadget will end up earning you another keycard, and you can start to see where the satisfaction comes in. The only downside to this system has nothing to do with the overarching game design, but rather the implementation of it. Due to the way that the inventory system functions in this game, you'll need to be holding the exact keycard to open the door that requires it, meaning that if you're trying to open a level 2 door, the level 4 card won't work, you'll need to use exactly the level 2 keycard. And since there are 8 different keycards, you'll often sit there cycling through up to all 8 of them like you're trying to find the right key on your ring. Obviously, hindsight is 20/20, and having higher level keycards be able to access lower level doors would have gone a long way in terms of quality of life. Not to say that scripting that sort of thing into the game wasn't possible back in '87, because it absolutely was, but game design was very primitive back then, and quality of life wasn't really a priority at the time. The exploration in general is shockingly well paced though. At the end of my first 30 minutes with the game, I had already found 2 keycards, a gas mask, a pistol, a suppressor for that pistol, and a grenade launcher. You're constantly finding new things as you play the game, and it really goes a long way in making it feel like your time spent with it is meaningful. And early on, I realized that items in this game can be farmed incredibly easily. For example, if there's a health item in a room, farming it is as simple as picking it up, leaving the room, going back in, and grabbing it again. To add on to this, if you die enough times on the same checkpoint, the game will actually respawn you with your max carrying capacity of healing items. Not that I would know anything about that, of course. At first, I thought that this would be a big downside since I fully expected it to break the balance of the game, but this problem just never came up. The game feels like it's been balanced around the knowledge that players not only could, but would farm items like this, and while it's not all that exciting to run in and out of a room for a full minute when you find heals or ammo, it does end up making the game experience a lot smoother. It also makes it so that learning where item pickups are is vital to your success, which leads to you getting even more familiar with the base as you explore it. And before moving on, I have to give a shout out to one item in particular: the cardboard box. Nowadays, the cardboard box is an iconic Metal Gear item, but for those not familiar, it is quite literally a cardboard box that Snake flips upside down and hides under, and as long as you aren't moving while you're under it, guards and cameras alike will be completely oblivious to the fact that you're sitting right in front of them. I personally love when silly stuff like this gets put into games that otherwise try to maintain some sort of realism, so I really loved using this little box. But then there are the parts of the gameplay loop that really show their age. First of which being the combat. In the event that you're spotted, enemies will start pouring out from whatever entrance is possible and spraying bullets towards you. The enemies are pretty deadly and they really do swarm you most of the time. The reason it feels so dated is that you can only fire in the 4 cardinal directions, but enemies don't suffer from that same disadvantage, being able to fire diagonally at you, which again, makes perfect sense considering when the game came out, but it still feels clunky to play when you play it for the first time nowadays. I'm not going to complain about the combat too much though, as this is a stealth game, so avoiding combat entirely is kind of the point. Along with the combat, something that really exemplifies what era of gaming this is from are the secret rooms. Early on in the game, you'll be taught that every once in a while, there might be something hidden behind an otherwise unsuspecting wall. You can punch walls to check if they're hollow, and if they are, you can use a plastic explosive to blow it open, revealing a secret. I love the idea behind having secrets like this hidden throughout the game, but I'm not as big of a fan of how they actually used it here. See, there are a handful of secrets in Metal Gear that are completely mandatory for completing the game, meaning that if you get really stuck in this game, oftentimes the solution is to go around punching every wall in sight, hoping you might find a spot where it's hollow. I love secrets like this, I just don't think that they should be completely mandatory to progress the game, as it's really frustrating and tedious when you try to play through this game without looking up a walkthrough like I did. But that also brings us to a high point of the game. Metal Gear is a game that respects the player's intelligence in a way that most games just don't. It's perfectly comfortable to just give you an objective to seek out, and then leave the process of finding it completely up to you. It doesn't flat out tell you how to do things in the game, rather it just gives you very broad tips that give just enough to figure it out for yourself, and it leads to a very satisfying experience. Not to say that it works well 100% of the time, with the aforementioned secrets, as well as some mechanics just not being hinted at whatsoever that honestly should be, but when it works, it really goes a long way in making this game rewarding to play. The game ends up feeling like it's ultimately just a giant puzzle to be solved, and I encourage that if any of you watching haven't played before and it seems like you might want to, do so without a walkthrough, at least as much as possible. It makes the story so much more special to experience as well. Something that surprised me a lot was that I actually found Gray Fox after only a little more than an hour of gameplay, but while I was freeing him, he informed me that Outer Heaven had a weapon of mass destruction, Metal Gear.
He said it!
Metal Gear is a mobile tank equipped to launch nuclear warheads, meaning that using Metal Gear, the militia of Outer Heaven was capable of launching nukes from anywhere on the globe. He then tells me that the creator of Metal Gear, Dr. Drago Petrovich Madnar, was also being held captive and was being forced to work on the weapon. So suddenly, the objective of the game changes from freeing one hostage operative to preventing Outer Heaven from being able to use the most destructive weapon ever created by man. And something that I just wasn't expecting from Metal Gear was the amount of boss fights in this game. During your time in Outer Heaven, you'll end up coming across a total of 10 unique boss fights, and the majority of these boss fights are less than stellar, but they all have a unique personality and their own unique gimmicks that change the way that you deal with them. Another thing that I found is that a lot of the time, the bosses will take almost as much ammo as you can carry at that point in the game, so they also act as a check to make sure the player has freed enough hostages and progressed far enough to be able to continue with the main plot. And I didn't find any of them to be all that challenging outside of a couple of bosses near the end, so they also thankfully avoid that common problem of boss fights from this era of gaming just being completely unfair. But then there's the largest way that Metal Gear shows its age, and it's the padding. Games from this era are notorious nowadays for being much harder than they need to be, or being way too difficult to figure out in order to stretch a 3-hour game into a 5-hour game, and unfortunately, Metal Gear is no exception to this. And it really sucks because, like I said earlier, the first half of the game is paced so fantastically, but at about that halfway point, it just suddenly pulls a complete 180. To start, when we finally find Dr. Madnar, it turns out to be just a double that was setting a trap for us, and the floor suddenly falls out from under us. If you die here, which most players likely will, you need to replay getting to the fake Dr. Madnar, but even if you escape the room when it happens, you still have to continue exploring to find the real one. Then, when you do eventually find him, he tells Snake that he won't cooperate whatsoever unless you also free his daughter, Ellen Madnar, so you now need to go and explore even more of the base to find her, with her eventually being found in the basement of an entirely different building. And once you find her, there is a shortcut back to the building with Dr. Madnar in it, but it's a tunnel where there are an insane amount of floor traps, and the amount of times I died trying to use it ultimately means I would have been better off just going the long way again. But once you get to Dr. Madnar, he tells you that Metal Gear has one weakness, and it's explosives being planted on its legs where the armor is the weakest. But of course, there's still a catch. Metal Gear can only be destroyed if you plant the bombs on each leg in a specific sequence, because that makes sense. So I wrote down the 15 bomb long sequence and went off to find Metal Gear. Before long, I realized that I need to find a higher level keycard, and I'm told that it's being held by a twin pair of humanoid cyborgs that are immune to weapons fire. So, you want to guess how you're supposed to get it? Well, if you step into the room just to the right of these two and use your codec, then here and only here will you be able to contact a member of the Resistance who will send a rocket launcher for you to destroy them with. And the thing that confuses me with this one is why did it need to be so specific? Surely they would have achieved the same result in terms of player experience if you could have just called this Resistance member from anywhere in the game, so why is there only one room in the entire base that she can be contacted from? But anyway, I used the rocket launcher to get the keycard from them, then head to the building that Metal Gear is being stored in, and when I'm outside, I'm ambushed by a large number of guards. So Big Boss, the leader of Foxhound, reaches out to me via codec and tells me to hop into the truck on the far right. So I do what he says, and the truck moves. When I leave the truck, I'm back at the start of the game. Again, why? I backtrack all the way to the building again, and as soon as I enter it this time, Big Boss radios again telling me to enter into the room on my left. So I do so, a little more hesitant this time than the last, and suddenly the floor falls out from under me. So at this point, I'm completely ignoring Big Boss. Got it. And along the way to the 100th level of the basement where Metal Gear is being stored, there are so many rooms that exist just to deal unavoidable damage to Snake and drain all the player's healing items before the final fight. These include rooms with poison gas that drain your health by making you cycle through your keycards to get through the doors, a room with an electrified floor with no way of disabling it, requiring you to just run through and use all of your healing items to survive, and more stuff like that. It's just the most clear attempt at making the final boss feel more difficult than it really is by burning your healing items before you even get to it, and it's a real shame because, again, nothing up to this point in the game feels unfair like this. But along the way through this final gauntlet, I find one last hostage that drops a bomb on me. The leader of Outer Heaven turns out to be Big Boss. So this means that the earlier tricks from Big Boss were just because he was trying to prevent me from destroying Metal Gear once he realized that I actually stood a chance of reaching it. This makes a couple of those time wasters from earlier a little easier to forgive, but I still feel like you could have built up to this twist in ways that don't involve wasting 20 minutes of the game's runtime. Anyway, I get into the Metal Gear fight, and I start planting plastic explosives on the feet in order. But then I get to the end, and I remember the most important detail. Dr. Madnar mentioned that it was a 16 bomb sequence, but the one he gave me was only 15. So I guess the left foot, since the one before was on the right, and it does nothing. I scramble for the right foot and I plant it while just barely surviving the fight. And as soon as I think I've done it, the self-destruct sequence for the facility starts and I need to make a mad dash to escape. But before I can, I'm confronted by one more boss fight. This time, it's Big Boss himself looking to kill me before I can escape. I managed to cheese my way through the fight with my tiny amount of health by using the rocket launcher and baiting the AI, and then it's finally over. Overall, my feelings for Metal Gear are very mixed. The game is honestly brilliant and so far ahead of its time in the first half, but then the second half completely devolves and is just as bad, if not worse than the average game from the time in terms of artificial difficulty and padding. And the story is really fun for what it is, especially since it's such an accomplishment to even have a story with this amount of depth in this era of gaming. It's a solid start to the franchise and surprisingly competent for its time, but it just hasn't aged all that well. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Metal Gear a 6.3. But what do you guys think? Those of you that have played the game, those of you learning about it for the first time through this video, let me know in the comments below. And if you guys enjoyed the video, feel free to leave a like, a comment, a subscription, anything to let me and the algorithm know that you did enjoy. It helps me out a lot, so I'd really appreciate it. And if you're interested in supporting the channel financially, consider checking out becoming a channel member or a patron. They start as low as $1 a month and can get you things like behind the scenes updates, early video access, and more. But if you can't afford to, don't worry about it. We've all been there, and your likes, comments, etc. already help out the videos plenty. And hey, I don't have any other Metal Gear content to offer just yet, but I did recently start a similar series reviewing the Ace Combat games, so if you liked this video, you might enjoy those. If you're interested, I'll throw the link right here on screen. So after the release of Metal Gear, Konami knew that they had a new hit on their hands. The sales for the MSX release of the game are unknown, but the NES port sold well over 1 million copies, so of course, Konami wanted to get to work on a sequel as soon as they possibly could. So Kojima got to work with the team on the MSX follow-up. Meanwhile, an entirely separate team was tasked by Konami with making their own sequel to release on the NES, without Kojima or any of the main team being involved. This game would also be made specifically for the Western market, with the game never even being released in Japan. So how did Snake's Revenge turn out, both as a sequel to the original, but also as a standalone product, and how does it hold up today? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the second in a series of videos where I'm playing every Metal Gear game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along. And while you don't have to have seen the first video in order to enjoy this one, you'll be missing a lot of important context about my journey with that game if you haven't seen it. So I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below if you want to go check that out first. But with that out of the way, Snake's Revenge is a stealth action-adventure video game developed and published by Konami in 1990 for the Nintendo Entertainment System. But let's start by answering the question a lot of you likely have. Why are we covering Snake's Revenge as the second game in the review series? Well, the answer is actually pretty simple. When I do these series, I always cover the games in release order, and Snake's Revenge actually released to the public 3 months before the actual sequel, Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake. So if you were an avid fan at the time, chances are you actually would have played Snake's Revenge first. With that being said though, it's important to note right off the bat that as Kojima had nothing to do with this game, as well as conflicts with what would eventually be released in Metal Gear 2, Snake's Revenge is not the canon sequel and is seen more as a spin-off by the Metal Gear fandom nowadays. Regardless, Snake's Revenge takes place 3 years after the events of the original Metal Gear, when Foxhound discovers that an unnamed nation in the Middle East may have recovered the plans for Metal Gear and are attempting to reproduce it. Naturally, they send in the man best equipped to deal with the situation, Solid Snake, along with 2 other operatives named John and Nick. And let me just ask, what happened when naming these 2? In the first game, we had names like Solid Snake, Big Boss, Dr. Drago Petrovich, and now we just get John and Nick. Anyway, we get sent in with John getting captured roughly 5 minutes into the game, and Nick just not really being seen for the majority of it, so we're effectively on our own again, much like the first game. The team also decided to start the player out in the jungle for this game, which brings us into the first, and one of the biggest ways that the team tried to build upon the foundation of the original. The first game took place entirely inside of various buildings, with there being one small outdoors section where you have to cross the desert, but here in Snake's Revenge, the environments are much more varied. Like I said, you start in the jungle before going through a couple of buildings reminiscent of the original game, then a docks area, a cargo ship, a moving train, and more. And it definitely helps that they change the color schemes of these areas as you move through, helping them feel visually distinct from one another, at least as much as you really could on the NES. And the soundtrack here is also pretty great. The first game's tracks were also really good, but the full OST for that game is 13 minutes long. This game has a lot more tracks compared to the original, this OST being 22 minutes long, but seriously, it was very noticeable in the first game when the same 2 tracks played on loop for almost the entire experience, whereas here you get a lot more variety as you move through the game. It might not be a staggering amount of variety, but it's a hell of a lot better than the first game, and if you're looking to listen to some 8-bit music, you could do a lot worse than this. But with what little presentation talk we can have out of the way, how does the game play? Well, one of the very first things I noticed in my playthrough is that the developers gave Snake a knife this time. This means that you no longer have to punch an enemy 3 times to take them out with melee, you can just hit them once with the knife and be on your way. The only thing that's weird about this is that punching is still an option, and it's also the default option. Meaning that every time you die and load back into this game, you'll have to open your inventory and select the knife again. So let me ask you the question. If you have 2 weapons and one kills enemies in 3 hits while the other kills them in 1, what reason do you have to ever use the weaker of the 2? I don't know why punching is even still an option, and beyond that, I really don't know why I have to manually change back to the knife every single time I load a checkpoint. Regardless, fans of the original Metal Gear will be glad to know that the formula of that game is completely intact here. You show up with almost nothing, start exploring to collect items and keycards to open up new ways to progress, rescue hostages to rank up, avoid detection to make things easier on yourself, the whole shebang. That being said, one thing that was also carried over was the item farming thing that I mentioned in the first video. And I don't know how I never thought of this while writing that video's script, but some of you in the comments mentioned that item pickups should have just filled it up to your maximum capacity, and I 100% agree. Like I said then, it's not exactly my idea of fun to run in and out of a room for a minute straight just to fill up to capacity on an item before progressing, and with the entire game being balanced around the idea of you always carrying as much as you can, why not just make the lives of the players easier? Of course, the answer, much like with the original game, is one of two options, where it's either just because quality of life wasn't a big priority back in the day, or it's to pad out the game's length, which was also very, very common in the late 80s and early 90s. Either way, it doesn't change the fact that this particular part of the game's formula still really bugs me, and I hope that they get it worked out pretty quickly in the next couple entries. And of course, stealth is still going to be the best approach in this game. Much like the first, when you're spotted, you'll be outnumbered, outgunned, and also like that game, the enemies are better shots than Snake is, being able to shoot diagonally and occasionally through surfaces, whereas the player can only shoot in the cardinal directions. The player's bullets are also very short range, whereas the enemy's bullets can cover the entire screen, only adding to that effect. And that brings me to a major difference between this and the original, and that's that this game is hard, like flat out sadistic. The enemy AI is a little less predictable than in the first game, with there being some variation in what directions they'll face at certain points in their patrol patterns, meaning you'll get caught off guard a lot more. And the most noticeable thing about this game's difficulty is that there are way less healing items in this game. In the first, you'd be able to consistently find a room with some rations in it to be able to farm when you get low, but in Snake's Revenge, there are only about 3 or 4 of those rooms in the entire game, meaning you're kind of just thrown to the wolves and expected to get through like 80% of the experience with no healing items. I learned late into the game that these could be farmed from enemies using melee kills, so that alleviated some of the pressure near the very end, but since it's not something that's ever taught or hinted at, I assume that most players will never know about this. And even if you do know about it, it's a pretty low drop rate, maybe somewhere around 10%, so if you're trying to fill up to say 10 healing items from empty, you could sit there farming an enemy for like 100 kills just to get that. And believe me when I say that those numbers are not very far off, because I personally did that a couple times. And for whatever reason, your rations won't be used automatically when equipped anymore like they were in the first game, meaning that you have to manually open your inventory and use them every single time you're close to death, which will be a lot in this game. Or at least it would be if there were a suitable amount of healing items to balance the difficulty. While we're on the topic of the difficulty though, the opening area of the game is particularly brutal, with you having no light to navigate the jungle with. You can't see where you're going, and on top of that, the enemies are using spotlights to look for you, and if even a tiny bit of your player's sprite touches a spotlight, it's an instant full alert that, since you have no upgrades or items yet at this point in the game, will either kill you or leave you very close to death. Areas like this are very common in this game, and you can trust that I'll probably talk about 1 or 2 more by the end of the video. Another iconic feature of the first game returns with the codec, but they've made a pretty large change to it here. Rather than having the player manually turn into the frequency of whoever you're trying to reach out to, they simply have a list of contacts for you to select from this time. And honestly, I'm of 2 minds on this one. I think it's really charming that they had you remember the frequencies yourself in order to continue to contact individuals in the story, but I also recognize the convenience of just being able to say, I want to call John, and being able to call John. I know that a lot of people probably have a strong opinion one way or the other, but honestly, when it comes to how they decide to use the system going forward, I won't be disappointed either way. On the topic of returning features, let's talk about the keycards real quick. Some of you might remember in the last video when I complained about the fact that all cards are separate and the game required you to use the exact card for every door rather than just leveling up a single key card that could get you through all levels you had acquired. Well, don't worry, because that didn't change here. It's the exact same problem here, but it's even worse due to the game being played on an NES controller rather than a keyboard. Instead of changing cards taking 3 button presses like in the original, it now takes 5, and rather than the inventory menu instantly opening and closing, there's now a small animation for going in and out, meaning that swapping through your key cards only takes longer than in the original game. I sincerely hope that this gets worked out in the next couple games, because man does it get annoying, especially near the end of the game when you're sitting at every single locked door you come across for 30 seconds flipping through your 8 different keys. But let's talk about something new for a change. Snake's Revenge adds in these side-scrolling sections that you'll see roughly 10 times throughout the game's story, and these completely change the way the game plays. You'll have to crawl to avoid the enemy's line of sight, swim through water, avoid a variety of traps that are made specifically for these sections, and more. At first, I absolutely hated these sections because I thought that you could only use the knife during them, and it felt like there were a ton of moments where it was impossible to avoid detection. But I later realized through accidentally pressing the select button during one of these segments that you can actually equip your pistol, and suddenly they got a lot better. Who would have thought that knowing how to play a game made it more enjoyable? These sections can get pretty frustrating, especially near the end of the game, where a lot of the time they feel like they're just testing how many healing items you're willing to farm beforehand, but I have to admit that they do help a lot with the pacing of the game by changing things up so much, so it's an interesting addition that I'll say is pretty alright overall. Also returning from the original game are the boss fights, and this time, these guys really aren't messing around. Due to the lack of healing items for most of the game, you'll have to essentially master the mechanics of every boss to be able to pass them, and they can get pretty brutal. My personal favorite was one where there were 3 soldiers behind walls tossing grenades over the top of them, so the player has to run around the flurries of grenades and find the right moments to throw their own grenades back over the walls. Much like the original game, there's a good amount of variety to these bosses, and I might say that these were generally better than those found in the original, since it's a lot more difficult to cheese these fights compared to the first game. And also, if we can all just be real with one another for a minute, topping those bosses is not exactly the hardest achievement. Secrets behind walls have also returned, and once again, they're a bit of a mixed bag. Much like the first, they are 100% mandatory to progress through the game, and as I said in the last video, I'm not a huge fan of that, but there is a new item called the X-ray lens that will allow you to see these weak walls so that you know where to plant explosives and open up new pathways. The big problem here is that the game never explains this to you. In the previous game, it locks you into a square box before Big Boss tells Snake over the codec that he should look for vulnerabilities in the walls, tutorializing the mechanic for the player in a space where it is basically impossible for the player to mess it up. But in Snake's Revenge, nothing of the sort happens, just kind of handing you the item and hoping you'll figure it out for yourself. But in my opinion, that's not even the biggest missed opportunity with the X-ray lens. This game also brings back the floor traps from the first game that will instantly kill the player if stepped on, but unfortunately, the X-ray lens can't reveal these to the player. There are some areas in the game that just have floor traps everywhere, so I feel like allowing the X-ray lens to reveal these traps would have made it much easier and much less frustrating for patient and observant players to progress through these areas. I definitely feel like that could have made the item more useful overall, as well as making some of the more annoying parts of the game go by much quicker, so I'm not really sure why the developers never added that functionality. Now, so far, you might notice a general pattern of this game being a lot like the original, but with some things being slightly better, and a lot more things being slightly worse. But this next one is, well, it's actually kind of both. The pacing in this game is just weird. On one hand, things like the item swapping taking longer, the obscene amount of traps, and the increased difficulty make the pacing here so much worse than the first game. But on the other, you've got things like the increased variety of the environments, the side-scrolling segments, and some smaller things that I haven't even mentioned yet, like the Frogger sections or riding gondolas to get between buildings, improving the pacing drastically. They even added a 5th and a 6th level to the player rank to make sure that your progression continues further into the game without just stretching out the time between each rank increase. Overall, I would say that the pacing is about on par with the first game, and if you're familiar with the saying 2 steps forward, 1 step back, this is more like 3 steps forward and 3 steps back. But now, let's talk about the Metal Gear franchise's claim to fame, that wacky story. Like I said at the beginning, this takes place 3 years after the original game, and we go in to ensure that this unnamed Middle Eastern nation isn't capable of reproducing Metal Gear. When we get there, John gets himself captured so that we can slip into the base unnoticed, and from this point on, we're on our own. We find out along the way that the militia's weapons are being stored in the bottom of a cargo ship, so we infiltrate the ship, and sure enough, there are numerous Metal Gears being stored here. And the developers exercised a surprising amount of restraint with this moment too. They didn't immediately have someone call you on the codec and go, "Oh my god, they've been mass producing Metal Gears." They just have you walk through the room on your own and put it together for yourself. Anyway, we blow up the ship, but before we can leave, we need to rescue John. So along the way to rescue him, we learn that the militia also has plans to develop a Metal Gear 2, No, not the game, Kojima was already on that, but a revision on the original weapon's design, so we now have to also ensure that they can't complete that project. We get to John on the train, and he reveals to us that he was a spy the entire time, and that he wasn't expecting us to get this far in the first place. We battle with John, killing him, and continuing on to find the plans for Metal Gear 2. Along the way, we hear mentions of Big Boss, which of course can't be true as we shot him with rockets and left him behind in the self-destruction of Outer Heaven in the last game. But of course, it is true, and we run into him near the end of the game. Snake blasts him with a ton of rockets again before he suddenly bursts out of his jacket and reveals that he's now a cyborg with no weaknesses. Except for earlier when I learned that he has weak spots on the soles of his feet. So after a short chase sequence, I drop a bunch of landmines at his feet, which eventually leads to him being killed for real this time, before an announcement comes over the speakers that Metal Gear 2 is ready to fire and will be doing so momentarily. So we rush to the facility housing Metal Gear 2, and when we get there, we're completely blocked off from it. But just when all hope is lost, I have 80-some remote-controlled rockets remaining, and there just so happens to be a winding vent with opening and closing shutters. So I start attempting to get the rockets through this vent, which is a painfully frustrating endeavor, but eventually I manage to get enough of them in to destroy Metal Gear 2, and then it's over. Big Boss is dead, the mass-produced Metal Gears are destroyed, and the Metal Gear 2 prototype is destroyed just before it can devastate most of the world's major cities. And one last thing to note is that the localization for this game was a little iffy. It was a game made exclusively for a Western release, but of course the Konami developers were still in Japan, so it was originally written and made in Japanese before being translated to English. But from what I know, the original Metal Gear's translation was also terrible. I just happen to have played the version available on GOG, which was retranslated and released in 2006, so it wasn't an issue for my playthrough. And it's not that it's terrible here, but most of the time it's off by just enough that native English speakers will notice that things sound weird. To bring up one specific example, a microphone that you find near the end of the game is called Hidden Mic. So yeah, enough said. Overall, Snake's Revenge is one of the weirdest games I've ever reviewed. There are some really good evolutions from the original here, but it takes so many steps back that are impossible to ignore. The best way that I can explain my experience with this game is that it felt like I was being gaslit into thinking I was enjoying my time. I would go through an hour or so of absolute bullshit, and just when I was about at my limit, the game would have like a solid 30-minute stretch or so that was actually really good. It's such an up and down experience, and it was really hard to figure out how I feel about the game overall. I do think that the story was actually fairly entertaining, and might even be my high point of the game, but since it was rendered non-canon only 3 months after its release, it's hard to recommend off of that merit alone. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Snake's Revenge a 5.4. But what do you guys think? Those of you that have played the game, those of you learning about it for the first time through this video, let me know in the comments below. And if you guys enjoyed the video, feel free to leave a like, a comment, a subscription, anything to let me and the algorithm know that you did enjoy. It helps me out a lot, so I'd really appreciate it. And if you're interested in supporting the channel financially, consider checking out becoming a channel member or a patron. They start as low as $1 a month and can get you things like behind the scenes updates, early video access, and more. But if you can't afford to, don't worry about it. We've all been there, and your likes, comments, etc. already help out the videos plenty. And hey, if you enjoyed this video and you haven't seen them already, then you definitely enjoy the rest of my Metal Gear videos, and maybe even another series I recently started doing the exact same thing with the Ace Combat games. So if you're interested, I'll have both of those linked right here on screen. After the release of Metal Gear, Hideo Kojima was satisfied with his work and moved on to his next project. He actually had no plans to develop a sequel to Metal Gear, that is, until he was catching up with a coworker of his who had been assigned to the Snake's Revenge project, with their talks about the game giving Kojima the inspiration to create his own sequel to the original game. And thus, Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake was born and ultimately released just 3 months after Snake's Revenge. So how did Kojima and his team go about improving upon the foundations laid by the original Metal Gear, and how does it hold up today? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the third in a series of videos where I'm playing every Metal Gear game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along. And while you don't have to have seen the first couple videos in order to enjoy this one, you'll be missing a lot of important context about my journey with those games if you haven't seen them. So I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake is an action-adventure stealth game developed and published by Konami for the MSX2 in 1990. And something to mention here that I didn't in the Snake's Revenge video is that while that game was released exclusively in North America and Europe, Kojima's Metal Gear 2 was actually released exclusively in Japan. That means that in the early 90s, the sequel that you would have gotten to the original game was completely dependent on where you lived at the time. That being said, I should reiterate that since this game is the sequel made by Kojima himself, this is the canon sequel going forward, with Snake's Revenge existing in its own separate continuity. And with that being said, I should mention that for the sake of this video, I played the original Japanese release for the MSX with a fan translation patched in order to get the closest experience to that original release as possible. So while they were incredibly rare during my playthrough, if you ever see some weird grammar issues in the dialogue throughout the video, know that that's not because of the developer's work. Rather, it's just a side effect of a team of fans putting this together in their free time just so that native English speakers could play the original release. But getting into the game itself, the new emphasis on cinematic presentation is immediately noticeable, with the game starting up with roughly 5 minutes of cutscenes before the gameplay even starts. And that might sound like nothing nowadays, but for an 8-bit computer game in the early 90s, that's pretty unusual, with the story of most games from that era still just being there to give the player a reason to be where they are, doing what they are, and really not much outside of that. So to give you the basic setup, the game takes place in 1998, and it's told to us that a major oil crisis is affecting the global economy, with petrol deposits running out faster than estimated. In an effort to counter the problem, Dr. Kyo Marv engineers a new species of algae called oilix that can produce petroleum with little expense or effort. However, Dr. Marv is kidnapped by soldiers from Zanzibar Land, a newly established military state in Central Asia. We're also told during the intro of the game that Zanzibar Land's soldiers had raided the nuclear storage facilities of every world power that held them, leading to Zanzibar Land being the only nuclear power in the world. NATO discovers that Zanzibar Land's leaders plan to hold the world hostage by controlling the supply of oil through oilix while defending themselves with the stolen nukes, so Foxhound's new commander, Roy Campbell, sends Solid Snake to Zanzibar Land in order to rescue Dr. Marv. And thankfully, Snake is sent in with some new tech to play with as well. This leading right into the first improvement over the previous game's design with the addition of the mobile radar. This is a minimap that is displayed in the top right-hand corner of the screen that allows you to see the movement of enemies on not just your screen tile, but also all 8 of them surrounding you. This allows players to move much more carefully between screens and ensures that careful players will never be spotted immediately when entering a new screen. And in the event that you are spotted, you're no longer forced into combat in order to re-enter stealth. Instead, you can now run away from enemies that can see you and find a place to hide until the alert dies down. Along with that, Snake can now crawl along the ground as well as under certain objects in the environment, meaning that players have a lot more options when it comes to avoiding alerts. And while the combat itself didn't get any better in this game than in the previous 2, the fact that it can be avoided completely outside of boss fights or story moments definitely helps a lot with making the game feel a lot better to play. But that's not where the improvements to the stealth and game feel end here. In Metal Gear 2, enemies can finally see more than just what's in their direct line of sight, with the design team giving them a 45-degree vision cone instead. This means that it's much easier for enemies to spot you and leads to a much more believable stealth experience than what was found in the first couple of games. On top of that, different floors and surfaces make certain amounts of noise, allowing enemies to hear your movement and become suspicious even before you enter their direct line of sight. As well as that, item farming is gone now. Kind of. See, you can no longer leave a room and re-enter it to farm up a full inventory of healing items or ammo, but that doesn't mean that it isn't possible to take the time to farm them. In Metal Gear 2, when you enter a new area of the game, such as a different floor of a building or different buildings themselves, you'll get one of these loading screens. And whenever you get one of these loading screens, all of the items in the game will respawn and be available to pick up again. So if you really wanted to farm healing items, you still could, although it's worth mentioning that it doesn't feel like it's as necessary this time around, as the game seems to be balanced around the assumption that players won't go out of their way to farm them this time. Something else that is still present but slightly changed is keycard swapping. Unfortunately, the team decided to maintain the keycard system from the previous 2 games, making nearly no changes, but there is one change that I find very strange. As you progress through the game, alongside the numbered keycards, you'll be granted access to these colored ones that essentially condense 3 keycards into just one. The red card can unlock doors levels 1 through 3, the blue card opens doors 4 through 6, you get the idea. This tells me that the team 100% knew that swapping between cards to unlock doors was annoying, and put these new items in to reward players with some quality of life features throughout the game. But since there are still 3 separate colored cards in the game, swapping through your cards is never completely gone, it's just reduced. I find it bizarre that they would go out of their way to make something to improve the system without just outright fixing it, especially since the functionality of having a single card open multiple levels is literally in the game now. But I guess it's just part of Kojima's vision. Speaking of Kojima's vision, something that's reverted back to how it was in the original game is the codec. Rather than keeping the change from Snake's Revenge, where the player is simply given a contacts list, players once again need to either memorize or write down the different frequencies to call their allies on. And like I said in the Snake's Revenge video, I like that Kojima respects the player's intelligence enough to ask them to remember these, but I also didn't mind the convenience factor of having everyone on speed dial in that game. So this isn't really a positive or a negative for me, just something that I thought was worth mentioning. But one major change from the previous games that I loved was how they went about the class ranks in this game. In the last 2, your rank would always be displayed on screen, and you would rank up after rescuing a certain amount of hostages, meaning that your exploration would be rewarded with more health and carrying capacity. But here in Metal Gear 2, the rank is no longer displayed on your screen, and the team changed it so that you would rank up after defeating the bosses of the game rather than rescuing hostages. This makes it much easier for the designers to balance the game around the player's rank, since at any point in the story, they'll know exactly what your maximum health and carrying capacity will be. It also makes it much more rewarding as a player to defeat the bosses of this game, so in my opinion, this is a fantastic change. And while I'm on the topic, the boss fights of Metal Gear 2 are easily the best in the series so far. Granted, that's not the highest bar to clear, but these are definitely a step up nonetheless. The gimmicks they each have are much more interesting than those in the last 2 games, and they also have much more depth and intrigue as characters thanks to this game's stronger emphasis on the storytelling. Each boss in this game gets a much longer introduction, as well as all of them either getting conversations with Snake or monologues after they're defeated, in order to better flesh out their personalities and their backstories. The bosses here are much more enjoyable and memorable than in the first couple games, and I hope to only see them continue to improve from here. One weird quirk in this game though is that soft locks are occasionally possible thanks to the bosses. Some of them are placed right after a loading screen, which places a checkpoint for the player to load back to on death, meaning that if you die during the fight, you'll just load back into the beginning of the fight. And I personally had an instance during my playthrough where during my exploration, I wandered into a boss fight that gives you a checkpoint upon entering, but I hadn't yet found the item I needed to defeat this boss. So I ended up needing to load my last manual save to get out of it, losing a decent bit of progress. I'm assuming these instances were simply oversights by the design team, but I wanted to be sure that I mentioned it here since it can be really awful for the player experience. But since I've already started talking about exploration a bit, let's go over the general flow of the game. During the early portions of the game, the exploration feels better than it ever has before. The team did an amazing job keeping things varied, with you going from sneaking around the facility, to trailing a specific guard through the jungle, to finding a hidden road to cross a swamp. Things are just constantly changing up, and it's really easy to play for hours at a time. But as the game goes on, more and more of that obscure bullshit from the first couple games starts to creep in. Things like being told that you need to find a woman in disguise as a guard, and the solution being hiding behind a plant for a little over a minute, waiting for a guard to walk into the women's restroom. That, or the fake wall secrets that of course make a return from the first couple games. Unlike Metal Gear 1 though, these secrets are not tutorialized to the player well here. When the player is introduced to the concept, they're told that one of Snake's allies is being held in a cell in the basement of one of the buildings. When you go down to where you were told the cell would be, there's a child here that tells you they've moved the woman to another building. But despite this, your ally is actually being held exactly where you were told they would be. It's just that she's in a secret cell hidden behind a wall in the room you were directed to in the first place. There's nothing in the game to tell you to blow up the wall, you're just expected to not believe the child and to search this room thoroughly anyway, even going as far as to punch the walls to find a spot where the sound effect for hitting it sounds a little different from the others. Even for someone like me, having played all these games in order so far, this was not straightforward at all, and I wouldn't have found it if I hadn't given up and Googled the solution. But at the very least, once we do find her, we do get this hilarious romance scene as a reward. But the secrets in general are just part of a larger problem that still remains in Metal Gear 2, that late 80s padding. And for the most part, this problem hasn't really changed from the first two games. However, one aspect of it has gotten so much worse: the backtracking. And look, I should preface this by saying that I don't typically mind backtracking in games. I was raised on old school survival horror games, and I've been a big fan of Metroidvanias for a long time as well. I understand the value of backtracking when it's done properly. However, Metal Gear 2, in my opinion, does not do it properly. This game will have you backtracking to the start of the game constantly. You make a little bit of progress, and then you walk back to the first floor of the first building. You get whatever was there that you couldn't get before, walk back to the newer areas to continue making progress, hit a milestone, backtrack to the first floor of the first building. And I shit you not, this continues all the way into the final area of the game, where in order to progress, you will need to backtrack, you guessed it, to the first floor of the first building. The amount of time that I spent walking back and forth from where I was actually making progress through the game and the starting area of the game is actually insane, and I doubt I would even want to know how much of my time was wasted doing this over the course of my entire 10-hour playthrough. But let's finally talk about what everyone's really here for when it comes to the Metal Gear games: the story. I already gave the basic setup earlier, and after Snake infiltrates Zanzibar Land, we find the cell Dr. Marv is being held in, except in classic Metal Gear fashion, it's not actually Dr. Marv. It's revealed that it's actually a new enemy known as Black Ninja, and a boss fight ensues. After defeating him, he reveals that he is actually Kyle Schneider, one of the resistance fighters that we worked with back in Metal Gear 1. Schneider explains to Snake that he joined up with Zanzibar Land because after the events of the original game, NATO launched a bombing campaign against Outer Heaven, leveling what was left of the nation's forces, but also killing innocent women, children, and resistance fighters en masse. He then tells us of a man who came in after the bombings and rounded up survivors to give them a new home and purpose in Zanzibar Land, then quickly tells us how to find the real Dr. Marv before dying. So Snake goes and finds the guard that Schneider told him to follow and is led to a shack out in the jungle. When he enters, there's nothing inside, but there's a tapping sound coming from the other side of the wall. Campbell calls Snake, mentioning that he might be using tap codes, a real method of communication used by prisoners of war during the Vietnam War. And in the game's manual is a guide on how to decode the tap codes, leading to you being able to get 5 numbers, with these numbers then making up the codec frequency that you can call the doctor on. After entering the frequency, we get on call with Dr. Petrovich Madnar, also returning from the original game. Madnar explains that he and Marv knew each other from the academy and were captured during a trip to America before being brought to Zanzibar Land. He then asks Snake why he thinks they've kept him alive so long when they only needed Dr. Marv to begin with, before revealing to us that he's been kept around to assist in the development of a new Metal Gear, Metal Gear D. He also drops the bombshell that the man Schneider was telling us about earlier is in fact Big Boss, who is still somehow alive after the events of the first game. Moving on, we eventually find a way to contact Dr. Marv via codec, but he only speaks Czech. So in an attempt to translate what he's saying, we seek out Natasha Markova, an STB agent who is undercover as a guard in Zanzibar Land, who just so happened to be fluent in Czech. We eventually find her by following her into the ladies' bathroom, very classy by the way, and she talks to Dr. Marv, who tells her that he is being held in the detention center north of where the two of you are, as well as mentioning that he's worried about Dr. Madnar. So Snake and Natasha go through some underground tunnels, reuniting with Madnar and taking him with us as well. The three of us eventually get to a bridge where Madnar crosses first, and then as Natasha is crossing, the bridge suddenly gets hit by a rocket, sending her flying and killing her, as well as separating us from Dr. Madnar, who is captured again. This all happening just before Metal Gear D gets rolled out, and it's revealed that it is being piloted by none other than Gray Fox, our fellow Foxhound agent who we were sent in to rescue in the first game. He simply warns us to leave and walks away, not wanting to kill Snake if he doesn't have to due to the fact that they were colleagues for so long. Snake finds a way across the destroyed bridge, into the detention camp, and eventually into Dr. Marv's cell. When we get there, Marv is already dead, and Madnar is being held in the same cell with him. Madnar tells us not to panic though, because his Oilix plans can still be recovered as they're hidden on an old MSX cartridge made by Konami, which he mentions that some diehard game fans still use to this day. Very cheeky fourth wall break. We then receive a call from Holly, a CIA agent who's undercover in Zanzibar land, warning us that she had the agency run a check on Madnar and that he was in fact a double agent for Zanzibar land and is not a prisoner of theirs. He admits to Snake that he just wanted to complete his work on Metal Gear after he destroyed the original model, before accusing Snake of having the key to the locker holding Marv's cartridge and jumping on his back in an attempt to choke him out. Snake uses whatever he can to get Madnar off of him before Campbell calls us and tells us that a brooch Natasha gave us while she was dying was actually the key to the locker. Snake uses it to unlock the locker, revealing a crawl space with the MSX cartridge hidden inside. As we leave, Madnar speaks up one last time, telling us that he will never let you go. Snake ignores him and leaves before Gray Fox appears in Metal Gear D. Luckily for Snake though, the new Metal Gear has the same weakness as the previous one with the legs being too lightly armored, so we destroy it with some grenades before the explosion of it sets us on fire and Gray Fox manages to escape. The fire burns all of Snake's gear, but that doesn't stop him from chasing Gray Fox into a room where he tells Snake that he's been looking forward to finally getting a good fight in with him for a while. We get a codec call from one of our allies telling us that Gray Fox started to develop a hatred for America after he had a relationship with a woman from the East who applied for citizenship in the US and got denied for it. It's then revealed that that woman just so happened to be Natasha Markova, the woman who Gray Fox killed earlier that day. Snake and Fox have a fist fight before eventually Fox goes down, saying that it's finally time for him to give up the title of Fox. He explains that when he was a child, Big Boss saved him from a war-torn nation, saying that he was born into a battlefield and thus is unable to return to a normal life, wishing to die on the battlefield as well. Fox passes away and Snake is called into the next room by an unseen voice. And here we find Big Boss ready to confront us. He explains that ever since he first experienced war, he has been completely unable to return to civilian life. He only feels alive when he's on the battlefield, he craves war, and thus he created both Outer Heaven and Zanzibar Land to not just give a purpose to himself, but to soldiers across the world. Snake then explains that he doesn't fight for the sake of fighting and that he actually hates war, and that he's only here to rid himself of the nightmares that he's been having since the Outer Heaven incident. Big Boss continues on with his monologue before telling us that he will free us from our agony, and a battle ensues. Snake, having no gear, runs around frantically scavenging whatever he can from the environment while Big Boss stalks him with his rifle. Eventually, Snake manages to collect both a lighter and a spray can, putting the two together to create a homemade flamethrower and using it to set Big Boss on fire, killing him for good this time. Snake then reunites with Holly, the CIA agent from earlier, and the two of them call for a helicopter pickup before escaping from Zanzibar Land. We then get a brief epilogue where Campbell and Snake confirm that the cartridge he recovered has the Oilix plans on it, and Campbell asks if Snake will continue to work for Foxhound going forward. Snake tells him that now that he's finally gotten rid of Big Boss, his nightmares have stopped and he has no reason to fight anymore, effectively retiring from being a soldier. The story here is shockingly strong for its time. The first game had a decent story, but nothing all that deep or complex, and Snake's Revenge had some story, but this is something entirely different. Keep in mind that everything I just went over was heavily abridged for the sake of time, and there are still so many subplot elements and character backgrounds and even characters themselves that I didn't mention at all. This would be a good story for a game by today's standards, and the fact that it was pulled off in a game from 1990 is incredibly impressive. Overall, I enjoyed my time with Metal Gear 2, but it was a bit of a mixed bag. The game design has improved a lot from the original game, but unfortunately, a lot of the decisions that made that game so annoying to play at times were still present here. The story was a major step up though, and if this is what Kojima and his team were capable of while stuck in the 8-bit era, then man, I can't wait to see what comes next. But at the end of the day, I'm going to give Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake a 7.4. But what do you guys think? Those of you that have played the game, those of you learning about it for the first time through this video, let me know in the comments below. And if you guys enjoyed the video, feel free to leave a like, a comment, a subscription, anything to let me and the algorithm know that you did enjoy. It helps me out a lot, so I'd really appreciate it. And if you're interested in supporting the channel financially, consider checking out becoming a channel member or a patron. They start as low as $1 a month and can get you things like behind the scenes updates, early video access, and more. YouTube and its ad revenue systems can be really inconsistent at times, so everyone who contributes even just a little bit really goes a long way in making this possible and making it a lot less scary to do full time. And hey, if you enjoyed this video and you haven't seen them already, then you definitely enjoy the rest of my Metal Gear videos, and maybe even another series I recently started doing the exact same thing with the Ace Combat games. So if you're interested, I'll have both of those linked right here on screen. When I look back at the PlayStation, there are some games that immediately come to mind. Old school survival horror games like the Resident Evil trilogy or Silent Hill, iconic platformers like Crash Bandicoot or Spyro the Dragon, just games that stand out to me as the most memorable from the platform. And for a lot of people, one of those games that immediately comes to mind is Metal Gear Solid. But for me personally, well, I never played it. Despite everyone telling me throughout basically my entire life that I need to play the Metal Gear Solid games, they've just kind of sat on the backlog, at least until now. So, does Metal Gear Solid live up to all the hype, or is it simply nostalgia from people who played it 25 years ago? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the fourth in a series of videos where I'm playing every Metal Gear game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along in preparation for Metal Gear Delta. And while you don't have to have seen the first few videos in order to enjoy this one, you will be missing a lot of important context about my journey with those games if you haven't seen them. So I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Metal Gear Solid is an action-adventure stealth game developed and published by Konami and released for the PlayStation in 1998. The basic story setup here is that in the year 2005, there is a nuclear weapons disposal facility on an island known as Shadow Moses that has been occupied and taken over by terrorists. But right away in the intro cutscene, we get told that leading this terrorist organization is actually the Special Forces Unit Foxhound, and they are threatening to launch a nuclear bomb unless the United States government hands over the remains of Big Boss, whose body was recovered by them after the events of Metal Gear 2. So Roy Campbell once again pulls Solid Snake out of retirement, sending him in to infiltrate the island and rescue a couple of VIPs. And before we can properly talk about the gameplay itself, we need to talk about the multi-generational leap in technology here. Between Metal Gear 2 and Metal Gear Solid, the franchise took a bit of an 8-year hiatus, with Metal Gear 2 having released in July of 1990, and Metal Gear Solid not releasing until September of 1998. And I've said it before, but the evolution in gaming technology between the years of 1990 and roughly 2010 is one of the most astonishing and rapid evolutions in technology that I have ever seen. So with that in mind, I want to emphasize that with an 8-year gap right at the beginning of that span of time, almost half of that technological evolution took place between the releases of these two games. So because of that, we go from 8-bit sprites to fully rendered 3D models. We go from a top-down 2D plane to a freely explorable 3D environment. And one of the best additions to come from this is the fully animated and voice-acted cutscenes. Rather than reading the text for the dialogue in silence like the previous games, each character now has dedicated voice actors that, for the time, are actually pretty good. A little goofy nowadays, sure, but if you've heard PS1 era voice acting before, then you know that this is better than most games of that time.
I'm the pawn they sent here to save your worthless butt.
And through these cutscenes, we also get interesting action scenes or comedy scenes that wouldn't have worked nearly as well if it was just text on a screen. A lot of people mock the game for having no facial animations and having the characters kind of just nod their heads while talking, but the voice acting does a lot of heavy lifting here, allowing your brain to kind of just fill in the gaps, and by the time you get through the opening, you don't even really notice it anymore. And it goes without saying, but seeing these people move around and actually act out the scene, even if it is fairly limited due to the hardware, lends a lot more believability to every single character, even just the random soldiers around the island. And even when we first set foot on Shadow Moses Island, the game is just a technical showcase right from the start. Not only in terms of visuals and presentation, but also the insane attention to detail throughout the entire game. We start out in this docks area, and the designers made sure to put puddles in here to show players that when you run through a puddle, you'll splash around in it, generating enough noise for a nearby guard to come investigate. And in the next area immediately after this, Snake leaves trails of footprints in the snow, something that most modern games still don't even bother to do. But beyond that, guards will come across your trail of footprints and follow them to find you at the end of it. Putting things like this right at the beginning of the game really feels like the developers communicating to players that every little detail has been fully fleshed out and realized in this world, and thankfully that quality stays all the way through the end of the game. And in this early section of infiltrating the facility, we get to grips with the basic gameplay mechanics of Metal Gear Solid. Stealth is still the central focus here, but things are a little different than the previous games because of the shift to 3D. Firstly, there's the return of the radar from Metal Gear 2, but its range has been drastically reduced compared to that game. Since we aren't using tile-based levels anymore, we've essentially gone from having a large picture of everything in the general area to just having sight of anything that's fairly close to Snake himself. And this works really well to make players much more careful than they otherwise would be, as this combined with the game's fixed camera angles limit your visibility by quite a bit. But along with this, they have included a feature where you can hold one of the face buttons to enter a first-person view and look around the environment. But the catch is that you can't move while in first person, so even this needs to be used pretty tactically. And aside from that, gameplay is exactly what you would expect. You try to avoid the enemy guards' vision cones, you can knock out guards with melee, take them out silently with a suppressed weapon. It basically all works the same as it has in all of the games up to this point. But as we move through this early area, we find an open vent and use it to infiltrate the facility, which feels very familiar for some reason. As we're crawling through here, we eavesdrop on a conversation between two guards, and one of them tells the other that there's an intruder moving through the facility using stealth, as well as that said intruder has already killed 3 people. This is strange because while we are an intruder moving through the facility using stealth, we haven't killed anyone yet, as Snake was sent in with no weapons and is yet to find any on site that he can use, so there must be another intruder completely unrelated to us or our operation. From here, we find our way into the basement and we find the first of our 2 VIPs in a cell, the DARPA chief. For those unfamiliar, DARPA is the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, a real research and development agency of the United States government's Department of Defense. The chief reveals to us that the terrorists have access to a new Metal Gear model, Metal Gear Rex, because of course they do. And unfortunately, he was also already interrogated and tortured by the terrorists, leading to him giving up his launch code for the nuclear weapons. He gives us his keycards so that we can access new levels of the facility before suddenly suffering a heart attack and dying right in front of us. We're freed from the cell by a female prisoner disguised as a guard who happens to have just escaped from the cell next to the DARPA chiefs before the 2 of us get ambushed by enemy soldiers. This was the first bit of actual combat I got into during my playthrough, and it feels a lot better than in the 2D games here, but without disincentivizing stealth. Combat is still plenty punishing, and whenever Snake takes damage, he will get knocked to the ground for a few seconds as a further form of punishment, meaning that players are still better off sneaking around Shadow Moses than running around firing at every guard in sight. That being said though, it is super nice to finally be able to shoot in more than just the 4 cardinal directions in a Metal Gear game. After a short shootout, the woman runs off, and with the DARPA chief dead, we need to go find our second VIP, the president of the Arms Tech Corporation, Kenneth Baker. The DARPA chief told us before his heart attack that he believed President Baker was being held in the armory of the building and to keep an eye out for spots in the walls that are a slightly different color than the rest. So while running around the armory, we come across the first secret walls of the game, and these are tutorialized wonderfully. The Metal Gear games have really had their ups and downs with communicating how to find these secrets to players, but this is probably the best of the whole series. Players are told how to engage with the mechanic immediately before using it for the first time, it's required to progress through the game, ensuring that you can't miss it, and having a visually different wall is also the clearest way they've been communicated in the series so far. It's super intuitive, and I'm glad to see that we've turned it back around after the terrible secret walls of Metal Gear 2. But we use some C4 to get through the wall, and this is where we find not just President Baker, but also Revolver Ocelot, a member of Foxhound and the first boss of the game. And man, do the bosses have a ridiculous amount of personality in this game. I'll talk more about the other bosses throughout the video, but Revolver Ocelot is a marksman who believes that his Colt single-action army revolver is the greatest handgun ever made, and he's constantly flipping it around and styling with it. We essentially play a little game of chicken with Ocelot, running around a square room shooting at one another with President Baker being tied up in the center, until a goddamn cyborg ninja comes in out of nowhere, slicing off Ocelot's dominant hand and disappearing again. Ocelot flees, and we're left to speak with President Baker. He tells us that since he never got any sort of formal training regarding torture, he broke very easily and gave the terrorists his launch code as well, but that a female soldier is carrying his card to override the launch, so we should get into contact with her in case the terrorists manage to start the launch sequence. He also mentions that in the worst case scenario, an engineer named Hal Emmerich knows a lot about Metal Gear, so we should find him to figure out how to destroy it if it ultimately comes down to that. We ask him if he knows anything about that ninja that appeared, and he tells us that it's Foxhound's dark little secret, before suddenly also suffering a heart attack, cursing those bastards at the Pentagon before it finally takes his life. At this point, Snake starts to suspect something as both his VIPs suddenly died of a heart attack as soon as he found them, and confronts Campbell to see if he knows anything. Campbell denies having any knowledge about it, and we're forced to just keep moving to prevent the launch. And this is where one of the best parts of the game comes into play. With President Baker's keycard, we have access to all the level 2 doors, and one keycard can finally open all the doors. They've done it, you guys. For the first time in the series, if you have a level 5 card, it can open all doors levels 1 through 5. Gone are the days of reaching a locked door and swapping through all your keys to find the right one, and now we can simply equip our keycard and go through every door we have access to. In my opinion, it shouldn't have taken this many games for us to get here, but I'm just glad we finally made it. Another change that I noticed around this point is that Kojima and his team have taken even further steps to disincentivize item farming. Instead of using load zones to respawn items like in Metal Gear 2, they now seem to be respawning on set timers. This means that you can't just farm up healing items easily by using an elevator anymore, and you now have to just make do with whatever it is that you can find as you move through the game, which helps a lot with the pacing. For the first time in the series, it felt like farming items was completely removed from the gameplay loop, and I can't really express how much of a difference it makes to not suddenly stop what you're doing to farm items for 2 minutes at a time. But carrying on with the mission, we find the female soldier that President Baker mentioned, who turns out to be Roy Campbell's niece, Meryl. She reveals that Shadow Moses is actually a top secret facility for researching the new Metal Gear model, meaning the US government was actually behind the funding and production of it the entire time, and that Foxhound was only supposed to be there for one final test before Metal Gear was formally approved for mass production. Snake tells her to lay low while he continues the mission, but she tells him that she's wanted to be a soldier since she was a little girl, and that she'll be taking a more active role in this mission whether he likes it or not. Continuing on, we get an anonymous call from a man calling himself Deep Throat. Yeah, you heard me right. He calls himself Deep Throat. Snake asks why he's helping him, and he tells Snake that he's just a really big fan of his. Okay. Around this point, we enter a building full of nuclear warheads, meaning that we can't fire our weapons due to the risk of setting one off. So to make my life a little easier, I bring out everyone's favorite item, the cardboard box. And thanks to 3D graphics, this thing has never looked goofier. As I continue to progress, I come across this nightmare hallway full of dead soldiers, which is honestly one of my favorite scenes out of the entire game. At the end of this hallway is a room where I find Hal Emmerich cornered by the cyborg ninja from earlier.
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
The ninja tells us that he's just here to get a fight to the death with Solid Snake. Either we die and he moves on with his life, or we kill him and free him from his own personal hell. I try to shoot at him, but he's literally too fast to hit with bullets, dodging every single one of them. Despite this, I managed to use melee to get some hits in here and there, and after a very long fight, the ninja starts to have an absolute mental breakdown before suddenly disappearing again. And at this point, Snake realizes who this ninja truly is. Gray Fox. He calls Campbell and Dr. Naomi Hunter, who is Foxhound's chief medical examiner, and Naomi reveals that his body was recovered from Zanzibar, revived, and fitted with an experimental exoskeleton before being used as a test subject for various forms of gene therapy. But moving on from that crazy revelation, we speak to Hal, and he tells us that he was led to believe that Metal Gear Rex was made to shoot down nuclear missiles, not launch them itself. He then reveals that his grandfather was part of the Manhattan Project and his father was born on the day of the Hiroshima nuclear bomb, saying that his family must have the curse of nuclear weapons written into their DNA. Before we leave, he tells us to call him Otacon, short for Otaku Convention, stemming from his love of mecha and anime.
Right.
And this is a great time to mention that this game's pacing is just immaculate. It's hard to express just how much better Metal Gear Solid flows compared to its predecessors, especially when it comes to the backtracking. Backtracking is required much less often than in Metal Gear 2, and the travel time between buildings and locations in general is roughly half of what it was in the previous game as well. Meaning that very little of my time playing this game was spent backtracking, and the entire game took less time to complete than Metal Gear 2 did. Where that game took me just under 10 hours, Solid took me just under 8. And I mention this not just to point out how much time was saved due to the limited backtracking, but also for you to have the idea in your head that this game manages to deliver so much more than its predecessor did, and in roughly 80% of the playtime at that. We meet back up with Meryl in the women's bathroom, which is seemingly a pattern of behavior for Snake.
You've got a great butt.
And Meryl tells us a bit about her background and how she only ever became a soldier to follow in the footsteps of her father, who died in battle during the Gulf War when she was just a little girl. She felt that because of her family's military history, she should join up too, especially since it would help her to feel closer to and better understand her father. We continue on with Meryl alongside us before she suddenly starts acting really strange. And it's not long before Snake realizes that Meryl is being controlled by Psycho Mantis, Foxhound's psychic specialist. And Psycho Mantis is a great way to bring something up that I've completely left out up to this point. In Metal Gear Solid, the old Foxhound that Snake knew and worked for in the previous games is gone, and new genetically enhanced Special Forces members have taken their place. Along with this, the soldiers present on Shadow Moses Island are genome soldiers, the result of soldiers being enhanced using Big Boss's so-called soldier genes. But back to the story, Psycho Mantis uses his control over Meryl against us by using her as a human shield, forcing her to shoot at us, and eventually even trying to make her self-game end. We battle with Psycho Mantis, trying desperately to keep Meryl alive throughout the whole fight before we finally manage to take him down. As he's dying, he talks about his disgust towards mankind's instinct to pass on their DNA and tells us all about his tragic backstory. And there's actually a very sad moment here just before he passes where he asks us to put his mask back on, since when he doesn't wear it, people's thoughts flood into his mind uncontrollably and he wants to be alone in his own world before he dies. And at about this point in the game, I realized just how great the sound design is here. I mean, seriously, every single sound effect in the game is just so damn memorable and iconic, and don't even get me started on the music here. Sound design is probably the most undervalued aspect of game design as a whole, and the designers did such an amazing job with the game's sound that I had to mention it somewhere.
Come on, let's go.
But getting back to the story again, while using the underground tunnels, Meryl suddenly gets shot in both legs by an unseen sniper, forcing us to backtrack to the beginning of the game to find a sniper of our own. But as I mentioned earlier, this backtracking wasn't even all that bad. I grabbed some additional items along the way, and it still only took me 9 minutes to grab the rifle and head back to where Meryl was. When we return, Meryl is gone, but the sniper is still there, and we end up in a long-range duel with another member of Foxhound, Sniper Wolf, who shockingly doesn't even try to dox me. After believing that we won the duel, we go to get answers from Sniper Wolf and find out where Meryl was taken, but instead we get captured by Liquid Snake, the new leader of Foxhound, and by proxy, the terrorist forces present in Shadow Moses. Liquid reveals to Snake that they are actually brothers and that they are in fact the children of Big Boss himself. After monologuing on for a bit, he leaves us here with Ocelot, who proceeds to torture and interrogate us. And this is a great example of something that I absolutely loved about Metal Gear Solid, the way that it ties the story into the gameplay. Rather than just having a cutscene of Snake getting tortured, we instead get a minigame where we need to mash the buttons really quickly to resist, or we could simply press the select button on the controller to give in and answer his questions. And what's funny is that Ocelot straight up tells you that if you die during this sequence, there will be no checkpoints to load back to, and you'll be set back to your last hard save. Meaning there are actual stakes to the minigame itself, as you can't just try it over and over again until you manage to resist successfully. But luckily for us, I played a lot of Mario Party growing up, so I was able to resist the torture no sweat. We get taken back to a prison cell until Ocelot is ready to interrogate us again, and while we're in here, we confront Campbell about knowing more than he's letting on, and he confirms that he knew Metal Gear Rex was designed to launch nukes from the start, and that it's been a secret project of the United States for months. There's then a really strange retcon here where Snake tells Campbell that Big Boss told him he was his father in Zanzibar land just before we killed him, which, having just played the original release of the game last week, I can confirm that that definitely didn't happen, and it was simply thrown in here for the sake of plot convenience. Snake also notes here that the body of the DARPA chief is in the cell with him, but it's strange because the body is already decomposing even though he only died a couple hours ago. The guard watching over our cell suddenly gets sick and runs to the bathroom, and taking the opportunity, Otacon runs in and hands Snake a keycard that will allow him to escape. So when Otacon leaves, we hide under the bed, tricking the guard into thinking that we've disappeared before jumping him and making our escape. We grab our gear on the way out, and after a few minutes of exploring and collecting resources again, I realized that Ocelot planted a timed bomb in my gear that's set to blow in 90 seconds. I drop the bomb just before it explodes, and this is just one of those little touches that makes the Metal Gear games feel so special. I had assumed that I had gotten out of that prison just fine and was free to move on, but there was a little surprise planted in my gear just to test if I was observant enough to notice it before it killed me. And honestly, if I wasn't maxed out on rations at the time and going through my inventory just to make room for one, it would have killed me. It also speaks to Ocelot's character, with him being prepared for Snake to escape and having a backup plan just in case. And around this point in the game, I started to realize that while I think the method for navigating through the inventory is really cool, and I appreciate the upgrade from full inventory screen to just having it integrated into the gameplay, it started to feel a bit crowded with how many items I had. Trying to equip a specific item quickly started to become a little more complicated, and personally, I think this could have worked a lot better if they had used a little more color coding. There's a little bit of it in the game as is, with rations being green and your keycard being purple, but other than that, pretty much every item in this game is colored red. Having a little more variation in the colors of your inventory could have made quick navigation a little cleaner in the later portions of the game, and it's a small change that would go a long way in terms of player experience. But we make our way back to the tower we were captured outside of, making our way inside and scaling the entire thing through the stairs while on full alert. Another moment that feels like a callback to Metal Gear 2. When we reach the top, we're confronted by Liquid Snake piloting a Hind D, leading to a sequence where we run away from the Hind by rappelling down the side of the tower before crossing over to the adjacent tower and meeting up with Otacon. He asks Snake if he thinks love can bloom on a battlefield, and Snake answers that it can, but when it does, you have to be strong enough to protect those that you love. Otacon seems to take the advice to heart and gets to work on fixing the tower's elevator for us while we make our way up to the roof. And Tower B was one of the rare moments in Metal Gear Solid where it felt like some of the bullshit from the previous games had crept back in a little bit, with these turrets mounted on the walls that are completely unavoidable as you run up the stairs, just guaranteeing that you'll take some damage along the way and maybe burn through a ration or two. But once we get to the top, we get the real Hind D fight, and this is where it really hit me that there's an interesting pattern in Kojima's Metal Gear games. I've hinted towards it here and there throughout the video, but Kojima really likes to repeat set pieces in these games. Things like crawling through a minefield that leads to a tank boss, or fighting a Hind D on the rooftops, or running up a long winding set of stairs while fighting off enemies. There are numerous set pieces that repeat throughout these games, and it almost makes it feel like Metal Gear Solid sits in a weird in-between of a remake and a sequel, having a completely new story and being set after the previous games, but remaking so much of those games' set pieces and gameplay that it feels like the intention was essentially just to remake them. Anyway, we shoot Liquid out of the sky with Stinger missiles, and just in time, Otacon calls us to say that the elevator is working perfectly again. We take the elevator back down to the bottom floor of the tower, and while in here, we get jumped by a squad of genome soldiers equipped with active camouflage, once again, feeling like a callback to Metal Gear 2. We survive the ambush, stepping outside at the bottom of the tower, simply to be ambushed once again by Sniper Wolf. We have our second battle with her, this time wounding her fatally, taking her down for good. And while she's bleeding out, Otacon appears, revealing that he had fallen in love with Sniper Wolf and doing what he can to comfort her in her final moments. And Sniper Wolf's death scene has to be the most emotionally impactful scene in the game for me. Her background is very similar to Gray Fox's, having been born into a war-torn nation, fighting for survival ever since she was young, and feeling that the battlefield is the only place she belongs. And for the duration of the scene, the team even included distant howling, making it feel like the nature of the island is quite literally crying out for her, which is strangely haunting.
Everyone's here now. Okay, hero.
Once again, just fantastic sound design. From here, we enter the underground facility, and down here, we come across Vulcan Raven, another member of Foxhound. And this has to be my favorite boss of the game. Vulcan Raven is a very large man, able to carry a minigun around with him, and thanks to his senses being finely tuned, he has a much larger vision cone than any other enemy in the game. We can't win the fight through brute force, so we need to outsmart Raven in order to defeat him. Personally, I planted claymores all throughout the arena and used remote-controlled missiles to try to hit him from behind. Eventually, I managed to bring him down, and he has some very interesting comments before he dies. He tells Snake that he and Liquid are not born of nature, that they are men from another world, and that the DARPA chief that died of a heart attack earlier was not the DARPA chief at all, but was in fact Decoy Octopus, Foxhound's master of disguise. He tells Snake that his spirit will always be watching him before letting the Ravens consume his body. Moving further into the facility, we finally come face to face with Metal Gear Rex. Otacon hacks into President Baker's files, telling us that the new weapon developed for Metal Gear Rex allows it to fire nukes from its railgun, meaning that there's no longer a need for long-range missiles to carry nuclear warheads, meaning it can launch nuclear weapons that are completely undetectable by radar and completely impossible to intercept before impact. We reach the control room up at the top of the hangar, and we eavesdrop on Liquid and Ocelot, the only surviving members of Foxhound remaining. They plan to sell Metal Gear Rex's design and data to foreign nations, forcing the US government to either comply with their demands of Big Boss's remains, or risk the knowledge of this weapon leaking to other world powers, which would inevitably force them into a war. They then talk a lot about something called Fox Dye that Liquid says is killing them slowly, and that they need the government to give them a vaccine for it. He then also reveals that he plans to revive Big Boss's dream, saying that from this day on, Shadow Moses Island will be known as Outer Heaven. Otacon then calls us back, telling us that the key President Baker had for canceling a nuclear launch is actually the only key needed for all 3 of Metal Gear's launch canceling mechanisms, and that we need to change the shape of the key using temperature for each one of them. This leads to some very painful last second padding where we need to use the key once at room temperature, then backtrack to a colder environment to freeze the key before running back and using it again, then backtrack even further to heat the key up before running back and using it again. While we're doing all this backtracking though, Dr. Naomi Hunter calls us to explain Foxdie. She explains that it was created as a virus that can target specific people by having their DNA coded into it, then recognizing that person's DNA to activate and kill them. She then also reveals that Snake was secretly injected with this virus before being deployed to Shadow Moses. Snake asks if the virus will kill him as well, and Naomi simply apologizes to him. But once we finish shutting down Metal Gear, it's revealed that we were actually activating it the entire time, and that Liquid Snake had fooled us into activating the launch for him by disguising himself as our old master McDonnell Miller and communicating to us via codec for the entire duration of the game. Liquid then explains to us that the Pentagon used us. We were never sent in to rescue VIPs. We were secretly injected with Foxdie to be sent in and spread it to the DARPA chief, President Baker, and all members of Foxhound before destroying Metal Gear for the government. He then also offers further explanation on how they're related, with the 2 of them being artificial children made from Big Boss's genes. However, they wanted to make the ultimate soldier clone of Big Boss, so they specifically engineered it so that one twin would have all the dominant genes and the other one would have all the recessive genes. This is even reflected in the character designs themselves, with small touches like Snake having darker hair, which is a dominant gene, and Liquid being blonde, which is recessive. As well as that, their names loosely reflect the dynamic as well, with them both sharing the codename Snake, but with the separate solid and liquid prefixes. These little details go a long way to make this revelation feel natural and not like it absolutely comes in out of nowhere. Smaller signs were there the entire time, making it feel more like an aha moment than a full-on surprise. Liquid then jumps into Metal Gear Rex, leading to our final battle. We dodge Metal Gear's weapons while firing our own rockets back at it when we get the chance, before Grey Fox appears to help us out. We manage to get a quick discussion in with him, giving Snake the closure he needed after Zanzibar, before Grey Fox ends up sacrificing himself to weaken Metal Gear, giving us a direct shot at Liquid in the cockpit. We continue to battle until Metal Gear finally explodes, leaving us victorious, even if it does knock us out temporarily. When we wake up though, we realize that we've been stripped of our gear and tied up by Liquid, who somehow survived the explosion and who also reveals that Meryl is lying just behind us, next to a bomb that's set on a timer. Liquid doubles down on what Big Boss had said to us at the end of Metal Gear 2, with Snake enjoying battle and war even if he says otherwise. He explains that because of their shared genes, all the genome soldiers on the island are technically their brothers as well, and that Snake has been killing them without thought since he arrived. He also explains that before the 2 of them were born, there were actually 8 children of Big Boss, but 6 of them were aborted so that Snake and Liquid could both be as strong as possible, making them killers before they were even born. We fight with Liquid on top of the destroyed Metal Gear in what has to be one of the manliest duels I've seen in my entire life, before we finally knock him off the top of it, killing Liquid and saving Meryl before the bomb blows up. We get a call from the Secretary of Defense telling us that the island will be hit with nukes momentarily in order to cover up what happened there, meaning we need to escape immediately. Snake calls Otacon to tell him about the nukes and ask how they can escape, and Otacon states that he's going to stay behind to ensure that Snake and Meryl are able to make it out safely. So the 2 of us run to a garage where we're able to steal a car, and we get this really great escape sequence where we use a machine gun on the back of the car to defend ourselves while Meryl drives us out. And even though the draw distance is really low here, it is really impressive that the team was able to get this section working on the PS1 with the amount of assets being streamed in and out of the game's memory in such a short amount of time. As we're escaping though, Liquid shows up driving his own car, somehow having survived once again, chasing us through the tunnels while returning fire at us before we both end up crashing at the end of it. Snake and Meryl both get stuck under their car, but Liquid manages to hobble over to us, and just before he's about to shoot Snake, he suddenly dies of a heart attack. Foxdie finally got to him, even though with how quickly it killed everyone else, you would think he would have died back in the interrogation room, but at least Snake and Meryl's lives were saved by contrivance, I guess. We then get a final monologue that essentially explains the central theme of the game, with DNA being used as a stand-in for destiny. The game is all about forging your own path and doing what you want in life rather than feeling like you're being controlled by fate. Liquid felt like his path in life was set in his DNA, with that path inevitably killing him, but Snake rejects that legacy and forges his own path, allowing him to control his own destiny. Snake and Meryl ride off into the sunset, with Snake technically being a fugitive now, but with the two of them moving on to their new lives, and the credits roll. But the story isn't quite over yet. We get one final post-credits discussion with Revolver Ocelot making a call to an unknown voice. In this call, he confirms that he succeeded in his mission to retrieve the Metal Gear Rex data. He then essentially tells the audience that there is actually a third twin of Big Boss outside of Solid and Liquid Snake, referring to this man as Solidus, before then dropping this bomb.
Goodbye, Mr. President.
Overall, in case you couldn't tell, I really enjoyed my time with Metal Gear Solid. The gameplay feels better than ever, the story feels so much more interesting than it ever has before, and the post-credits scene has me wanting to play the next game as soon as possible. And compared to most games that try to imitate a cinematic experience, Metal Gear Solid never forgets to be a video game. Something that a lot of modern game studios could probably spend some time studying. But at the end of the day, I'm going to give Metal Gear Solid a 9.4. And that's another video in the Metal Gear journey down. Thank you for stopping by for another video, and I hope you guys enjoyed it. The fact that you guys keep coming back really motivates me to continue on with the series and see it through to the end, so seriously, thank you for watching all the way through. If you guys are interested in supporting the channel financially, consider checking out becoming a channel member or a patron. It really goes a long way in helping me put as much time as possible into these videos, and I can't thank you guys enough. If you want to check out the other videos in the series, you can find them right here, and maybe even check out another series we've been doing recently here on the channel, reviewing the Ace Combat games. But until next time, I'll see you guys right here for the next Metal Gear review. So after the huge success of Metal Gear Solid in both domestic and international markets, Konami did what all the best publishers did in the late 90s, started work on a handheld spin-off for the Game Boy Color. The game would be called Metal Gear Ghost Babel in Japan and simply Metal Gear Solid in international releases, and it would be set in a separate, non-canon continuity from the main series, with the game's story being an alternate sequel to the original Metal Gear. So does Metal Gear Ghost Babel manage to successfully translate what made Metal Gear Solid so special to the Game Boy? Or is it just another handheld spin-off that deserves to be left in the past? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 5th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Metal Gear game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along in preparation for Metal Gear Delta. And while you don't have to have seen the rest of the videos in order to enjoy this one, you will be missing a lot of important context about my journey with the series if you haven't seen them. So I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Metal Gear Ghost Babel is an action-adventure stealth game developed and published by Konami and released for the Game Boy Color in 2000. And to give the basic setup for the story, the game takes place 7 years after the original Metal Gear in a timeline where Snake left Foxhound immediately after that mission in Outer Heaven, meaning that the events of Metal Gear 2 and onwards never occurred in this continuity. Snake gets called in by Roy Campbell after a plane on a top-secret mission was shot down over South America, allowing terrorists to capture a new prototype Metal Gear that the US was developing. Intelligence says that Metal Gear was taken to Gindra, a small nation in Central Africa, which also just so happens to have been the same country that Big Boss converted into Outer Heaven all those years ago. They need us to infiltrate the Gallowade base in Gindra to rescue the Metal Gear research team, which they believe are being held hostage, as well as destroy Metal Gear itself. We're also informed of a group known as the Gindran Liberation Front, or GLF for short, who are fighting to gain independence from the United States, with intelligence saying that they're likely the ones who stole Metal Gear. So Campbell asks Snake to help him out with one last mission, telling us that he has an old score to settle here. And the first thing I noticed with this game is how shockingly story heavy it is. I mean, sure, it was supposed to essentially be Metal Gear Solid on the Game Boy, but I've just never played a Game Boy game with this much story content before. I mean, hell, the introductory cutscene of the game is 14 minutes long. And that's not including the cutscene and dialogue after you start a new game. It takes 14 minutes to even reach the main menu when first booting up the game. And in this intro, we also get introduced to the rest of our allies. Mei Ling being pretty much the exact same as she was in Metal Gear Solid, Weasel, one of the best mercenaries in the world who is on the mission to give Snake advice in case he's too rusty from years of retirement, and Brian McBride, a CIA agent who was the director of operations of African Affairs, who is on the mission to offer insight into the country of Gindra as we go. But when we do finally get into the game, we get a nice little hit of nostalgia right off the bat. And this isn't the only song pulled over from the older games in the series either, with another noteworthy one being that the alert theme from Metal Gear 2 is present in this game as well, which is an interesting choice because if you ask me, Metal Gear 2 has the weakest alert theme in the franchise, but it's still charming that they brought it back nonetheless. I was also shocked early on by how great the sprite and animation work was. I genuinely don't think I've ever seen a Game Boy Color game that looks this damn good. The sprites are high quality, the colors are fantastic, and the animations are just so smooth. As far as the gameplay itself though, it's relatively unchanged from the previous games in the series. You'll run around the base while trying to avoid detection from guards, potentially shooting them with a suppressed weapon or knocking them out to get around them more quickly, and in the event you do get spotted, running away to hide and wait for them to stop searching. But that's an interesting change from the 2D games in particular here, as you can no longer actually fight your way out of alerts in this game. In Metal Gear 2, you had the option to hide or fight, not being forced into one or the other, but here, if you do kill an enemy that's coming after you, the game will simply just spawn another one from a doorway or something and have them continue to pursue you. And while I get that they want to force you into a more stealth-heavy playstyle, I think that this is a pretty negative change, as it makes all weapons in this game, aside from your suppressed pistol, basically useless unless you need to use them for a specific boss fight. And while we're on that note, the combat might actually be the worst of the 2D Metal Gears here. It's mostly the same, but there are a couple changes that make it feel notably worse than in the first few entries. First of all, they've carried over the change from Metal Gear Solid where pressing the fire button will stop Snake from moving, except for unlike Metal Gear Solid, there's no alternate input to allow you to run and shoot together, meaning that Snake just has to stand still in order to shoot in this game. And the enemy AI only makes the combat more frustrating with this incredibly annoying bash attack that they'll do whenever you're remotely close to them, that also happens to have way more range than you might think. These things together make it so that if I try to stand my ground and fight, I'm frustrated, and if I try to run away, I'm also frustrated, leading to the alerts being way more irritating here than in any game in the franchise so far. But for a positive addition to the gameplay, they've added the ability to stick to walls that was present in Metal Gear Solid, which, while it's not necessary for peeking around corners like it was in that game, it does allow for the developers to make these crawl spaces that only Snake can fit through, and use those spaces to create some surprisingly engaging puzzles. And speaking of surprises, there's the most unexpected gameplay change of all: the levels. See, instead of having one large interconnected world like all the previous games, Ghost Babel uses much more traditional stages that are completely separated from one another. This is a huge departure from the series' usual exploration structure, and I'm assuming that it was done because of limitations of the Game Boy, but honestly, I really enjoyed it. I wouldn't necessarily say that I prefer this to the interconnected levels and backtracking of previous games, but I really enjoyed having these smaller areas that I would explore for 30 minutes or so before moving on to the next one. It even comes complete with a performance rating for each level when you complete them, which I always scored great on. After exploring some of the earlier areas, we get a call from Chris Jenner, a member of Delta Force, who we were meant to rendezvous with after arriving in Gindra. She tells us that Delta Force was ambushed and that she believes she's the only member to have survived. We tell her that we'll try to meet up with her soon before the rest of our allies get on the line and start considering the possibility that there may be a spy in our ranks. This is a top secret mission, so the only way the enemy would have known Delta Force had even infiltrated the base to begin with would be if they had been tipped off. And speaking of the codec, I was also pleasantly surprised to see that this thing is absolutely full of optional calls for extra lore and world building. And sure, this is nothing new for the series, a couple of the previous games have done this, but there's a ton of extra information about the events of the game and the characters themselves that you can learn if you just call them from time to time. And not only did it impress me that they had so much extra lore, world building, and character development packed into this little handheld spin-off, but I also found learning about this version of Metal Gear's world so much more interesting knowing that it's a whole separate continuity from the mainline games. And despite being limited to 2D again, the game still manages to make time for a bunch of new creative set pieces. One of my favorites was really early on in the game, where while Snake is moving through the sewers, a squall comes through, causing massive waves of water to rush through the sewers. This means that players have to frantically run from ladder to ladder through here to get to higher ground and not be killed by the surges of water. And while it's nothing all that crazy, it's just one of those little moments that goes a long way in shaking up the gameplay and helps a lot with the pacing. Which, as we'll come back to later, Ghost Babel can use all the help there it can get. And while we're talking about things that the team managed to do well regardless of the hardware limitations, let's shake it up and talk about something that they didn't manage to overcome. Swapping between inventory items in this game is as bad as it's ever been in the Metal Gear games. To swap between your items, you simply cycle through them one at a time, but even by the end of the first few levels, you'll notice that finding the item you're looking for is already a pain in the ass. And don't even get me started on the end of the game. I'm assuming they didn't use a menu like the old 2D games because they were trying to do what Metal Gear Solid did and not break up the gameplay, but it just doesn't work here since you can't see what items you're cycling to next, meaning it's really easy to go past what you're looking for before you even realize it was there in the first place. This definitely could have been avoided by using a more traditional item menu, or like I said in the Metal Gear Solid video, color coding the items a little more to make them easier to recognize at a glance. None of the Metal Gear games have totally nailed the item swapping thing yet, but I would say that Ghost Babel has the worst swapping in the series, which is a real shame. Anyway, we managed to meet up with Chris, with her telling us that only one of the Metal Gear researchers is still alive, and that member is James Harkes, the chief engineer of the Metal Gear project. She then tells us about a bunch of mercenaries that the GLF hired, a group known as Black Chamber. This group is made up of a handful of mercenaries which all possess abilities significantly beyond that of your average soldier, and they're also rumored to have once been US Special Forces. She then explains to us that the people of Gindra don't take very kindly to Americans being there because the leader of the GLF, simply known as the General, has been working towards the country's independence from the United States, something that the citizens of Gindra are mostly in support of. And it was at about this point in the game that I realized why the movement felt so much better than in the previous 2D games. Sure, the animations helped a lot, but the game also has omnidirectional movement, which in more simple terms means that you can move in the 4 cardinal directions as well as move diagonally by pressing a horizontal and a vertical input at the same time. It felt so natural in this game that I didn't even consciously notice it until I was about an hour in, and it really just helps the game feel so much smoother and less dated than the MSX or NES games in the series. But moving on, we reach the first boss of the game, and this is Slasher Hawk, one of the 4 members of Black Chamber. And this is a pretty fun fight. We're cut off from Hawk by a small cliff, and he throws his boomerangs down at us while we have to lob grenades back up at him. It's really well designed too, with the color of the boomerang that he throws communicating which of the various attack patterns it will use, allowing you to learn what each color boomerang does and react accordingly as soon as you see that color. After defeating Hawk, we get the now classic final monologue from him, telling us his background and how he ended up working for Black Chamber. And he has a particularly touching backstory, even if it's nothing significant to the game's overall plot, and from here we continue the search for James Harkes. And unfortunately, this is about the point in the game where the level design starts to fall apart. The early levels are fine, mostly because of their simplicity, but from this point on, things get a little esoteric. The first level that made me realize this was this one here, where you need to slowly travel across these conveyor belts, changing the color of the box as you go through these sorting devices to change what direction you're going in. Checking all the various paths you can go down with these sorting devices not only takes a ton of time because of how slow the conveyor belt goes, but it's even worse as most paths will drop you down to a lower floor of the building, meaning you'll need to work your way back through the facility and take the elevator back to the top floor to even try again. There's a few levels like this in the game that are just overly confusing and time-consuming, and I would definitely say that level design is one of this game's largest weaknesses. And that's really a shame because how enjoyable your levels are to move through is one of the most make or break things in game design as a whole. But at the end of the conveyor belt gauntlet, we find where Harks is being held, and he ends up being just a kid, also telling us to call him Jimmy. He tells us that the wall on the east of his cell sounds weak, so we use some C4 to blow our way in, freeing him in the process. He then tells us that Metal Gear is in the maintenance facility of the base, and that it's already functional and likely just going through its final tests. He also then mentions overhearing something about a Project Babel, but he doesn't know any of the details about it. The power then suddenly goes out, and Jimmy says that it's likely because they're diverting all the power to Metal Gear so that they can fire a nuke out of its railgun, a concept that's returning from Metal Gear Solid. So we call Chris, asking her to take over protecting Jimmy while we go after Metal Gear. And this scene is also where I noticed a very subtle detail in the game's dialogue and cutscenes. The pitch of the text scrolling sound effect will change based on who's speaking, allowing the developers to very subtly change how you interpret that character's speech. Occasionally, a character's scrolling sound will even change mid-scene as well, allowing them to reflect the tone of the scene through basic sound design. But moving on, we encounter the second member of Black Chamber, Marionette Owl. She fights in the dark as she has natural night vision and also controls two life-size dolls to fight alongside her, hence the whole marionette thing. The player is required to wear night vision goggles to spot her out from her dolls so that we can actually deal damage to her, but we're also required to avoid the flashbang she throws by taking them back off just before the explosion. It's an okay boss fight, it's not great, it's not bad, it just kind of sits in the middle. But once we deal enough damage to Owl, we get another long monologue with her throwing in an interesting mention of Black Chamber's leader, Viper, wanting to get his revenge on someone that they call Anonymous. She dies just before she can explain what she means, and we're forced to simply move on. And right as we're getting to where Metal Gear is going to launch from, Viper suddenly ambushes us in a hind, stopping us in our tracks and forcing us to watch as they fire a nuke at America. Immediately after the launch, we also get shot at by artillery, forcing us to retreat and leave Metal Gear alone for now. And this is the first time in a Metal Gear game where it feels like we truly lost. Sure, there were smaller losses in some of the previous games, but nothing to the scale of sitting there watching a nuke get fired at the United States. However, we then get a call from Campbell letting us know that the warhead hit the States, but it ended up being a fake that was simply meant to warn us. The GLF general sends a message to the president, giving him 3 hours to pull all UN troops out of the nation and recognize their sovereignty, or they will fire a real nuclear warhead at the States next time. We call Chris, asking her to put Jimmy on the line, and he explains that we can prevent it from firing again by simply destroying the power plant so its railgun can't charge up. But as he's explaining this, we suddenly hear gunshots and lose contact with him and Chris. We make our way to the power plant before Chris manages to call us back, telling us that Jimmy was recaptured by the enemy, but she managed to slip away unharmed. We tell her that we'll rescue him once we're sure that Metal Gear can't fire another nuke, and we continue to find a way to destroy the generator. Along the way, we fight with Pyro Bison, the third member of Black Chamber. And this guy honestly gets one of the most badass introductions of any boss in the series so far. He tells us before the fight that every human burns differently. The way their skin scorches, the fat burns, the innards char, and there, in the way that the person burns, you can see the burdens of their sin. It's metal as fuck, and I actually smiled at it while playing just because of how genuinely cool that line is. And his fight is very similar to Vulcan Raven from Metal Gear Solid, with us being completely outmatched by him in pure strength, but with there being creative ways around it. I don't think that Bison's fight is as well designed, as you can just use grenades if you really want to get it done the easy way, but it's still fun and leaves a lot of room for creativity. After defeating him, he answers some of our questions about Black Chamber. He explains that Black Chamber was a special operations team formed by the United States that was created to carry out all of the Black Ops that Foxhound would have had after Snake destroyed Metal Gear. But because of Snake and the rest of Foxhound's fame after that mission, Black Chamber just had to take on all of the US's darkest operations, and they never got any credit for their work as none of that information could leak to the public. Snake tells him that he never wanted to be a legend before Bison retorts that Snake always went out of his way to take the difficult missions, and since he arrived on base, he'd already killed 89 people, meaning that he surely wants it deep down. He then reveals that Black Chamber actually has 5 surviving members, not 4, and that one of them is a spy among our ranks, and that they've known what our plan was every step of the way. We call Campbell to tell him this, and he reassures us that there is no spy, and that Bison was just trying to confuse and divide us before he died, before telling us to continue on with destroying the power plant. So we set a bunch of C4 around the plant, targeting the weaker foundations around the generator itself, and as we're about to leave, Metal Gear gets rolled out again and starts to power up. So in order to prevent a launch, we take the risk of blowing the C4 while we're still inside to ensure that it can't fire, leading to a set piece where we need to flee from the power plant as it falls apart. We get another message from the general, who says that he's disappointed by us not fulfilling their request, and assuring us that he can still fire the warhead without using the railgun. And a little ways out from the power plant, we find Jimmy standing next to a dead body, who ends up being the lieutenant of Delta Force. Not only does this mean that Chris isn't the only surviving member of Delta Force, but Jimmy also says that Chris apparently wasn't with her team when they were wiped out by Black Chamber. He then tells us that he thinks making Metal Gear was a mistake and that he just wants to go home and start his life over, working on things that help people instead of things that destroy. We ask him if it's true that Metal Gear can fire a nuke without the railgun, and he confirms that it can, but just as he's about to explain it to us, his handcuffs explode, suddenly killing him. And I've gotta say, the team that made Ghost Babel definitely has some balls to blow up a literal child right in front of Snake. Most game developers definitely wouldn't do that. After this, we come into contact with a woman that we don't get a clear look at, but who seems to be Chris, who quickly jumps into a hind and attacks us. And this is one of the more awkward boss fights in the game, with the player needing to either time their grenade tosses properly to hit the chopper with them, or just run away from it and use Nikita missiles to wear it down. But when we shoot it down, it's revealed that the pilot wasn't Chris, and it was in fact Sophie, the general's second in command. She reveals that the GLF have known Black Chamber's plan to get revenge all along and are simply exploiting them for their own gain. She then tells Snake that Chris is still alive and has been taken prisoner by Viper before we let her go and move on to stop Metal Gear. We get to the maintenance facility where Metal Gear is being stored, and this is where the game's pacing goes completely out the window. I mentioned the conveyor belt earlier, but this facility is on a whole other level. Complete with things like a maze where you have to find weak points in the walls while avoiding floor traps, instant death trap rooms, guaranteed alerts, really just whatever the designers could throw at you to slow you down. But we finally make our way down to the 100th level of the maintenance facility's basement, a callback to the original Metal Gear, only for Metal Gear itself to walk away just as we arrive. We chase it down the hallway before being confronted by Viper. He explains that 2 years ago, Black Chamber was sent into South America to recover Metal Gear from terrorists, which the government had already been working on reproducing for years at that point. They were successful in their mission, but the government didn't want the world to know about the existence of either Black Chamber or Metal Gear, so on Black Chamber's return to the States, the government had Foxhound attack Black Chamber, killing all but 5 of their members. He also shows us that Chris is still alive just before starting to fight with us. And in my opinion, this is easily the best boss fight in the game. Viper is a demolitions expert, so every few seconds, the room will fill with randomized tripwires between the pillars that then turn invisible after being placed, forcing the player to remember where those wires are and navigate around the room very carefully while chasing Viper from corner to corner. After we finally defeat him, he attempts to blow up the room to take us with him, but we manage to escape with Chris. Chris then explains to us that the reason she wasn't with Delta Force when Black Chamber attacked them was because she had been ordered by the army chief himself to wipe any evidence of America's involvement with Metal Gear, the assassinations of Black Chamber, anything that they couldn't afford to have leaked to the public. We move forward, coming face to face with the general himself piloting Metal Gear. He monologues to us for a while before casually mentioning that there's a connection between the GLF and the US government, and when Snake asks him what he means, he says that he'll tell him what that connection is if he wins before attacking him with Metal Gear. And the Metal Gear fight in this game is kinda bullshit. It starts out with us being chased down a long hallway by him, with us needing to place landmines or C4 wherever the foot is going to land. But the problem is that the amount of time the foot's shadow will hover before actually planting is randomized, so it's literally just a guessing game to try to deal damage here. After this, there's a much longer second phase where we need to deal damage to Metal Gear's weak points while avoiding its machine guns, laser turrets, missile barrages, flamethrower, just anything that it could possibly throw at us. But after many attempts and a very long and difficult fight, we managed to destroy Metal Gear. With the general dying in front of us, Snake demands the information that he mentioned earlier, and the general then reveals that Outer Heaven itself was a US-backed venture that provided mercenaries to clients before Big Boss decided to break from the program and start a revolution. We were simply sent in all those years ago to silence Big Boss and his mercenaries. But the real connection between the GLF and the US government is that the GLF was created by the US in order to provoke African countries into fighting one another, keeping them occupied fighting amongst themselves so that they wouldn't be able to band together and try to overthrow America. And before dying, he hands us a disc containing every piece of information that the army chief sent Chris in to purge, allowing us to take evidence of all of the general's claims back to the West with us. The general dies, and Viper suddenly appears standing on top of Metal Gear. He reveals to us that Campbell was involved in the assassinations of Black Chamber, before Campbell calls in, quickly being knocked out by McBride, who reveals himself to be the 5th member of Black Chamber. Viper then initiates a secret launch sequence in Metal Gear, activating nuclear-equipped satellites in orbit, telling us that we have 90 seconds before 7 nuclear detonations are set off in the US. We then battle with Viper one last time before we manage to kill him and stop the launch with only a few seconds to spare. We get a call from Campbell again, and Weasel tells us that he shot and killed McBride in self-defense. However, Weasel then reveals that he's working for the original CIA director who had started Outer Heaven and the Metal Gear project to begin with, and that they had orchestrated all the events of this story in order to regain control of the project. He was also, of course, tasked with killing our whole team once the mission was over, but he has a change of heart and decides to let us all go instead, saying that he'll make up a story to tell his boss about how we all escaped. And finally, we ride off with Chris into the sunset, and the game is over. So, like I said at the beginning of the video, the story here is surprisingly strong. I didn't love it quite as much as Metal Gear Solid, but I think it's my second favorite Metal Gear story so far, and it's definitely the highlight of the game in my opinion. It has good characters, good writing, great twists and turns throughout, and the amazing artwork is just a cherry on top. And overall, Metal Gear Ghost Babel is a really interesting game. The story and the core gameplay is honestly really good, and this is probably one of, if not the strongest title I've ever played on the Game Boy, but the level design and certain design decisions throughout the game can make this an absolute chore at times, so I'm really conflicted when it comes to my overall thoughts on it. I do think that this is probably the strongest 2D Metal Gear title, but at the same time, I think that I might personally prefer Metal Gear 2 by just a hair. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Metal Gear Ghost Babel a 7.5. And with that, we've officially covered the last of the 2D games in the series. Thank you guys for stopping by, and I hope that you all enjoyed. This project has been an absolute blast so far, and I'm humbled by the amount of support that you guys have given it. If you're looking to get behind the scenes updates, early video access, and just support the channel in general, feel free to stop by my Patreon page. Everyone who contributes even just a little bit really goes a long way in allowing me to put more time into these videos and just generally supporting myself through them, and I can't thank you guys enough. If you're looking for any of the other videos in the series, you can check them out right here, and maybe you'd even be interested in another series we've been doing recently doing the exact same thing for the Ace Combat games. But once again, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you guys right here for the next Metal Gear review. After the release of Metal Gear Solid, Kojima barely let the ink on his script dry before getting to work on a sequel. Metal Gear Solid released in September of 1998 to great critical and financial success, and within 4 months, Kojima already had his plans for the follow-up set in stone, with the final draft of the design doc being completed in January of 1999. The team quickly got to work, and in a little under 3 years, Metal Gear Solid 2: Sons of Liberty would be released to the public. But after Metal Gear Solid pushed the boundaries of technical presentation, varied gameplay, and thematic storytelling in the gaming industry 3 years prior, would the sequel be able to live up to fans' expectations, or would it fall short of the original's legacy and become an ultimately forgettable experience? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 6th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Metal Gear game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along in preparation for Metal Gear Delta. And while you don't have to have seen the rest of the videos in order to enjoy this one, you will be missing a lot of important context about my journey with those games if you haven't seen them. So I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Metal Gear Solid 2: Sons of Liberty is an action-adventure stealth game developed and published by Konami for the PlayStation 2 in 2001. The game opens 2 years after the events of Metal Gear Solid, with series protagonist Solid Snake being sent in to investigate the possibility of a new Metal Gear prototype that's allegedly being held on a US Marine tanker just off the shore of New York City. As Snake arrives on site, Revolver Ocelot from the previous game is shown to the audience in a helicopter watching him from a distance, hinting that the enemy was expecting Snake's arrival. We get a call from Otacon, who catches players up on what's been happening in the world of Metal Gear over the last 2 years since MGS1. Snake, after being labeled a terrorist by the United States government, started working with Otacon's new anti-Metal Gear organization Philanthropy after Ocelot sold the Metal Gear Rex data to whatever nations were willing to pay for it, leading to almost every military power having their own new version of Metal Gear. In the middle of our conversation, an unknown military force arrives on scene, killing the Marines on the tanker and taking over the ship. Snake notes that they seem to be Russian based on their uniforms and weapons before Otacon reminds us that we need to find the new Metal Gear prototype, so we get moving. And I've somehow managed to avoid it up to this point, but we need to talk about how insane the generational leap between the two games is here. I've said it in plenty of videos before, but the jump from PS1 to PS2 is probably the largest graphical increase in consoles that we will ever see, and the increase in fidelity from Metal Gear Solid 1 to Metal Gear Solid 2 is definitely a great example of that. It also helps that MGS2 just looks really good for its time. I mentioned earlier that this game came out in 2001, and that means that when we compare it to its contemporaries, we're looking at the other blockbusters of the time like Grand Theft Auto 3 and Halo Combat Evolved, and I shouldn't even need to sit here and describe to you how much better this game looks. But getting into the gameplay, there are a number of new mechanics that are introduced right off the bat. Easily the biggest addition is that of the first-person aiming mechanic. In Metal Gear Solid 2, not only can you look around environments in first person, but you can now also aim and fire your weapons from this viewpoint, allowing you to specifically aim for certain parts of the body in combat and stealth. This is immediately incentivized through another gameplay addition with the tranquilizer gun. This thing will knock guards unconscious, but how long it takes to do that after hitting them depends on where your shot hits. If you hit them in the body, it will take a few seconds before they actually get knocked out. If you hit them in the arm or the leg, it will take somewhere around 10 seconds, and if you hit them in the head, it will instantly knock the guard out. This makes almost no sense logically speaking, but in terms of encouraging more careful and high-skill gameplay, it really does add a fun dynamic to the game that wasn't there before. As well as that, there are some new traversal mechanics present here. The most important of these is the addition of a hanging mechanic, allowing you to jump over and hang from a railing in order to avoid detection. It seems really small when it's first introduced, but it really does get used a lot in this game, and in my opinion, it's really satisfying to use this to successfully evade a guard. The team also put a lot of effort into increasing the interactivity in the environment with this game. Things like having lockers all over the place that you can open to find items inside of, or even hide yourself inside of to avoid alerts, and some of them even come complete with materials. You can also use these lockers to hide the bodies of guards after you've taken them out, but I don't recall ever actually doing this myself as I didn't find it all that necessary, so I'm not sure if I'll have any footage of it. There are also some more context-sensitive things like doors, with you needing to manually open up pressure doors on the tanker, with spamming the button faster leading to Snake opening the door more quickly. And while it didn't happen for me during my playthrough, I've also heard that if you stay out in the rain for too long, Snake will actually catch a cold and sneeze, alerting any nearby guards to his presence. Another attention to detail thing that surprised me is that enemies now use radios rather than instantly raising an alert. When using the first-person aiming mode, you can even shoot out the radio to prevent them from calling backup, and beyond that, if a guard starts to call for backup but you take them out before they can actually finish the call, the enemy will still send a patrol to your location to investigate what's happening, giving you a limited window to escape in the event that this happens. But after getting to grips with the new gameplay additions, we make our way up to the bridge, finding a woman speaking on the radio. We overhear that her name is Olga and that she's the daughter of the commander of the enemy forces here on the ship, and he wants her to abandon the mission because she's pregnant and he wants nothing bad to happen to his grandchild. Snake then confronts her, leading to the first boss fight of the game. It's nothing all that complicated, being a simple cover-based shootout to get players more familiar with the first-person aiming, but there is one moment where Olga suddenly flips a light towards us to block our sight, requiring us to shoot it out to be able to see her properly again, so there's at least something to give this fight a little personality. After knocking her out, we get spotted by a surveillance drone, with Snake noting that it belongs to the army. Otacon then calls us, saying that the military force on the ship is allied with Ocelot, before explaining to us that the lead that sent us here wasn't secured through his normal means, but was instead sent in by an anonymous tip with only the initials EE to go on. Snake voices his concerns about this, but ultimately we still need to make our way to the bottom of the ship to find Metal Gear. And early on in the game, I had a bit of a difficult time adjusting to the new stealth mechanics. Sure, there were a lot more tools at my disposal, but the game had also been designed with all of those tools in mind, meaning that it wasn't necessarily easier to sneak around enemies in this game. And thanks to the addition of the tranquilizers, I was able to practice with these new mechanics without worrying about any horrible accidents.
Freeze.
Anyway, we finally get down to the hold, coming face to face with the Marine Corps' new Metal Gear prototype, Metal Gear Ray. We take a few pictures of it, sending them to Otacon remotely so that he can release them to the public, before Ocelot reveals himself to the Marines in the hold, telling them that he'll be taking Metal Gear Ray back from them. His Russian allies come in to back him up, before he reveals that he's not actually working with Russia, but in fact with a group known as the Patriots. One of his allies asks if he's still working with a man named Solidus before he shoots the commander in the chest, proceeding to gun down every Russian soldier in the room, and then detonating the Semtex bombs that he had placed around the ship. We run over to stop him from getting in Metal Gear before his right arm starts to freak out and he starts to talk exactly like Liquid Snake from the previous game, with him saying that he lives on through the arm that Ocelot replaced his old one with, which is apparently from Liquid's body that was recovered after the Shadow Moses incident. He then jumps into Metal Gear Ray, using it to cut a hole into the hull of the ship and managing to escape, leaving us in there to drown. We then cut to another 2 years later, with Roy Campbell briefing us on our new operation. A special forces group known as Dead Cell have taken over a large offshore decontamination plant called the Big Shell, which was built exactly where that tanker sank 2 years prior. If they aren't given their demand of $30 billion, they'll blow up the Big Shell plant, killing their VIP hostages along with it, with one of those hostages being the President of the United States himself. Once we're on site, Campbell also changes our codename as a precaution, telling us that instead of Snake, we'll be referred to as Raiden from here on out. But something about Snake seems off. Rather than shorter dark hair, Snake now has long blonde hair much like that of Liquid's. And beyond that, his voice sounds noticeably higher than it did during the earlier section of the game, and about 2 minutes after arriving at the plant, we come across a man who looks almost exactly like us going up the elevator, only making things that much weirder. Campbell then introduces us to the data analyst for this mission, a woman named Rosemary, who we've apparently met before. But weirdly, instead of calling us Snake or Raiden, she only ever calls us Jack, which is weird because at the end of Metal Gear Solid, Snake tells us that his name is David. And even beyond that, why are we working with Campbell and Foxhound again? Weren't we declared terrorists at the end of the last game, and wasn't that also the case for the first 2 hours of the game that we literally just played? Anyway, moving forward, Raiden takes the opportunity while riding up an elevator to finally remove the mask from his suit, revealing that we aren't playing as Snake at all. And while it's almost impossible to not know about this twist nowadays, this was a big deal back in 2001. Solid Snake had been the only character showcased in the trailers, featured in the cover art, really just promoted as the main character of the game at all. Kojima and his team intentionally pulled a bait and switch on fans, tricking them into thinking that they would be playing as Snake once again, because unless they were told otherwise, why would they not think that? Campbell then tells us that the terrorist group in the facility is known as the Sons of Liberty, and that their leader is none other than Solid Snake himself, hence why he changed our codename at the start of the mission. After this elevator ride, we're able to properly start exploring the big shelf for the first time, and I immediately come across one of my favorite details in this game. There are a lot of seagulls flying around the shell as we're out in the middle of New York Harbor, and if you happen to run through any of the bird poop that accumulates around the outside areas of the shell, you'll slip and fall. So there are some instances in this game where you can literally die from slipping in bird shit. Wonderful. As we continue forward though, we find a group of Navy SEALs being ambushed by Vamp, the first member of Dead Cell. He notices Raiden's presence, turning his attention to us before we're saved at the last second by a random soldier. Vamp disappears before quickly getting the drop on him, but we manage to grab the soldier's rifle and shoot at him. Vamp, however, manages to escape, leaving us to talk with the soldier who saved us, who introduces himself as Lieutenant Iroquois Pliskin of the Navy. He notices Raiden's suit, and he asks us if we're with Foxhound, and when we tell him that we are, he remarks that that's strange since he thought that Foxhound disbanded years ago. We explain to him that this is our first actual mission, with most of our training happening in VR, to which he scoffs at the idea of training soldiers through video games. We then mention that Solid Snake is supposedly the leader of the terrorists, to which he corrects us and says that Snake died 2 years ago after drowning in that oil tanker from the start of the game. We continue on to locate the hostages, and this is where one of the new additions to gameplay really makes itself known. As you explore the big shell plant, you'll notice that when you first enter a new area, you don't have access to your radar. This is because you need to find a computer node within that area to connect your radar to the map of the facility, meaning that you'll need to navigate through the plant blindly for a little bit before gaining that information advantage on your enemies. You'll never be without your radar for very long thanks to these nodes always being placed relatively early on, but for the small amount of time that you have to make do without it, it really shakes up the gameplay and encourages players to be more careful in their approach, so I think it's an overall positive change. Back to the story though, we step outside to find a woman who seemingly can't be hit by bullets because of some mysterious field that seems to surround her, who also happens to have the president with her at the time. One of the SEALs nearby mentions that her codename is Fortune before she fires off a railgun at the SEALs firing on her, destroying the bridge leading to her and the president before simply walking away. Campbell then calls us, warning that the terrorists might try to blow up the plant in retaliation for the SEAL strike, which would ultimately release all the toxins and pollutants the plant cleans up back into the environment, so he tells us that we need to find the SEAL team's bomb disposal expert. Raiden then confronts Campbell, demanding to know who Dead Cell really is, saying that nothing happening around him feels real and it's like he's in a nightmare that he can't wake up from. Campbell simply assures him that what's happening is very real and that he needs to keep moving. We move forward, eventually finding Peter Stillman, an NYPD cop who got brought along with the SEALs as their bomb disposal expert. Stillman reveals that he's one of the greatest bomb disposal experts of all time, with one of his former students now being the explosives expert of Dead Cell, Fat Man. To this day, he regrets teaching Fat Man about explosives at such a young age, feeling as though he created a monster. He also mentions that an engineer was brought in with the SEALs as well, but he has no idea where he went. Raiden has no experience with bomb disposal, so Stillman teaches us how to simply freeze the detonators, allowing us to render them useless for at least 24 hours. He also slides us a level 1 keycard, allowing us access to more of the shell. After Pliskin leaves, Stillman notes that he doesn't believe that he's a SEAL or even a Navy man at all. He believes this because of Pliskin's use of various sayings that come from different militaries and branches, such as his use of the US Marine Corps' Semper Fi, noting that none of these sayings that he's used have actually come from the Navy. And this is probably a good time to bring this up, but playing this game nowadays, the facial animation can be a little uncanny at times. Not to say it is all the time, because sometimes the facial animation is actually quite good, but it definitely has its moments where it looks a little weird and unnatural. But considering the characters in this game have complex facial animations at all, that already puts the game above most of its contemporaries in that department.
Am I right, Marines? Sir, yes, sir! Damn right I am.
But as we go around freezing the explosives, we report back to Stillman after each one, and he starts to realize that the points Fat Man targeted in the shell wouldn't be effective if you were trying to destroy the plant, meaning there has to be some larger plan that we haven't thought of yet. Fat Man is supposed to be one of the greatest demolitionists of all time after all, so we aren't talking about some amateur who simply placed the bombs in spots where they aren't very useful. And as I was exploring the plant in its entirety to find these bombs, it really dawned on me just how much more interesting the visual design of the shell is compared to the Shadow Moses facility in MGS1. Not to say that Shadow Moses was ever uninteresting by any means, but the shell is just so much more unique than that ever was. The brighter colors used throughout the place really make it jump out and demand your attention, and the general design of the thing just feels so otherworldly. It doesn't look like anything we have in the real world, pulling me in and making me want to learn what's going on here even more. And the level design is an evolution over the previous game as well. Something that Kojima and the team wanted to do with MGS2 was add what they called a vertical tension to the gameplay. So to do this, they introduced multiple levels stacked on top of one another, as well as the ledge hang mechanic that I mentioned earlier, ultimately leading to a much more varied and interesting stealth experience than what was found in the previous game. Anyway, while searching for more explosives, we come across Olga from the tanker section of the game, who tells someone over the radio that she saw a cyborg ninja moving around the facility. We aim our gun at her, telling her to freeze, to which she simply does a flip over the railing, escaping from us instantly. We move on, defusing more bombs as we go, and after finding our 5th C4, Pliskin calls in telling us that he has found a large supply of explosives near the base of one of the shell's 2 cores, meaning that every last bomb we found up to this point was a decoy. However, the bombs Pliskin found don't use sensors, meaning that Stillman will have to go there and manually defuse them himself. Continuing on, we get an anonymous call warning us of claymores planted around the area of the shell we're in, with the caller telling us to call him Deep Throat, which Raiden quickly identifies as being from the Shadow Moses incident, before the caller quickly changes his mind and tells us to call him Mr. X. Raiden asks why the caller is helping him, to which Mr. X responds that he's just a really big fan of ours. And around this point in the game, I got the tranquilizer gun back, and while using it again, I learned that there were certain guards throughout the plant who will periodically radio in to report that there's nothing suspicious happening. So if you knock one of these guards out with the tranquilizer, the guy monitoring the radios will eventually realize that they haven't reported back in a while, and send an investigation team to make sure that they're okay. Yet again, this is a really cool detail that they've added here that adds a lot of depth to the stealth. Shortly after this, Pliskin calls in telling us that he's found the last bomb, and just as he's freezing it, Stillman yells at him not to, but it's too late, and once it's frozen, it activates a timer on the large bomb that Stillman was working on defusing. This causes Stillman to panic, and he sends us over to the other shell core to ensure that there aren't 2 of these larger bombs. We run there as quickly as possible before Stillman calls us back, telling us that the bombs are using a proximity trigger of 7 feet before it suddenly goes off, killing him. The other side of the plant takes massive damage, but we manage to defuse the bomb on our side, avoiding a complete catastrophe. Campbell then calls us, telling us that the terrorists have retaliated for our bomb defusal, shooting one of the hostages on the roof just to make sure it was seen by us, and stating that they'll be killing 1 hostage per hour every hour from now on until their demands are met. So with all the explosives dealt with, our objective shifts back to getting the hostages out of the plant safely, now with the added pressure of getting it done quickly so more of them don't get killed. As we're on our way back to the upper areas of the shell, Fortune ambushes us, saying that she was glad when she heard we weren't dead and daring us to finish her off just like we did to her father. This starts a boss fight in which we can't shoot back at her due to whatever field she has redirecting the bullets, and we need to avoid her railgun shots, which are slowly destroying the environment around us with each one. We run around helplessly for a while before Fat Man lets Campbell know that he's planted a bomb on the heliport and that he's demanding that we show up to defuse it. Vamp then comes down the elevator, telling Fortune that they've lost control of Fat Man and saying that he'll take over fighting us so that she can go and deal with it. Raiden then tries to take the opportunity while Fortune's back is turned to shoot her, but the bullet redirects from her, hitting Vamp in the head and killing him. Seeing this, Fortune breaks down crying, asking why she can't die and cursing her father. While this is happening, Raiden just slips by her and takes the elevator back up to the top, but just after we leave, Vamp reveals that he isn't actually dead, saying that he's died once already and he can't die again. We get to the heliport, defusing the bomb before being confronted by Fat Man. We tell him that if they destroy the shell, they'll never be able to collect their ransom, with Fat Man not knowing what we're talking about. He reveals that he only ever joined up with the plan to be able to beat Stillman, something that he's already accomplished, but since we defused his other large bomb, we are his next target, leading us into a boss fight with him. And Fat Man's fight is one of my favorites from the game. He zips around the arena on his roller skates, planting C4 at random points that you'll have to rush over to defuse before they can blow up the area. After doing this for a bit, one of two things will happen. He will either slip and fall randomly, giving you an opportunity to shoot him in the head, which is the only place where he's actually vulnerable to damage thanks to his large body armor, or he'll become aggressive and try to shoot you. So if he falls, you simply take the opportunity and get some damage, and he'll go back to planting bombs. But if he becomes aggressive, you're going to need to find a way to knock him off balance in order to get some damage and set him back to planting C4. I personally found that one of the easiest ways to knock him down was by using claymores, so it almost felt like the Vulcan Raven fight at times, with me trying to set up traps and outsmart my opponent. After we take him out, Pliskin calls in from the shell core where Stillman was taken out, and we ask him about the toxins, with him having no idea what we're talking about. He even says that he's never heard that destruction of the shell would produce any to begin with. He tells us that he can extract the hostages by chopper, but that he'll have to move quickly to secure one and get them out while the Harrier we saw in the heliport is still away. We ask him if he can fly a helicopter, and he tells us that he can't, but his partner that he came in with can, so he'll have to figure out where he went first. When we go to leave the heliport, the cyborg ninja that was mentioned earlier reveals himself, donning the exact same suit as Gray Fox did back in Shadow Moses. He tells us that he's the one known as Mr. X, and that he's here because he's a messenger of the Lali Lule Lo. He explains to us that we'll need to find a hostage named Ames, a Secret Service agent who will know where the president is, but Mr. X has no physical description of Ames to go off of. However, he does know that Ames is being held in the first of the two shell cores and that he has a pacemaker, so we can identify him with that if we use a microphone. He then casually mentions that the terrorists have a nuclear weapon with them and that they already have the code needed to detonate it. Raiden, confused by this, asks why they would bring a nuke here before Mr. X tells him that they didn't need to. He reveals to us that the big shell was never a decontamination plant, but instead it was a cover-up for the facility's real purpose, housing Metal Gear. Raiden, shocked by this, confronts Campbell about Metal Gear, and he's adamant that this is the first time he's ever heard about it, and that he'll have to look into it further. And now that we're a good ways into the game, we can talk about something that I've brought up for a few videos in a row now, that being the inventory organization. The game uses the same inventory system that MGS1 did, that being this scrolling side menu that opens without disrupting the gameplay, but rather than having one giant scroll wheel for weapons and one for items, there are now subcategories within each of them. These subcategories are placed in a vertical line, and once you're hovering over the category you want, you can scroll horizontally to get the exact item or weapon you want. This improves the navigation a lot compared to the previous game, and even though it still gets a little confusing and crowded by the very end of the game, it's a significant improvement and definitely deserves a mention here. Back to the story though, at this point I called Rose to save my game, but she ended up dropping a really interesting detail. She tells us that she found out where Solid Snake is buried, confirming that he is in fact dead. She mentions though that his right arm is missing, which as far as Raiden is concerned doesn't really mean much, but to us as players it's an immediate giveaway that the body that got buried was actually Liquid's, as we saw that Ocelot has his right arm near the beginning of the game, meaning that Solid Snake is still out there somewhere. Anyway, we sneak into the first shell core using a guard disguise, and when we get inside, we realize that the door to the hall with the hostages has a retinal scanner on it, so we use an enemy's eye to get us past the door. We use a directional microphone to find Ames, who says that he was sent in by the Lali Lule Lo, just like us, before telling us that the president was moved to the first floor of Shell Core 2. We ask if we should be worried that the terrorists will shoot him like they did with the other hostages, to which he says that he has no idea what we're talking about. He explains to us that they can't afford to harm the president, as the system to verify a nuclear launch needs to check his vitals every hour to allow for a launch, before then explaining to us that the sinking of the tanker 2 years prior was all planned in order to construct the big shell facility for Metal Gear before Snake walks by in the hallway outside. He and Ocelot have a conversation in the hallway, which we listen into using a directional microphone. They talk about us, saying that we can't have been sent in by the US since Foxhound disbanded years ago, meaning we must have been sent in by the Patriots. Ocelot tells Snake that the Metal Gear unit is ready to fire before Olga comes in, confronting Ocelot about the cyborg ninja running around and accusing him of double-crossing them. Snake tells her not to cast suspicions so easily before dismissing her to go handle other things. Ames then explains to us that there was never a ransom demand from the Sons of Liberty, and that the goal the entire time has been to fire a nuke from Metal Gear. They plan to detonate the nuke at high altitude above New York City, wiping out all electronics in the city without destroying it so that they can form a new republic within it. Ocelot then walks over to us, revealing that he knows who Ames is, and he says that Ames was sent in to keep tabs on the president after they discovered that he planned to betray them. Ames then suddenly dies of a heart attack before Ocelot demands for us to take our mask off, revealing our identity, before Mr. X swoops in to secure our escape. After escaping, we confront Campbell about the fact that there was never a ransom to begin with, and he tells us that he's been kept in the dark up to this point as well, and that he can only relay to us what he's been told by the higher-ups, before reminding us that we need to secure the president before the terrorists can activate Metal Gear. And while on my way there, I stumbled upon one of the greatest discoveries of my playthrough. You no longer need to even have your keycard equipped to open doors that you have clearance for. I've talked about the keycard problem in every single video of the series since the first, and while things have gotten slightly better with almost every entry, now there is literally no complaint I could possibly have anymore. Even when I was trying to think of the smallest nitpick possible, that being that the keycard is still there in your inventory and taking up space on the scroll wheel, this at least makes it so that you can always check what level your card is in the event that you forget. So yeah, they've finally completely nailed the keycard system, and I have nothing bad to say about it anymore. Further along the way, Pliskin calls us saying that he secured an enemy chopper and that he and his partner are going to start taking trips to free the hostages, introducing us to his friend Otacon. The introduction gets cut short, however, with them getting shot at as they attempt to take off. Raiden calls Campbell about this, recognizing the name Otacon from the Shadow Moses incident, to which Campbell reassures him that Solid Snake and Otacon died 2 years ago, and even if they were alive, they became terrorists after the Shadow Moses incident anyway, so they wouldn't be helping us out here. Immediately after this, we come face to face with Snake, who does in fact introduce himself as Solid Snake, before Pliskin flies in yelling that he's not the real Solid Snake. Snake starts calling Pliskin his brother, saying that he's in a whole other league than Liquid ever was, before revealing himself to in fact be Solid as Snake, the secret third twin revealed in the post-credits scene of the previous game. Some crazy anime bullshit goes down as they fight, before Vamp suddenly appears in the Harrier we saw earlier, picking Solidus up. Pliskin tells us that there's no way their chopper can take out the Harrier, throwing us a Stinger missile launcher, leading to a boss fight with a Harrier jet rather than the series staple Hind fight. And this fight is pretty fun. It's essentially just the Hind fight from the previous game, but with some extra attacks and evasive maneuvers thanks to the Harrier's increased firepower and mobility. We eventually manage to shoot it down, but as the Hind crashes into the water, Metal Gear Ray suddenly launches out of the water to catch it before hitting the entire shell facility with an artillery barrage. Vamp then jumps out of the Harrier and, I shit you not, sprints across the water and then up the side of the shell to escape. After this, Raiden asks Pliskin if he's the Solid Snake, with him and Otacon then revealing who they truly are and telling Raiden that they fight to eradicate Metal Gear entirely. They also reveal to us that the terrorists have Otacon's sister somewhere in the shell, and that's part of the reason the two of them are here. And I know I talked a lot about this earlier, but I really do think that the art direction in this game is pretty fantastic. I already talked about how much I like the visual design of the shell, but I also think that the character design here is on another level, especially when it comes to Raiden and Snake themselves. Even though this was the team's first attempt at designing a look for Raiden, this is easily his most iconic look from the series, and for Snake, it says a lot that even though he has so many different designs throughout the series, whenever he appears in franchises outside of Metal Gear such as Super Smash Bros. Or even more recently, Fortnite, he's donning his Metal Gear Solid 2 look every single time. But back to the story, as we're entering Shell 2, we overhear a discussion between Olga and Solidus, with him telling her that Snake is in Shell 1, and with her saying that she's been waiting to get revenge on him for 2 years for what he did to her father. She's told to stay put and guard the president for another hour to ensure they can verify the launch, before they turn on the electrified floors in the hallway, blocking our entry to where the president is being held. We go swimming through the basement of Shell 2, which is now flooded due to the bomb that killed Stillman earlier, finding a Nikita missile launcher down here and using it to send a remote-controlled missile through the vents to disable the electronic floors outside of the president's cell. We meet up with the president, with him saying that he expected us to be sent in to kill him, not rescue him. He reveals to us that he was intending to work with the Sons of Liberty and that he wasn't originally a hostage of theirs. He explains that he's simply a public figurehead for the government and that he actually holds no political power at all. He then reveals to us that a group known as the Patriots are the real ones pulling the strings in the United States, and that he's simply the guy they put in front of the public to maintain the illusion. He tells us that he doesn't even know who the actual members of the Patriots are, and that all he's been told is that there are 12 men that make up something called the Wiseman's Committee, and that those are the men who truly make all of the decisions in the country. He was working with the terrorists in an attempt to pressure the Patriots into letting him join and become a king rather than a useless pawn, but Solidus wants to confront the Patriots instead, and so he's taken the president prisoner and kept him alive simply to fire the nuke from Metal Gear. He then explains that Solidus Snake was the president before him and the third of Big Boss's clones. The Shadow Moses incident 4 years prior was a result of Solidus going against the Patriots' plan while he was in office in an attempt to overthrow them. The Patriots then forced him to resign, and they were going to assassinate him shortly after, framing his death as a health failure, but he somehow managed to get away from them, leading to where we are now. He then drops the biggest bomb of all onto us. The Metal Gear Ray that we saw earlier is not in fact the new Metal Gear, but rather the big shell itself is the new weapon, Arsenal Gear. It's being protected by an array of mass-produced Metal Gear Rays, hence why we saw one jump out of the water earlier. He explains to us that Arsenal Gear was created in order to maintain the Patriots' control in the event of the one thing that they fear the most, the flow of digital information leading to their downfall. And finally, he tells us to find Emma Emmerich, the system programmer for Arsenal Gear, explaining that she's the only person who will be able to prevent Arsenal from bringing about a complete catastrophe. He then tries to force us to shoot him so that the terrorists can't authorize his launch code, before Ocelot suddenly shows up and shoots him in the chest before slipping away again. We then call Snake and Otacon, with them revealing that they've known about Arsenal Gear all along. We ask them what really happened during the tanker mission 2 years ago, with them explaining that the entire thing was a setup to stop their anti-Metal Gear activities, publicly frame Snake as a terrorist, and sink the tanker as a cover so that they could develop Arsenal Gear out here. There isn't much time to keep talking though, as we need to find Emma and prevent the activation of Arsenal Gear, so we move forward to find her. And this is a fairly small thing that I didn't even notice until this point in the game, but leveling up was completely removed from this entry. In the earliest entries, you would level up after rescuing enough hostages, increasing your ammo capacity and maximum health, before Metal Gear 2 changed it to give the player a buff after defeating each boss. But here, every item just has a set carrying capacity, and your maximum health is the same at the start of the game as it is at the end. Ultimately, I would like to say that I prefer having that small progression throughout the game, but since I didn't even notice it until I was this far in, I guess it can't really be that big of a deal, so I won't hold it against MGS2. Otacon then calls to warn us that with all the flooding, extracting Emma from the lower levels of Shell 2 may be a problem because of an accident when she was younger where her father drowned and she almost drowned with him. After this, she was never able to swim again and has developed an extreme fear of water. And just to point out the obvious, yes, Emma and Otacon do share a last name, and that's because Emma is the sister who was mentioned earlier in the game. Moving further into the core though, we come across Vamp, who is literally meditating while sitting on the fucking water when we arrive. He explains to us that even if they can't fire a nuclear bomb, Arsenal is still equipped with a hydrogen bomb, meaning that an effectively nuclear threat still exists even without the president. During our conversation, the facility's computer system announces that Arsenal has become active before Vamp suddenly attacks us. And this is my least favorite boss fight in the game, although I don't think I fully understood the mechanics of it, so take all of this with a grain of salt. Vamp moves too quickly to effectively fight with bullets, but I found that explosives will have an easy time dealing with him thanks to the splash damage, so the grenade launcher quickly became my best friend here. Even with this though, he either swims through the water, bounces around on the railings on the upper floors, or drops down to slowly walk towards you, and I was only able to consistently damage him while he was walking on the same floor as me, so it really felt more like a drawn out waiting game than anything else, and I found it pretty dull. We take him out, moving on to find Emma, but right as we do, the place starts flooding with water. Raiden talks her into facing her fears in order to survive, and we manage to get her out before she explains to us that Arsenal gear also functions as an information control center that's meant to help maintain the Patriots' control over society. It comes equipped with an AI that will allow them to control the flow of classified information, regulating what the public does and doesn't know, not just automatically, but flawlessly. The program that she wrote, GW, is this AI and was created to censor any information from the public that would be inconvenient to the Patriots, and Arsenal gear was only ever created in order to protect GW rather than act as a weapon itself. She hands us a disk loaded with a virus that the Patriots asked her to create that will effectively disable GW in the event they ever lose control of it, meaning we can use that virus to wipe the thing out. While escorting Emma to Arsenal gear, we find a bridge that's too unstable to cross together, leading to this really fun sniper segment where we and Snake cover her from opposite ends of the path. This is one of those moments, much like the ones in Metal Gear Solid 1, where you just get to do something entirely unique that completely shakes up the gameplay for a few minutes before you go back to the normal sneaking thing. Just as she's getting near the end though, Vamp leaps in out of nowhere, capturing her. We managed to shoot him off of her, but it turns out that she was stabbed during the exchange, and Snake runs out to rescue her. He calls us after we enter the shell again, telling us that the wound is pretty bad and that we need to hurry and get the disc over to them as soon as possible just in case. We get to them, and Snake tells us that he thinks Vamp hit some internal organs because they can't get the bleeding to stop. She set everything up to upload the virus while we made our way over there though, so we slot the disc in and the virus gets blocked while we upload it, getting stuck at 90%, but Snake tells Otacon to lie to Emma and let her die thinking she prevented a disaster. She bleeds out on the floor of the computer room, and Otacon makes some revelations that are way outside the scope of this video. The computer system then announces that the upper shell is going to be cut off from Arsenal prior to its activation, and Otacon goes to save the hostages while Snake and Raiden go together to take out Solidus. After Otacon leaves though, Snake reveals that he and Mr. X have been working together the whole time, before it's revealed that Mr. X has been Olga all along. Olga then electrocutes Raiden with her blade, knocking him out. We wake up captured by Solidus and Ocelot, with Ocelot saying that they've checked our DNA against every known database, but they couldn't find anything about who we are. However, Solidus reveals that he knows exactly who we are, calling us Jack the Ripper, before revealing that we were one of the child soldiers that he raised to fight wars for the US. We earned the nickname Jack the Ripper because of how proficient of a killer we were at such a young age, being the greatest child soldier that Solidus had ever produced. We don't remember this because after the Patriots took us in, they wiped our memories so that we would have no recollection of it. Ocelot then tells us that we're inside of Arsenal gear, and more specifically, within the memory of Shadow Moses. Olga walks in, speaking to us through nano communication, revealing that she was sent by the Patriots to support us in our mission. She explains that her child is being held hostage by the Patriots to force her to cooperate with them, and that we're both being used as pawns in something called the S3 program. Olga leaves to find a way to release us, and Rose calls asking if what Solidus said was really true and we were really a child soldier of his. Raiden explains that even though his memory was manipulated, he has nightmares about it every night that have slowly given those memories back to him. He then comes to the realization that he was chosen for this mission because the Patriots knew that no one could take Solidus down except for him. Olga releases us from holding, with Campbell telling us that we need to eliminate Solidus and recover Arsenal gear intact. Raiden confronts him, asking if he's working with the Patriots, which Campbell denies. But Raiden continues to push, mentioning that the two of them have never even met in person, so he's not sure if he can even trust him, before Campbell tells us that we need to just play our role and finish the mission. As we move forward to find our gear, we continue to get a series of increasingly bizarre calls from Campbell and Rose.
Raiden, turn the game console off right now.
What did you say?
The mission is a failure. Cut the power right now.
What's wrong with you?
Don't worry, it's a game. It's a game just like usual.
You'll ruin your eyes playing so close to the TV.
What are you talking about?
Raiden, something happened to me last Thursday when I was driving home. I had a couple of miles to go. I looked up and saw a glowing orange object in the sky to the east. It was moving very irregularly. Suddenly, there was intense light all around me, and when I came to, I was home. What do you think happened to me?
Huh?
Fine. Forget it. Infiltrate the enemy fortress, Outer Heaven. Destroy the final weapon, Metal Gear. I hear it's amazing when the famous purple stuffed worm in Flapjaw space with the tuning fork does a raw blink on Harry Carey rock. I need scissors. 61.
And beyond that, I also start getting some strange glitches, like this video of some random Japanese woman replacing my radar screen. But Snake eventually finds us in a random hallway, bringing us our gear and explaining that he and Olga used us as bait to gain access to Arsenal gear. He also hands us Olga's sword, saying that he was told to give it to us. The sword is really fun, albeit a bit janky. To emulate the feeling of actually slashing the sword, the designers made it so that you can attack with it by flicking the right stick in certain directions, and while it's honestly kind of fun, it definitely lacks some polish and execution. Otacon calls, letting us know that he managed to get all the hostages out safely, and we tell him about the weird calls from Campbell, with him saying that he'll look into it. We and Snake fight our way through a small army of guards, and Otacon calls us back, saying that the origin of the signal from Campbell is actually coming from within Arsenal, and that its encryption is actually the exact same as the signals coming from GW. Continuing forward, we get a call from Campbell telling us that they've taken Rose hostage, with Snake telling us to snap out of it and not listen to him. Raiden then starts to consider the possibility that Rose never actually existed, and that all of his memories with her were fabricated by whatever AI he's been speaking with throughout the mission. Eventually, we come across Fortune, and Snake stays behind to fight her, telling us to go on ahead. We climb up the ladder into Arsenal's core, hearing the voice of Solidus. He explains to us that the S3 program stands for the Solid Snake Simulation Program. We were trained using VR missions of Solid Snake's most extreme missions, including things like the Shadow Moses incident and the Tanker mission, in order to create a soldier that perfectly replicates Solid Snake so that the Patriots would have someone of that skill level to carry out their dirty work. He then attacks us with a small army of Metal Gear Rays, which leads to a pretty fun, albeit very simple boss fight. We need to dodge the weapons fire from the Metal Gears while occasionally taking the chance to fire a stinger back at them, and after we take down roughly 5 of them, Olga swoops in out of nowhere, saying that she'll hold them off while we move forward, before Solidus reappears, swiftly grabbing her with one of his robotic arms and shooting her in the head. He then challenges us to another fight before GW goes completely out of control due to the virus we partially uploaded earlier, turning the Metal Gear Rays on him. Solidus quickly wipes out the Metal Gears and captures us just before Fortune appears with a captive Solid Snake and we pass out. We wake up to find ourselves tied up on top of Arsenal gear, with Solidus attempting to choke the information out of us. Fortune tells Solidus that she has some business to attend to before Solidus accuses her of attempting to betray him and steal Arsenal gear for herself. She admits to it, and he explains that he knew and he had planned to let them have Arsenal gear all along, revealing that he only ever wanted to get the real names of the Patriots themselves. If GW is set up to censor any info related to them, it has to have their names buried somewhere inside of that to know what to censor, so he's been using Dead Cell all along to secure Arsenal and GW. Ocelot then walks in laughing, telling Solidus that everything so far has been scripted by himself and the Patriots, and it was all orchestrated to create the perfect VR training exercise for the S3 program. Every last bit of what happened that day, even including Fat Man's rebellion, was all thoroughly and carefully planned out by them. The one exception to this was the appearance of the real Solid Snake, with Ocelot and the Patriots not knowing how he managed to catch wind of all this and actually show up. As Solidus and Fortune are struggling to come to the realization that this is true, he shoots Fortune in the chest, revealing that she never had any powers or superhuman abilities at all, and that the Patriots had simply shielded her with an electromagnetic field to give her that illusion. She musters up enough strength to shoot him with her railgun, but Ocelot has the same tech that she did protecting him, deflecting the shots. He jumps into a Metal Gear Ray, revealing that now all he has left to do is clean up and bring the data back to the Patriots. He tries to launch a barrage of missiles at us to wipe us all out, but Fortune steps back in and manages to redirect them all, proving to Ocelot and the Patriots that they can't control everything before dying from blood loss and exhaustion. Then, just as Ocelot goes to kill Snake, his right arm acts out again, with Liquid taking control of his body. He reveals that he's been inside of the arm the entire time, just waiting for the perfect moment to awaken and take control again. He explains that he was the one who leaked the info to Snake and Otacon to bring them out there, so that Snake could free him and set up his plan to take down the Patriots. He then declares that there's only room for one Snake before Snake frees himself from his handcuffs, chasing Liquid into the water. Arsenal then accelerates, crashing into New York City's Federal Hall, with us and Solidus surviving, but falling onto the roof of that building. Solidus then monologues to us about how life is short and how our purpose while still alive is to pass things down to the next generation after us. He says that the passing of the torch from parent to child is more than just DNA, but information and beliefs as well, and that's why he has to take down the Patriots. We then suddenly get a call from Campbell where he completely drops the facade, explaining everything. He and Rose reveal that they were in fact GW the entire time, and that the Patriots aim to control the flow of information in order to ensure the future of humanity, saying that the average human is not worthy of the privilege of free will, and that it will eventually destroy humanity as a whole. They aim to fill the role of humanity's guardians, ensuring that only the information that will lead to a prospering society is allowed to reach the broader public. They then reveal that S3 doesn't stand for Solid Snake Simulation, but rather Selection for Societal Sanity. The Shadow Moses and Big Shell incidents were exercises to ensure that even in the most extreme circumstances, the Patriots would be able to maintain the facade and therefore the structure of society. We're then demanded to kill Solidus, with Raiden asking why he would do that, and GW tells us that if we die, both Olga's child and the real Rosemary will be killed. Solidus, feeling our hesitation, tells us that he was the one who killed our parents before taking us in as a child soldier, demanding us to face our past and free ourselves. This leads to the final boss of the game, a sword fight with Solidus Snake on the rooftop, and this is also my favorite boss fight in the game. It isn't all that special mechanically, but thanks to what this fight means in the scope of the story, it easily stands out as the most memorable of the game for me personally. We get a call in the middle of the fight, with GW reminding us what's at stake if we fail to kill him. Raiden retorts that the two of them aren't just pawns to be used by them, and GW argues that that's exactly what they are, even explaining that the name Raiden was selected because it was the name of a Japanese fighter plane in World War II, one that the US forces back then also referred to as Jack. Our entire life was planned by the Patriots from the beginning, and we were selected as one of their weapons before we were even born. Raiden never, at any point in his life, had free will of his own. But eventually, we managed to defeat Solidus, with him accepting his fate, allowing himself to fall from the rooftop, bringing an end to the Big Shell incident. In the aftermath, Snake finds us, revealing that he still has the virus disk made to erase all info on the Patriots from GW, meaning that if we break down the code, we'll be able to extract all of that info from the parameters. He leaves, and as we watch him disappear, we notice the real Rosemary standing there. Raiden and Rose get their happy ending, and after the credits, we get one final speech from Snake to drive home the game's central themes. It further pushes one of the central themes from MGS1 that there's so much more to life than what's in our DNA. What's more important is our own experience with the world, other people, art, and how we pass those things on to the next generation. Snake, effectively being a stand-in for Kojima himself here, states that the digital age makes that easier to do than ever, and that the human race will come to an end someday, but we still need to leave what traces of life behind that we can, both building the future and preserving the past. And then, just when it seems like the game is over, we get one last call from Otacon.
Snake, you there? It's me. I've finished going over that disc.
Did you find the Patriots list?
Of course. It contains the personal data of 12 people. There was a name on it. Snake, it was one of our biggest contributors.
What's going on around here?
I don't know.
Anyway, where are they?
Well, we were right about them being on Manhattan, but
But what?
they're already dead. All 12 of them.
When did it happen?
Well, about 100 years ago.
What the hell?
Overall, at the risk of dropping whatever illusion of professionalism I have left, I fucking loved Metal Gear Solid 2. It takes what I loved about Metal Gear Solid and just further improves on every bit of it. The gameplay, the overly dramatic storytelling, the meaningful themes that can be applied to just about everyone, it's all still here and just better than ever. The game still has its issues to be sure, but this is easily one of my favorite games that I've played in a while, and potentially even one of my new favorite games of all time. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Metal Gear Solid 2: Sons of Liberty a 9.6. Hey guys, thanks for sticking around for the whole video. Real quick, I want to give a huge thanks to all of my patrons. You guys keep the show running, and that's legitimately amazing. If any of you watching would also like to help support the channel extra, consider checking out my Patreon as well. If you can't or don't want to contribute, don't worry, because the fact that you watched all the way to this point already goes a long way. I mean, seriously, thanks to any of you who managed to watch this thing all the way through. It got way longer than I ever intended for it to be. It was a massive effort to get this done in such a short amount of time. My voice is even a little busted after recording that whole script, but I'm glad that you guys enjoyed it. If you're looking for the rest of my Metal Gear reviews, you can find them right here, and maybe you'd even be interested in another series we've been doing covering the Ace Combat games. But with all that said, I'll see all of you right here for the next Metal Gear review. So after the release of Metal Gear Solid, it was widely regarded as one of the greatest games ever made by fans and critics alike. And shortly after this, a little company you may have heard of called Nintendo was looking for some more mature titles to bring to their new system, the GameCube. So alongside going to Capcom and striking up a deal for a couple Resident Evil games, Nintendo also went to Konami and struck a deal for a Metal Gear Solid game. But rather than delay Metal Gear Solid 2, which was already well into production for the PlayStation 2, Konami decided that they would instead contract Canadian developer Silicon Knights to remake the original Metal Gear Solid for the GameCube. And this remake would end up going down as one of the most controversial video games of all time and has been regarded as one of the worst games in the franchise by fans for years. So, is Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes really that bad, or is it simply an overreaction from fans of the original? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 7th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Metal Gear game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along in preparation for Metal Gear Delta. And while you don't have to have seen the rest of the videos in order to enjoy this one, you will be missing a lot of important context about my journey with those games if you haven't seen them, so I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes is a remake of Metal Gear Solid developed by Silicon Knights and published by Konami for the GameCube in 2004. And right off the bat, since this game is a remake, the format for this video is going to be a little different to what we've been doing for the rest of the games. Rather than recapping the game's plot alongside telling my own story and experiences with the game, I'm instead going to simply be talking about what the Twin Snakes does differently from the original, as doing this video in the normal format would end up with me basically just making a clone of the Metal Gear Solid video. So even though I always say that you don't have to have seen my other videos, for the sake of this one, I'm going to be assuming that you've either played the original game yourself or have at least seen my video or some other in-depth look at it. So getting straight into it, the first thing to establish here is that the Twin Snakes is a very faithful remake. And before I get the angry comments from saying that, I'm not saying that every single piece of the original is unchanged and exactly as it was in the PS1 version, but I'm saying that in terms of the game overall, it is mostly faithful to the original. The game's story, setting, core gameplay, and level design are all present here, with slight changes being made throughout that we'll be digging into and looking at closely throughout the video. The term faithful remake is used in the gaming industry to describe a remake that, while it changes some things, maintains the majority of the original's vision, and in the Twin Snakes, I would say that a solid 80% or so of the overall experience feels almost exactly the same as the original. That other 20% is where things actually end up getting pretty interesting with this remake and makes up the majority of what we'll be talking about throughout the video. And for comparison's sake, a less faithful remake would be something like comparing the original Resident Evil 2 on PS1 to its 2019 counterpart, where things like core gameplay, the story, and even the camera perspective were completely gutted and remade from the ground up by a new team of designers. But getting into the remake itself, the part of the game that's probably been altered the least is the script and the story. The overall plot of Metal Gear Solid is completely unchanged here, though fans of the original might notice that some lines of dialogue are worded slightly differently, but it's nothing to worry about as the overall meaning of everything is exactly the same here. Where the story differs a bit more in this game is in the cutscene direction and the overall presentation. The cutscenes in this game were completely redone by Silicon Knights, and from what I understand, these are one of the largest points of contention among Metal Gear fans. Seeing the characters of Metal Gear Solid in higher fidelity acting out these scenes in a remake with improved visuals is great, but there are definitely some issues. Firstly, the characters' faces are all sorts of uncanny valley. The facial animations are incredibly stiff, seemingly from a lack of points of articulation, and the expressions that the characters in this game make during the cutscenes can be incredibly distracting. Another nitpick of mine coming from playing the game nowadays is the obnoxious motion blur in these scenes. The cinematics in this game use a lot of slow motion throughout the entirety of the experience, and while I'm sure these effects looked a lot better when viewed at 480p on a CRT screen, when viewing the game nowadays on HD screens, you'll notice pretty quickly that this blur effect was achieved by adding in intentional ghosting that those lower resolutions and tube TVs would have smoothed out to an actual blur. It's not really the game's fault, as this was a GameCube exclusive and thus was never meant to be played on anything other than actual hardware, but man is it annoying when recording footage in HD like I did for this video. And as far as I can tell, the most universally hated part of the new cutscenes is the Matrix-esque action that's been added into them. Now, to be completely fair to Silicon Knights, there was a small amount of this present in the original release of the game, but it's much more prevalent here in the remake. The action has been cranked up to the point of absurdity in many places, and while it does definitely get away from the more grounded feel of the original, I have to be honest, I thought that they could be pretty fun at times. And sure, some of them were just straight up stupid and impossible to suspend my disbelief for, but some of these scenes are genuinely well choreographed and felt like I was watching a scene straight out of Devil May Cry or something. On top of that, there are some bits of humor added into the game that weren't there before, and again, while some are completely ridiculous, I don't think that all of these are irredeemably bad or anything.
What? My hand!
And since we're still just talking about presentation, the visuals are, of course, an upgrade from the original in terms of fidelity. The GameCube was a powerhouse of its time, technically speaking, and the overall picture here looks pretty damn good. I don't completely agree with some of the artistic changes that have been made, such as dulling the colors in some areas to make them feel more believable and less video gamey, but it's impossible to argue that the graphical fidelity here isn't higher. I just think that the original game had a better overall look, though I do have to acknowledge that since I grew up with a PS1 and I have a lot of nostalgia with it from my childhood, I do tend to think that these games look better than they actually do. Something that surprised me though is that instead of using 3D character models for the codec calls like MGS2 did, they instead opted to reuse the codec artwork from the original release. I have no idea why this decision was made, unless the team at Silicon Knights just really loved Yoji Shinkawa's work, And I don't necessarily think it's a bad decision or anything, but I can't help but imagine what the game could have looked like if we had gotten hours of close-up footage of these faces. But getting into the gameplay itself, the first surprise came not just when seeing lockers present in the opening docks area, but when opening the first locker to find the M9 tranquilizer pistol from MGS2 inside. This thing is given to you right at the beginning of the game, and it proceeds to completely eviscerate the balance of Metal Gear Solid as soon as it appears. In the original game, the only way to silently take out a guard without them respawning was by snapping their necks, which required you to get right up against them, making it kind of tricky. But now, you can immediately and silently knock out guards from a distance, making the game a great deal easier. And while we're on the topic, other new mechanics like radios, dragging bodies, hiding in lockers, etc. have all returned from MGS2. These are all great things to have, and I really do believe that the stealth mechanics of MGS2 are better than those of MGS1, but they only worked so well thanks to the more challenging level design and improved AI of that game. Placing them into Metal Gear Solid's levels and encounters causes a lot of balancing problems, although it's not as bad as some other analysis videos here on YouTube make it out to be. Some areas in this game have had more guards added to them to balance out the new mechanics and additions, such as the canyon area now having 3 guards patrolling it alongside the normal cameras that were there before, and Metal Gear Rex's hangar having notably more guards than in the original game as well. I've heard a lot of people say that absolutely nothing was done in this game to balance the addition of these new mechanics, and while I would certainly agree that more should have been done and that the team didn't go far enough, saying that nothing was done is misinformed at best and completely disingenuous at worst. But back to some presentation stuff, one really odd thing about this game is that some of the characters have had their accents changed, with the most notable of the cast being Mei Ling and Dr. Naomi Hunter. Rather than having their Chinese and British accents respectively, they, for some reason, now have American accents in the remake.
Nice to meet you, Snake. It's an honor to speak to a living legend like yourself.
Well, if you make it back in one piece, maybe I'll let you do a strip search on me.
What makes this especially weird is that in the Twin Snakes, the entire cast of the original game has returned to re-record the entire script, so the voice actors for these characters are the exact same, but have just been directed to change their accents for some reason. There is one character in the game who has a different actor though, that being Gray Fox. In the original game, Greg Eagles voiced both Gray Fox and the DARPA chief, but in the remake, he only reprises his role as the DARPA chief, with Rob Paulson being brought in to do the voice of Gray Fox. I couldn't find anything regarding why Paulson was brought in as the new voice for him, but I would assume that it was just done so that they didn't have to have one actor playing multiple roles again, as once you know that it's the same person, you can hear the similarities pretty easily. Back to the gameplay though, the game uses a similar system to the pressure-sensitive buttons of MGS2, but since the GameCube controllers didn't have that functionality, it's not quite as smoothly executed here. Once you've aimed your gun by pressing the fire button, instead of lowering your gun by simply slowly releasing the button, you instead need to hold another face button which acts as the safety, before releasing the fire button and then the safety button in that order. The weapon lowering mechanic obviously needed to be brought back in some way to prevent your gun from always firing after you aim, but it's really noticeable how poorly executed it is after you've already played MGS2, and honestly, I feel like it could have been more natural if they had let you use a trigger or a shoulder button as the safety rather than another face button. The inventory tabs from MGS2 return as well, which is a very welcome addition. Metal Gear Solid's inventory organization wasn't awful, but it definitely could have been smoother than it was, and separating the items and weapons into categories like this just helps a lot with the sheer amount of items in this game. And in the very first room of the Shadow Moses facility, the designers show players that things will be a little different than how they remember. The overall layout of the tank hangar is exactly the same, but they've made it so that the guards will hear you running around on the catwalk, causing them to run up the stairs to investigate, pushing players into using the ledge hanging mechanic from MGS2 to avoid detection. There are a lot of moments like this throughout the game where even though the layout is the same as in the original, things have been altered just a tiny bit in order to change how you engage with these environments, and it's actually really neat. One major mistake of this remake though is the removal of leveling up. This was clearly done, again, to bring the remake more in line with Metal Gear Solid 2, but man was this a bad idea. In the original Metal Gear Solid, the game is balanced around the idea of you having a certain maximum number of things like ammo or healing items, or even maximum health itself for certain encounters and boss fights. But now in the remake, you have the endgame health bar as soon as you start up the game, you can farm up to 5 rations right off the bat, and you can carry the maximum amount of ammo for any weapon that you find as soon as you find it. This is just another factor that contributes to the remake's balancing problems, and in my opinion, one of the more severe ones. And speaking of severe balancing issues, there's the first boss of the game, Revolver Ocelot. In the original game, you had to chase Ocelot around the room and find the right moments to stop and shoot at him in order to land some damage, and if you shot across the middle of the room, you would most likely hit President Baker and set off the explosives. But here in the Twin Snakes, thanks to the first-person aiming mechanic, you can see Ocelot from anywhere in the room and carefully aim and fire at him without worrying about hitting Baker in the middle. It's one of the strongest examples from this game of how placing MGS2's mechanics into this game completely disrupts the balance, and while you can still play it like the original and have a blast with it, the fact that it's so easy to simply cheese the fight is still a big issue. But at the very least, when Gray Fox showed up at the end of that fight, it made me realize that some characters would benefit greatly from the more exaggerated cutscene direction, and he is absolutely one of them. Whenever Gray Fox shows up in the remake, he absolutely steals the show, doing some of the most badass shit I've seen in a game in a while. And you would kind of assume as much when we talk about putting a cyborg ninja into a game with extreme action scenes, but that doesn't take away from the fact that he is way cooler in the remake than he ever was in the original. Remember that hallway before you fight with him where you find all the dead bodies? Well, now you actually get to see him killing those guards, and God is it cool.
Take this!
And some of the more hardcore fans might have noticed that in that clip, there's a song that was never present in the original playing in the background. This is because the soundtrack was completely redone for the remake. And while this new score isn't bad in my opinion, it's not as good as the original either. The original game's music was always at the forefront of the experience, but here in the remake, they've gone for a more ambient sound and let it just kind of hang out in the background. The remake's soundtrack isn't bad by any means, and there are genuinely a couple tracks here that I really like, but it definitely felt like a downgrade to me. Here, take a listen and see what you think. But getting back to boss fights, it's important to mention that not all of them are hurt by MGS2's mechanics like the Ocelot fight is. In fact, the tank fight has been made much more dynamic here than it ever was in the original. Along with being able to shoot at the tank gunners with first-person aiming, the designers have also added a small trench into the middle of the canyon, allowing you to duck down there and take a moment to heal and regroup whenever you need to. The tank gunners have also had their health roughly doubled compared to the original, meaning that you have to survive the fight for longer, increasing the difficulty even more, albeit artificially. The Psycho Mantis fight also benefits from the new additions. One of the biggest things here is the addition of the tranquilizer gun, making it way easier to knock Meryl out when he's controlling her, which some might see as a downgrade, but honestly, I see as a good thing. Needing to knock Meryl out in the middle of this fight always felt like more of a temporary distraction than anything else, so being able to knock her out more quickly with a well-placed tranquilizer shot not only rewards skilled gameplay, but also helps the pace of the fight a lot in my opinion. On top of that, the designers also took advantage of the GameCube's extra controller ports, having Mantis more regularly read your mind and requiring you to switch between all 4 of the GameCube's ports by the end of the fight, adding a little more dynamism to the encounter. Other than these examples though, bosses have been mostly unchanged. Almost every boss is now able to be defeated non-lethally by using tranquilizer rounds, which does lead to a very weird disconnect when you defeat them with tranks, but then they're filled with bullet holes and dying in the cutscenes. But outside of that and the listed examples, the bosses are relatively untouched. So as one last note on the bosses, I would like to mention that some cute little details have been changed in the room you fight Grey Fox in, with the PlayStation on the desk being replaced by a GameCube, and some of Otacon's figurines being replaced with Mario and Yoshi figures. And similar to Meryl during the Psycho Mantis fight, the addition of the tranquilizer gun also makes the dogs in the cave section much less annoying. Especially since MGS2 added the ability to fire your weapon while crawling, you can simply fire off a single tranq round at one of the dogs as you enter the cave to just put them to sleep and run through the cave more easily. Again, some fans of the original might see this as a downgrade, but I always thought that the wolves down here were really obnoxious, so this was actually a very welcome change for me. And speaking of tranquilizers making things more convenient, the addition of the PSG-1T, the non-lethal sniper rifle, has made it so that the sniper wolf fight requires much less backtracking than before. In the original, you had to go all the way back to the first building's arsenal to grab the PSG-1, but with the tranquilizer variant being added to the game, they placed it in one of the offices in the nuclear storage building, cutting out a good 5 minutes or so of the backtracking from this part of the game. And since you go back to the first building after the sniper wolf fight anyway for story reasons, you can simply grab the regular PSG-1 then, meaning that you save time and you get to have both sniper variants anyway. And while there were barely any changes to the story of the game, there are a couple interesting ones that I want to point out here. The first one was the addition of actual wolves being present during Sniper Wolf's death scene. It's a small thing, but having the dogs that she took care of on the island gather around and sit there while she's bleeding out just made the scene a little extra sad compared to the original. And another one that I liked near the end of the game was when Snake drops the PAL key into the drainage ditch. This is more of a gameplay change than a story change if anything, but when you go down to look for it, Master Miller will call saying that if it's not there, a rat must have eaten it, and players will then need to go find and kill a rat that moves around the hangar in order to get it back. It's not a major change by any means, but it does go a long way to make this task a little more interesting, as in the original, it's clearly just there to add a couple minutes to your runtime. And the biggest scene change comes from the final car chase at the end of the game, which, as a side note, is way more fun than before thanks to the first-person aiming making things feel way more cinematic and tense than in the original. But after we crash, which we actually get to see on screen this time thanks to the improved hardware, instead of getting stuck under the car, Snake and Meryl stand there against Liquid when he comes back around to shoot Snake. And this change actively removes all of the tension from this scene, as Snake suffered no injuries in the crash while Liquid is practically on death's door. And with all of the action that we've seen throughout the game, we know that it would be so easy for Snake to just grab the rifle out of his hands and be done with it. Liquid still gets killed by Foxdie at the end, but I wanted to point this out because it was a seriously baffling change that I just couldn't wrap my head around when I played. Overall, I feel mixed on the Twin Snakes. I definitely agree with the general opinion that it's a downgrade from the original, and I would never recommend that this be someone's first experience with Metal Gear Solid, but I still thought it was a pretty enjoyable experience on its own. It fails as a remake, but as a game, it's still pretty damn good, and ultimately, if this was someone's first experience with Metal Gear Solid, it wouldn't be the end of the world, as this is still a damn good game, all things considered. It still has the original's amazing story, pacing, and setting, just with some downgraded gameplay and presentation. I do think that I'll revisit the Twin Snakes someday, as even with all of its problems, it is still really fun to play MGS1 with MGS2's mechanics, but I unfortunately can't say that it's as strong of an experience as the original game. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Metal Gear Solid: The Twin Snakes an 8.5. Hey guys, thanks for hanging out. If you'd like to support the channel a little extra, feel free to check out my Patreon, where if we hit our funding goal, I'll even do a bonus review for Death Stranding once we're done with this series. And of course, a huge shout out to the current channel members and patrons. You guys really do go a long way in helping the channel financially, and it really does make a lot of this possible. If you liked what you saw here, I'll have my other Metal Gear reviews linked on screen, as well as a similar series that we've been doing covering the Ace Combat games. But with all that being said, I'll hope to see all of you guys back here next time for the next Metal Gear review. So after the release of Metal Gear Solid 2, Kojima and the team quickly got to work on their next sequel, with the plan being that it would become a launch title for Sony's upcoming PlayStation 3. The team planned a lot of the technical aspects of the game around the power of the new hardware, but due to the fact that the system wouldn't release until the holiday season of 2006, the development of Metal Gear Solid 3 was moved back to the PlayStation 2, and it would ultimately release in November of 2004, a whole 2 years ahead of the original schedule. And while sequels in the Metal Gear series can definitely be controversial, this one would go on to become the majority of players' favorite game in the series. And on top of even that, returning viewers will know that an upcoming remake of this game is the entire reason that I started this series in the first place, so there's a little bit of excitement going in for me too. So is Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater really the best game in the Metal Gear franchise so far, or does it fall short of what came before it? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 8th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Metal Gear game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along in preparation for Metal Gear Delta. And while you don't have to have seen the rest of the videos in order to enjoy this one, you will be missing a lot of important context about my journey with the series if you haven't seen them, so I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater is an action-adventure stealth game developed and published by Konami and released for the PlayStation 2 in 2004. And to clarify right off the bat, for the sake of this video, I did play the original Snake Eater release of the game for a few reasons that we'll get into a bit later, and I played on an emulator just to upscale the footage so that the video looks a lot nicer than the PlayStation's native 480p. There are some small visual glitches that came from the emulator that you might catch throughout the video, but nothing major, and if you happen to see them, now you know why they're there. Anyway, starting up the game, we get an opening of Snake jumping out of the back of a plane to deploy on his new mission. During the jump, we get a flashback to the briefing, with it being explained to us that there is a Soviet rocket scientist named Nikolai Stepanovich Sokolov who wants to defect to the West after becoming afraid of his own creations. They managed to get him over the Berlin Wall, but the Cuban Missile Crisis began a week afterwards, and to prevent a nuclear holocaust, the US gave Sokolov back to them in exchange for Russia's missiles being pulled out of Cuba. It's been a couple of years since that happened though, and intelligence recently found out that he's been put back to work on new weapons for the Soviet Union, so we're being sent into Selinoyarsk, Russia to extract him. This mission is referred to as the Virtuous Mission, something that you'll need to keep in mind if you're not already familiar with the story. And this whole setup is great, but there's something really weird about it. See, the marketing had revolved heavily around Snake being the sole protagonist of the series again, as well as the new setting of a Russian jungle, but what it didn't focus on was the fact that this game would take place in the 1960s, placing it about 30 years before the original Metal Gear in the timeline. It's something that if you went in not knowing about it would make no sense, but as we'll come back to in a bit, it fits into the series very well, despite what players might initially think. Anyway, we land in the jungle and we get introduced to the new cast of characters for the game. Firstly, there's Snake, who is weirdly being referred to as Jack by other characters throughout the opening, before the man in charge of the operation gives us our codename, Naked Snake. This man then introduces himself as Major Tom, and he's essentially the replacement for Colonel Campbell in this game, just being the guy in charge who we can call if we find ourselves in a bad spot. Along with him though, we also have Paramedic, and she serves as a medical advisor for the mission, as well as the person that we need to call if we want to save our game. And lastly, there's the boss, Naked Snake's former mentor, who's radioing to us from an offshore submarine, but who's here to help Snake with her expertise in weapons and tactics. But after we get through the introductions, it's time for us to go and find our backpack, which got snagged on a tree branch on the way in. This is a great way for the developers to immediately start showing us some of the new mechanics of the game, which in this case is the fact that players can now climb trees. I can't say that this is a mechanic that I ever found to be all that useful for stealth, as whenever I would try to hide in a tree to get the drop on someone, they would just see me from a mile away, but it is a really cool way for the designers to immediately tell players, hey, you're in the jungle now, so we expect you to do some jungle things. And as much as the jungle environment shakes up the gameplay, not to mention the fact that it's just a very fresh setting for the series, only ever being seen for short sections of the 2D games previously, it does come at a cost. See, the PS2 version of Metal Gear Solid 3 was capped at 30 frames per second, and a lot of the time, it struggled to maintain that frame rate, commonly dipping into the 20s. Playing on a modern PC, it was very easy to maintain that 30 FPS limit, but coming off the back of Metal Gear Solid 2, it's definitely a noticeable step down in the overall smoothness of the experience. But after we get our backpack, Major Tom gives us a quick rundown of more of the game's new mechanics. Firstly, suppressors now have durability, meaning that as you fire a suppressed weapon, the suppressor will eventually break, requiring players to either equip a new one or go find one if they don't already have a spare suppressor on hand. This fixes a pretty large balancing problem that the Solid games have had up to this point, where players were able to just eliminate all the enemies they came across with a suppressed weapon and move on. You can try to do that here in Snake Eater, but after enough shots are fired with them, you'll eventually have to find a new strategy to use to continue to progress. On top of that, various new survival systems have been added to the game in order to make the most of the jungle setting, and these can be pretty interesting. Things like needing to hunt for food and make sure that Snake eats once in a while in order to keep the stamina gauge up, which affects a lot of Snake's actions like hanging off of ledges or diving underwater. As well as that, if your stamina meter goes below 50%, Snake's stomach will start to growl, potentially alerting nearby guards. Continuing with the early radio conversations though, we get one where Snake tells the boss that he's thankful she taught him the techniques that she did, but he asked why she never taught him to think like a soldier, and she answers that she can't teach him that and that he'll have to learn on his own through experience. Major Tom then cuts in, explaining to us that the Snake codename was chosen after the boss's Special Forces unit in World War II, which was known as the Cobra unit. With all of that out of the way though, we finally start to move towards where we believe Sokolov is being held before the boss calls us again, explaining yet another new system to us, the camouflage system. In this game, Snake can make use of various different patterned uniforms and face paints to camouflage himself with the environment, with your concealment level being displayed in the top right of the screen at all times. This is a really cool touch, and it's super fun for the first couple hours of the game, but it has one glaring problem. I'm sure that I'm not the first one to bring this up, but needing to pause the game and go through the menus to change your camouflage so regularly gets really annoying really early on. And in my case, it led to me experimenting to find the best all-around camos and just using those for the majority of the game. I did mess around with camouflaging myself more precisely from time to time, but a lot of the time, you'll notice that my concealment isn't very high, and that's honestly just because I was so annoyed by how often I was being pushed into pausing the game, and decided that I would just focus on being more careful in my approach over camouflaging myself with the environment, and I'm really glad that I approached it that way, as I definitely had more fun with the game overall because of it. And in these early areas, we get introduced to the various types of wildlife that we can expect to encounter throughout the jungle. Like I mentioned earlier, you can hunt the various animals you'll come across for food, but some of them are also just outwardly hostile. Things like snakes and crocodiles are found commonly, and players need to be very careful around them if they decide to leave them alive, and I have to say, sneaking around in a swamp full of crocodiles is some of the most tense gameplay of any of the Metal Gear games so far. And while we're on the topic of sneaking, stealth has been made much more deep than in the previous game, and much more challenging along with that. Guards have once again been made much more aware, meaning that they'll spot you more easily if you run out in the open. And in terms of adding mechanics, there's now a fully fleshed out CQC system, giving you multiple options for how to take down guards up close. Of course, you can still go up behind guards and choke them out or snap their necks like in previous entries, but they've also now added a move where you can slam enemies into the ground for a much louder, albeit instant takedown. Or for the more bloodthirsty player, once you've got your knife up to a guard's throat, you can simply slit it while grabbing them for a silent kill. And of course, if you just want to use your basic melee combo, you certainly can, though I found almost no reason to use it now that there are so many other options that are just far more efficient. And something that I noticed after only the first couple encounters with guards is that the directional audio in this game feels pretty off. I found it very difficult to determine where a sound was coming from in this game based on what I heard, as I would often hear a sound and think it was to my left, let's say, and then I would turn to the left and suddenly it would sound like it's coming from the right, so I would turn back to the right and it would be in my left ear again. I'm not sure if it's just a problem with me, but I really found that I just couldn't rely on the audio to know where an enemy was in this game, and after the first few hours, I just started ignoring the directional audio and using my eyes instead. Anyway, we eventually make it to where they're holding Sokolov, with him asking if we're one of Volgan's men. We tell him that we're not and that we've been sent in by the CIA, and he tells us that we need to get him out of there before a man named Colonel Volgan and his men arrive, explaining that he's the head of the GRU military intelligence agency who's trying to overthrow the USSR's leadership and take control for himself. We radio into the Major to tell him that we found Sokolov, with him mentioning that they lost contact with the boss, but he assumes that it's just a weak signal due to the fact that she's in a submarine, telling us to just focus on extracting Sokolov. On the way out though, we're surrounded by guards before a man the guards call Ocelot walks up wearing a different uniform and seemingly having some beef with them. He proceeds to quickly draw his pistol and gun each of them down, even flipping the thing around and hitting ricochet shots while doing so. And during the panic, Sokolov takes his opportunity to escape, running into the jungle. Ocelot then walks over to us, mentioning that we aren't actually the boss like he thought we were, before signaling to his allies to come out. He goes to kill us, but his gun jams, and taking the opportunity, Snake disarms him, dealing with him and his allies before making fun of him, saying that his shooting technique isn't really made out for an automatic pistol and would be better suited using a revolver, but complimenting him on his fancy shooting nonetheless. We call the Major, filling him in on the power struggle between the KGB and the GRU before he tells us to figure out where Sokolov ran off to. We eventually catch up to him, with him explaining that he's worried the GRU will capture him before we see what he was being forced to create: the Shagohod, a nuclear-equipped mobile tank. He explains to us that they've only just finished working on Phase 1, and that we shouldn't be too worried about leaving it there since it won't be complete until they get through Phase 2, which they won't be able to without him. We continue escorting him to the pickup point before we encounter the boss on a bridge. She tells us that Sokolov is going with her before a massive swarm of hornets appears, and a man hanging upside down and being carried by the swarm swoops Sokolov up into a helicopter. We see a strange visage of a man behind her before a towering man surrounded by lightning approaches us. She addresses him as Colonel Volgan, with him welcoming her into his unit. She then explains to us that she's defecting to the Soviet Union and that she's brought 2 Davy Crockett nuclear warheads as a gift for Volgan. He asks if we're going to be going with them, with her telling him that we haven't found our emotion to take into battle yet, swiftly disarming us and breaking our arm before throwing us into the river below, leaving us to die. We wake up downstream, but Snake is in critical condition, so Paramedic radios in to teach us the new healing mechanics of the game. Rather than using a basic healing item to heal back from damage in this game, players will now need to pause the game and go to the Cure menu to examine their injuries and apply treatment manually depending on the nature of said injury. For example, if you suffer a deep cut, you'll need to disinfect the wound, stitch it up, and then cover it with some styptic and bandages. These items are all of course limited and need to be found in the environments, so you still need to scavenge for healing items. It's just that now you need to find much more specific items than before. Much like the camouflage, this is a really cool system for the first couple hours of the game, but needing to pause the game and go through the menus gets really obnoxious after you've played for a while. Unlike the camouflage system though, you can't really avoid this system if you don't want to spend that much time in the menus, as you'll literally need to use it to stay alive. And of course, because of the presence of the camouflage system, as well as eating food also being done through the pause menu, these all just compound on top of one another to disrupt the flow of gameplay even more than they would on their own. But after getting patched up, we see the GRU airlifting the Shagohod out of the area before Volgan decides that he wants to test out the new toy that the boss brought him, launching a nuke at the KGB research lab nearby. We get evacuated from the area shortly afterwards, and here we get one of the best opening credits sequences I think I've ever seen. And on that note, I have to say that MGS3 has significantly stepped up its cinematic presentation from MGS2. The cinematography has been improved across the board, the choreography of action scenes has been massively improved, and the complex facial animations look much more natural here than they did in that game, all leading to a much better overall presentation. But after we finish jamming out, we cut to 2 weeks later where the US president and the head of the Soviet Union have a call discussing the boss's defection, where the president denies having any involvement with the incident. Khrushchev doesn't completely trust him though, as they picked up a signal from the plane that evacuated Snake shortly afterwards, so he tells him that the US needs to prove their innocence in the explosion of the lab, and Snake gets redeployed to Selinoyarsk to eliminate the boss. The CIA adds in some extra objectives for us though, telling us that we also need to rescue Sokolov and destroy the Shagohod while we're there. Major Tom changes his codename to Major Zero on our arrival as well, and we get a new weapons expert on the support team, Mr. Sigan. We're told that we need to go meet up with our KGB contact who goes by Adam, and the Major tells us that the password to verify his identity is to ask who are the Patriots, and have him respond with Lolly Lule Lo. And with this, Operation Snake Eater is a go. Shortly after our arrival, we run into the boss, who disarms us and drops us on our ass again, dismantling our tranquilizer gun and telling us to go home. Snake asks her why she defected, and she says that she didn't and that she's simply loyal to her own beliefs. She shoots the craft that we were dropped in with until it blows up, telling us that the guards will be by soon and that we better run before disappearing again. We evade the guards, making our way to the meeting point where we come across a woman who tells us that Adam couldn't make it. Snake asks her for the password, but she doesn't seem to know it, and suddenly we're surrounded by guards. She shoots them for us, earning our trust and introducing herself as Eva, Adam's partner, while Snake makes some very important observations. She explains that Adam couldn't make it as Volgan decided that he could no longer trust him, and that Sokolov is being held in a secret lab further into the jungle. She then hands us a suppressed 1911 pistol, as well as a replacement for our tranquilizer gun, and a disguise to sneak into the secret lab with. Snake takes a short rest, but when we wake up, the Ocelot unit has surrounded the facility. But it's nothing to worry about, as Snake has his mind on what really matters. This leads into a really fun encounter where we have to sneak around, carefully picking off the Ocelot soldiers one by one before disappearing again to wait for our next opportunity. But this encounter is where the camera problems in the game started to become apparent for me. I mentioned earlier that I played the original PS2 release for a small handful of reasons, and the camera just so happens to be one of them. Every later release of Metal Gear Solid 3 got a freely rotating camera that the player controls, but the original Snake Eater release used fixed camera angles like what was seen in MGS 1 and 2. And there's actually an interview with Kojima where he explains that even though player-controlled cameras had already become the standard in the industry at this point, he intentionally stuck with the fixed camera in this game as it made it feel more like a coherent part of a trilogy, as well as adding to the cinematic flair that he always wanted these games to have. In the last couple games, I never had problems with the camera at all, likely due to the fact that they took place almost entirely indoors, but here in MGS3, the environments just feel far too open for them to work. There were a lot of times where I couldn't look at the guards near me unless I stopped moving and used the first-person view, and this, combined with the improved AI and vision ranges that the guards now have, can lead to some pretty frustrating moments. Also, during the Ocelot encounter, I noticed for the first time that life now slowly regenerates in this game, which was a very welcome addition to somewhat balance out the tedium of using the cure system. If you take a small hit that doesn't inflict a major injury, it will simply heal itself over time, but once you get something like a gunshot wound or a broken bone, you'll need to use the cure system to treat it properly. It's not a perfect system by any means, but it would be so much worse without the passive healing, so I'll take what I can get. After we deal with the guards though, Ocelot reveals himself, having captured Eva and now wielding a revolver rather than the Makarov he had 2 weeks prior. He goes to shoot us, but he's already fired off all 6 rounds, being used to the higher mag capacity of the automatic pistols. In the confusion, Eva manages to escape, hitting him with her motorcycle and forcing him to run away. After this, we start moving towards the lab, and shortly after we leave, we get a call from Eva, with her explaining that the only difference between the US and Russia is one of perspective. She says that both countries simply feed their citizens lies to keep them complacent and believing what they want them to, and once she learned that, she defected to the Soviet Union. Shortly after this, I was moving through a swamp area and tried to call paramedic for some information about the wildlife there, and she pointed out that I had leeches stuck to me from moving through the swamp that were rapidly draining my stamina, and that I would need to remove them in the cure menu, only adding to the list of things that players need to keep in mind while moving through the jungle. And just after that, I ran into a tripwire that dropped a trap on me, and shortly after that, a large field filled with claymores. Again, just the designers slowly piling on the various hazards to ensure that players will move carefully through the jungle and not just rush through the stealth sections of the game. Continuing forward though, we're ambushed by Ocelot and his men once again, except this time he dismisses the Ocelot unit, showing us his sweet revolver tricks and challenging us to a duel. This starts the first boss fight in the game, and it's a pretty solid one. Snake and Ocelot are on two opposite ends of a small canyon, with both of our sides having a ton of rocks and trees that can be used as cover. The fight itself is essentially just a basic shootout, but running around to bait out his shots and choosing the right moments to stop and fire back yourself is pretty fun. And as the fight goes on, Ocelot becomes more and more accustomed to using his new revolvers, becoming more quick and aggressive throughout the battle. Before we get to finish up though, we get attacked by a swarm of hornets, leading to Ocelot running away again and Snake falling into a cave in his own attempt to escape. We move through the cave, obtaining some new items to make the process easier, and this is where I realized that I really don't like the new inventory system in this game. MGS3 uses the same scrolling item and weapon wheels from MGS 1 and 2, but this time they're limited to only 8 items and weapons per side. You can still carry every item in the game at once, but if you want to equip a certain item, you'll need to pause the game and go into the new backpack menu to set what items and weapons you have on your quick select. And while the inventory navigation wasn't perfect by any means in the previous games, needing to frequently pause your game and navigate extra menus just to equip items only slows down the process even more than before, and I definitely feel that this is the worst inventory system of the Solid trilogy. Further into the cave though, we encounter the Pain, the source of the hornets, and the first member of the boss's Cobra unit. And this is a really fun boss fight, with us needing to swim through the water in the cave to avoid his hornets and lose his line of sight, before climbing up onto the rocks to take our opportunities to attack him. Unfortunately, he can be pretty easily cheesed by just using stun grenades, but it's a really fun fight nonetheless. We eventually manage to defeat him, but weirdly, there's no monologue or anything as he dies. He kind of just falls onto his back and then explodes, meaning that we don't really get the opportunity to learn anything about him. We move forward, exiting the cave, and we see some strange UFOs above, which turn out to be some strange new hovercraft that the enemy guards are using to patrol the swamps. We sneak past the patrols, and at the end of the swamp, we come across a warehouse where we see Sokolov being threatened by Volgin, with his lover being electrocuted in front of him whenever Sokolov refuses to do what they tell him. The boss then appears, informing Volgin that the Pain is dead, which greatly angers him, and he tells her that she needs to eliminate Snake before the final tests for the Shagohod are complete. She tells him that the Cobras will be able to handle him, sending out the next member, the Fear, to hunt us down. And while sneaking into the warehouse, I realized something that I'm shocked took me so long to notice. In Metal Gear Solid 3, the mobile radar that was present in the previous games is gone, leaving us to rely purely on what we can see and hear to keep track of the guards. The mobile radar can still be accessed in the form of an item that runs on batteries that you have to find in the environment, but these are fairly uncommon, so even if you try to abuse it, you'll rarely be able to. And while I definitely like the idea of removing the radar from these games, it probably shouldn't have been done in a game with such an inconsistent camera. Despite how difficult the stealth in this game can be to get used to though, I would say that this is by far the easiest Metal Gear game in the franchise up to this point. Not because it's easy to avoid alerts, as I personally raised a lot of alerts throughout my playthrough thanks to my skill issue, but when you get into combat, the balancing in this game is just awful. The combat is so heavily balanced in the player's favor thanks to a couple of key factors, those being the new CQC mechanics and the damage that enemies actually deal. When getting shot at, you take almost no damage, and I mentioned it earlier, but there's a new move that's been added to the game that allows you to flip enemy guards over and instantly knock them out, meaning that during an alert, the easiest way to deal with the guards attacking you is to just run straight towards them and use that flip move to instantly take them out. I'm sure that this strategy won't work as well on higher difficulties, but on normal difficulty, I was able to use this to quickly get myself out of a bad spot all the way into the end game. And it's really interesting because this game ends up being even easier than the Twin Snakes, but the issue between the two is completely different. In the Twin Snakes, the stealth was far too easy, making it so that you would almost never get into combat, but if you did, it was just as difficult and just as threatening as in the previous games. But here in MGS3, if you get into combat, it's just almost impossible to die unless you're actively trying to. There were even some instances in this game where when I was spotted, I wanted to just retry the stealth and I would think about getting myself killed intentionally, but then I would change my mind because of how long it would take for that to even happen. Ultimately, I ended up suffering the least deaths in my playthrough out of the entire series here, and I would like to reiterate that that's not because I'm good at the game at all, because quite frankly, I'm not. Anyway, we eventually get to the secret lab, and we meet a man who tells us that Sokolov has been moved elsewhere. He introduces himself as Alexander Leonovich Granin, the foremost weapons scientist in the Soviet Union, who just so happens to be very drunk. He explains that because of Sokolov's Shagohod, his research now effectively means nothing and he's been stripped of his authority. He reveals to us that he's been working on a successor to the Shagohod, which is a bipedal walking tank that he believes will fill that missing link between infantry and artillery. He then mentions something called the Philosopher's Legacy, saying that it's funded the entirety of their experiments at the facility, before explaining that Sokolov has been moved to a fortress in the mountains called Groznygrad. He also tells us that there's an underground tunnel that might be able to get us inside, before handing us a key that we'll need to get there. We ask why he's helping us, and he says that because of Sokolov, all of his life's work has meant nothing, and he wants things to go back to the way they used to be. So we leave the facility moving towards Groznygrad, but we suddenly get shot in the leg by an arrow before the Fear reveals himself to us. He explains that the bolt we've been hit by is coated in the venom of the Brazilian wandering spider before a boss fight ensues. And much like what happened with the vamp fight in MGS2, I might have entirely missed the point, but this fight felt very underwhelming to me. The Fear bounces around in the trees to evade you, eventually stopping to fire another crossbow bolt at you. And I'm not exaggerating in the slightest when I tell you that to beat this fight, I stood in place and used first-person aiming to shoot at him until he died. It's entirely possible that I missed the point, but as far as I can tell, this boss is really just a matter of shooting at them until they die. No special gimmicks or weaknesses that need to be exploited, which would normally lead to that feeling of solving a combat puzzle. Just stand there and shoot. And once the fight is over, much like when we fought the Pain, we don't get to learn anything about him before he dies. He just suddenly explodes, and that's that. And after my fight with the Fear, I actually had one crossbow bolt bug out and get stuck in my arm for the entire remainder of my playthrough, so yeah, get used to seeing this little guy. We continue along before Eva calls, telling us that Sokolov is putting the finishing touches on Shagohod's Phase 2, and that we need to hurry so that they don't kill him once he finishes his work. She also mentions that the next of the Cobras is waiting for us in the jungle ahead, a lone sniper known as The End. And while we're back in the jungle again, now would be a good time to talk about how much more varied and interesting the level design is in this game compared to the previous Solid games. The jungle isn't just visually interesting, with the addition of things like the thick overgrown grass, hollow logs, and all the other pieces of the environment that can now be used to conceal yourself from guards makes stealth a lot deeper. On top of that, they've kept that vertical tension that they started playing around with in MGS2, having a lot of small cliffs that you can use to do things like stalk a guard from above, before dropping off the ledge to choke him out and dragging him into the grass. The moment-to-moment stealth gameplay is much more interesting here than it was in MGS 1 and 2, and if you're someone who enjoys a good stealth game, this will definitely deliver on that for you. And on the topic of gameplay, there are much longer stretches of gameplay between story moments here than in the previous Metal Gear Solid games, which I'm sure is a huge factor in the amount of people who love this game more than the rest. I know that some people in the comments of my MGS2 video said that they found the amount of dialogue and cutscenes in that game obnoxious at times, and it makes me wonder if that was a common criticism at the time of its release as well, as Snake Eater has the longest stretches of gameplay out of the entire trilogy. I know that a video like this can make the story feel like it's moving at a pretty rapid pace, but keep in mind that this game took me about 14 hours to play through, and a lot of the story segments that I'm covering here have long stretches of sneaking through the jungle in between. Moving forward, we eventually come across the End, who thanks us for showing up when we did, as if we had taken too much longer, he likely would have died of old age. He tells us that we'll be his final hunt, and a boss fight begins. Eva calls us and warns that this is going to be a fight of endurance, and man, she really wasn't kidding. This fight is essentially the sniper wolf fight from Metal Gear Solid 1, but made infinitely more interesting in terms of its gameplay. The End will run around between different sniper perches and hiding spots, and even between different areas of the jungle to set up traps for you. And while you can play this like a traditional sniper duel, you can also try to sneak up on him and take him down non-lethally. Both Snake and the End are masters of camouflage, so this ends up becoming a really tense game of cat and mouse, with both of you trying to sneak up on and set up traps for the other, and it's easily the best fight in the game in my opinion. But after dealing enough damage, we get an actual death scene from him, albeit a very short one. He tells us that the boss would be proud of us, and says that the world needs to be passed on to a younger generation before his teeth pop out of his skull and he suddenly explodes. But moving on from that, we find a small tunnel in the side of a cliff that has a ladder in it, and I shit you not, I climbed this ladder for 2 minutes straight, and it even took so long that the designers decided to start playing the game's opening theme just to keep players entertained. At the top of this ladder though, we find ourselves in a new mountaintop area that's easily one of the highlights of the game in terms of stealth. We get to climb up the side of the mountain while not only evading the guards, but also a hind that's patrolling the area, and the higher up we go, the more trenches and bunkers there are placed throughout the level, and it's really satisfying to evade the helicopter by laying still against the ground with camouflage, and dip in and out of the trenches to evade the guards on the ground. We eventually meet up with Eva on the top of the mountain, and she tells us that Khrushchev and his forces are on their way to the base, meaning that shit's going to hit the fan really soon and we have to hurry up. She explains to us that Sokolov is being held in the west wing of the weapons lab, but that the west wing has incredibly high security and will have to gain Colonel clearance in order to sneak in. She then tells us to steal a uniform from Colonel Rydenovich Rykov, who just so happens to look like this.
Right.
Eva then asks what the history between Snake and the boss is, with Snake explaining that they were partners for 10 years, and when Eva asks if he's sure that he'll be able to kill her, he struggles to respond. From here, we continue towards Groznygrad, and she goes off to secure our escape. From the mountaintop, we observe a conversation between Volgin and Ocelot, where Ocelot is clearly growing displeased with the Colonel's methods. The boss then appears, informing them that the Fear and the End have also been killed, which only continues to anger Volgin further. She also tells him that America seeks to destroy the Shagohod, as well as take Volgin's Philosopher's Legacy, before leaving to prepare for our arrival. Taking the underground tunnel to Groznygrad, we run into the fourth member of the Cobra unit, the Fury. He makes use of a flamethrower and a jetpack, leading to a fight that's very visually interesting, but again, I'm not so sure about this one gameplay-wise. Similar to the Fear, this fight doesn't really have any unique mechanics that differentiate it from the rest, essentially just boiling down to avoiding his flamethrower attacks and shooting him with our guns whenever we're given the chance. Once we defeat him, he flies towards the ceiling of the tunnel and, you guessed it, blows up. Except this time, a giant flame cloud comes out of him, still attempting to kill us. For a moment, I thought we would be getting a second phase to the fight where things would actually heat up a bit, pun very much intended by the way, but alas, Snake simply runs away and climbs up a ladder that brings us straight into Groznygrad. We infiltrate the base, finding Major Rykov and hiding him in a locker where no one will find him so that we can steal his uniform to enter the West Wing. Now we can move through the base without suspicion, aside from the crossbow bolt sticking out of my right arm, of course. And I have to say, I always love these sections of the Metal Gear games where we get to use a disguise to infiltrate the enemy's ranks, as it feels like the ultimate form of stealth to be able to just walk by the guards in the open and have them not suspect a thing. We make our way over to the West Wing, finding Sokolov having a conversation with his lover, with him handing her what looks like a small bit of tape and her asking about the philosopher's legacy, and vaguely threatening to kill him if he doesn't tell her what she wants to know. We hide around the corner, and after she leaves, we go in to pick him up, with him recognizing us from 2 weeks prior. He tells us that we're too late though, explaining that Phase 2 is already complete and that they've attached a rocket booster to the frame of the Shagohod, allowing it to travel at more than 300 miles per hour while firing nuclear missiles, allowing them to skip the first stage of a missile launch and being able to deploy them much more quickly. He tells us that the only prototype is being held here in the base, but that Volgin is going to mass produce the Shagohod and have them deployed all over the Soviet Union. Snake tells him that it's not too late though, and that they just need to destroy the facility and the prototype to prevent it from going to mass production. Sokolov then explains to us that we could plant explosives on the fuel tanks around the hangar before telling us that there was a female spy here just before us who stole the experimental C3 from the base's armory. Snake responds that he thought that they were lovers, but Sokolov corrects him, saying that she is Volgin's lover, Tatiana, and that she was sent by Khrushchev, arriving a few days before the virtuous mission. He tells us to leave him behind to die with the facility, explaining that even if he did flee to the US, he would still just be used by them to create weapons of mass destruction, saying that his creations are simply tools of politicians that ultimately exist to harm mankind. Then, out of nowhere, Volgin walks in, saying that he's been waiting for us in his room, grabbing us by the crotch and knowing that we're a spy based purely on the size of Snake's package.
Oh my god! Wow!
He shoots Sokolov in the legs before Snake disarms him and knocks him to the ground before the boss appears, disarming us. We grapple with her for a minute or so before she ultimately bests us, handing us over to Volgin, who then proceeds to beat the living shit out of Snake until he passes out. We wake up in the Groznygrad torture room to the sound of Volgin killing Sokolov before he turns his attention to us, beating on us and demanding to know how much the CIA knows and asking if they're after the philosopher's legacy. During this, he drops some details about the legacy, mentioning that it was a fund established by the three great powers during the 2 world wars, and that it's a total of more than $200 billion. While he's torturing us, a transmitter falls off of our body, with the boss revealing that she was the one that planted it on us and that she's been tracking our movements ever since we arrived. Volgin demands that she proves she hasn't been working with us the entire time by cutting out our eyes, and she's perfectly willing to do so, but before she does, Eva runs over, stopping her, leading to Ocelot asking why she's protecting us. He deduces that she is the spy in their ranks, playing a game of Russian roulette with her, but Snake realizes that the bullet is about to be fired at her, throwing his body into Ocelot, which causes him to stumble and shoot out Snake's right eye as a result. Ocelot and Volgin just laugh about this, leaving the room before the boss shoots us in the leg and we see the strange man behind her again, showing us a radio frequency. Eva then quickly whispers an escape route to us after everyone leaves, saying that she'll recover our equipment and meet up with us later. We get taken back to our cell, and once here, we dial up the radio frequency we saw behind the boss, getting a message back saying that the door has been unlocked. We use this opportunity to escape, taking the sewer route that Eva told us about before she calls us, saying that Volgin has discovered that we escaped and put the whole base on red alert, sealing off the sewers and sending a search unit down there, meaning we need to get out of there fast. We eventually get cornered by the unit, with Ocelot backing them up, saying that he's been waiting to get a rematch with us before Snake simply jumps into the river below to escape. While we float down the river, Snake slips in and out of consciousness, having a nightmare along the way where we encounter the strange man that we've seen behind the boss throughout the game. He reveals himself to be the Sorrow, and here we get a very strange encounter where we have to trudge through this river while avoiding the souls of everyone that we've killed throughout the game, as well as these projectiles that the Sorrow himself fires at us. Thankfully, in my playthrough, I had killed only a very small handful of enemies, as the non-lethal options in MGS3 are just insanely powerful, so it made getting through this encounter much easier for me since there were way less souls to dodge. But after seeing every last person we've killed, Snake wakes up and frantically pulls himself out of the river before calling Major Zero and asking him about the Sorrow. He explains to us that he was a very gifted medium before Sigint chimes in, saying that the Sorrow was killed by the boss on a mission 2 years prior in Selinoyarsk. Eva then calls, telling us to meet her upstream, so we get moving again. We make our way up there, meeting her in a cave behind a waterfall and getting our equipment back, complete with a snazzy new eye patch for Snake. She also gives us some of the C3 that she stole from the base, telling us that we can use it to destroy the Shagohod if we plant it on the fuel tanks in the hangar. She then tells Snake that her mission here was to get the Shagohod data from Sokolov, but even though she already has it, she's still going to help secure an escape route for us. And something weird with this game that I haven't brought up yet is that leveling up was left out again, much like in MGS2 and the Twin Snakes, but the health bar does still increase throughout the playthrough. I'm not entirely sure what's causing it, as for a while I thought it was the boss fights increasing my health cap, but after paying attention to it, I can say that that's definitely not the case. But every once in a while when I was healing my injuries, there was a little sound chime that would play, so it might be that the health cap increases when healing injuries, but I'm not entirely sure, and I'm confident that some of you will be able to either confirm or correct me in the comments. Anyway, we make our way back to Groznygrad, sneaking our way back into the main hangar and planting the C3 on the fuel tanks around it. Shortly after doing so, Volgin and Ocelot appear with a captured Eva before we're suddenly ambushed by the boss, who again swiftly kicks our ass. Volgin then reveals that when he captured Eva, she was carrying a piece of film that he says is the Philosopher's Legacy. Snake asks him what the Philosopher's Legacy is, with Volgin explaining that America, China, and the Soviet Union created a blueprint together during World War II to defeat the Axis powers. They created various new weapons, but they also pulled together a massive sum of money that was supposed to be split between them equally at the end of the war. However, Volgin's father was one of the men who created the legacy, and he had planned things very specifically from the start so that the Soviet Union would keep all of the funds from it, and the microfilm of all the transactions was eventually passed down to Volgin, which he then used to build everything that we've seen throughout the course of the game. The boss tells him that she's going to dispose of Eva for him before whispering to her and nodding to Ocelot on her way out. Ocelot wants a rematch with us, but Volgin removes his gloves for the first time in the game, saying that we're his to deal with. He then suddenly powers up his lightning, burning his jacket off and revealing some sort of high-tech suit beneath. Ocelot tosses our pistol and knife down to us, and the boss fight with Volgin begins. It's a pretty janky fight, with us needing to avoid his lightning bolts and bait out his close-range attacks, then shoot him in the back whenever we get the chance to. After we deal enough damage for Volgin to realize that he might lose, he demands that Ocelot shoots us, before Ocelot reveals that he made a deal with the boss and simply walks out of the hangar. We continue our fight with Volgin until we manage to land enough shots on him, and Snake escapes the hangar while leaving Volgin behind to blow up with it. Once we make it out, Eva picks us up on her motorcycle, and we manage to escape just as the hangar goes up in flames. Eva explains to us that the boss let her go after they left the hangar, and that she's waiting for us at the lake where Eva hid our escape plane. She says that she doesn't want us to go and fight with her, but she knows that we have to before the Shagohod suddenly bursts out of the side of the hangar, with Volgin piloting it straight towards us. Eva hits the gas on the motorcycle, and we get this amazing escape sequence where we're chased through the base by the Shagohod, guards, and even Ocelot on his own bike. And for anyone who enjoyed the crazy over-the-top action of the Twin Snakes' cutscenes, you'll probably love this sequence, as a lot of that sort of action is very present here. We eventually lure the Shagohod out onto a bridge where Eva planted some explosives, and we get to manually snipe the C3 right as it passes over, dropping it into the water below. And just as Snake says it's over, it comes flying back out, except now it's missing its big shell of armor, so Snake and Eva get back on the bike to actually destroy it for good this time. And the Shagohod fight is very visually interesting, but in terms of mechanics, it's incredibly simple. We need to hit the drill treads with rockets to disable them for a short time, and once Eva pulls around to the back, we can hit it in the weak spot that would normally be covered up by its armored shell. Eva does all of the driving around the Shagohod for us automatically during this fight, so all that we're required to do is just select the RPG from our inventory and shoot at the Shagohod. We eventually manage to do enough damage to disable the controls, but Volgin then climbs back out of it, punching his way through the top and grabbing the wires so that he can continue to control it with his lightning. Eva tells us to jump out of the motorcycle, and once we do, she uses herself as bait so that we can shoot Volgin in the back, and after we've hit him with enough bullets again, he starts to gather all the strength he has left for one final push before lightning strikes him, setting him on fire and overloading him with electricity, killing him on the spot. And as Snake says that it's now finally over, guards from the base start to catch back up with us, so we hop back on the motorcycle to make it to the escape point. We get another chase sequence, except this time going through the jungle, before we suddenly crash into a log, sending both us and the motorcycle flying off a small cliff. Snake gets off relatively unharmed, but Eva was impaled by a tree branch on landing, and she tells us to leave her there and go find the boss. Snake explains to her that he still needs her to pilot the plane out of there, so she pulls herself off the branch and we treat the injury so that she can keep going. This leads to an escort mission where we have to take Eva to the escape craft, and it is fucking miserable. Eva walks at a snail's pace because of her injury, and she stops whenever guards get anywhere near us, and to make it worse, the guards are also infinitely spawning, meaning that as soon as we kill one of them, the game will simply spawn another to take its place. And to make this even worse, Eva barely even works half the time, with her just consistently refusing to move even after the guards have been completely wiped out. And one time when I was trying to get her to move again, I accidentally knocked her out, leading to one of the most hilarious discoveries of my playthrough. Knocking Eva out and dragging her unconscious body to the lake is significantly more efficient than playing this section as intended, and takes almost all of the frustration out of the entire endeavor. I'm glad that I was able to find a way to make this go by more easily, but this section of the game just feels hilariously incompetent, and it would have been totally disingenuous of me to not talk about it in this video. Eventually, we managed to make it to the lake with our escape craft sitting on the water exactly where Eva said it would be. She says that she's going to get the craft ready for takeoff while we handle the boss on our own. So we go out, finding the boss in the middle of a field of flowers and asking her why she's doing all this. She tells us that after World War II, the world was torn apart and she wants to make it whole again. She explains that what nations are viewed as an enemy or an ally simply changes with the times, and soldiers are forced to just do what they're told and play their role. She's sick of the power struggle between the United States and the Soviet Union and wants them to be allies again like they were during the war. She then explains some things about the philosophers, revealing herself to be the daughter of one of the original members of the group. She also tells us that she and the Sorrow had a child together years ago, but that the child was taken by the philosophers, never to be seen again. She then says that one of us needs to die, and whoever wins will inherit the title of boss, and whoever inherits that title will know nothing in life but endless battle. The fight begins, and once again, I found this one fairly disappointing. I think that what you're supposed to do here is run from cover to cover, finding opportunities to pop out and hit your shots on her, but much like the fear fight, I almost instantly found an incredibly easy way to get through it. Whenever you lay down in the flowers in this fight, the boss just won't be able to see you even with subpar camouflage concealment, so you can simply crawl around in the flowers with an automatic weapon equipped and hit her with a barrage of bullets whenever you manage to get close to her. And even though the flowers are super thick and it's hard to see, whenever she moves across the field, she sends petals flying up into the air, making it incredibly easy to track her. Eventually, we manage to hit her with enough rounds, and as she's dying, she hands us the Philosopher's Legacy as well as her rifle, telling us to kill her. The game then hands control back over to the player, requiring you to manually pull the trigger, and when you do, your mission is finally complete. We return to Eva and take off to leave Selinoyarsk. But just as we're getting off the water, Ocelot appears, shooting out one of the engines on the plane and jumping inside to confront us. He tosses our gear out the door, and he and Snake start to fight in the back of the plane. After a while, he pulls his revolver, with Eva throwing us one as well, but both of us are empty. He loads one round into one of the pistols, juggling them around and placing both of them on the ground before asking for our name. Snake tells him that his is John, and Ocelot says that his is Adamska before letting us choose which gun we want to take. We choose one and he grabs the other, and the two have a classic Western duel, with Snake having grabbed the gun with the bullet. It hits Ocelot, but he laughs and reveals that the round was a blank anyway, saying that the two of them will meet again before jumping into the lake. With less weight in the plane, we're able to lift off properly, and Snake and Eva finally escape. The two of them spend the night in Alaska doing what me and your mom did last night, before Snake wakes up to find that Eva disappeared in the middle of the night, leaving a recorded message for him. In this message, she reveals that she never worked for the KGB at all, and that she was actually a spy for China. She then explains that her real mission was to locate and steal the Philosopher's Legacy, and that she never even had to kill Adam, as for some reason, he simply never arrived to meet us. She explains that she was taken in as a child by the philosophers and trained to become a double agent, and she works directly for the remaining philosophers in China. She was also supposed to kill Snake once the mission was complete, but she made a promise to the boss after she spared her that Snake would be spared as well, so she simply disappeared into the night with the philosopher's legacy in hand. We then get to see Snake receiving a medal from the president, with him saying that Snake has exceeded even the boss herself, and so he bestows him with the title of Big Boss to honor his achievements. We then get more of Eva's message, explaining that the boss never actually defected to the Soviet Union, and that she was actually sent there to retrieve the philosopher's legacy and bring it back to Washington. They had everything planned out, but they never predicted Volgin firing the nuke after the Virtuous mission, and once Khrushchev demanded that the US clean up the situation, the government used us as an unknowing agent to do so. Future generations all over the world will hate her, with Americans seeing her as a traitor and the Soviets seeing her as a woman who brought a nuclear disaster to their nation. She knowingly sacrificed herself to Snake, knowing that if she did, it would cover up America's entire involvement in the first place, giving her own life for the future of her country, the same country that had already hung her out to dry and ordered her death. And so, for one final scene, we see Big Boss visiting her grave, placing her rifle and some flowers on it, and saluting her. We then get one final wall of scrolling text, and while a lot of this is just fun little stuff to wrap up certain side characters' stories, there are two things that stand out here. The first is that the United States manages to steal the Philosopher's Legacy back, rounding up all remaining members of the group and renaming them to the Patriots. And of course, the L'Enfant Terrible project giving birth to the sons of Big Boss. And after all that, the credits roll. The way that this game contextualizes Big Boss's actions in the first two Metal Gear games is fantastic, especially since it never actually needed to be done, as the majority of players who played Metal Gear Solid 1 and 2 never even got to see the character in action back in Metal Gear 1 and 2. It was totally unnecessary, and Kojima easily could have just made the follow-up to the cliffhanger from MGS2, but instead he took the time to flesh out the original bad guy of the series and the lore of the entire world, and I'm honestly really glad that he did, as this story is great in that context. And of course, we get one final post-credits discussion, with Ocelot speaking on the phone, confirming that the boss has been dealt with and that the philosophers can finally be revived. He reveals that the film that Snake and Eva retrieved was a fake planted by them, and that he obtained the plans for a new nuclear attack system from Grannon's office that he believes will prove very useful down the line. He then reveals that he was actually Adam, and that he's been working for the director of the CIA the entire time before hanging up. It's nothing like the incredible cliffhangers of MGS 1 and 2, but it wraps up the story of this game very nicely and gives Ocelot an even stronger connection to the events of the later games in the timeline. Overall, much like most of the Metal Gear games so far, I really loved Metal Gear Solid 3. I loved the setting, the new depth that's been added to the stealth mechanics, and most of all, the way that the story recontextualizes everything that came before it. But here's the part of the video where I'm gonna say something a little controversial. I don't think that Metal Gear Solid 3 is my favorite Metal Gear game so far, and I definitely don't think it's the best one either. It's not that the game is bad, because it's not, it's fantastic, but compared to how few flaws there were in the designs of both MGS 1 and 2, I think that Metal Gear Solid 3 has a lot of things that feel either half-baked or just poorly thought out. Things like the camouflage, the cure system, the changes that were made to the inventory management, the camera, the disappointing boss fights, as well as just having some sections like the Eva escort that are simply put, absolute disasters in terms of execution. Add on to that the Cobra group are just flat characters with random abilities compared to some special forces groups like Foxhound that have deep backstories that were tied into the game's central themes, and you've got a game that, at least when it comes to a formal review, is hard to rate higher than or even equally to its predecessors. I would like to throw out there that when it comes down to just pure personal enjoyment, I would say that this is my second favorite game in the series so far, and the renewed emphasis on the gameplay is definitely a huge part of that, but a mid to high 9 just feels like a score that's too generous when looking at this game under a critical lens. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Metal Gear Solid 3 Snake Eater a 9.1. Hey guys, sorry for dumping another ridiculously long video on you. Unless you're into that sort of thing, in which case, you're welcome. If you're looking for more full series retrospectives like this one, I have a couple playlists for you right here, and if you want to help support more content like this, maybe check out my Patreon page and be a part of the incredible group that makes this all possible. Thanks a lot, guys, and I'll see you right here for the next Metal Gear review. So after the overwhelmingly positive critical reception of Metal Gear Ghost Babel for the Game Boy, Konami decided it would be a good idea to let the game's director Shinta Nojiri take the helm on a new handheld spin-off for the series. And this was a very exciting time for handheld gaming, with Sony's new PlayStation Portable being just on the horizon, and thanks to Konami's strong relationship with the PlayStation brand, this new Metal Gear spin-off would end up being a launch title for the PSP. So the team sat down to decide what this new title would be, and they of course chose the most natural fit for the Metal Gear franchise: a card-based tactical RPG.
What?
So did Metal Gear Acid manage to stick this bold landing, or did they stray too far away from what the Metal Gear franchise is supposed to be? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 9th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Metal Gear game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along in preparation for Metal Gear Delta. And while you don't have to have seen the rest of the videos in order to enjoy this one, you will be missing a lot of important context about my journey with the series if you haven't seen them, so I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Metal Gear Acid is a turn-based collectible card tactical RPG game, say that 5 times fast, developed and published by Konami for the PlayStation Portable in 2004. And yeah, a card-based strategy game isn't what I or most people would expect from the Metal Gear series, and while strategy games aren't typically my thing, I have gotten really into a couple of them throughout the years, especially that one time I developed a crippling addiction to XCOM, so I went in with an open mind here. Starting up the game though, we start with a new character, Teleco, running around in a building, showcasing what the gameplay can look like for us and fighting off some guards as she does. Eventually, she reaches a storehouse and is captured by a man known as Leon, who tells his men to make sure that Clown doesn't find her. We then cut to series protagonist Solid Snake, who is a bit of a question mark in this game. See, Metal Gear Acid is a non-canon entry that takes place in its own continuity, much like Ghost Babel, but unlike Ghost Babel, it's not clear if any of the events of the canon Metal Gear games actually took place in this timeline. In Ghost Babel, it's made very clear that the events of the original Metal Gear's Outer Heaven incident occurred in that timeline, but here in Acid, we're told that Snake is considered a legendary soldier, much like in the mainline entries, but we don't get any information beyond that. There are a couple names or references thrown around that seem to hint at the possibility that some of those games may have occurred, but nothing concrete, so honestly, I'm just gonna assume that none of them did. Anyway, Snake gets a call from a man named Roger, an old friend of Roy Campbell's, who is in charge of this mission. He tells us that the SWAT HRT, or Hostage Rescue and Tactics unit that was sent in before us, was wiped out by the enemy, and that they believe said enemy is looking for a research project called Pythagoras. Snake asks for details, with Roger responding that we don't really have any, but that the lead researcher, Dr. Fleming, might be able to shed some light on it if we manage to get into contact with him. And here, Roger also gives us a basic rundown of the game's core mechanics and systems. Firstly, we learn how to move using either a card that is specifically made for movement, which will always take you further distances in less time, or just using any other generic card in your deck that can be burned for a small amount of movement. We also get taught about equipment cards, which are cards that aren't used immediately, but rather are stored in your inventory until something triggers their use. And of course, the weapon cards, allowing us to deal damage to targets, which come in both use type, meaning they are immediately used to deal damage, or the equip type, meaning that they're stored in the inventory for later use. After this though, we get a strange cutaway where 2 dolls have hijacked a plane, chemically paralyzing all passengers on board. One of the dolls calls into the control tower on the ground, telling them that they've taken all the passengers hostage, and that they've planted a bomb on the plane that will detonate if the altitude falls below 35,000 feet. They then demand that the treasure known as Pythagoras from the Libido Physics and Chemistry Lab in Southern Africa be delivered to them with no strings attached within 10 hours. And just before signing off, the doll also mentions that they've confirmed that a senator named Vigo Hatch, who just so happens to be running for president as well, happens to be one of the passengers on this flight. We then cut to a man named Charles, who says that this is a perfect opportunity and that they need to strike while the iron is hot. We then go back to Snake infiltrating the facility, with Roger telling us that he'd like us to meet Alice Hazel, a very gifted psychic who is working with intelligence on this mission. And immediately, I take notice of the fact that Alice is holding a doll in her character portrait. So we get introduced to two seemingly supernatural dolls hijacking a plane, and just 2 minutes later, we're introduced to a gifted psychic who clearly has a certain appreciation for dolls.
Right.
From here, we get our first proper level, and with that, our first real look at how the gameplay actually works. To put it as simply as possible, Metal Gear Acid has you doing all the things you would expect to do in a Metal Gear game, from sneaking to silently taking guards out, to getting into a massive gunfight, or running away to hide when spotted, but all of this is done through the game's new card system. Every time you play a card, you're going to accumulate a certain amount of cost with each action, with how much cost you gain being dictated by the card you play. Cost seems complicated at first, but it's simply the time system that the game uses to dictate when each character on the board is able to move or take action again. And what's interesting about this is that it ditches the traditional turn-based structure where every character just goes in a set order, and instead it adds a whole new level of strategy and awareness to the combat. So say that there's Snake and 2 guards on the board. Snake has 6 cost, 1 guard has 2, and 1 has 7. The guard with 2 cost will end up going first, and once he does, Snake's cost will go down to 0 and the other guard's down to 5 due to the passage of time, and things keep rolling on from there. There are also cards that you can earn that can be played to reduce your cost, meaning that there's a whole layer of tactics based around just trying to squeeze more actions out of less time in order to gain the upper hand on your enemies, and it's honestly a really cool system once you get used to it. And after sneaking through this first area, we get a call from a man named Gary Murray, an engineer from the lab who grabbed a codec from a dead SWAT member. He explains that he was in charge of the quarantine and disease prevention for the test animals in the facility, but that he doesn't really know what they were researching as it was all kept so secretive. He says that he's in the command room to the north of the lab, and he tries to tell us where Dr. Fleming is, but his radio is broken, so we don't quite make it out. I like how this sets up some intrigue with us not really knowing whether or not we can trust Gary, as many things about what he says seem fishy, like not knowing what they were researching despite being a quarantine and prevention specialist, or the fact that his codec conveniently breaks right when we ask about Dr. Fleming's whereabouts. Regardless, it's all that we have to go on at this point, so we set off to find Gary. We then cut back to the plane where the 2 dolls tell Senator Hatch that they've killed the pilot and co-pilot and carved messages into their bodies, with him being reasonably confused at the fact that dolls are even speaking to him. Also, after this first mission, we gain access to the deck editor, as most players will have discovered the card packs that were spread throughout the first mission. The developers have laid these card packs all over the levels in this game to encourage you to take your time and explore, and be rewarded with new card packs to open as a result of your extra effort. Your deck has a maximum of 30 cards at this point in the game, though as you progress, this will increase up to 40 by the time that you complete the game, and we'll come back to it in a bit, but the deck building aspect of this game can actually be really interesting. Continuing forward, intelligence eventually deduces that the soldiers who have taken control of the facility are part of the Leone unit, a group of mercenaries operating within Maloney. And as I was sneaking around the Leone soldiers in these early levels, I realized more and more that the way that stealth has been integrated into the turn-based system is actually really cool. It's about what you would expect from any generic stealth system, with players needing to stay out of the guard's line of sight, not do anything too loud like throwing a grenade, don't set off any security systems, etc. But now, it's once again all done through this turn-based system, so it completely changes the way that everything feels. If a guard sees you, they're of course going to need to call for backup, so they'll run away and radio for help. But by doing this, they've used a couple of cards from their deck and built up some cost from doing so you have a small window of time to use whatever cards are currently in your hand to take the guard out before they can raise the alert. The only weird thing with stealth in this game is that unsuppressed weapons actually don't attract the attention of other guards, so if you want to drop a guard silently with, say, a FAMAS, you can do so without any other guards near you hearing a thing. We eventually find Gary, who tells us that Dr. Fleming was taken to the residential quarters by the Leone unit. He then tells us about a research building here in the facility called FAR, explaining that only the doctor and his closest associates ever had access to the place and that it's where most of the actual research took place. We tell him to stay put while we make our way to the residential quarters to find Fleming. We get a cutaway back to Senator Hatch on the plane, with him telling the woman he's with, Lena, to get into contact with the White House and explain the situation to them the best she can. At this point in the game, we also get introduced to the card shop. At the end of every mission in the game, you'll be scored based on your performance, including bonuses for things like finishing the level quickly, not killing any enemies, or never being spotted. With the points that you score by completing missions, you can go to the card shop and purchase themed card packs based on previous games in the series, and even just previous Kojima works in general, with there even being cards from games like Snatcher and Policenauts present here. Every pack you buy will give you 3 random cards from that set, with there of course being some cards that are very, very rare. The card shop really makes it feel like you're buying and opening packs of trading cards, especially if you've played the previous games the packs are based on, and I really love how charming the whole thing is. And between this and the collectible card packs you can find in the levels, the progression in this game feels pretty great since you'll constantly be unlocking new possibilities for your deck. And as I alluded to earlier, the deck building in this game is actually pretty damn good. There are over 200 unique cards in the game to collect, and with a maximum of 40 in a deck, you'll have to make some choices about what you do and don't want to take along with you in missions. And even though you can carry up to 40, you might not always want to carry that many, as if you want to be able to use certain cards more frequently, having a larger deck will only inflate your deck and make it take longer to draw those cards. I put together a lot of different decks throughout my playthrough, just playing around with the systems and seeing what you could do, and it was definitely really satisfying to have a deck finally come together and feel good. The only issue here, in my opinion, is that with over 200 unique cards available, a good amount of them are basically useless unless you're doing something incredibly specific, and even then, they might not even be the best option available. But this is almost inevitable in a game with so many different options, so take that as you will, I guess. Moving forward though, we get more details from intelligence, with them finding out that Fleming was conducting drug-related experiments at the lab. Roger explains to us that test subjects were brought in from various countries to be injected with a number of viruses in order to test the drugs, being forced into signing their lives away before being allowed to participate, likely being offered very large sums of money to trick them into signing for it, with Snake realizing that that must be the reason they chose a remote island as the location for this lab. We then cut back to the plane again, with Lena asking the girl sitting behind her what her name is, and her introducing herself as Minette Donnell. Senator Hatch then manages to get his earpiece in, getting into contact with someone at the White House who informs him about the bomb on the plane. He then asks if they can really trust Emilio to come through for them on this one, which stuck out to me as a bit of an odd question, as no one in the story is named Emilio up to this point. He finds out that they have a clairvoyant on the team, and he has Alice use her gift to contact Minette, who is seemingly unaffected by the paralyzing effects of the drugs, asking her to help them find the bomb on the plane. I'm not really sure why Minette is unaffected by the drugs. Maybe it's because she's younger. Honestly, it's probably better if I just don't think about it too much. And at about this point in the game, I started to realize that the camera can be a bit awkward at times. Players are given control over it, being able to adjust the camera angle in increments of 45 degrees, but since it's not full camera control and only a few preset angles, it means that there are some spots in the game where it's difficult to see what's going on, regardless of how you try to angle the thing. Continuing with the search for Fleming though, Alice calls in to tell us that she had a premonition of a large gun being pressed to Snake's head before blowing it off. Snake continues with the mission anyway, eventually reaching the residential quarters with the security system scanning us in automatically as Hans Davis. We find the room that Fleming is being held in before Leon and his men ambush us. We talk with Leon for about a minute before he suddenly shoots Fleming, aiming his gun at us, and then a flashbang comes in out of nowhere, allowing us a moment to escape. Once outside, we meet Teleco, the woman from the opening of the game, who tells us that we need to escape with her through the north gate. We make our escape with her, getting to control both characters on the way out, before Roger reveals that the two of them have actually worked together in the past. She explains to us that the real Fleming was actually taken to another building deeper into the facility, before Snake starts to suspect that Gary sent us into this trap knowingly because he's one of Leon's men. Gary tells us that that's not the case, and Roger proposes that maybe the guards let him escape intentionally, knowing that he would lead us into this trap unknowingly. We cut back to the plane where Minette is looking for the bomb, with Alice hinting that she might have an idea of who's behind the hijacking. And from this point on, we play as Snake and Teleco together for the rest of the game. The two of them have completely separate card decks that you can use to give each of them different strengths and weaknesses, but they also have some strengths and weaknesses beyond just your deck. Snake has more health than Teleco, but Teleco can use 3 cards per turn rather than the 2 that Snake can use. However, Snake can also make use of the Action Plus card to increase his actions per turn up to 4, while these cards are completely unusable by Teleco. So experimenting with how to build these two out and the tactics that you can develop by using the two of them together are really cool. And while I really wasn't expecting to control more than one character, especially since I was a few hours into the game at this point, I was very pleasantly surprised by this. As we continue on, we get a call from Roger saying that he found some info about Hans Davis before Gary cuts in giving us more details, and saying that Snake might have had something to do with the experiments, hence why the machine identified him by retinal scan. He reveals that he was working at the lab to get his hands on something called Acua, and that he doesn't care about Pythagoras at all, saying that it has something to do with a weapon called Metal Gear.
He said it! He said it!
He tells us that he already has the Acua data and that he's going to go to Fleming to get the codes to crack it before quickly signing off. Snake confronts Roger, asking if he knew anything about a Metal Gear being there, and he admits that they thought it was possible, but that they had no concrete proof to go off of. As we move forward, Alice calls us, asking if we know the story of the Pied Piper of Hamelin. Teleco happens to know the story, one where over 100 children disappeared from the town of Hamelin overnight, but she has no idea what that could have to do with Snake, with Alice simply saying nothing. Snake then gets a splitting headache and hears voices telling Hans to wake up. And at this point in the story, I was 100% convinced that Snake himself was a former test subject whose memory was wiped, and that his real identity in this continuity is Hans Davis. On our way to stop Gary though, we come across the first truly long level in this game. Some levels in this game are just ridiculously long, and this one right here where we had to find what room Fleming was in took me a little over 2 hours to complete. This wouldn't be the biggest deal, but you can't change your decks unless you're in the main menu, and you only go there after completing a mission or quitting out of one, and on this particular occasion, I had tried some things with my card decks that didn't quite work out as well as I had hoped, meaning that I got stuck using some pretty bad card decks for the entire 2-hour stretch. On top of that, you can't save during these missions, so if you happen to die during an attempt of one of these 1 to 2 hour missions, you'll have to start all the way back at the beginning, regardless of how much progress you made. This became a pretty big problem for me later on in the game, where there was one mission that was roughly an hour long that was incredibly difficult, and I would get roughly 30 to 40 minutes into the level every time before dying to some random softlock, and it took me over 3 hours to complete this level alone due to how long each attempt of it took me. Again, not a problem to have these super long levels, but without checkpoints that make it easy to dip in and out of the menus and save your progress, it becomes really problematic. Anyway, we finally get to the room where they're holding Fleming, with him greeting us as Hans before turning around to reveal that he's actually Gary. Snake is shocked, asking if he's already killed Fleming, with Gary revealing that he's actually been Fleming the entire time. He tells Snake that his real name is Hans Davis, causing him to have a flashback to the two of them experimenting on children. He then reveals that he never actually stole the Acua data, as he was the original creator of it anyway, and that he was just putting on an act to fool Roger. He says that he doesn't know how or why we lost our memory, but that we really are Hans Davis, an executive for the Beagle Corporation and the head of this laboratory. He tells us that the Beagle Company is widely believed to be in the business of providing humanitarian aid to developing nations, but that in reality, it's a weapons manufacturing company who sells to whatever country is willing to pay. He reveals that the two of us developed Metal Gear together before Hans simply disappeared one day and asks what happened to us. He then mentions something about a group of people called the Name Knowers before also telling us that his daughter has been kidnapped and he needs our help. He explains that the individual who hijacked the flight the senator is on is number 16, the one child they experimented on who turned out to be successful, who now wants revenge on the two of them. He tells us to feign ignorance of this entire conversation and continue pretending to be Snake to stall the operation, assuring us that he has a way to fix all this. Teleco then suddenly appears in the vent behind us, shooting Fleming, causing him to drop Pythagoras and run away. She reveals that she was actually in there listening the entire time, and she's unsure of who to trust between us and Fleming. She demands that we give her the Pythagoras data, saying that now that we're suspects, she can't trust us to hold on to it. So we hand it to her, and with this we've secured our objective, so we go to make our escape from the island. And while I was wrong about Snake being a former test subject, I have to say that this twist is definitely more interesting than what I had expected it to be, with me just being completely caught off guard by how sinister it is to actually make Snake into the kind of man who abducts children and experiments on them in this timeline. We then cut back to Charles reporting into Roger, saying that he has an update for him. He and Alice explained to Roger that the numbers the hijackers of the plane have been carving into the dead passengers has been spelling out a numerical code this entire time that, when translated, spells out Snake. Charles then asks Roger why Snake was assigned to the mission, since that would be exactly what the hijacker wanted in the first place, with Roger being unable to respond. Charles tells him that if Snake does or says anything strange, to report it to him immediately before signing off. We move forward, encountering Leon in a storehouse, with him explaining to Snake that he used to be a US soldier just like us. He hints towards some event that caused him to hate the US, before we get a boss fight with him that's actually pretty interesting. Leon is impossible to damage head on, and his rifle does incredibly high amounts of damage when fired at you, so in order to win this fight, you need to use one of the characters to bait out his attention, while having the other character run around to his back to get damage in where he can't react to it. This would be an incredibly simple fight in a typical Metal Gear game, but thanks to Acid's turn-based nature, it becomes much deeper than it would otherwise be, and it's a really satisfying fight to execute successfully due to how much resource management and planning things out ahead of time is required to actually beat it. After dealing enough damage to him though, we're told that an exit from the storehouse just opened up, and that we're better off running away than trying to actually kill him. So we do so, making our way out of the storehouse and towards the far building to try to catch up with Fleming. On the way there, we reach a drawbridge where Teleco suddenly tries to shoot us before running across and raising the bridge behind herself. Roger realizes that she isn't really Teleco, and when asked who she is, she says that her name is Swallowtail. We run back to the other side to lower the bridge again, and as we're getting to the operations booth, it suddenly explodes and we're ambushed by guards. We quickly deal with them, but with the bridge now completely blocked off, we need to find another way to reach the FAR facility and get Pythagoras back from the fake Teleco. And I have to say, this twist completely caught me off guard, as I was under the impression that we would be playing alongside Teleco for the entire rest of the game due to her being tied into the progression so deeply. While we're running around, we get a call from Roger saying that he's just gotten documents in from intelligence that refer to someone known as Le Clown. Their identity is unknown, with no one ever even having seen their face, and they're a master assassin that Beagle hired to steal the Pythagoras data before anyone else could in order to cover up their involvement with the program. We eventually come to Ebro Tower, the building that Alice suspects Clown is hiding out in, and when we enter, we see two enemy soldiers wearing red and blue balaclavas shooting at one another. This shows us the level's gimmick, with soldiers in each area of the tower wearing different colors and being ordered to shoot anyone who doesn't have the same color on. It's a bit of an awkward gimmick due to how the card system in this game works, but it's still really fun to run around in disguise nonetheless. And this is just part of a larger problem this game has when it comes to mandatory cards in certain levels. Not only do you have to make room in your deck for extra cards that wouldn't otherwise be there, but due to the nature of how the game works, drawing 2 cards from your deck per turn, sometimes you can get stuck somewhere in the level just discarding from your hand over and over again, waiting to get the one card that you actually need to make progress again. It's not an issue that completely ruins the game, but it's pretty annoying when your progress is just brought to a screeching halt like that, and I can definitely see it getting progressively more and more annoying each time you replay the game as well. We eventually get to the elevator to go up to where Clown is, but as we're about to hop in, Snake gets another splitting headache before a duplicate of himself appears in front of him. Snake confronts the doppelganger, believing it to be Clown in disguise, but the second Snake claims that he's Hans Davis. Snake goes back and forth between believing him and not, while Hans explains that he is Snake's other half, the suppressed version of himself that he'd rather not let other people see. Snake calls Roger, asking if they can see anyone else in the room with him, with Roger saying that they can't, and that if there was someone in the room with him, they would obviously be able to see it on the monitor. Hans tells us that he has to get to the far building for an appointment with Fleming, and that he'll be seeing us around, quickly disappearing around the corner, leaving us with nothing to do but go up the elevator. And this scene is honestly really well executed, as I genuinely didn't know whether to think this was Clown or not, with the question still lingering even after the scene had ended. When we get to the top of the elevator, we come to a room that's been set up like a giant board game. We realize that there are landmines all around us before Teleco appears at the highest point on the board. Snake calls out to her and she asks how we know her name, confusing him, before saying that whoever wins this game gets to leave the room and that she needs to get out of there. This leads to a pretty interesting boss fight with Teleco, where we need to defeat her while paying attention to what pieces of the board the two of us are standing on, as differently colored tiles on the board will boost certain attributes like defense or your hit rate. And while the mine detector card is a default unlock at the start of the game, I never had it in my deck, as I figured that I would just toss it in whenever I needed it, so I also had to crawl around the board whenever moving to avoid getting my legs blown off just from running around. After beating Teleco, we take her out of the tower with us, before finding out that she doesn't have the Pythagoras data on her, meaning that she's actually the real Teleco this time. She tells us that Clown went to see Fleming in the far building before he activates Metal Gear, meaning that the Hans we saw earlier was in fact Clown in disguise. However, Snake starts to hear the voice of Hans in his own head, meaning that the whole thing about the part of Snake that he doesn't want people to know about might ring true after all. We cut back to Minette on the plane again, with her finally finding the bomb in the cargo hold, and Alice starts to walk her through the process to defuse it. As we move forward through the lab, we eventually see some unknown soldiers show up, shooting Leon's men on sight. We move through a full level of them before we get a call from some unknown voice telling us to call him Buddy, saying that if we don't join up with Leon and his men, we'll be left to fight off the Acua soldiers all on our own. Continuing on, we come to a bridge where we find Leon, with him explaining that the Acua troops are drugged up zombified soldiers of Fleming's. We tell him that we're headed to the far building, with him saying that it's impossible for the two of us to get in on our own and that we're going to need his help if we want to. Snake is hesitant, but Roger allows him to team up with us, making us allies for the time being. And I might just be a sucker for this sort of thing, but I really loved how this game set up a bad guy from the start of the game, only to present a much worse bad guy later on, forcing us into becoming allies with the person we spent the first half of the game fighting. I don't know why, but I always just eat this shit up. We make a plan with him where we will go to the power plant and shut down the power to the far building's defenses, and when we do, Leon and his men will input the passcode and enter the building before the auxiliary power can come online. While he's waiting for us, Leon realizes that number 16 must be the one who called him to the island in the first place, and we put together that the radio call from earlier telling us to join with Leon must have also been number 16. But once we kill the power, Leon's men are suddenly ambushed by Acua troops, with none of them being spared. Fleming then walks out to the far building gate to confront Leon, revealing that he and number 16 have been working together this entire time. Fleming then hops onto our radio frequency, telling Roger to tell us about number 16's orders, before saying that the only reason his daughter was taken hostage was because of what Hans had forced him to create. Leon is captured by Fleming, and we lose contact with both of them. The next level has a fun gimmick with the power being out, affecting the visibility and making it impossible to see enemies that aren't within a few tiles of us. However, this is the 3-hour level that I mentioned earlier, as this gimmick turns it into one of the most difficult levels in the entire game. What completely destroys the balance here isn't that you can only see enemies when they're very close to you, it's that whenever Snake or Teleco take damage, their sight is completely disabled for a couple of turns, meaning that if you get hit once, you're going to just continuously get hit and not be able to deal any damage back to the enemies, leading to those soft lock scenarios that I mentioned earlier. Once I finally manage to get past this though, Snake and Teleco find a secret entrance to the sewers, hoping that it will get us inside of the far building. But just as we're about to enter, we get a call from our buddy again, telling us that if we go inside the far building, the Hans Davis side of our personality will override the Snake part. He tells us to turn back, but then another mysterious voice comes on telling us that we have to enter and destroy Metal Gear to prevent it from being used. Buddy then refers to the other voice as number 16, asking if they think this is all it will take to beat him, saying that they'll never find him, before number 16 responds saying that it was them who summoned him forth this time. Teleco asks us if we're okay before Roger calls us, and when Snake asks what the hell just happened on the codec, Roger doesn't seem to know what he's talking about. And at this point, I was starting to wonder if any of this Hans Davis or number 16 nonsense was actually real, or if Snake was just genuinely losing his mind over the course of the game. Once we enter the sewers, Roger calls Teleco directly, asking if he should really be trusting Snake. He tells her a story from back when he was in Vietnam, where the men in his unit all suspected that there was a spy among them, so to solve the problem, he randomly accused one of his men of being the spy, causing the entire rest of the unit to chase this man down in an attempt to kill him, something that still haunts him to this day. She tells him that she can't really answer that, as his mind is already made up, before we cut back to Senator Hatch again. He reveals to Lena that he hasn't really been losing consciousness, rather he's been pretending to so that he could watch her while she thinks he's not. He's noticed that there's a microphone in the pendant she's wearing, as well as the fact that she wears a gas mask and walks around the plane whenever he goes to sleep, accusing her of being a spy and knowing that the plane would be hijacked before she even got on board. We then cut back to Alice and Manette defusing the bomb, with Alice telling her that the last thing she needs to do to defuse it is to connect the black and white wires together before cutting the red one. Before doing so, Manette says that as long as they've been talking, she can feel that Alice has been holding something in that she's been beating herself up over, saying that whoever she hurt in the past probably doesn't hold it against her the way she thinks they do. Hearing this, Alice then suddenly changes the instructions, saying not to connect the two wires and to only cut the red one, which naturally confuses Manette. And at this point in the game, I had gotten so distracted by the rest of the story that I completely forgot my original suspicion of Alice until now. She obviously changed her instructions to Manette because what she said caused her to change her mind, but the question was whether the new directions would actually defuse the bomb or cause it to instantly explode, which is a pretty tense question to be left hanging on. We cut back to Snake and Teleco, with Alice calling Teleco directly and telling her that Snake's associates have captured Roger, but that she managed to get away. She then explains to her that Snake is actually Hans Davis and that he was ordered to enter the lab and steal Pythagoras to cover up his and Beagle's involvement, so he slipped back into the Snake side of his personality to be able to do so convincingly. She explains that he plans to steal Metal Gear from Fleming and use it to carry out his plans, and that Teleco needs to be the one to stop him before he's completely consumed by Hans Davis. Teleco then suddenly hears a gunshot over the radio before it cuts out. We move through the basement levels of the FAR building, eventually coming across Leon, who's been drugged up and completely lost his mind. This leads to a rematch against him, but he's much more difficult this time. The gimmick remains the same, but this time around, he has Acua soldiers backing him up, he has more health than before, and he also now sets up traps using frag grenades. And I swear, every time he threw a grenade, he caught me in the worst possible moments when I had such a high cost that I couldn't run away from them in time and just had to eat the damage. After a couple attempts, we managed to bring him down, but as he's dying, he seemingly snaps back to reality and asks us to give Roger a message from him, asking us to tell him that he said it wasn't me. We move even further down, running into Clown, who's disguised as Teleco again. This leads to a really interesting encounter where we need to figure out which Teleco is the real one, which feels a little awkward as until you figure it out, the real Teleco will actually attack Snake for some reason. And Clown even spawns in some extra Teleco clones by, you know what, the less logic I try to apply to this fight, the better actually. The point is, it's fun. When we kill Clown, they tell us that Fleming is in the hangar below and that he's likely activating Metal Gear as we speak. We get to know her backstory, with her having been in a fire when she was a child, suffering third-degree burns. To cover these burns up from the world, she started playing around with makeup from a young age, eventually becoming the master of disguise that she is now. Snake asks why she's helping us, with her saying that villains are supposed to take the hero's side right before they die. Nice to see that even though this was a spin-off, they decided to keep Kojima's signature fourth wall breaks. Teleco grabs Pythagoras off the ground and we move towards the hangar before Teleco confronts us about what Alice said, but she reveals that she believes that we're really solid Snake, saying that we should keep moving further down. And in all honesty, I'm pretty disappointed that they didn't lean into the conflict and distrust between these two a little more. It feels like they put this confrontation here just because it wouldn't make sense for her to completely ignore Alice's call, but even having it included here, it feels like Teleco kind of just shrugs her shoulders at it so that the two of them can conveniently still be working together for the final battle. As soon as we get down to Metal Gear though, Hans seemingly takes over Snake, with him telling Fleming that number 16 has given them the perfect opportunity to test Metal Gear. However, he says that Fleming will be the one taking the blame for it, before Fleming asks if we're actually number 16 using Snake to fire Metal Gear. Snake tells him not to worry as he'll be dead soon anyway, before Teleco draws her gun on us. She tries to shoot at us, but she misses before diving into Metal Gear to escape from us, and Fleming activates Metal Gear in an attempt to stop us. During the activation, we fall off the top of it, hitting our head, bringing Snake back in control of himself before Roger calls in. Snake asks how he's alright, with him saying that he's completely fine and that his codec was just acting up until now. Fleming starts shouting that he knows number 16 better than anyone, saying that he knows about their dream to hide out on a little island in the Pacific. He says that if number 16 doesn't give his daughter back to him now, he'll launch a nuke at that little island before number 16 radios in, saying that his daughter will be dead the second he launches it if he does. And I have to say, this is easily one of the best Metal Gear designs in the franchise so far. Oh, not that one, this one. Yeah, that's the good shit. We get a sort of awkward but relatively good Metal Gear fight before Teleco finds Fleming inside, telling him not to fire a nuke at the island. He continues to say that none of this is his fault and that Hans was the one who made him create all of this, before he tries to draw a gun on Teleco, with her quickly shooting him down before he can fire. We get a call from Roger, who tells us that he's sorry, before Alice comes on the line, referring to us as Hans. She says that her plans didn't work out as she thought they would, and that she had thought Snake and Teleco would kill each other by this point. Roger then explains that she was never a psychic, and that she simply knows the facility inside out the way she does because she lived there for a number of years. She then explains that she had thought Snake was really Hans, but that they never actually got to see him face to face because of how cautious he was. She explains that the memories of Hans that we saw throughout the game, as well as the Hans voice that we would hear in our head, were actually planted by her using our implants to dose us up with Acua and put those thoughts in our head. Snake asks why she tried to turn us into Hans, with her explaining that while she's physically number 16, mentally she's number 104. When the experiments were down to just 2 of them left, 16 plunged a knife into 104's chest, but somehow 104's consciousness entered 16's body and conquered her mind. She explains that being 2 people living in one body has been hell for her for years, and so she wants revenge on the Beagle Corporation. Roger then tells us that Roy Campbell was not the one who recommended us for this mission, but that it was in fact Alice, before we hear a gunshot over the radio, and Alice tells us that he tried to grab her gun and she shot him in self-defense. We then cut back to the 2 dolls on the plane, with it being revealed that Lena has been controlling them the whole time and killing all the passengers, radioing in to Alice to tell her that things have been taken care of. It's then revealed that Minette Donnell was actually Constance, Fleming's daughter, who was also dosed up with Acua and implanted with false memories. We then cut back to Snake and Teleco, with Alice explaining to them that the code being carved into the passengers didn't spell out Snake, but rather Nicole, the name of a large corporation that's been referenced subtly throughout the game. She explains to us that Nicole is a subsidiary of Beagle, and that one of their skincare products wasn't skincare at all, but was actually Acua being sold to the public, before telling us that Acua stands for Acting Cells Under Alice. Because of how widespread Acua became with this, Alice was able to enter the minds of hundreds of thousands of people, implanting them with false memories and illusions in order to control them. She explains that name knowers are people who have a name to go by, which allows her to slip into their mind and control them by whispering to them. Because Solid Snake is only a code name, she gave him the name Hans Davis in an attempt to control him, but unfortunately for her, that plan failed. And among all these revelations, she drops the bomb that the real man who went by Hans Davis was actually Senator Viggo Hatch the entire time, and that he was simply one member of a group that went by Emilio. Snake asks what happened to the planes, with her saying that what Constance said about how number 104 doesn't hate her brought her a lot of relief, so she decided to let the planes go. Alice then suddenly yells out in pain before Roger jumps back on the radio, saying that Alice just suddenly grabbed her chest, bit off her tongue, and that she's dead. But then Roger yells out in pain, with Charles picking up the radio. He tells us that Roger is going to be fine and that his men are going to treat his bullet wound, with Snake asking what happened to Alice. He tells us that he's not entirely sure, but that it's likely that her mind couldn't handle the amount of information she was getting from everyone under her control and just collapsed in on itself. Snake asks to speak to Roger again, relaying Leon's message of "it wasn't me," with Roger explaining that Leon was the man from his unit that he marked as a traitor all those years ago, saying that it's too late for him to apologize now. And just when it seems like everything's all wrapped up, we cut back to the plane with Constance having stabbed Lena, saying that number 16 barely even caught a glimpse of her back then. She says that number 16 believed that she had taken over her mind, but that she was unable to successfully enter her body, and that her consciousness floated around for a while until coming across Fleming's daughter, who she figured would be the perfect host. She tells Lena that she'll carve the number 104 into her body before we cut to black, getting one more message from a mysterious voice. The voice says to let the public know that Viggo Hatch had been involved in the experiments on Libido Island and was responsible for Metal Gear. They then say that he's not actually a part of Emilio, but he's the perfect one to dump all the blame on. It's then revealed that this voice is Charles, and that he wants Solid Snake, saying that he could mold him into something much greater than number 16 ever was. We get one more cut back to Snake and Teleco, with them talking about what happened before Snake explains that before he was brought in for this mission, he was in the middle of climbing a mountain, and that he was only one day away from being at the top. The two of them decide that they'll go climb the mountain together, and the credits roll. I have to say, I really enjoyed the story here, but I do feel like it all falls apart a bit at the end. It feels like they tried to put too many twists in right at the end, and it just becomes too much for the average person to completely wrap their head around on the first playthrough. I really like a lot of the ideas that they played around with, and I think that the story was super well executed throughout the majority of the game, but dumping the answer to every little plot point from the entire game in one final cutscene is a little too much. And these reveals definitely could have been paced out over the entire last act of the game to make it a lot more digestible. Overall, I enjoyed Metal Gear Acid a good bit. I think that most things in the game are a bit of a mixed bag, as it feels like almost every time they do something really well, they also fumble somewhere else. It's a wild up and down experience from beginning to end, but overall, I definitely found myself enjoying it for the majority of my time spent with it. It's probably a bit of a hard recommendation for most Metal Gear fans, as if you aren't already a fan of turn-based strategy games, this definitely won't be the one to change your mind, but if any of the things that I talked about in this video seem interesting to you, you should definitely give it a shot when you get the chance. There's a lot of game here too, with the game taking me about 21 hours on a first playthrough, and with there still being plenty of cards for me to go back and collect and experiment with if I ever get the urge to. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Metal Gear Acid a 7.5. Hey guys, thanks for swinging by. I've been enjoying the hell out of producing the series, and interacting with you guys has made it more than worth the effort. If you get into full series retrospectives like this, check out these playlists on screen. And if you like what you see, maybe check out my Patreon page to help keep the channel alive and kicking. Well, thanks guys, and I'll hope to see all of you right here for the next Metal Gear review. After the release of Metal Gear Acid, Konami was clearly happy with how it performed. Despite some extensive searching, I wasn't able to find much of anything in regards to the development process of Acid 2 or the sales of the first game, but someone at the company clearly liked the idea of a sequel, as the team would quickly get to work on one, with Acid 2 releasing only a year after the original. But the real question is, with such a short development, were they really able to expand and improve upon the gameplay? And how would the game follow up on the original's absolutely insane story? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 10th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Metal Gear game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along in preparation for Metal Gear Delta. And while you don't have to have seen the rest of the videos in order to enjoy this one, you will be missing a lot of important context about my journey with the series if you haven't seen them. So I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to check those out first. But with that out of the way, Metal Gear Acid 2 is a turn-based collectible card stealth game developed by Kojima Productions and published by Konami for the PlayStation Portable in 2005. And right off the bat, I should mention that the game does let you transfer your data from Acid 1 over when starting a new game, allowing you to bring over a bunch of credits and a couple of cards from your save file, but I personally decided not to for the sake of this review, just to make sure that the game's progression and balance would still hold up for players who never played the original game. Hopping right in though, the game opens with a quick tutorial section to cover the basics, and here I was immediately caught off guard by the new art style of the game. Acid 1 didn't necessarily look bad for its time, but it definitely looked like an early PSP game. Acid 2's models and assets don't have a much higher fidelity, in fact a lot of them are reused throughout the game, but the game uses a much more bright and colorful art style along with cel shading on the character and enemy models, leading to a much more visually appealing style overall. And in terms of the core gameplay, it's pretty much unchanged from the original game. You've got various cards that all have specific abilities and uses, you can burn any card in your hand for a small amount of movement, the cost system still determines when characters are able to take their turn, and you still get scored at the end of every mission, with bonuses available for things like completing the level quickly, not being spotted, or not killing any enemies. And if you're not already familiar with the basic gameplay of the Metal Gear Acid games, then I highly recommend that you check out my video on the first game, as I already dug really deep into the gameplay and how things work in that video, and I don't want to repeat myself here. Also during this tutorial, I was pleasantly surprised to see that the movement controls have been tweaked a bit to feel smoother overall. Instead of selecting what tile you want to move to before selecting what direction you want to be facing when you stop moving, you can now see Snake move across the tiles with every input, making it feel more like you're actively controlling him rather than telling him what to do. Along with this, if you want to change the direction he's facing, you can simply hold the square button and press a direction on the D-pad and Snake will turn to face in that direction. And probably the best change to movement here is that instead of climbing or descending ladders instantly ending your movement, you can now smoothly climb or descend a ladder and continue to move afterwards, meaning you won't have your turn abruptly ended just because you met a ladder the way you did in the first game. And the camera here has also improved a lot, with it dynamically moving to make sure that things are always clearly visible no matter what direction it's facing. If a wall is getting in the way, the camera will move itself to be directly above Snake just to make sure that you don't get those weird angles from Acid 1 where you're literally just staring at a wall. It's not a perfect improvement, and every once in a while you'll find a location where it doesn't seem to know that it should move to avoid the angle getting blocked, but it works 9 times out of 10, and it's a massive improvement from how frequently this was a problem in the previous title. Once we finish up with the tutorial though, the game properly introduces us to the story. We open with returning protagonist We open with returning protagonist Solid Snake sitting in the back of a plane, and a girl named Consuela who's sitting with him asks if he had that dream again. Snake tells her that he did, and the others on the plane mention that we're close to the land of the free, and that Escobar likely won't be willing to chase us there after we destroyed his drug factory and apparently took $15 million from him. They're all talking about their dreams for once they get to America, with Snake saying that his is to get his memory back, revealing to us that it was apparently lost about 3 years ago. When we land, we're met with an FBI agent named Dalton who puts us under arrest for the murder of the Secretary of State of the Serena Republic, the country that we just flew in from. We get interrogated by Dalton, with Snake telling him that he didn't kill the Secretary of State and that it was actually Escobar who's trying to frame them for it. Dalton explains that the government of the Serena Republic has issued a formal demand to have Snake and the other 3 sent back and locked up, and that Escobar must be bribing them to get Snake back for some reason. He offers us a deal, saying that he won't deport any of us back if we manage to pull off a job for him. And so, being stuck between a rock and a hard place, Snake accepts the mission, and we're brought to a facility owned by the Saint Logic Corporation, a private arms manufacturer. Dalton tells us that we're being sent in to retrieve some files for an ongoing investigation of his, while he oversees the operation from a boat docked at the edge of the island. Once we arrive, we get to see the menus for the first time, including things like the deck editor. And even though I hadn't earned any new cards yet, I decided to take a quick peek at the editor, and I saw there that there are a total of 565 cards in this game. And if you don't remember the exact card count from Acid 1, it was 204, meaning that there are almost 3 times the amount of unique cards here in Acid 2. That's an insane amount of build variety available for your decks, and that's before we even factor in the addition of card upgrades. In Acid 2, you're able to use some of the credits you earn in missions to upgrade cards that you already have, which can do a variety of things from reduce the cost of the card, enhance the effect of it, or even just completely change the card in some cases. So not only are there now 565 cards, but every single one of those cards can be upgraded into something entirely new, meaning that there's actually over 1,100 unique cards available for you to build your decks with in this game. So if you're someone who enjoyed the deck building and the sheer variety available in Acid 1, then you are going to absolutely adore Acid 2. But before we really get to dig into all that, we need to find those files for Dalton, and as we move through the facility, we eventually find the computer that has what he's looking for. He mentions that the files we're looking for contain info on children, but that he doesn't have time to explain it to us right now. And if I wasn't being threatened with deportation, I would probably call the authorities after hearing that. Just after finding them though, the alarm suddenly goes off and the facility is put on lockdown. Dalton asks if we were seen, and Snake says that we weren't, and that something must be going on somewhere else in the facility. Dalton tells us to go to the communications tower and upload the files to him before the interference causes us to lose radio contact with him. While on the way there, I also noticed a pretty big change to the core gameplay here. When sneaking around, firing unsuppressed weapons will actually attract nearby guards now. If you haven't seen my video on the first game, you might be thinking, well yeah, no shit, but this actually really surprised me since the first game allowed you to fire an assault rifle 5 feet away from a guard and not have him suspect a thing. It adds an extra layer to the stealth gameplay that admittedly should have been there in the first place, but that doesn't mean that the addition of it here isn't a definitive improvement over the original. Anyway, we eventually get to the communications tower, re-establishing contact with Dalton, but as we do, some men arrive on his boat, with one of them introducing himself as Joseph Wiseman, who explains that he's working for the US Department of Defense. He refers to Dalton as ex-Agent Dalton before explaining to us that there's been a serious incident within the St. Logic building. He tells us that Thomas Copplethorne, St. Logic's vice president and head of research, has taken over the internal weapons and security systems and closed himself into the hangar in the facility. He's demanding that the US government hand over a dozen high-ranking military men, corporate executives, and government officials, and that if they don't comply, he's threatening to fire a nuclear weapon. He reveals that St. Logic was working with the government to develop a new type of nuclear strike system, which of course turns out to be a new Metal Gear. He explains that they can't just send in a full armed force due to the threat of nuclear weapons, but they can't send someone in to infiltrate the facility either due to the lockdown, and that since we already happen to be in there, he needs us to help him clean up the incident. He then reveals to Snake that he knows all about his past, and that if we complete the mission for him, he'll explain everything we want to know, including how we lost our memory. So naturally, we agree to work with him for the time being, and we head off to find Copplethorne and figure out why he took over the facility. Moving forward, we get a call from a mysterious voice calling themselves BB. They tell us that they're a hacker extraordinaire, that they've been listening to our communications the entire time, and that they've even made some card packs for us to buy in the shop. They say that they're helping us because they think that what we do is really cool, before logging back off to go eat some food.
Right.
We continue on, eventually reaching the research building, and when we get there, we're met with the bodies of dead researchers everywhere. Wiseman explains that Copplethorne must have used the facility's security bots to carry this out, before the soldier with him says that he's getting a call from Aphrodite and he needs to step away for a moment. We ask Dalton about his investigation, and he reveals that 2 years prior, he began looking into allegations that St. Logic was conducting illegal experiments on human subjects. He doesn't know exactly what happened, but he heard whispers that children were being smuggled in from South America and Africa as subjects for the research. And shortly after he made this discovery, he was abruptly ordered to drop the case. He believes that the president of St. Logic was likely using his government connections to cover things up, which angered him greatly, and when he spoke out about it, he was fired from the FBI. Moving through the research building, we come across a female researcher and a child who are startled by us, saying that we've come here to kill them before locking a gate in front of us and running away. Wiseman confirms that the woman is Michiko Takayama, a researcher for Saint Logic with a graduate's degree in psychological engineering. We find our way around the shutter to catch up with her, and we ask her what's gotten into Copplethorne before she explains that he wanted to run some new experiment, but that the Saint Logic president was strongly opposed to it and tried to put a stop to the whole thing. She doesn't know what kind of experiment it was, and tells us that he was working on it entirely alone. We tell them to stay put and hide if any guards come in before we go off to find Copplethorne. And on the way there, it really clicked with me that with the massive amount of new cards, I found that stealth felt a lot better here thanks to all the new options available. I mentioned earlier that you now have to pay attention to whether your weapons are suppressed or not, but they've also added so many new cards here that allow you to silently take down guards. Or they were just some of the many cards that I never managed to collect in the first game, which is entirely possible given just how large these games actually are. Point is, I found that the stealth felt a lot more satisfying to plan and execute in this game than in the first, so if you didn't love the stealth in the first game, you'll likely get a lot more mileage out of it here. And as we're sneaking around, we come across this giant ogre, ape, Frankenstein subject named Harab Serap, who tells us that the birth of the queen is coming soon before a boss fight begins. There's nothing all that unique here aside from the boss's design and animations, as we basically just run around in the room trading damage back and forth until one of us dies. That being said, it is a good test of whether or not you can manage your cost and your health well enough to progress further into the game, so as an introductory boss fight / skill check, it gets the job done well enough. After we defeat him, a woman drops down from the ceiling, saying that she's been looking all over for us and introducing herself as Venus. She explains that she's working with Wiseman and that she had infiltrated the facility to clean up the Copplethorne mess, but once it was discovered that Snake was here, they decided that she would run support for him instead. And while it's never stated outright, Venus is likely the Aphrodite that we heard calling Wiseman earlier, as Aphrodite and Venus are the names of the goddesses of love in Greek and Roman mythology respectively. We leave with her, and immediately after, a large masked man storms in with his guards, saying that they need to secure Metal Gear and eliminate the test subjects, as well as find the intruders who are running around the facility. From this point on, Venus pretty much works exactly how Teleco did in the first game. We control her alongside Snake in every mission, she has her own card deck that's separate from Snake's, and she fills the role of a female lead, being introduced about a third of the way into the game. One thing that is new though is the addition of what I'm calling combo shots, where you can have Snake and Venus surround an enemy, and if one of your characters shoots at them, the other will also use an equipped weapon to fire their own shots at the enemy, effectively doubling the firepower available during your turn. And these combo shots don't use any extra cost, so setting them up can be incredibly beneficial if you find yourself fighting an enemy with a ton of health. Snake and Venus go back to find Takayama, but when we get there, she's gone, and the large man from earlier reveals himself to them. He introduces himself as Vince, Saint Logic's head of security, before we get a boss fight against him. He has some crazy abilities like being able to pick up and throw explosive containers from around the room, but aside from that, he's essentially just a big damage sponge just like the last guy. After we've defeated him, he tells us that Takayama is in charge of the ego system, which he assumes is what we're here for. He also tells us that Takayama was already gone when they arrived, before the alarms in the place start blaring and the computer system announces that a test sequence has been initiated. Vince says that Copplethorne must have fired up Metal Gear before he suddenly jumps up and runs away. We go to find Takayama, eventually finding her and the child subject cornered by about 15 security bots. We clear them out, confronting her about the ego system and asking what it is. She explains that it's a new operating system for Metal Gear, that the test announced by the system a few minutes ago was in fact for Metal Gear, and that its development is already complete and it's totally ready to fire at a moment's notice. Wiseman then asks her about something called the Lucinda file, with her confirming that Copplethorne did have something to do with it, before quickly moving on from the subject. Dalton then goes to the bathroom to call BB, asking them to look into the ego system for him. While we wait for the train system to bring us to another part of the facility, Dalton asks Takayama about the kid. She tells him that her name is Lucy and that she doesn't talk much because she's only aware of her surroundings for about 3 hours a day, saying that she's only been given a fragmented ego. BB then calls Dalton, saying that they managed to dig up some files on Wiseman that mention that he's part of some special weapons development program. Venus then randomly asks Snake if he would like to go on a date once all of this is over, saying that the two of them are alike because Wiseman promised them the exact same thing. Snake asks her if she lost her memory too, with her saying that she never actually had a memory to begin with, but she gets cut off by the arrival of the train. And while we're on the topic of the train, we should definitely talk about how much better the level gimmicks and variety are here compared to Acid 1. The first game had a couple of fun gimmicks, but Acid 2 does a lot more to shake things up. The low-light levels from the original game make a return, we get a battle on top of the train while we're riding it, there's one mission where you're at risk of instant death if enemies knock you off the small walkways you're on, and there's a considerably higher amount of bosses throughout the campaign as well. There are a lot of unique levels and gimmicks in Acid 2 that weren't in the original, and it really makes the game feel much better in the pacing department than the first ever did. And while we're riding the train, we get brought to an abrupt stop, getting our first look at Metal Gear. It's much more colorful than I would have expected, but overall, it's a really good looking Metal Gear design. Copplethorne calls out to Takayama, thanking her for bringing Lucy back to him. He reveals that Lucy had wandered out of his lab, so he sent Takayama out to find her and bring her back to him, before Takayama asks him if he's actually going through with the experiment. He tells her that he is, and Takayama is reluctant, but she ends up going with him, bringing Lucy along with her. He then tells us to relay a message to the president to gather up everyone on the list involved with the incident 3 years ago and have them delivered to him within 2 hours, or he'll fire the warhead from Metal Gear. He then sees Snake climb out of the train, which catches him by surprise with him saying that he's supposed to be dead. Vince then shows up with a large number of tanks, telling Copplethorne to turn himself in before Copplethorne uses Metal Gear to wipe them all out with ease. He turns back to us, saying that he's adding Snake to the list of individuals he's demanding before destroying the bridge between us so that we can't get to him. We go to find the St. Logic president to ask how to get across the ravine, with him telling us that there's a secondary bridge that we can get to by using the sewers. We then ask why Copplethorne is doing all this, with him saying that he's not quite sure and that he's just been acting like a madman since the incident 3 years ago. He mentions that the International Criminal Court was going to conduct an investigation on Copplethorne, but that he had to negotiate a deal with them so that he and the company wouldn't go down with him. He needed to give them something called the Lucinda file as part of the deal, but Copplethorne said that he needed it for his experiments and refused to give it up, so the president ordered security to kill him, which sparked the whole disaster that we find ourselves in now. Venus then asks him why Snake would be on the list of demands, with the president telling us that Snake is the one that killed Copplethorne's wife. And upon hearing this, I started to wonder if this was where Acid 2's story would finally tie itself back to the previous game, and Copplethorne's wife was somehow involved with the incident on Libido Island. As we're moving forward, we get another call from BB, who says that they found some info on Copplethorne's wife, Lucinda Copplethorne. They tell us that Lucinda seems to have been a researcher at the facility, but almost all of her records and files have since been deleted. And a little bit further into the facility, we come across the Metal Gear from Acid 1 being stored in a hangar, giving us our first official confirmation that this is a direct sequel to the first game. Shortly after, we run into a man named Golub who tells us that Copplethorne told him to bring Snake in alive, but he wants to cremate Snake in honor of the Queen's birth. And during this conversation, it clicked for me what he and the subject from earlier meant about the Queen's birth, but we'll save that for later just so that I don't ruin the surprise for everyone. We get a boss fight with him where he does some pretty insane stuff like setting himself on fire or drinking fuel to spew flames at us from his mouth, almost feeling like a reimagining of Pyro Bison from Ghost Babel. This is the first truly unique boss in the game, and as you'll see later in the video, the personality of these bosses will only become more and more extreme as the game goes on. When we defeat him, he tells us that the time has come to get revenge on the ones who made them what they are, before breathing fire around the room to set off the explosives in there, forcing us to flee before the entire building comes down on top of us. As we're escaping though, we get locked into the Metal Gear hangar, and the old Metal Gear is activated, leading to a rematch with the previous game's final boss. And this fight is actually a little bit improved thanks to the removal of that awkward part with Teleco being inside of Metal Gear, and instead just having both of your characters outside teaming up against it. There's also a hard time limit on the fight, as if we don't manage to defeat Metal Gear in less than 300 cost, the building will collapse and will be killed in the explosion. It's not a fight that's central to the story or anything, but it is an admittedly fun addition for those of us that played the original game. We eventually reach the hangar that Copplethorne is hiding out in, and BB calls to tell us that they found some info on the Ego system. They explain to us that the program went through multiple stages of development. The first version was called the Program and was a pretty basic operating system for Metal Gear to run on. They then wrote something they referred to as neuron-level simulation of human cognition, where they pulled over the original code, but also gave it human thought, reflexes, and more, naming this version the Duplicate. The Duplicate allowed them to copy the human mind into a computer program, and it was all written by Dr. Copplethorne. BB then explains to us that the Duplicate is capable of deleting memories from the human mind and causing abnormalities, and that's what led to the test subjects that we saw earlier. They also say that they found out there's a third revision of the operating system, but they don't have any info on it just yet, so they tell us that they'll call us back later. Along the way, we run into Chigadil, another test subject from the Duplicate. He tells us that he'll explain what the fertilization is if we can defeat him before we get yet another boss fight. Chigadil runs around on the ceiling of the arena, throwing down landmines and attempting to hypnotize us throughout the fight. If Snake or Venus are hypnotized, the player will lose control of them, and the game's AI will attempt to kill the other partner using the card deck that you've put together for them. And halfway through the fight, he even kills the lights in the arena, adding low visibility to the list of things that you need to deal with. This is easily the best fight in either of the Acid games up to this point, and it would have been my favorite in the game if it wasn't for another one that we'll be getting back to soon. Once we manage to defeat him, he tells us that Lucinda Copplethorne has been reborn. He explains that years ago, when Lucinda was dying, Copplethorne immediately removed her brain from her body in order to extract her consciousness and implanted it into a test subject's body. He explains that the standard test subjects from the Duplicate were inadequate though, so Copplethorne was buying and smuggling in children from other countries to find the perfect host for Lucinda, which just so happens to be what Dalton was looking into in the beginning of the game. Chigadil says that they eventually found the perfect subject and gave them Lucinda's name, revealing that the girl Lucy from earlier is in fact the reborn Lucinda Copplethorne. He tells Snake to go and bow before the queen, as it's his queen just as much as it is theirs, something that definitely piqued my curiosity before finally bleeding out. Just after this, Wiseman gets called out again before BB calls Dalton, saying that they found out where Lucinda Copplethorne died. He reveals that she died in the Serena Republic, the same country that Snake was fleeing from at the start of the game. 3 years prior, there was an attempted ethnic cleansing in the country known as the Prowlia Massacre, and while he doesn't have any concrete evidence, the timelines just line up too perfectly for her not to have been caught up in it. He explains that every last bit of her research into the operating system before she died was all gathered up and compiled into the Lucinda file by Saint Logic, and that Wiseman is likely trying to get his hands on it so they can use it in the US military. Snake is left wondering if he might have actually taken part in the Prowlia Massacre before losing his memory shortly after, but Dalton tells him not to worry about that for now and to keep going. Moving further in, we come across Vince again, and Venus threatens him with a good time before we get another boss fight against him. And it's really just a repeat of the first fight, only now he has a bunch of guards to back him up as well. After we defeat him, he gets a call from his forces saying that the Saint Logic president is escaping the island in a helicopter. The president explains to Vince that his deal with the ICC fell through, and now they're going to investigate him no matter what he does, so he's leaving the mess in Vince's hands now. The guards ask Vince what to do, and he tells them to shoot him down and then retreat from the island. He then tells us that Metal Gear and Copplethorne are just ahead, and that his guards will let us through before finally bleeding out. BB then calls Dalton and Snake, saying that he found out that Saint Logic has connections within the Serena Republic. 3 years ago, Saint Logic held a field test using the subjects from the duplicate, but they were highly unstable at the time, and when Saint Logic failed to maintain control of them, they went into a violent rage, leading to the Prowlia massacre. He explains that the Lucinda file would contain everything they need to bring this incident to the public, and that the real reason Wiseman must be looking for it is to cover up the whole incident in Serena for all the politicians and corporate executives involved. Dalton tells him to try to get this information over to the Secretary of Defense before BB logs off to focus on doing so. We move further into the hangar, running into Copplethorne and Lucy in the new Metal Gear. Copplethorne explains to Snake that he really did kill Lucinda, as he was sent in along with other Model 3 test subjects to take out the rampaging duplicate subjects in Serena 3 years ago. Lucy then reveals that Snake was actually a subject of theirs created through cloning the legendary Solid Snake, whose body was recovered from Libido Island years ago. And this is a point where I should clarify that these games are completely non-canon to the main Metal Gear timeline. I got a bunch of comments on the Acid 1 video saying that the games actually are canon, as it's revealed in this game that Snake is actually a clone of Solid Snake from the mainline games, but that's just blatantly wrong, as they say here that he's a clone of the Solid Snake whose body was recovered from Libido Island years ago, meaning that if it was the same Snake, he died well before the events of Metal Gear Solid 4. When he was sent into Serena, he cleared out the test subjects, but he also tried to escape and go free, killing Lucinda in the process. Snake tells him that being killed by a maniac isn't part of his plans, and we get a boss fight against the new Metal Gear. It's basically just a giant damage sponge, but what's actually really cool is that it uses only cards that the player themselves can earn, and has a unique animation for every single card in its deck. That being said though, it's definitely the most frustrating boss in the game, having the ability to just instantly kill one of your characters by walking over them. That might not sound so bad to a lot of you, but because of how the card system works, it can just randomly decide to walk around on any given turn regardless of what cards are in its hand, meaning that it happens completely at random, leading to an insane amount of unforeseeable and instant deaths. After we finally deal enough damage to it though, Copplethorne and Lucy decide to activate the Ego system, which will allow her to control Metal Gear and bring out its full potential by merging her consciousness with it. But as Copplethorne attempts to activate it, the process fails, and Lucy reveals that she isn't actually Lucinda, but was only pretending to be. She explains that when they wiped her memory and personality to try to implant Lucinda's, her brain gave birth to a new personality, a new consciousness in its place, and she pretended to be Lucinda because she knew that they'd kill her if she was a failure. Lucinda was placed into her mind, but she became just another voice within Lucy's body rather than being a reborn version of herself as expected. Lucy then tells Copplethorne that Snake didn't actually kill his wife, but that Lucinda actually helped Snake escape after realizing how horrible their work was when seeing the test subjects in action. And as a result for helping Snake escape, the Saint Logic forces in the country actually killed her. Lucy then uses the Ego system to eject the cockpit that Copplethorne is sitting in, blasting him with a missile while he's midair. She then explains to us that she actually tricked Copplethorne into making all those demands and threats while pretending to be his dead wife so that she could take over the Metal Gear and activate the Ego system. She explains that the nanochips she was implanted with were originally made to control Metal Gear, so she always had the urge to return to it, seeing it as her real body. She plans to escape from the facility, taking the other test subjects with her, offering for Snake to come along. Snake turns her down, leading us into the second phase of the Metal Gear fight. And despite the story implications, this is essentially just the first phase of the fight repeated with a couple of new attacks added, just requiring us to chew through Metal Gear's health bar a second time, while still avoiding the instant deaths from getting stomped on. It took me about an hour to get through the first phase of the fight for the first time, but with this effectively doubled health bar, beating the entire Metal Gear fight took me nearly 3 hours, and I'm genuinely not exaggerating when I tell you that every single one of those deaths came from getting stomped on by Metal Gear. We eventually destroy Metal Gear though, with Lucy telling us that Takayama and the Lucinda file are in the next room over before dying on the floor of the hangar. We go and find Takayama before Venus draws her gun on us, saying that she needs to clean up everyone who knows the link between the Lucinda file and the Prowlia massacre. She reveals that Wiseman was the one responsible for the massacre, with him explaining that he was the man in charge of the military program that was trying to use the test subjects from the duplicate. He ordered Lucinda Copplethorne to provoke the subjects into a blind rage in order to gather more thorough test data on them, and if anyone manages to get their hands on the Lucinda file, they'll know that he caused the massacre knowingly. They originally were going to have Venus infiltrate the facility alone and retrieve the file, while blaming the entire incident on Dalton and Snake since they also happened to be there at the same time, but when Copplethorne started issuing threats, it forced them to improvise. He also reveals that Venus is another Model 3 test subject just like Snake, and that he just got word from the Secretary of Defense that they know about BB and how he's been hacking into their systems, so they've sent out troops to handle that problem as well. Venus says that we can't beat her, with Wiseman explaining that she was the one who tracked us down after we escaped and shot us, leading to our memory loss. We get a boss fight against Venus, which is easily the best in the game if you ask me. She uses the exact same deck as Snake during this fight in an attempt to make it fair, which means that whatever tactics and overpowered cards you might be using to beat her, she will also use to beat you. If you bring a weapon that deals 300 damage per shot, she's going to fire it right back at you. If you stock up on a ton of healing items to try to outlast her, she'll be healing just as often as you are. It's a true mirror match, and it's one that was incredibly satisfying to try to outsmart and beat the AI on. After we defeat Venus, Wiseman tells us not to kill her, threatening us with Dalton's life. But just then, the boat they're on is raided by the Department of Defense, all thanks to BB exposing Wiseman to the President of the United States himself. Dalton informs us that the self-destruct sequence in the hangar has been initiated, so we need to escape with Venus and Takayama, and fast. We go through the escape route before a shutter suddenly drops between Snake and the other two, separating them for the time being. Snake has to find another way around, but Takayama and Venus come across a jeep, using it to make their escape. After they make it out, it seems like they've finally escaped, but then Metal Gear suddenly appears on the roof of the building. The military blasts it with their tanks, seemingly destroying it, but as it crumples, it fires something off into the ocean. We get one last scene with Takayama and Venus talking about Snake, with Venus saying that she's sure that he made it out somehow, and the credits roll. We then of course get a post-credits scene, because this is a Metal Gear game, with Snake and Dalton talking to each other, revealing that it was Snake controlling Metal Gear at the end, and that he launched himself into the ocean using the linear cannon before Dalton came around in the boat to pick him up. He tells us that the Lucinda file was made public, and everyone who was tied up in the incident is now going to trial, starting with Wiseman. Dalton gives Snake back his passport, ID, and the $15 million, telling him to go off and start his new life, before his crew from the beginning of the game also comes in to be reunited with him. Overall, I really enjoyed the story of Acid 2 for what it was. The biggest thing to point out here is that it absolutely addressed Acid 1's issue where it tried to cram the answer to every question throughout the game into one final cutscene, and it did a much better job of actually answering questions as the game's story went on, making it a lot easier to keep up with. They didn't hold back on the mystery aspect that made the first game's story feel so unique, they just properly paced things out so that it wasn't as overly confusing. However, as a follow-up to the original story, it feels a little disappointing. There were so many questions left unanswered at the end of Acid 1, like what is number 104 going to do next, or how is Charles going to try to capture Snake and what does he plan to do once he has him, or who are the members of Emilio? And I mentioned it earlier, but how the hell did Snake die in the first game? We see him at the end of the game talking with Teleco and saying that they're going to go climb a mountain, and then near the end of Acid 2, they just reveal that he somehow died on Libido Island, but we never get any details about what actually happened. All up though, I think that Acid 2 is a solid improvement over the original. This video might have felt a little light on the gameplay discussion, but that's because so much of Acid 1's gameplay was left unchanged, aside from the small improvements that were made throughout. It doesn't blow the game away by any means, but it's just packed to the brim with little improvements throughout the entire game. It's a more well-paced experience, and it expands the deck customization by an insane amount, and I doubt there are many people out there that prefer the original Acid to this one. If you enjoyed the first game, you'll enjoy this one even more, but if you weren't able to get into it, Acid 2 likely won't be the one to change your mind. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Metal Gear Acid 2 an 8 out of 10. Hey guys, thanks for stopping by. If you liked this video, check on screen for more entries in the series, and feel free to subscribe if you like my work. If you find yourself falling in love with this stuff, maybe check out my Patreon and join the amazing group that makes these videos all possible. Thanks guys, and I'll see you right here for the next Metal Gear review. If you thought we were done with Metal Gear PSP spin-offs, boy would you be wrong. The team at Kojima Productions had been wanting to release some mainline handheld installments that they referred to as Metal Gear Solid chapters, and Kojima himself had been playing around with the idea of a new mainline game where you could recruit soldiers using a Wi-Fi connection. So while he and the main team were working on the then upcoming Metal Gear Solid 4, the Metal Gear Acid 2 team was put onto developing this idea into a reality. And in December 2006, Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops was released to the world. So, would the first mainline handheld title in the series turn out to be a success, or would it be held back by the platform it was developed for? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 11th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Metal Gear game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along in preparation for Metal Gear Delta. And while you don't have to have seen the rest of the videos in order to enjoy this one, you will be missing a lot of important context about my journey with the series if you haven't seen them. So I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops is an action-adventure stealth game developed by Kojima Productions and published by Konami for the PlayStation Portable in 2006. And before we can really get into the game itself, we need to talk about the big question. Is it canon? Well, with this one, it's kind of hard to answer. When looking back on the development history of the game, it was considered mainline and canon at the time of its development and release, with Kojima even waiting to finish the script for Metal Gear Solid 4 until the Portable Ops team had finished their script to make sure that he didn't conflict with anything being done with this game and even to be able to throw in some references to it. But years later, Kojima also said in an interview that any game he directed in the franchise should be considered mainline, and anything that he didn't should be considered a spin-off, which would mean that Portable Ops would no longer be canon. From where I'm sitting, I'm going to treat the game as mainline until anything in a later title prompts me to change my mind, as that was the intent when the game was originally developed and released, and it's completely possible that when Kojima said that in that interview, he just simply overlooked Portable Ops. Anyway, the game opens 6 years after the events of Metal Gear Solid 3, with Big Boss having been captured and held prisoner by renegade members of the US Special Forces Unit Fox in a Colombian prison. We're interrogated by a man named Cunningham, a member of Fox and their interrogation specialist in our cell, with him telling us that the CIA only managed to recover half of the Philosopher's legacy and asking us where the other half is, as they believe that we would know where it would be. Big Boss says that he doesn't know what he's talking about, and Cunningham eventually gives up and leaves for the time being, and shortly after, we take the opportunity to escape through a vent in our cell, with another prisoner filling us in on what's happening. He tells us that we're in the San Geronimo Peninsula just off the coast of Colombia, also telling us that the Red Army is in control of the island. He explains that the Soviets built the base in secret after the Cuban Missile Crisis in order to maintain a missile launch facility within range of the United States, but apparently the plans for the base were canceled before construction was ever finished. The prisoner and the rest of the soldiers that came with him were sent in to investigate, but when they got there, they were ambushed by the Fox unit, killing all members of his team other than him. Big Boss tells the prisoner to call him Snake, and he introduces himself to us as Roy Campbell before we go to find a way to call in a rescue. Here, we get our first real stretch of gameplay, and the first thing that I have to talk about is that frame rate. When developing Portable Ops, the team got the MGS3 engine running on the PSP, something that we'll come back to in a minute, but due to the difficulties of porting a full console engine straight over to the handheld, the game is capped at a glorious 20 frames per second. Now, for anyone who hasn't played a game capped at less than 30 FPS before, this might not look so bad, but if you've ever played something that runs this poorly, like maybe Ocarina of Time on the N64 back in the day, you know how genuinely awful it feels. Along with just looking really choppy, it also means that the game feels much clunkier to control than it would otherwise, as you're only getting a small portion of the on-screen feedback that you would expect from other games. Thankfully, when you're just watching the gameplay, 20 FPS doesn't look too bad, so for the sake of this video, it isn't the most important thing, but if you ever plan to play this for yourself, just know going in that the frame rate is pretty rough. Technical aspects aside though, the core gameplay here is basically pulled straight over from Metal Gear Solid 3's Subsistence. This means that everything you would expect from MGS3 is here, from the movement to the CQC, and the freely controlled camera from the Subsistence release was also brought over, meaning that you don't have the awkward camera problems that the original MGS3 Snake Eater release had. One major change here though is that all of the pausing the game to swap camos, heal yourself, eat food, or manage your backpack has been removed here. The camo and the food systems are completely absent, the game has gone back to using a universal healing item that simply increases your health, and the inventory system is completely different from anything the franchise has had before. In Portable Ops, you can only carry 4 items and weapons at a time, but you can drop and pick up whatever you want as you go along using the selection menu. This might sound like a major downgrade at first, but as we'll come back to in a bit, other systems present in this game actually make this change super enjoyable. Another change you might notice is that the guards in this game have one of the craziest cases of tunnel vision we've ever seen in a 3D Metal Gear. There are a lot of moments where it seems like an enemy should clearly be able to see you, but they simply don't, as unless you're pretty close to them and standing directly in front of them, they just won't see you. If I had to guess, I'm assuming that the enemy awareness has been dulled down compared to previous Metal Gear games to make up for the fact that playing this on the PSP's controls is pretty awkward, and on top of the low frame rate, can lead to some pretty easy misinputs, so they've made sneaking around guards a little easier to compensate for that. I don't really feel like the reduced awareness of the guards here really adds to or takes away from the game overall, it's just something kind of funny that I thought was worth a mention here. The gameplay overall generally feels solid, but if I had to pick one thing that makes it feel worse than anything else, I would have to say that it's actually the camera. There's already the problems coming over from the low frame rate, with the camera feeling really choppy and like it has a bit of input lag on it, but it's also just way too tight for some areas in this game. This game has a ton of interior areas that are barely large enough to fit Snake in them, and in these areas, it becomes incredibly difficult to actually see where you're going and keep some sense of spatial awareness. Along with that, I haven't played the Subsistence version of MGS3 yet, so I'm not sure if this problem is unique to Portable Ops or carried over from that game, but the camera will automatically turn towards where Snake is facing and moving, meaning that you can't freely control the camera and move at the same time. There are plenty of instances in this game where I might want to keep an eye on a guard while sneaking by them, or maybe peek around a corner as I round the turn, and you can do that for about a second or so, but then the camera will start to actively fight back and pull around to look in front of Snake again. It makes something as basic as looking and moving at the same time feel incredibly frustrating and inconvenient, and it's another thing that you should be aware of going in if you plan to play this game for yourself. Anyway, we eventually reach the communications building of the compound, getting into contact with Paramedic from MGS3. Snake asks her if he can talk to Major Zero, and she tells us that Major Zero was arrested by military police about a month ago under suspicion of treason. She explains that the CIA's Fox unit stole a top secret weapon from the US, and that he's been charged with instigating the rebellion, and that we've actually been charged as well. She puts us into contact with Sigint, also returning from MGS3, who tells us that we should try to convince some of the Russian soldiers who are stationed there to work for us instead of the Fox unit, as having more men on our side would make our life a lot easier. He also tells us that the US sent some Green Berets into the country for recon, but that they lost contact with them nearby, and if we manage to find them, we might be able to convince them to help us out. Hearing this, Snake goes back to Campbell, freeing him from his cell, filling him in on the whole situation, and convincing him to help us out. He tells us that there's a patrol base nearby, and that we should go there to try to gather some intel. We get there, and we overhear a couple of the guards talking about how they're storing some sort of weapon that packs enough firepower to wipe out the entirety of Russia, and wondering what it might be that they're actually storing. We recover some secret documents there, and when we bring them back to Campbell, we find out that the enemy plans on using whatever new weapon they have against both the US and Russia, despite the fact that they're currently in negotiations with both of them. We also learn that the enemy's commander is named Gene before we get moving again to continue the mission. Shortly after, we attempt to capture an enemy guard to turn him to our side, and once we've abducted one, he explains to us that the Soviet soldiers aren't working with Fox because they were threatened, but because Russia betrayed them first. After all the work the soldiers had done to build and maintain the base, Russia decided to wipe the base off the records to avoid any sort of political fallout from the US potentially discovering it, wiping the records of all soldiers involved and cutting the men off from their homeland, leaving them stranded in Colombia. Snake explains to the guard that soldiers need to be loyal to themselves above all others and find their own reason to fight, convincing him to join our cause and work with us from this point on. This soldier's name is Jonathan, and you better remember it as he will be coming up again later in the video. And this brings us to a new idea that Portable Ops introduces to the series, with us being able to capture and turn soldiers from around the base to our side. Anytime you knock a soldier out during a mission, you can bring them back to the truck you drove in on, abducting them for reconditioning in the hopes that they'll join your ranks. The soldiers that do end up joining you can then be assigned to your sneaking unit, allowing us to play as them while out on missions. Each soldier that you turn to your side also has a chance to have unique perks, such as being able to drag bodies much faster, being able to instantly deliver items back to base, or simply just having a faster running speed than other soldiers. And our main man Jonathan was actually in my squad for the majority of the game since he was able to drag bodies much faster than the other soldiers, though he did have this uncomfortable habit to handle the unconscious soldiers the same way I handled your mom last night. And remember earlier when I said that some of the systems in this game actually make the inventory limit fun? Well, the soldier system is the main thing I was referring to. If you bring an item back from a mission, you can then remove it from your inventory and put it into storage, allowing you to just have it on hand for any later mission you might want it for. Along with this, as I mentioned, some soldiers that you capture will have the delivery man skill, allowing them to instantly send an item back to storage while out in the field. This means that even though there's a strict inventory limit per character, players who plan things out ahead of time will actually be heavily rewarded in this game, and I really enjoyed retrieving an item in the field with one soldier, but then giving it to another one who would actually get more benefit out of it. Getting back to the story though, Campbell has been coughing ever since we freed him from his cell and getting progressively worse, and Jonathan mentions that he seems to be showing signs of malaria, so we need to find some medication that will treat his symptoms before things get really bad. We go to the hospital on the base, finding their shipment manifest, but it turns out that all the recent shipments have actually been going to a nearby research lab instead of getting delivered to the hospital. So if we want to have any chance of curing Campbell, we need to go there instead. And around this point in the game, it hit me that the level design here in Portable Ops is actually pretty good. Sure, I mentioned earlier that the interior areas feel pretty claustrophobic, and the camera in this game certainly doesn't help with that, but the majority of areas you'll visit have really interesting designs and layouts. Even with the clunky controls and camera, I really enjoyed exploring the various areas of the San Geronimo Peninsula, and the designers who worked on Portable Ops should be commended for managing to create such interesting and varied environments while working within the constraints of the PSP. As we move forward towards the research lab, we hear some of the Fox members speaking with scientists about someone who needs to be awoken from a culture tank. They're told that it will take at least another 12 hours before he's ready, before some steel beams fall near them, and one of the Fox members remarks that fate would never allow him to be hurt. He then gives a speech to all the soldiers working on the construction nearby, inspiring them to work even harder, leading Snake to realize that the man speaking must be Gene. We go to find the culture tank that they were speaking of, and when we do, we're spotted by a female scientist who tells us to hide in a locker before some guards arrive. She plays it off with the guards, telling them it's just her in there, and after they leave, she introduces herself as Eliza. She tells us that her sister Ursula is a member of the Fox unit, explaining to us that Ursula is one of the most powerful psychics in the world. We ask her who the man in the tube is, with her telling us that his codename is Null and that he's the only surviving member of the now cancelled Perfect Soldier program. She hands us some medicine to treat the local strain of malaria and tells us to head for the harbor to find what we're looking for. There is one issue though, and that is that we don't know where the harbor is or how to get to it. So we go out searching for information on it, and while doing so, I was met with a pretty wild wake-up call. So you see this slimmer bar next to my health in the lower left corner? Well, this is the stamina bar in this game, but the catch is, the food items that were present in MGS3 aren't in Portable Ops. So how do you restore your stamina, I hear you ask? Well, you eat rations. Simple enough, right? But you see, when I saw the various rations lying around, I initially thought that they were a generic healing item once again like they were in every Metal Gear game before MGS3. I was also finding items called medical supplies, and I, for whatever reason, assumed that these were another generic healing item that just restored more health than the rations. And before anyone says it, yes, I'm incredibly stupid for just assuming this without ever actually using a ration, but this did lead to a pretty hilarious moment during my playthrough. At about this point in my run, I ran out of stamina entirely for the first time, which led to Snake instantly falling over and dying. So I found myself in a spot where I had to go and find some leads on where the harbor is, but while doing so, I was also frantically running around looking for rations just to stay alive. Another thing that I realized during this search is that the tranquilizer pistol in this game is comically overpowered. Now, this isn't the first time that a tranq gun has destroyed the balance of a Metal Gear Solid title, but if you ask me, this is probably the most damage it's done to the balance of any single game. Obviously, the tranq pistol is always an incredibly powerful option for being able to silently and instantly knock out a guard from range, but what if that pistol now had infinite ammo? That's right, here in Portable Ops, your tranquilizer gun now has effectively infinite ammo, as well as effectively infinite suppressor durability, making it an even stronger tool than it has ever been before. Now, I say effectively because it is theoretically possible to run out of ammo or break the suppressor, but due to the way that Portable Ops works as a game, you'll start every single mission with full ammo and suppressor durability on all of your weapons. So while the ammo isn't actually infinite, you do get at least 40 shots in this thing per mission, and while I ended up using this weapon to take out almost every single guard I encountered in the game, I never once ran out of ammo or broke the suppressor on it. Anyway, after searching for info on the harbor for a little bit and yielding no results, I decided to send some spies out to gather the info for me. And this brings us into one of the more interesting parts of the soldier system, that being the spy system. Instead of assigning soldiers to the sneaking units and controlling them manually, you can instead send them out to go and gather information from a specific area of the San Jeronimo Peninsula. Your spies will then alert you to a number of things, from where the enemy is holding prisoners that you could recruit, what areas have new weapons that you haven't found yet, and even giving you intel on supply caches that you can then go and destroy in order to weaken the enemy throughout the island. All of these things are totally optional if you want to just blast through the main story, but these offer a ton of rewarding side content, giving you very good reasons to revisit areas from earlier in the game and become more familiar with the base as a whole. I personally ended up going after almost every piece of side content that my spies told me about, not because I was forcing myself to 100% the game or anything, but because all of these leads had genuinely good rewards for the rest of the game if completed, and it leads to the spy system actually being one of my favorite parts of the game. Anyway, our spies eventually manage to find out where the harbor is, so we make our way over to it, and while there, we come across a man who is able to turn things into ice by simply touching them, who also says that he was hoping to find his old friend Snake lurking about. Snake calls the man Python under his breath, remarking at the fact that he's still alive. Python leaves, and we go over to talk to a prisoner of his, Colonel Skoronsky of the Red Army, who explains to us that after Gene arrived, it took him less than 4 weeks to bring the entire peninsula under his control, and he tells us that Gene turned the Red Army soldiers to his side using fear. The Colonel seems to be a little on the crazy side, so we leave him in the cell, moving on to see what else might be around the harbor. In the bottom of a cargo ship there, we also find a large crate marked Made in USA, with Snake telling Campbell that that crate must be what the prototype weapon was moved in. Snake also notes that they seemingly moved the prototype off the ship already, but that there are spare weapon and armor pieces laying all over the place. Campbell is confused, saying that if it's a weapon that could hit every major city in Russia, it would have to be ballistic and it would be weird for there to be armor pieces laying around. But Snake tells him that with what he's seeing, he's certain that it's a land-based weapon of some kind. Immediately after this, we get a call from a mysterious voice who thanks us for taking care of Colonel Volgin back in Groznygrad and tells us to call him Privedenie, the Russian word for ghost that I definitely pronounced flawlessly. The ghost asks us if we remember the Shagohod, leading Snake to realize that the prototype weapon here must be a similar sort of nuclear-equipped tank. Ghost confirms that America was working on making their own version of the Shagohod, but explains that this tank is a bipedal walking tank instead of being tread-based, and that it has a much more powerful booster than the Shagohod did as well. Snake recalls Granin's Metal Gear plans that were in development back in Selinoyarsk, and decides that we need to destroy the nuclear storage facility on the base to prevent Metal Gear from firing, so we go off to find out where the warheads are being stored. Shortly after this, I get word from one of my spy units that the map to the nuclear storage facility is in a nearby security base, so we go there to grab it. And while there, I decided to get into my first all-out gunfight of the game, and I learned that the new Ready Weapon button also works as an auto-aim tool while in third person. This might sound like a dumb change to cater to more casual players, but if you've ever actually played on a PSP, you know that those controls could be really rough to do anything overly precise with, so it's simply something that makes the game feel more playable and allows the general pace of the gameplay to be on par with that of a proper home console entry in the series. Along with that, you can now press the circle button while aiming to manually reload whenever you want, which while not any better than simply using the quick equip button to holster and equip the weapon again, it is fun to trigger the full reload animation, and just something that I thought deserved a little mention here. Getting back on track though, we eventually arrive at the nuclear storage facility. Our spies told us that the warheads were on their way there and hadn't arrived yet, so we try to blow up the machines powering the elevator before we're confronted by Python, who reveals that he froze the detonator on our bomb, preventing us from being able to actually blow it up. Snake asks how he survived the incident in Vietnam, with him explaining that due to the wounds that he suffered, his body lost its ability to regulate its own temperature, so he was put in a special liquid nitrogen suit to keep him alive, which has now made him an even better soldier than he ever was before. He then reveals that he was appointed to the Fox unit for the CIA to become a soldier even better than Snake himself, so that if Big Boss ever decided to betray the US, Python would be ready to kill him. He says that after killing us, his purpose will be fulfilled, leading us into the first boss fight of the game. In this fight, the entire room has been filled with liquid nitrogen, clouding up the place and making it hard to keep track of Python as he moves around. So in order to defeat him, we have to play a game of cat and mouse, luring him out into gunfire before retreating back into the fog to set up another trap for him. And hilariously, during my fight with him, Snake actually died because of my skill issue, so I had to bring our boy Jonathan in to clean up the mess after Big Boss himself couldn't. After we defeat Python, he tells us that soldiers can't find purpose in the good of a nation or the hatred of an enemy, and that they can only find their salvation in the hands of a hero that will lead them to it. He asks if Snake can bring his men to their salvation before dying on the floor in front of us. Afterwards, Campbell tells us that while we were fighting Python, the nukes were delivered to their destination, and that our objective now has to shift to destroying Metal Gear itself. One of our spy units then informs us that a government official is hanging out at a nearby airport, so I go to interrogate him, and he just so happens to give up the location of the nuclear missile silo. We go to the silo, where we run into Null, the perfect soldier from earlier, leading us into another boss fight. Due to Null's enhanced reflexes and techniques, we can't attack him head on, needing to either catch him by surprise or use things like claymores to set up traps for him. After we defeat him, Snake realizes that he's seen Null before we're surrounded by guards and subsequently captured. And this actually brings us to a pretty interesting point in the game, where with Snake captured, Campbell and the rest of the men we've gathered have to figure out where we've been taken and put together a plan to free us, meaning that we have to go around seeking information without Snake being playable. And I know that a lot of Metal Gear fans just want to play as Snake in these games, but there's something weirdly special about playing as your own recruits in this game, and since all of them have their own unique strengths and weaknesses, this part of the game makes the stealth even deeper since you have to bring the right man for the job depending on what exactly you're trying to do. For example, if you're trying to go out and interrogate soldiers for information, you're going to need to bring someone who specializes in CQC, as the majority of the men you gather either won't be able to use it, or will only be able to use the very basic functions of it. Eventually though, I interrogate an officer who tells me that Snake has been taken to the guest house, giving us the lead we've been looking for. We then cut to Cunningham and Gene talking about how they're going to interrogate us, with Gene telling Cunningham to make sure that he figures out where the remainder of the legacy is. Cunningham leaves the room for a bit, and Gene asks Snake why he's back on the battlefield. Snake doesn't have an answer, and Gene says that it's simply his warrior instinct that brought him back, as once someone has been on the battlefield, they can never return to a normal life. And I absolutely loved this scene, as we get to see the seeds of this ideology being planted in Big Boss, while already knowing that he will eventually pass this exact ideology down to Solid Snake in Metal Gear 2. Gene then explains to Snake that the whole story about stealing Metal Gear was a setup from the beginning. The CIA was planning to give Metal Gear over to the Soviet Union in order to prolong the Cold War, as Russia's economy is in shambles, and the CIA recognizes that if the Cold War ended, they would quickly become unimportant and lose the majority of their funding as well. The CIA ordered the Fox unit to steal Metal Gear and pretend to defect to the Soviet Union, and they've simply been following orders this entire time. He then explains to us that he's the result of the Successor Project, a top-secret program that was meant to create the perfect battlefield commander, with Gene having been molded by the techniques of the legendary boss herself. And as our men keep trying to find someone with information on the exact location of the guest house, we get another cutscene with Gene talking on the phone with his contact at the CIA, revealing that he's working with Ocelot. Null then comes in, killing multiple soldiers, and telling Gene that his mission isn't complete until Snake is dead. He tries to attack Gene, but Gene swiftly deals with him, having the guards take him away to reset his memory before redeploying him. I eventually find someone who knows where the guest house is, and we get yet another cutaway with Eliza from earlier visiting Snake's cell and telling him that Gene is working on loading the nuclear warheads into Metal Gear. She reveals that she saw a vision of Snake destroying Metal Gear, and says that while her premonitions don't always come true, she believes that this one will. Campbell and the rest of the men stage a rescue operation to free Snake, but on the way out with him, we're confronted by Cunningham, who asks us again where the legacy is. Snake tells him that he doesn't know, but Cunningham is insistent, saying that the Pentagon told him that we stole the KGB's half. Then all of a sudden, Eliza flies in a truck to save us, allowing Snake to finally escape. She takes Snake to show him where Metal Gear is being held, and along the way, she explains that she and her sister Ursula gained their psychic abilities after being exposed to an accidental nuclear blast at a nearby research facility when they were young. She tells Snake that she's helping him because she feels that he'll be a great father someday, which is ironic, to say the least. She also tells us that even though she's never seen Gene fight, she believes that his reflexes and skills might surpass even Null's. With Snake back in action, we go to destroy Metal Gear, but as we come face to face with it, Gene and his men ambush us, and Metal Gear is activated. The colonel from the prison cell earlier is the one piloting it, and Snake believes that this was Gene's plan all along, but he apparently never meant for him to escape and pilot Metal Gear. Gene then plays his real trump card, telling Ursula to wake up, revealing that Ursula and Eliza were originally one personality, and that the two of them actually live within the same body, turning Eliza on us by bringing out her alter ego. Ursula then flies into Metal Gear, and we get a Metal Gear fight reminiscent of Metal Gear 1's, where we need to plant TNT on the legs of Metal Gear to damage it. And once the legs have been destroyed, Metal Gear tips over, and we need to wait for the missile pods to open, hitting those since they're underneath the armor. And once again, Big Boss himself wasn't enough to handle this one, and we had to bring out Ol' Handsy Johnny to get the job done. Once we bring it down, Eliza is unfortunately killed in the explosion, and Gene says that he can see why Snake would catch Ocelot's eye. Sokolov from MGS3 then runs into the room, with Snake realizing that he's the ghost who's been calling us, and he reveals that we only destroyed the Metal Gear that they used for test exercises, and that the real weapon is still intact. Sokolov tells Gene that he couldn't stand to see his creation turned against his own motherland, and we see Metal Gear being flown out, confirming that what Sokolov said was true. Gene then gives a speech to his men, saying that neither the US or the Soviet Union can control them now, and that they're going to tear the nuclear weapons from the large world powers and spread them throughout the globe, plunging the world into a constant state of war and conflict. He then sows the seeds of doubt among his soldiers, saying that one of them has been ordered to kill the rest of them, putting fear into their hearts until they start blindly firing on one another in their distrust, with Jonathan jumping in to defend us from stray bullets, getting himself tragically killed in the process. Gene disappears, and we're left to find where they've brought the new Metal Gear. Our spies manage to get us the location of the underground facility it's being held in, but there's an impenetrable gate that runs on electricity preventing us from actually entering. So we go to the nearby power substation, planting a timed bomb on the power supply so that we can get in position to infiltrate the facility when it goes off. On our way back to the truck though, we run into Null again, who escaped before having his memory reset. Snake tells Null that 4 years ago, he ran into a child soldier in Mozambique who was killing enemies with nothing but a knife, and that child's name was Frank Yeager, revealing to us that Null has actually been Gray Fox this entire time, as well as jogging Null's memory in regards to his true identity. We battle him again, and afterwards, Snake apologizes to him, saying that he thought he would be safe at the rehab facility, and that the philosophers must have pulled some strings to get him back into military hands again. We go to infiltrate the underground facility, taking Frank with us to ensure that he remains safe. We fight our way through the guards defending the entrance, and once inside, we sneak our way through the complex, eventually running into Cunningham again. He explains to us that he doesn't answer to Gene or the Fox unit, but that his employer is actually the United States Department of Defense. He tells us that if Gene were to fire Metal Gear into the Soviet Union, the CIA wouldn't be as necessary in an actual war scenario, and all of their funding would go to the military instead. The Department of Defense orchestrated Big Boss being there so that someone would infiltrate the compound and start a rebellion against Gene's men, and give him no other option than to fire Metal Gear at the Soviet Union. And in classic Metal Gear fashion, we played right into their hands without knowing. Cunningham tells us that he won't be letting us through, leading into a boss fight against him. His fight is probably the simplest of all the bosses in the game, with us simply needing to shoot his hovercraft until it malfunctions, then shoot Gene himself while he's closer to the ground in order to actually kill him. It's not all that interesting, but I would be lying if I said it isn't a fun fight just for the spectacle, and the fact that it finally gives us a real chance to just unload with our M63. Once defeated, Cunningham self-destructs his hovercraft to try to take us with him, but we manage to escape the blast, moving forward to destroy Metal Gear for real this time. Once we reach the hangar, we encounter Gene, who says that he's known everything the entire time. The Pentagon's plans, Cunningham's real goals, everything. He tells us that his real target isn't Russia, but it's instead the CIA headquarters in Virginia, which he hopes that destroying will plunge the US into chaos and cause a shift in the global balance of power in order to get rid of the philosophers for good and start his own military nation in which soldiers can thrive, which he calls Army's Heaven. Snake tells him that he's building a country on fear and not for any care for or loyalty from his men, and that the real soldier's paradise would be found outside his heaven. Gene then reveals that Volgin launching the nuke back in the Virtuous mission, the boss's death, and Operation Snake Eater as a whole was all a setup from someone behind the scenes, telling Snake that his country can't save him and offering Snake a place alongside him. Snake refuses, so he presses the launch button for Metal Gear, but the launch is suddenly stopped and Ursula appears, revealing that she sabotaged Metal Gear in order to stop Gene's plans. Gene quickly stabs her in the chest and goes into the other room to activate the backup launch sequence. Ursula tells us of visions that she has while she's dying, saying that Snake will destroy Metal Gear only to build another one in its place, and that his son will bring the world to ruin before bleeding out in Snake's arms. We chase Gene into the next room, getting into a boss fight against him. He uses his enhanced reflexes to avoid most of our attacks, but every once in a while, he'll go for an attack that's taxing enough on his body that he needs to recover afterwards, allowing us to get some damage in. Again, it's a very basic fight, but it's fairly entertaining for what it is. After defeating him, he admits that we must be the true successor to the boss, with Snake asking him how to stop the launch. He tells us that once the countdown has been started, it can't be stopped, before tossing us a film saying that it contains all of the funding that he's pulled together for his army's heaven, saying that we'll need it one day when we eventually have the same dream as him. He tells Snake to go forth and find his own calling before bleeding out on the floor. Snake then gets a call from Sokolov, who tells us that even though the controls have been locked, it can be stopped if Snake dismantles the Metal Gear unit before the launch. Snake runs into the silo, firing an RPG at the Metal Gear unit, but it has no effect. And just when it seems like it's all over, all the men we've recruited throughout the game run in, all firing their weapons at the unit simultaneously, and when the missile does launch, the unit fails to deploy the nukes once in orbit, meaning that we very narrowly managed to avoid the disaster. We then cut to Ocelot confronting the director of the CIA on his way to the nuclear shelter, as they aren't aware the warhead deployment failed yet, with the director explaining that he's arriving late to the shelter because he had to retrieve all the data on the philosophers to ensure that they don't lose it. Ocelot tells him that that's perfect, shooting the director's armed escorts, revealing to him that he plans on retaking the other half of the legacy before he shoots the director, and the screen cuts to black. We then get one final conversation between Big Boss and Campbell, with Boss telling him that he now realizes that he's not living unless he's on the battlefield, and that he has to find his own reason to fight again before the credits roll. And of course, as this was meant to be a mainline Metal Gear title, we do get one last post-credits scene. We hear Ocelot pick up the phone, saying that they've framed the director's death as a suicide brought on by the guilt of his involvement with Metal Gear. He says that they should have known Gene was serious about launching those nukes, and now that he has the legacy, he asks the caller if that was all part of their plans as well. He admires their work in setting all this up, but tells them that they won't be using him anymore. The caller then says something about creating the perfect soldier and genes, and Ocelot says that he's willing to help them out with the project, but only on the condition that they get Big Boss involved as well, before hanging up. And now, I hope that some of you guys who weren't familiar with Portable Ops' narrative coming into this video can see why I say that I would consider it to be canon, at least given the perspective that I currently have on the franchise as a whole. I absolutely love how it clearly bridges the gap between the events of MGS3 and Big Boss's eventual establishing of Outer Heaven. While Metal Gear Solid 3's events would have broken Snake's trust in the United States government, Portable Ops' event would have planted the idea in his mind that he might be able to establish his own nation to care for and provide for other disillusioned soldiers like himself. And I especially love how Ursula says something in passing about Big Boss's son bringing the world to ruin, building even more suspense for the eventual release of Metal Gear Solid 4. I know that fans are pretty split on whether this title can be considered canon or not, and I'm sure that there are perfectly good reasons that people believe that it can't be, but from where I'm sitting, it seems like a fantastic addition to the overall narrative of the mainline games. And as I said at the start of the video, if things in later games start to conflict with things from Portable Ops, then I'll absolutely be bringing it up and giving my updated thoughts as that happens. Overall though, I was very surprised by how much I enjoyed Portable Ops. I hadn't heard great things before sitting down to play it for myself, and especially near the start of the game with the clunky controls and poor frame rate, I was fully expecting that this one just wouldn't be for me. But between the unique take on the 3D Metal Gear gameplay and the story that not only directly follows up MGS3, but also directly sets up the original Metal Gear, I found myself having a really good time with this one. It definitely has its issues, and I certainly wouldn't say it's as good as games like MGS 1, 2, and 3, but it really does have a lot to fall in love with. I can imagine that a lot of players won't enjoy the soldier system as much as I did, and I'm sure a lot will quit the game pretty early on due to the technical issues, but for those who can power through those aspects of the game, you'll find yourself weirdly addicted to this unusual little PSP title. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops a 7.8. Hey guys, thanks for watching. If you want to check out my other Metal Gear reviews, you can find them right here. And if you want to catch more videos like this, click that subscribe button, even though that doesn't really mean much anymore. I also want to thank the incredible people who support me on Patreon. You guys allow me to put all this time into these videos, and I can't thank you guys enough. Well guys, I'll hope to catch all of you back here for the next Metal Gear review. Well, I never thought we'd be covering mobile games on the channel, but here we are. Leading up to the release of Metal Gear Solid 4, Konami was really milking the Metal Gear brand, with them pumping out 3 PSP titles between the releases of MGS 3 and 4 alone. And just to make sure that they squeezed every last bit of juice out of that sweet handheld gaming fruit, Konami also licensed the franchise out to London-based developers IdeaWorks Game Studio, allowing them to make a Metal Gear title for mobile phones, with Metal Gear Solid Mobile releasing just 3 months before Metal Gear Solid 4. So, would Metal Gear's first foray into the mobile gaming market be any good, or was it simply a quick cash grab to capitalize on the hype? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 12th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Metal Gear game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along in preparation for Metal Gear Delta. And while you don't have to have seen the rest of the videos in order to enjoy this one, you will be missing a lot of important context about my journey with the series if you haven't seen them. So I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Metal Gear Solid Mobile is an action-adventure stealth game developed by IdeaWorks Game Studio and published by Konami for mobile phones in 2008. And as we have to do with any game in the series not directed by Hideo Kojima, let's talk about whether or not it's canon. Much like my previous video on Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops, this is a weird one to answer, but for very different reasons from that title. Metal Gear Solid Mobile sits in what I like to refer to as the maybe canon. By this, I mean that it's very possible the game could be canon to the mainline series, as it doesn't contradict with anything that comes before or after, but we also don't know if it actually ever happened, as no other Metal Gear titles ever make reference to the events of this game. Starting up the game though, we open with Snake—
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that?
Sorry, that just, Jesus. Starting up the game, we open with Snake infiltrating a top-secret facility to check out a potential lead that the philanthropy group received from an anonymous tip. The game takes place between MGS 1 and 2, with Snake and Otacon working together as partners to clean up the mess that has come from Ocelot selling the Metal Gear Rex plans and data to whatever countries were willing to pay. So we go off to establish contact with whoever inside the facility reached out to us, giving us our first stretch of gameplay. Overall, it's a weird in-between of MGS 1 and 2, with the game feeling a little more similar to MGS 1. And if you've played those games, then you already know how this goes. You move through the facility, sneaking by guards, collecting new items and gear as you go, trying to find keycard upgrades along the way, and using your new items and gear to access new areas that will progress the story. They've even brought over things like peeking around corners to keep an eye on guards, and the first-person aiming mechanic, which now features these incredibly charming 2D sprites of the weapons you're holding to help save on the resources while running on mobile phones. Overall, I'm incredibly impressed by how well the team managed to port the classic Metal Gear Solid gameplay onto mobile phones of the time, and even though I know not a lot of people played this one, I'm sure a lot of you would feel the same way if you ever got your hands on it. And while I briefly commented on Snake's model earlier, I think now would be a good time to talk more about the overall presentation here. If you were judging this game by the general standard of 2008, it looks pretty bad, but when you consider that this is a mobile game from 2008, it actually makes this game relatively impressive. These environments are fully 3D, no smoke and mirrors about it, and the models and texture work are honestly pretty good considering how little horsepower the devices this game ran on actually had. The game's not going to blow you away visually, but it's obvious that they were pushing mobile phones of the time to their absolute limits, so you have to give them credit for getting it to look as good as it does. Moving forward though, we find a computer node, with Otacon telling us that he could increase the clearance level on our keycard if we hacked into it, leading us into one of the most awkward parts of the gameplay, that being this little hacking minigame. Players need to tune the frequency to keep it in line with these blue notches, which seems easy enough, but it's incredibly momentum based, with it taking about a full second to change direction, and once that direction does change, odds are pretty good that you're going to overshoot the path due to the momentum that you've built up in that time. This minigame pops up a handful of times throughout the game, and while it's a little frustrating, it only takes like 30 seconds to a minute each time it appears, so it's not like it's a huge deal at the end of the day. We finally managed to hack into the system, and oh my god! I'm sorry, this woman's face just gave me a flashback to Mr. Meaty, and if you ever watched that when you were younger, you know. Anyway, the woman introduces herself as Dr. Reed, revealing that she was the one who gave us the tip on this facility. Snake spends a little time flirting with her because, well, it's Solid Snake. I can't imagine you've gotten this far in the series without realizing that he literally cannot resist the temptation to flirt with every woman he comes into contact with.
You've got a great butt.
She tells us that when she started working here, she thought her work would be going towards bettering the world, but instead, it's been used to create weapons of mass destruction, which is why she reached out to us. Snake asks her what kind of weapons the new Metal Gear has been equipped with, but she says that she doesn't know and tells us to meet her in the security control room on the floor below. We start making our way down there before we get a call from a mysterious voice that says we'll talk more soon before abruptly hanging up. We ask Otacon who just called us, and he says that he's not seeing any record of recent codec communications, so we just continue on. While making our way there, I ran into a couple small complications with the stealth, revealing to me that the radio system from MGS2 makes a return here. Sort of. If a guard is knocked out, there's a chance that they'll get called for a random check-in, and when they don't respond, other guards will be sent in to see what's going on. Along with that, you've got the various alert phases pulled over from MGS 2 and 3 as well, but the phases are significantly shorter than they are in those games, which was probably done just to keep up the pace of the game, as this was a mobile game, meaning people would be looking to play for a few minutes at a time, not for an hour or more at a time. Another returning system that really surprised me was the camouflage system from MGS 3 being present. Kind of. Okay, so it's not very similar to MGS 3. But there is a very light camo system in the game. Snake's sneaking suit can change colors to whatever you want it to, with players being able to select the color manually by either taking a picture using the in-game camera, or using their phone's camera to grab any color from the environment around them while playing. The weird thing is though, the camo system only ever factors into your detection when you're sliding along walls or pieces of cover, so it's a feature that only really matters in that very rare circumstance that you're trying to slide under a camera and sneak past a guard at the same time. Still, the ability to change the color of Snake's suit using your phone's actual camera is really cool, so even though it wasn't a mechanic that got used all that much, it was definitely something I had to bring up. Anyway, we continue moving forward, and Otacon calls to tell us that he doesn't trust Dr. Reed, saying that the Damsel in Distress Act feels a little too convenient to him. Snake tells him that they have more important things to worry about right now, and we continue to move forward through the facility. And as surprisingly good as the stealth is in MGS Mobile, in the event that you are spotted, the combat is pretty terrible. It's the sort of thing you'd expect from a game like this, with the team making a valiant effort to make the combat feel good here, but with them just being too limited by the control scheme of mobile phones at the time. Due to the way the game controls, making minor adjustments and split-second decisions doesn't really feel all that great, and anytime that I did get into combat, it just kind of felt like I took way more damage from enemies than I normally would in a Metal Gear game, which was purely due to the fact that I couldn't take the enemies down quickly enough. Combat in the Metal Gear games is always a bit of a risky option, but the risk here is much higher than it is in any other 3D game in the franchise, meaning that I just avoided it at all costs. Otacon eventually calls us back, saying that he did some digging, and he wasn't able to find a single mention of Dr. Reed in the records of any scientific foundations. Snake reminds him that this is a Black Ops facility, so her name isn't exactly going to be plastered all around for the public to see, but Otacon insists that he should have found at least something to acknowledge her existence, saying that he'll continue to look into it. Back to the gameplay though, I haven't brought it up yet, but the guard AI here is really poor. I don't think that this is because the team at IdeaWorks was incapable of making a good AI for them though. Rather, they seem to have been dialed back intentionally to account for the clunkier controls, much like what happened in Portable Ops. They have the typical AI issues that pop up in the Metal Gear games, like crazy tunnel vision and a general lack of awareness, but the camo system in this game makes things even funnier than usual. I mentioned earlier that if the color of your sneaking suit generally matches the color of a wall, you'll get a camouflage bonus in this game, making it so that you can blend in and become harder to detect. But what I didn't mention is that if you match the wall's color exactly, you're completely invisible to the guards. This is especially funny because Snake's sneaking suit doesn't cover his head at all, so it almost makes it look like the guards are just walking past this floating head in the hallway as if it's nothing out of the ordinary. As we're nearing the security control room, Dr. Reed calls asking if we're close, worried that the guards might find her before we get there. Snake reassures her that he'll be there soon, and she tells him to call her Victoria from now on, giving Otacon another clue to dig into. Just then, she tells us that security in the area is increasing and that she'll need to relocate, but she tells us not to worry as we should be able to access the security systems just fine without her. Once we get there, we go to access the security systems before the alarms all go off and the area gets put on lockdown. Otacon tries to get us out by hacking into the system, and while we're waiting, Dr. Reed calls us again, revealing that she doesn't work at the facility and that she's not even real. She explains that she's a VR construct designed to seduce and manipulate male operatives, which she somehow does with that face, before introducing us to her commander. The commander explains that they lured us here using Dr. Reed and convinced us to shut down the security systems, allowing them to walk right in the front door with their men and steal Metal Gear. We trick one of the patrolling soldiers into thinking we escaped the room, allowing us to slip out so that we can find a way to stop them from stealing Metal Gear. On the way there, we get another call from the mysterious voice, saying that we need to look to our past in order to progress forward, before getting another call from them a couple minutes later, saying that they've made some progress on something that will help us see through the fog of deception that surrounds us. As we continue forward, Otacon tells us that someone is trying to hack into our codec frequency, glitching out a bit temporarily before telling us that everything is fine. We eventually reach an observation room, hacking into the computers in there, and Otacon pulls up footage from some security cameras of a Metal Gear Rex being stored on the floor below us, so we move down there to prevent the terrorists from getting their hands on it. On our way down, the mysterious voice calls us again, telling us to be careful as they don't believe anyone has ever made it this far. Snake asks who they are again, with Otacon asking us if we're talking to ourselves before reminding us that we need to keep moving to prevent the terrorists from unleashing Metal Gear. And as we keep moving, things around us start to glitch out as well, and when we call Otacon, he says that the mission parameters have been exceeded and that we're entering untested simulation areas.
Right.
Just after this, we reach the first and only mandatory combat section of the game, which only further highlights just how poor the shooting is. I have nothing to add here that I didn't mention earlier, other than the fact that this is the only room I died in during my entire playthrough, and I died twice in here, just highlighting how bad the combat actually is. The mysterious voice calls us again, telling us that we were captured, drugged, and placed into a simulation to be monitored, revealing that the entire game up to this point has been taking place in a VR mission without our knowledge. The caller then reveals himself to be the real Otacon, proving that it's him by admitting that he peed his pants in front of Snake when they first met. Otacon warns us that if we die in the simulation, our heart will stop in real life, because the if you die in game, you die in real life trope hasn't been done enough, telling us that we have to complete the simulation in order to escape from it. We enter the Metal Gear hangar, getting into a boss fight against the leader of the terrorists, whose name is Boss. Boss wields a chain gun, shooting at us from a higher elevation, forcing us to take cover and wait for the gun to jam before either popping out to return fire or hitting him with a Nikita missile. Chaff grenades can also interfere with the electronic components of his chain gun, causing it to jam more quickly. Because that makes sense. While we're fighting him, the room progressively glitches out more and more, and once we defeat Boss, the simulation abruptly ends, causing us to wake up on a table. We hear two voices talking about how useful our performance data will be, with one of them telling the other to wipe our memory of these events and set us free. One of them then says that they should see if Jack could do any better before the screen fades to black and the credits roll. All up, the story is fine. It gets the job done in getting you from place to place. It does throw some mystery at the player that they'll get answers to as the game goes on, and it doesn't directly conflict with any existing Metal Gear titles. It's by no means a great Metal Gear story, but for a mobile game, it's serviceable, and like I said at the beginning of the video, it could have taken place in the mainline Metal Gear timeline. Overall, Metal Gear Solid Mobile is a surprisingly competent experience. I definitely have a tendency to write off mobile games almost immediately due to the fact that they almost always fail to offer an experience on par with home consoles or PC games, but I would say that this game is better than Snake's Revenge, so that has to count for something. The story isn't particularly great, but the gameplay is basically just MGS1 with a couple of MGS2's mechanics and systems added in, meaning that if you liked those games, it's hard to dislike this one. Its pacing is surprisingly strong, and the entire game took me just shy of 2 hours to complete, meaning it doesn't outstay its welcome by any means. I really am impressed by how well the team at IdeaWorks managed to make this feel like a proper Metal Gear title, so at the end of the day, I'm going to give Metal Gear Solid Mobile a 7 out of 10. What's up, guys? Thanks for sticking around. If you want to dive deeper into my Metal Gear series, click on the playlist here. And if you want to support more videos like this one, check out my Patreon page where you can get things like behind the scenes updates, early video access, and more. Anyway, I'm going to get back to work, and I hope to see all of you guys right here for the next Metal Gear review. Kept you waiting, huh? Thanks to me needing to wrap up the Ace Combat reviews, as well as having a ton of Metal Gear spin-offs to get through, it's been over 2 months since my Metal Gear Solid 3 review went up. And since day one of that video being public, I've been getting the question, when will the MGS4 video be up? Well, ladies and gentlemen, here it is. And as you probably saw already, this one's a bit of a doozy. So get a drink, a snack, get comfy, whatever you gotta do, and let's get into this one. After the release of Metal Gear Solid 3, Hideo Kojima had announced that he would be retiring as the director of the Metal Gear series, leaving his position open for another director to come in and handle Metal Gear Solid 4. The new director would be Shuyo Murata, the co-writer of Metal Gear Solid 3. After this announcement though, Kojima would return to the role of director after an overwhelmingly negative response from fans, with him stating in later interviews that he and other members of the team even received death threats over the decision. But with Kojima back at the helm, he and the team got to work on what would become Metal Gear Solid 4: Guns of the Patriots, and the game would eventually be released to the public in June of 2008. So, would this unlikely sequel manage to live up to the legacy of its predecessors, or would its troubled development take too much of a toll on the final product? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 13th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Metal Gear game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along in preparation for Metal Gear Delta. And while you don't have to have seen the rest of the videos in order to enjoy this one, you will be missing a lot of important context about my journey with the series if you haven't seen them, so I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Metal Gear Solid 4: Guns of the Patriots is an action-adventure stealth game developed by Kojima Productions and published by Konami for the PlayStation 3 in 2008. The game opens 5 years after the events of Metal Gear Solid 2, with a monologue from series protagonist Solid Snake explaining to us that war has changed. He tells the audience that people no longer fight for their nations, ideologies, or ethnicities, but rather they fight in a never-ending series of proxy battles carried out by mercenaries that are meant to keep the war economy going. Everything is monitored through the use of new digital technologies, soldiers are enhanced with genetic engineering and nanomachines, and everything is kept perfectly under control. We then take control of Snake, joining in some fighting between the local militia and PMCs before a strange mooing sound is heard, and the PMCs suddenly pull out from the battlefield. Large automated machines called geckos then suddenly appear, making quick work of the local militia fighters. Snake actually finds himself cornered by a couple of them, being completely outmatched by the power of the machines, but we manage to slip past them using some of the new tech in our sneaking suit that allows us to automatically camouflage ourselves with the environment before cutting away to 3 days earlier. We see Snake visiting a graveyard before Otacon arrives in a helicopter, telling us we need to go with him as we have an old friend waiting for us. Snake asks about the test results, with Otacon explaining that we seemingly have a textbook case of rapid aging syndrome, though they're not sure what's causing it. He says that Snake has about a year left at best, and we go over to the helicopter to be met by Roy Campbell. He tells us that he's working for an organization that works to regulate PMC activity before telling Snake that they've found some leads and believe that Liquid is in the Middle East. He asks us to help with tracking him down, which of course, Snake is more than willing to do. We then cut back to the present, getting our first stretch of actual gameplay. First, and most importantly, this game controls like a dream. Everything is smooth, responsive, and aside from the typical PS3 weirdness where developers at the time thought that L1 and R1 should be the aim and fire buttons, the controls are laid out very intuitively. MGS 1 and 2 controlled well, and MGS 3 controlled really well, but MGS 4 plays like a dream. And I mentioned it just a couple minutes ago, but Snake's sneaking suit now has the ability to automatically camouflage itself with the environment, and this technology is known as octocamo. So what this means is that the camouflage system from MGS3 has been brought over, but the need to constantly pause the game to change your camouflage has been replaced by simply sitting still for a second, which massively helps with the pacing of the gameplay. Much like in MGS3, using this camo system isn't required by any means, but now that it was so much more convenient to engage with the mechanic, I found myself using it much more often here than I did in the previous game. And while we're on the topic of MGS3's menu-based mechanics, the healing system has been streamlined compared to that game as well, going back to just using consumable items to heal, but also keeping the passive healing from that game. The stamina system, however, has been completely replaced by something else that we'll talk about a bit later, so the need to eat food is entirely gone as opposed to streamlined. The inventory system is basically the exact same as MGS3 though, still having you pause the game to select a handful of weapons and items that you can cycle through on the equip menu. And as I said in the MGS3 video, I feel like MGS2 was basically on track to make the perfect inventory system, so I'm not exactly sure why they stuck with this change specifically as compared to the rest of them, but that's what they did. So we're less than an hour in, and my main criticism of MGS3's gameplay has been almost completely removed, which for those who haven't seen my review of that game, was the constant interruption of the gameplay due to the need to pause the game. And if you ask me, the one component that remains from that is the least offensive of the bunch, so yeah, we're off to a pretty good start here. And while we're on the topic of the inventory, I would also like to mention something that is totally important and worth taking the time to talk about, and that's the fact that they gave Snake a fully functional iPod that's loaded up with a ton of music from previous games in the series, which is actually one of the best product placements I've ever seen in a video game. Back to the actual important stuff though, crouch walking has been added for the first time in the series, giving players a great option to fill that middle ground between fully running around for speed and crawling to avoid detection. I actually found that crouch walking became my preferred way of moving around the game as a whole, as the middle ground between speed and stealth meant that I could get from place to place in a much shorter amount of time, but with a much smaller risk of being immediately spotted when rounding a corner or running over a hill. It doesn't ruin the balance of the stealth or anything either, as crawling around was still incredibly valuable, as we'll come back to in a bit, and of course, if you know that the area is clear, you can always run to get to the next area more quickly. But as we sneak through these early areas, we eventually come across one of Otacon's new creations, the Metal Gear Mark II. And when I say new, I don't mean entirely new, as this thing is actually pulled straight over from one of Kojima's other projects from the late 80s known as Snatcher. He uses it to give us another one of his new inventions, the Solid Eye Patch. This is a battery-powered item that you can use to get more info in the field, such as being able to see enemy health bars, having items in the environment highlighted, and most importantly, gaining an active radar in the top right corner of the screen. The Mark II also gives us the essentials, you know, a suppressed lethal pistol and a suppressed tranquilizer gun. And now that we've got all the tools of the trade, let's talk about the biggest addition MGS4 brings to the stealth gameplay. In every Metal Gear game that Kojima works on, he always seems to have one big idea that ends up getting implemented, and these tend to give the games a completely unique identity to one another. During the development of MGS4, he wanted to implement a new style of gameplay that would be set in a full-scale war zone, but he wanted to do so in a way that would retain the stealth elements from previous games, and this would lead to the introduction of what I'm going to call battlefield stealth for the sake of this video. At various points in the game, there will be two large groups of armed forces battling one another, and players will need to sneak from one side of the battlefield to another, with both sides of the conflict being hostile towards Snake. Now, this might sound awful in concept, and honestly, it does feel pretty bad early on while you're still trying to adjust to it, but once you're used to it, it's pretty damn interesting. Thanks to the way that the levels are laid out, as well as the new Octo Camo system, it's actually completely viable to get from one side to the other without getting spotted so long as you're being careful, and while moving through these battlefields, you can even hit the deck and pretend to be a dead soldier. So unless enemy soldiers get really close and get a good look at you, they'll simply run by to go join the ongoing battle. Like I said, it's a little awkward to get used to, but once you've made that adjustment, it can be really intense crawling through an active war zone while praying that you don't get hit by stray bullets or mortar fire. And while it's not very useful in the middle of a full-scale war, CQC from MGS3 returns with most of its mechanics intact. The flip move that I talked about in the MGS3 video is still incredibly powerful, but Snake takes much more damage from gunfire in this game, balancing it out against larger groups of enemies. CQC was probably my favorite addition MGS3 made to the core gameplay of the series, so seeing it get carried over to MGS4 made me incredibly happy, as it also means that it's likely to return again in the future. As we're moving forward though, we run into a man who introduces himself as Drebin, who explains to us that he can take weapons that are ID locked from the PMCs and remove the locks on them, making them usable for people like us who operate alone. He tells us that in exchange for gathering ID-locked firearms for him, he'll give us some points to use in his shop, allowing us to purchase weapons that he's modified to make usable. He tells us that thanks to all the new systems controlling the war economy, arms dealers like him might as well just be printing money for themselves, saying that due to that profitability, war has become essential to the economy as a whole. Due to Snake having older gen nanomachines, Drebin has to give us a small injection of them in order to be able to use his weapons, but with that done, we can now use more than just our suppressed pistols and shitty rifles we found in the field. So in terms of the actual gameplay, Drebin's shop allows us to purchase new weapons to use throughout the game. Like I mentioned, we earn credits by gathering ID-locked firearms for him to launder, so while we're moving through the levels and taking out enemy soldiers, we can simply walk over their gun to immediately send it to Drebin in exchange for some credits. The introduction of Drebin's shop means that MGS4 has the widest weapon selection in the series so far, which, while not a major factor in my enjoyment of the Metal Gear games by any means, it is a welcome addition just for the sake of variety. Along with this, weapons are also customizable in this game, with a variety of weapon attachments now being available, which you can either buy from Drebin's shop or simply find in the environment. Again, not something that I find to completely change the game by any means, but it's nice to be able to personalize your loadout to fit your playstyle. And between this and the sheer amount of ammunition I was being given in these early levels, it led to a realization. MGS4 is a game that can be played stealthily, but more than any Metal Gear Solid game before it, if you would rather move through the battlefield guns blazing, that's a completely viable option. And that makes total sense, as early on in the development of this game, the team had a core design pillar that they were calling No Place to Hide. This was the idea that since this game takes place predominantly in the middle of the battlefield, Snake would be forced to fight his way through rather than sneak around his enemies. This slogan was even featured in some of the earliest teasers for the game, but was eventually abandoned as the team felt it would be too much of a departure from what the series had come to be known for. But even though they moved away from that design approach, you can definitely still see some of that core DNA present, and while I still use stealth for about 90% of my time with this game, I did play around with just going loud, and I have to admit, it can be pretty fun here. Another thing that helps facilitate multiple playstyles in this game is the fantastic level design. Pretty much everywhere you go in this game, there are an absolute minimum of 2 different ways that you can approach a situation, and at times, I was even able to see up to 4 different approaches for certain encounters. The environments in this game are set up not to just facilitate the basic stealth or run and gun approaches, but also to allow you to do things like climb up onto the rooftops and drop mortar fire onto an enemy assault from an unseen position. The way that the level designers catered to so many different playstyles all at once is incredibly impressive, and I'm sure there are still so many options that I never even thought of during my playthrough that I'll find when revisiting the game in the future. And with that, most of my thoughts about the core gameplay are out of the way, so from this point on, we'll be talking mostly about the narrative and the themes of the game, as well as more focused thoughts on things like specific set pieces and boss fights. Just as a heads up, I will be spoiling the living hell out of this game for the rest of the video, so if you haven't played the game for yourself yet and care about spoilers, then why are you watching an hour-long video about the game? But seriously, spoiler warning is in effect for the rest of the video. After sneaking our way through the battlefields, we eventually meet up with the informant who told us that Liquid was out here, and it turns out to be Meryl Silverberg from Metal Gear Solid 1. She introduces us to her squad, the Rat Patrol, telling us that they work for the US Criminal Investigation Department to investigate PMCs. She asks Snake why he's here, with him lying to her and saying that he's simply in the Middle East for threat assessment before she asks who we're working for. Snake tells her that we're working for Campbell, which upsets her a good deal, revealing that she knows that he's actually her father and saying she can never forgive him for what he did to her mother. She also tells us that he even married a woman recently who's young enough to be her sister and didn't even tell her, keeping it a secret for some reason. She gives us the rundown on what they know, saying that Liquid would have to have registered as a PMC in order to work with them, meaning that he can't be too hard to find. Mid-conversation though, we get ambushed by a group of enhanced soldiers that are working for Liquid's private army, and Meryl tells us that if we survive, she'll tell us more of what she found out about Liquid. After a long shootout with them, we eventually manage to escape the building, and Meryl tells us that the camp they believe Liquid to be in is close by, sending us the location so we can find our way to it. We then get a call from Otacon, where he and Snake talk about the new technologies that are enhancing soldiers these days. Otacon explains that with the rising conflicts across the globe, the need for more cost-effective and consistent elite soldiers rose dramatically, leading to all the implants and enhancements that we see now. He also mentions that the child soldier problem has been getting progressively worse because of it, before telling us that we need to get moving towards Liquid's camp. On our way there, we come across a group of militia fighters using bulldozers to knock down blockades in the roads. We then see a bulldozer get stopped in its tracks by some four-legged robot before a soldier with mechanical wings zips by and picks off a couple of soldiers, before a woman with octo camo and robotic arms then starts picking up men and squeezing them to death, before some sort of psychic then kills a bunch of them without us even seeing anything. The four of them disappear soon after, leaving us to wonder what the hell we just witnessed. And I have to say, as far as a Metal Gear scene that establishes a future threat goes, this is pretty high up on the list for most intimidating. We eventually reach Liquid's camp, where we manage to get visual confirmation of him. Meryl and her squad see us there from a distance, and she calls to ask if we're actually here to kill Liquid. Snake tells her that he is, with her saying that they're only there to maintain order in the region, so they won't be getting in the way of our mission. We then see Liquid get on his radio, simply saying activate it, before all of the men in his camp, as well as Meryl and the Rat Patrol, suddenly either fall deathly ill or start beating each other to death. Snake is also mildly affected, but manages to push his way through to confront Liquid, with Liquid telling us that we should rejoice, as we're not simply copies of our father after all. He tells us to watch as he surpasses his origin, walking away before Dr. Naomi Hunter walks over to us, injecting herself with something, dropping the syringe in front of us, and telling us to fulfill our destiny before disappearing to leave with Liquid. We then see Johnny, a member of the Rat Patrol, run over to pick us up before blacking out. When we come to, we're back on the plane that Otacon has been monitoring the mission from. Otacon tells us that we've been out for an entire day, and Snake jumps up to get back in the field, but he still seems to be in pretty rough shape. Snake tells Otacon that Naomi Hunter was there, with Otacon saying that he found traces of her DNA in the syringe we were holding when they found us. He says that he actually recently got an email from Naomi before a girl named Sunny comes in to bring Snake some eggs that she made him, as well as a cigarette, of course. Otacon pulls up the email, and it's a video from Naomi explaining that Liquid is forcing her to work with him, and that he's trying to take over the Sons of the Patriots, or SOP system, the system that the Patriots have used to control and manipulate the war economy to the extent that they have. She explains that Liquid has already found a loophole that will allow him to take over the system before the video ends. Otacon says that she also sent over some location data that he had Sunny decrypt for us before Campbell calls in, saying that there's an ongoing conflict between PMCs and local rebels in South America near the location that Naomi sent, and that must be where Liquid has established his haven. Snake asks him where Meryl is, with Campbell saying that she's fine and she already went off to continue searching for Liquid, so we deploy to South America to follow the only lead that we have. Once there, we see the octopus woman from earlier attack some of the local rebels before Vamp walks out of a nearby building, revealing that he's still alive after the events of MGS2. The octopus woman tells Vamp that Snake isn't here before turning to him, revealing that she's perfectly replicated our face. Vamp tells the PMC men that more guerrilla fighters are coming to storm the compound, and that Snake will likely be among their ranks, telling them to keep an eye out for us before he and the woman leave in an armored truck. Otacon then calls, telling us that Mei Ling has sent over some satellite imagery of the area, telling us that the facility Naomi is being held in is to the north, and that we should start making our way over there. And let me just say, I had no idea that this game was going to be an epic globetrotting adventure, but I'm really glad that it is. Based on what little I had seen of the game going in, I had figured that the game took place primarily in the Middle East, but I was very pleasantly surprised to learn that the game changes setting every 3 to 4 hours, meaning that for the first time in the Metal Gear series, we actually get to see a wide variety of locations over the duration of this game. While we're on our way to Naomi's location, Campbell calls in saying that he would like us to meet our new personal counselor for the mission, who has been assigned to us to keep our mental state in check. It's then revealed that our new counselor and his new wife is Rosemary. Yeah, that Rosemary. Snake asks Campbell what happened to Jack, since last he heard, he and Rose were engaged. Campbell tells us that they lost contact with him entirely a few years ago, and Snake comments on the fact that he had rescued Sonny from the Patriots a few years ago. And with that piece of info, as well as a photo of Olga being present on the plane earlier, I put together that Sonny is actually Olga's daughter, who was mentioned to have been kidnapped by the Patriots during MGS2. But with Rose being on the team now, she explains to us that we need to keep our stress down in order to maintain our psych gauge, finally explaining to us what this new stamina bar is. As you play the game, Snake's stress level will rise or fall based on things like how many enemies are around you, how exposed you are, or how intense the battle around you is. As Snake's stress level rises, the player's psych gauge will start to drain, and lower levels of psych will lead to things like shakier hands when aiming your weapons, or the slowing down of or complete lack of regenerating health. It's another case of bringing back a system from MGS3, but removing the need for extra menus and making it work entirely through gameplay, and I have to say that I really enjoyed the system's presence once I understood how it worked. If I had any complaints, I think waiting roughly 4 hours before explaining the system to the player is a bit crazy to me, but like I said, once you do understand how it works, it's a solid mechanic. Continuing forward, we get a call from a mysterious voice telling us that there's an ambush up ahead. Snake thinks he recognizes the voice, asking if he's speaking to Jack, but the caller simply replies, Jack is dead. He tells Snake that he's on our side before abruptly hanging up. Sure enough, we come across an ambush up ahead, sneaking through as PMCs and guerrillas fight each other before running into Drebin, who has apparently followed us all the way from the Middle East to South America. Snake asks what he's doing here, and he says that after he met us, he looked into our background and he found a lot of interesting things. He reveals that the injection he gave us back in the Middle East actually allowed him to track our location before we hear a loud noise outside, peeking out to see that the woman with wings from the Middle East is here as well. Drebin comments on the fact that the BNBs are here, with him explaining to Snake that it's shorthand for the Beauty and the Beast Corps, a group of enhanced female soldiers who are deployed anytime the PMCs have a particularly nasty mess they need to clean up. He then tells us that he heard they have a new kill order ever since the Middle East, and that they're after a man named Solid Snake, though from where he's sitting, he feels that Old Snake would be a more appropriate codename. He explains that every member of the BNB Corps was traumatized by war to the point where their minds broke, and the only way to cope was to be transformed into war machines themselves. He says that they've likely been told that by killing Snake, they can be freed from all of their pain, sorrow, and agony. He then gives us the rundown on each member, telling us that there's Raging Raven, Laughing Octopus, Crying Wolf, and Screaming Mantis. Snake realizes that they share the codenames of the Foxhound unit, with Drebin crudely remarking that with their shared codenames and directive to hunt down Snake, you could even refer to them as the Snakehound unit. Snake asks if Drebin is getting all this info from the Patriots, with him telling us that he's on his own, but since he's seemingly such a well-connected man, Snake asks him if the Patriots are even human. He tells us that they once were, but that they aren't anymore, and that nowadays they are America, the war economy, and the entire system itself. He explains that the Patriots are actually an AI system that exists to keep everything in check, and that the SOP system is simply one smaller piece of the overall whole. He tells us that there's no way to break into that system from the outside, with Snake saying that there must be a way since Liquid seems to have something planned, but Drebin doesn't know anything more. We get moving again before getting another call from the mysterious voice, with Snake calling him Jack before he corrects us and says that his name is Raiden and that Jack died a few years ago. He explains that he's been looking for the corpse of Big Boss, a task that was given to him in exchange for Sonny's freedom. Snake calls Rose to tell her that Jack is still alive, and she explains that he became increasingly unstable after the Big Shell incident, as all the memories of the things he did while working for Solidus as a child soldier slowly came back to him. She also tells us that around this time, she had actually gotten pregnant with Jack, but she unfortunately had a miscarriage, losing the child. He became more and more addicted to alcohol over time, and Rose became more and more afraid of him before he eventually disappeared entirely. Continuing on, we eventually reach Naomi's research lab, and when we get there, she seems to be in a great deal of pain until she gives herself another injection. We ask her who she was speaking on the phone with when we arrived, with her telling us that it was Liquid, and Snake notices Laughing Octopus zipping around the perimeter of the building. Snake asks her what happened to the soldiers in the Middle East, and she says that what we saw was the soldiers' emotion running amok, explaining that she and Liquid had thought that the SOP system was designed to maintain order and control during a battle, but that they eventually learned that it will do things like flood a soldier's body with endorphins when killing an enemy, or suppress their hormones to prevent soldiers from panicking. What happened in the Middle East was an experiment of theirs to see if they could free soldiers from the SOP system, and it worked, but when the soldiers were released from it, all of their pain, emotions, and trauma from the battles they'd fought while in the system was released all at once. She says that she wants to examine our body to find out why Snake's mind hasn't completely collapsed under the weight of his own guilt, convincing him to go along with it by potentially finding the cause for his rapid aging as well. While examining us, she finds that our genetics were intentionally manipulated to ensure that if Snake or Liquid were captured by the enemy, they wouldn't be able to duplicate or pass on their genetics. The Patriots knowingly edited the genes to take away the twins' ability to reproduce and shortened their lifespans to ensure that Big Boss's genes remained secure. Snake asks her how long his body is going to hold out, and she tells him that he has about half a year left. However, she also says that she doesn't mean that in terms of his lifespan, but rather, the fox eye that was injected into him before the Shadow Moses incident has been mutating over time to start targeting anyone rather than only attacking its specific targets, meaning that in a few months, he'll be a walking bioweapon. Snake asks her what would happen if he chose death first, and she confirms that if he were to die, the fox eye would go with him. She asks if he's been to a hospital recently, to which Snake responds that he has, before revealing that she found something else in our blood. An entirely new strain of fox dye that she believes was injected into us sometime recently. Snake says that Drebin must have been the one to give it to us, before she gives us some nanomachine suppressants to reduce the seizures and other symptoms that Snake has started having as a result of his old nanos. We ask where Liquid is, but Naomi says that she can't tell us until we free her. She explains that Liquid has changed his plans and now intends to seize control of the SOP system directly rather than destroy it, and use the system to launch his attack on the Patriots, a plan that he calls Guns of the Patriots.
He said it! He said it!
Just then, we're ambushed by Liquid's private army, who take Naomi away from us before we're confronted by Laughing Octopus, leading us into the first boss fight of the game. It's a pretty decent fight where she hides herself using camouflage, mimics items in the environments, and even copies things like the Metal Gear Mark II or people like Naomi to try to fool us. We simply have to run around in this small building, playing prop hunt with the woman until we find her, then just shooting her as much as we can before she disappears again. It's not a super complicated fight or anything, but it does have a pretty charming gimmick, so I found myself enjoying it well enough. Once we defeat her, she ends up disconnecting from the octopus arms, and we see her trauma slowly start to consume her again after she's been disconnected. We get this really weird sequence where she slowly walks towards us, and while I was shooting her at first, I realized that I might be able to take her down without killing her, so I tranquilized her instead, eventually knocking her out and managing to spare her life. On the way out of the lab, Snake picks up her Octo Camo mask before we get a call from Drebin, who tells us that we could get even better results from the Octo Camo if we used it, but Snake says that it doesn't fit. He tells us that it's convenient that we know someone who could tailor it for us, before Snake confronts him about injecting us with a new fox dye virus. Drebin says that he doesn't know what we're talking about, telling us that he wouldn't have any reason to infect us with something, as it would be bad for his business. He tells us about Octopus's backstory, explaining that there was a cult of crazy people who came in and killed everyone in the village she was from, sparing her and a handful of others to keep in torture. They eventually forced Octopus to butcher the other villagers they had been torturing, also forcing her to laugh and howl the entire time like some sort of demon, which Drebin says would break anyone's mind. He says that her fighting us was a good thing though, as he claims that it cleansed her mind, for some reason. We wrap up the conversation with Drebin and go to find where they took Naomi. Shortly after leaving the lab, we get a call from Raiden who tries to help us with tracking their footprints, and Snake asks how he learned to track so well. Raiden explains that after he saved Sunny, he drifted around the globe for a bit, and he learned how to track from a tribe elder in Alaska. Snake asks him why he never went back to see Rose, and Raiden explains that he and Rose come from two entirely different worlds, saying that he can only live on the battlefield. We get this fun little segment where we have to track Naomi down by following shoe prints left in the roads, looking for places where wildlife has been disturbed, etc., before we eventually find her, seeing that Vamp is taking her away on a helicopter. Vamp gets a call from Liquid, telling him to activate it now, but Vamp seems hesitant, saying that it might compromise the mission. Liquid tells him that he's willing to make a few sacrifices before we shoot Vamp in the head, with him surviving, of course, giving the go-ahead to someone else over the phone. The soldiers on the helipad are then cut off from the SOP system, suffering the same symptoms we saw in the Middle East, but Snake manages to get over the symptoms by injecting himself with the nanomachine suppressants Naomi gave us before a couple geckos drop in to deal with us. Just then, Drebin pulls in with his armored truck, knocking one of the geckos over before retrieving Naomi from the chopper and pulling around to pick us up as well. We get this crazy escape sequence where we have to defend Drebin's truck from PMC soldiers, soldiers with power armor, other armored vehicles, and even Gecko while trying to reach Otacon for a helicopter extraction. And because most of the PMC soldiers are now basically zombified from being cut off from SOP, a lot of them will try to actually grab onto and climb on top of the truck, meaning that you have to get off of the turret and actually shoot them off or use CQC to take them down. It's a bit of a generic turret section, but it can be pretty fun once the soldiers start to climb up, and I think it's pretty alright. As we're reaching our extraction, Drebin ends up losing control of the thing, causing us to crash while being pursued by a large group of Gecko. But just then, Raiden appears on a rooftop, dropping in to keep the Gecko busy while we escape with Naomi. And here, we get to see that not only has Raiden been studying the blade since the events of MGS2, but he's also become a full-blown cyborg ninja. He proceeds to make quick work of about 10 of these monsters that Snake was shown to be near helpless against earlier in the game, and sure, it's some crazy anime bullshit, but it's also pretty fucking awesome. We get to Otacon's pickup, but on the way out, we see that Raiden has been captured by the Gecko, and Vamp is walking up to confront him. He walks straight up to Raiden, stabbing him in the chest, but finding that the majority of Raiden's body is artificial now, before Raiden manages to escape from the Gecko, and the two of them fight like they're in a goddamn Cirque du Soleil act. That may sound like it's a jab at the fight's choreography, but it really is an awesome fight to watch, as Vamp is immortal, and Raiden is more than willing to take some injuries to defeat him, even stabbing himself through the gut just to hurt Vamp at one point. Vamp asks if Raiden could be the one to finally end his life, before we swing back around to pick Raiden up, and Vamp gets a call from Liquid. He tells Liquid that all the PMCs they deployed have suffered brain damage from being disconnected, saying that the only option they have left is to secure the original. We then jump to Otacon and Snake talking about Vamp, with Naomi revealing that he isn't actually immortal, and that she's actually the one responsible for the design that gave him his abilities. She explains that the nanomachines in his body cause his wounds to close and heal at an accelerated rate, but her explanation is cut off by Raiden's condition worsening, and Raiden tells Snake to go to Europe and meet Big Mama before passing out. We jump forward to being back on the plane, with Naomi and Raiden now along with us. Naomi explains that Liquid is going to Europe to retrieve the body of Big Boss, telling us that Big Boss's DNA is the last key he needs to access the SOP system. Snake asks why he would need Big Boss's body if the two of them are genetic clones of him, and she explains that while the two of them are as close to his DNA as they could possibly be, there's a small amount of differences in each of them that cause them to not be an exact match. Snake says that if he needs Big Boss's DNA as a key, he would also need his biometric data, and Otacon pitches in saying that that would be impossible since he's already dead, but Naomi reveals that he isn't. She explains that Big Boss has been kept alive and preserved in a lab by the Patriots to maintain access to his biometric data. Her attention then turns to Raiden, with her saying that she can't believe these sorts of experiments are still going on, and Otacon tells her that the war economy demands stronger soldiers, and scientists like them are the ones who give them the ability to produce them. Raiden tells us of a lab we need to bring him to in Europe, mentioning something about Dr. Madnar and how he saved his life previously, so Otacon calls Campbell to get us clearance for landing. And of all the characters from previous games to come back, Dr. Madnar definitely was not on my bingo card, but I'm not exactly complaining either. We reach Europe, and Campbell tells us that there are PMCs in the area who are employed by Outer Heaven, meaning that Liquid is somewhere in the region. He explains that since we're on the PMC blacklist, he's provided us with a fake identity to infiltrate the area with, and we've had the face camo mask from Octopus adjusted as well to help hide our identity. Though for some reason, when given the chance to disguise himself as literally anyone on the planet, Snake decides to just wear his own face, but younger. Great disguise, big guy. When we arrive on site, we run into a little trouble with the local guards, but Meryl comes to bail us out, getting us past the security blockade. She explains to us that the US president has realized that Liquid's PMCs are likely a threat, and there's a large number of US Marines on their way to Europe so they can execute a strike on them. Snake tells her that there's no way she could beat Liquid's army in a battle, but she assures us that since the US government controls the SOP system, they stand a better chance than we might think. She tells us that our cause is their cause now, and we don't have to risk our lives on this mission, but Snake tells her that he needs to complete this last mission of his. Upset by this, she tells us that they'll just have to catch Liquid before we do, telling Snake to stay out of their way before storming off. We walk out of the station, getting a call from Otacon, with him warning us that there's a curfew in effect, meaning the only people who will be on the streets are either PMC soldiers or resistance fighters. He tells us that if we could find a resistance fighter, we could follow them back to their hideout to find Big Mama, and when Snake asks how he's supposed to find the resistance fighters in the first place, Otacon tells him to monitor the PMC's radio frequencies for any chatter about them. He also mentions that they managed to get into contact with Dr. Madnar, so Naomi and Sunny are taking Raiden to his lab a few miles away from the city. It doesn't take long for me to find a resistance member out on the streets, so I tail him for a few minutes in a section that honestly felt straight out of a spy movie. I really enjoyed this section, but it definitely went on a little longer than it needed to. See, when I say that I tailed him for a few minutes, I really mean that I tailed him for a little over 20 minutes. Yeah, this is definitely one of those fun for 5 minutes, not for 15 sort of moments. Eventually though, we reach the church and we're confronted by resistance guards on the way in, with the guy we tailed telling the others that we must be the one since he didn't hear us coming at all. Snake fights his way through them using CQC before we come face to face with Big Mama, with Snake telling her that Raiden sent us. She immediately comments on how much we've grown, calling us David, and revealing that she's actually our mother. She says that you can't grow a clone exclusively in a test tube and that a woman's body is still needed to carry and deliver the child, explaining that she was the one who carried us in her womb for the Patriots. She tells us that Liquid wants her dead and that 40 years ago, Ocelot got into a bitter feud with Zero, the founder of the Patriots. She explains that she was also a founding member of the Patriots when the group was established shortly after she met Big Boss, revealing herself to actually be Eva from MGS3. She fills Snake in on the events of MGS3, also revealing that Zero, who founded the Patriots, was in fact Major Zero from Operation Snake Eater. They formed the Patriots to preserve the boss's dream of a unified and peaceful world, and things went well at first. However, she tells us that Zero used Big Boss as an icon, exaggerating and twisting his actions to control the public, which eventually led to a conflict between him and Big Boss. Because of their loosening grip on Big Boss, he conceptualized and executed the Les Enfants Terribles project, giving birth to both Solid and Liquid Snake in order to have more soldiers like him to use as icons for the public. This project would be the final straw for Big Boss, leading him to break away from the United States, rebelling, and forming Outer Heaven. She tells Snake that with the advent of the digital age, the Patriots only grew more and more powerful as their roots spread, with the war between Zero and Big Boss inevitably leading to where we are now. She explains to Snake that after Zanzibar Land, both Frank Yeager and Big Boss's bodies were recovered, with Frank Yeager being turned into the cyborg ninja we fought in Shadow Moses, and with Big Boss being preserved in the vegetative state that we left him in after the events of Metal Gear 2. Realizing that he couldn't maintain control of everything on his own, Zero created 4 AIs to maintain his vision of the Patriots, also creating 1 core AI to manage the rest, that one being called JD. Because of this, Big Mama and Ocelot formed a plan to free Big Boss, but during the Shadow Moses incident, Ocelot turned away from her, choosing to fulfill the dream of Big Boss himself instead of freeing him. She was left here with her rebels until she met Raiden, and the two of them managed to retrieve Big Boss using the data from GW that we recovered in MGS2. Snake asks her if the body is here, and she says that she'll take us to meet him, opening the back of a nearby van, revealing what remains of Big Boss. She tells us that we can't allow Liquid to commit the same sins as Zero, before we get a call from Otacon saying that Naomi disappeared just after she and Sunny got back from dropping Raiden off with Madnar. As we're speaking with him, we're suddenly ambushed by a group of small robots called Scarabs, meaning that Liquid has found our location. We start packing up for a big escape, and Big Mama tells Snake about how young kids are indoctrinated into wanting to join the PMCs through the distribution of free-to-play first-person shooter games, an opinion that is painfully 2008, before we hop on the motorcycle that she kept after MGS3 to escape. We get an escape sequence that's incredibly reminiscent of the bike ride with Eva near the end of MGS3, before we're ambushed by Raging Raven on the way out, leading us into our second boss fight of the game. We start by just continuing the bike ride with Big Mama, shooting Raven and her drones away as we go, until eventually, we in the van are hit by a missile, causing the van to crash, and Eva to get impaled in the exact same spot as in MGS3. This time, however, she pulls herself off the spike almost immediately, showing how much she's grown since the events of Operation Snake Eater. We go over to the van, finding that the driver is dead, but before we can check on Big Boss, we need to go handle Raven. We run up to the top of a nearby building, getting into a really simple fight with her, where we simply have to run around on the rooftop, avoiding damage and taking our opportunities to shoot her and her drones when we can. This is probably the simplest boss fight in the game, and while it's relatively fun, I definitely prefer for bosses in these games to have some kind of puzzle to solve, rather than just simply shooting at them until they die. After we defeat her, much like Octopus before, she detaches from her mechanical components, leading to all of her trauma resurfacing and consuming her. Also like Octopus, we get a sequence where she slowly starts to walk towards us, so I tranquilize her. And at this point, I was starting to notice a pattern with these walking sequences after the boss fights, and if it happens again, I'm probably gonna go on a small rant about it. We get a call from Drebin, who explains that Raven was captured and caged up with other children when she was young, and the soldiers who were holding them would come back from battles and take out their rage on the children, abusing them day after day. Then one morning, the soldiers just packed up and left, leaving the kids behind to die in the wilderness. Most of the children died, but she was filled with an uncontrollable rage, not only surviving the elements, but also hunting down the soldiers who had hurt them, killing every last one of them in their camp, but also killing the civilians and the other prisoners in the camp as well, being unable to see the difference between them anymore. Snake comments on how her rage was her greatest strength, but also her greatest weakness, before we go back down to check on Big Mama. When we get back to her, she tells us that the 3 vans that were with us were all decoys, and the real van was sent downstream. There's a cruiser waiting at the end of the river to pick it up, and she tells us that if we hurry, we could get on it and leave as well. We take the underground aqueduct to escape the city, but we're spotted by a scarab on the way in, so when we reach the exit at the edge of the city, we run into Liquid waiting for us. We see that the cruiser Big Mama had arranged has been destroyed before we're ambushed by more of Liquid's army, along with Vamp and Naomi. Liquid reveals to us that Naomi told him everything, and thanks to her, he now has the remains of Big Boss. We get into a fight with Liquid, with him pretty swiftly kicking our ass, but Snake tells him that even if he gets into the system, he'll only have access to one part of the Patriots AI. Liquid says that even if that is the case, he'll soon have everything, telling Snake that we never actually destroyed GW during the Big Shell incident, but that he and his men actually managed to reconstruct it, and it's now a part of his army. He tells Snake that the 2 of them aren't normal men, but rather freaks who were created to ensure that future generations never prosper, saying that he's going to embrace his purpose, kill Zero and Big Boss, and become a Patriot himself. He and his men then board a nearby boat, leaving to execute Liquid's plans. On the way out though, they're confronted by the Rat Patrol, with the rest of the US Marines arriving to block his path. Surrounded, Liquid plays his trump card, disconnecting the soldiers from the SOP system, which he's now perfected to avoid the emotional overload, causing all of their ID-locked weapons to lock up on them. He tells us to behold the guns of the Patriots, literally pointing his finger gun at helicopters nearby and yelling bang, causing them to malfunction and crash. He then points to our boat, yelling die, and all of his men open fire on us, injuring most on board. He then points his finger gun at his own head and yells bang again, causing the emotional overload to hit all the nearby soldiers, before ordering his men to open fire on everyone, leading to a massacre in the confusion. And I absolutely adore how this scene establishes just how much of a threat Liquid is when he controls only one of the 4 components of the Patriots system, allowing the player to realize just how screwed they already are, but also how much more screwed they will be if he's allowed to fully execute his plan. He then pulls up to our boat, telling his men to let us have the remains of Big Boss, saying that he doesn't need them anymore. Just after this, he sets our boat on fire, frying Big Boss in the process, killing him for good this time. And we're just gonna ignore the fact that that's the second time I've said that in this series. The flames also hit Big Mama, and Snake jumps in to save her, suffering some pretty nasty burns himself as Liquid gets away. A few minutes later, Big Mama tells Snake that so long as there is light, there will also be shadow, and that to put everything back to normal, the light must also be extinguished, alluding to the fact that the only way to put a stop to all this madness is not just to kill Liquid, but to also get rid of everyone and everything that is tied to the Patriots. And with that ideal now passed on to Snake, she's able to move on herself, dying there in his arms. Back on the plane, we see that Otacon left the Metal Gear Mark II behind and is using it to eavesdrop on Liquid, with Liquid saying that even though they have control of GW, they need to get control of JD, the Patriots' core AI, if they want to be able to control the nuclear warheads that the Patriots have stored. He asks Vamp about Rex, and Vamp tells him that it's almost ready before they spot the Mark II and destroy it. Otacon explains to Snake that JD likely isn't aware of GW's existence, as it would have been written off as lost after the Big Shell incident, allowing Liquid access to the system without the threat detection systems being able to detect him. We get a call from Campbell, who tells us that all US military weapons and systems are now under Liquid's control. He tells us that Liquid is planning to execute a nuclear strike on JD, which is housed in a satellite in orbit of the Earth, with Otacon realizing that he must be trying to use Metal Gear Rex since it was scrapped before the SOP system was created, meaning that they don't need any authorization from JD to fire a nuke with it. Campbell tells us that Rex is being stored where it always has been, on Shadow Moses Island, telling Snake that he's the last hope we have at preventing Liquid from taking control of the Patriots. Snake's sickness is starting to get really bad though, and Otacon tells him that his body can't take this anymore, but Snake tells him not to give up, saying that he and Raiden need to clean this mess up before it's too late. Otacon and Sunny try to talk us out of taking him with us though, since he isn't fully healed from his encounter with Vamp yet, but Raiden wants to go with us, saying that he's done being a slave to someone else's will. He explains that he and Snake have always just been pawns of the Patriots, but if they can pull this off, they'll have freedom for the first time in their lives. He says that he has nothing to lose, but Snake tells him that he knows he still has someone to protect, encouraging him to reject the path that he's on and become the lightning in the rain. No, seriously, he says that. Snake shows him the burns on his face, telling Raiden that he has no future, as in a few months, he'll be a walking weapon of mass destruction, telling Raiden that he at least has a family to fight for. Raiden begs him not to leave him there alone, but Snake says that this is his fight, telling Raiden to stay behind and heal up. Mei Ling then calls Otacon, telling us that she confirmed the presence of Liquid's men on Shadow Moses Island, offering to give us support from the USS Missouri, a naval carrier that she just so happens to be the captain of. Otacon reflects a bit on the Shadow Moses incident with Snake, saying that Rex is a beast born from his research, and we go to put the thing down for good. We then get to play the infiltration sequence from MGS1 via a short emulation, but once we make it in, Snake jolts awake, saying that he was just having that dream again. We touch down a little ways away from the Shadow Moses facility, navigating through a blizzard while sneaking around geckos to get there, and when we do, we get a very nostalgic arrival. The designers decided to play the song The Best Is Yet to Come in the background. I find Snake's SOCOM pistol from MGS1 pretty much right as I arrive, and we hear flashbacks of dialogue from MGS1's intro sequence using some ripped voice lines from the Twin Snakes remake. It's a hyper-focused dose of nostalgia for fans of MGS1, and I absolutely loved it, especially because I was now able to use Snake's SOCOM as my pistol for the rest of the game. The security in the facility has been completely shut down though, so we make our way back to Otacon's old office to open things up, and while Otacon is working through the system, he and Snake talk about Naomi, wondering why she would have us rescue her and join us for a few days, just to go right back to Liquid. Once inside the system, Otacon pulls up a feed of Naomi and Vamp walking through a hallway, with Otacon saying that they're headed for Rex's old underground hangar. We go to catch up to them, and while we're on our way back out of the nuclear storage facility, we get a fun little set piece where while Otacon is cracking a door, we have to distract a gecko, leading to a really tense game of Ring Around the Rosie while we wait. Once outside though, we're ambushed by Crying Wolf, leading us to our third boss fight in the game, which coincidentally takes place in the same field we killed Sniper Wolf in all those years ago. This is another pretty simple fight, with us needing to fend off members of Liquid's private army in the middle of a blizzard, and occasionally, Wolf will appear, either attacking us outright, or trying to snipe us from a distance with her railgun. When using her railgun though, she exposes her body, allowing us to fire back at her with a sniper rifle for massive damage. And if you manage to clear Liquid's men out quickly enough, you can even try to hunt Wolf down when she retreats for a quicker finish. Once again, a pretty simple fight, but one that's fairly entertaining, and it's definitely the best of the three so far. Once we defeat her, we get the same routine where we see her trauma overwhelm her before tranquilizing her. And now that this has become a very clear pattern, we need to talk about the issue with these walking sequences. They may seem like a harmless bit of theming to tie all of the B&B fights together, but in terms of gameplay, they completely destroy the dynamic of lethal versus non-lethal boss fights. In MGS 2 and 3, you have the option to take bosses down non-lethally, which will often lead to extra rewards or a unique cutscene for doing so, but doing this means that you have to use more creative and riskier strategies during the fight itself. With the walking sequences here in MGS 4 though, you can play the boss fight using safe and consistent lethal strategies, and then after you've already defeated the boss, simply decide whether you want to kill them or tranquilize them, with no particular skill or strategy being required in order to get those extra rewards. It completely destroys the dynamic that made non-lethal boss fights so interesting to begin with, and I really hope that nothing like this appears in any future entries. Anyway, we of course get a call from Drebin, and he tells us that Wolf was born into an African nation that was tearing itself apart in an ethnic cleansing. At a young age, her entire family was slaughtered, leaving only her and her baby brother. One day, a unit of soldiers was patrolling near them, and she took her brother to hide from them, but he started crying loudly. She covered his mouth to quiet him, and once the soldiers had passed, she took her hand off of him, but he was no longer breathing, having suffocated under her tight grip. She eventually came to a refugee camp that had a lot of young kids like her and her brother, and one night, she had a psychotic break, killing all the babies in the camp, and being unable to come to terms with what she had done. Drebin tells us that there's only one beast left, but that she's the one who controls the rest, the beast of beasts as he puts it, telling us to keep our guard up. We take the railgun off of her wolf suit and make our way into the underground hangar, getting a cheeky fourth wall break with Otacon telling us that we need to swap to disc 2 in the exact spot that you would when playing MGS 1 on a PlayStation 1, but then realizing that we're on the PlayStation 3 now and using dual layered Blu-ray discs, and he marvels at the age of technology that we now live in, telling us to move forward without worrying about the disc swap. We eventually make our way down there, finding the remains of Rex exactly where we left it, except the railgun has now been removed. Otacon realizes that Liquid doesn't need the entire Metal Gear, only the railgun, before we're ambushed by Vamp, who seems to have gotten close with Naomi. Almost as close as your mother and I.
You can't keep getting away with it!
We get a boss fight that seems incredibly simple to start, literally just requiring us to shoot at Vamp as he bounces around the room, but every time that we shoot him down, he simply stands back up and his health bar refills. Eventually, Otacon realizes that since the nanomachines are what keep him alive, we can inject him with one of the shots that Naomi gave us earlier to suppress them, giving us a better chance at killing him. So we have to bring him down, and then as he regenerates, use CQC to hit him with the syringe. After injecting him though, we're ambushed by another group of Gecko, and just as they're about to attack us, Raiden swoops in once again for the save. He tells us to keep the rest of the Gecko at bay, saying that Vamp is his to take down, with the two of them getting into a knife fight on top of Metal Gear Rex. And thanks to the railgun we took off of Wolf earlier, we're actually able to take Gecko down effectively now, so we get this really cool moment where we have to hold off a horde of Gecko, while half of the screen is also displaying the fight between Raiden and Vamp. Eventually, Raiden manages to defeat Vamp before Otacon manages to seize control of what's left of Rex, using it to destroy the remaining Gecko in the hangar. Naomi then walks out, bringing another nanomachine suppression shot, telling Otacon to give the shot to Vamp not to get revenge for Emma, but to end his suffering. Vamp rips the syringe from the Mark III's grip, injecting himself, and finally dying. Naomi then tells Snake that Liquid is on the floor below us, and that he plans to use the railgun from Rex to launch a nuke from a ship he calls Outer Haven. She tells Snake that even though his death is inevitable, we are given life so that we may atone for our sins, telling him that he has to stop Liquid no matter what happens so that future generations don't bear the burden of his sin. She then reveals that much like Vamp, she too is a walking corpse being kept alive by nanomachines, telling us she has cancer that should have killed her a long time ago, but the nanomachines she developed for rapid cell regeneration have prevented that from happening. She says that with Vamp dead, her sins have been atoned for, choosing to free herself from her own pain using another nanomachine suppressant on herself. More Gecko start flooding in shortly after, so we hop in Metal Gear Rex, using it to escape from the hangar. This leads us into a set piece where we get to control Rex manually, allowing us to actually pilot a Metal Gear for the first time in the franchise's more than 20-year run. It's an absolute blast to get to use this thing to mow through hordes of Gecko on the way out, especially since we've been on the receiving end of Rex's weapons once before. On the way out, we narrowly escape from the tunnel caving in, but Raiden gets stuck under some of the rubble. Just then, a Metal Gear ray leaps out of the water, and Liquid calls out to us from it, telling us that this isn't over yet. We then get to continue to pilot Rex in a Metal Gear versus Metal Gear boss fight. Metal Gear Rex versus Metal Gear Ray. Solid Snake versus Liquid Snake. It's not a super complicated fight, with both us and Liquid only having a couple different weapons and a melee attack or two, but come on, it's two brothers fighting each other in nuclear-equipped mechs. What more do you really want? After destroying Metal Gear Ray, Liquid falls out of it, and Rex also sustained too much damage to keep going, so we get out and chase him on foot while he runs towards the docks, before a giant submarine equipped with Metal Gear Rays, as well as Rex's nuclear railgun, emerges from the water, with Liquid proclaiming that this is Outer Haven. He tells us that he's taking it to destroy JD and take control of the Patriots before telling us to die, ramming Outer Haven straight into the docks to kill us, but just then, Raiden cuts his own arm off to escape from the rubble and jumps in to save Snake from the impact. He's able to hold it back for a few seconds, but he can't hold all of that weight for long, eventually getting crushed under it before Mei Ling's naval carrier pulls around and opens fire on Outer Haven, forcing Liquid to turn his attention to them instead of Snake. Snake is left there on the verge of passing out, and Otacon comes to pick us up before the screen fades to black. We then jump forward to Mei Ling giving a briefing on board the Missouri, with her explaining that we're pursuing Outer Haven, but it's outpacing us and will likely get into firing distance of JD before we do. She tells us that once Outer Haven gets there, it's going to have to wait for JD's orbit to line up so that they can actually hit it with the railgun, so we'll have a little bit of time to catch up, but once we're there, we need to move quickly to stop it from firing. She also explains that we'll need to attack it from the inside, as an attack from the outside will be practically ineffectual, so we're going to launch strike teams onto the Haven just as its armored shell opens up. She goes into detail about the Haven's security, telling us that the hallway leading to GW is filled with microwaves, so anyone going in there to destroy it likely won't come back out, and Snake volunteers himself, saying that he isn't exactly worried about his health anymore. Snake also asks how she got all of this info, and Otacon reveals that Naomi left detailed data of the Haven's security behind with Sunny while she was on board the plane with us earlier. Everyone goes off to prepare, leaving Snake and Otacon in the briefing room, and Otacon explains that Naomi also left behind a copy of Emma's worm cluster from MGS2, which Sunny has now modified to hopefully be more effective. He tells us that Sunny's worm should be able to completely dismantle GW's intelligence, saying that it should be more than enough to deal some serious damage to it. Otacon then asks Snake if he's ever considered quitting and living peacefully with the time he has left, but Snake tells him that he still has a job to do, saying that he's dead set on going to the Haven. As we're nearing the Haven, Snake asks Otacon how Raiden is doing, with him saying that he'll live, but he's in absolutely no shape to fight. Drebin then appears, telling us that he's laundered a ton of weapons for everyone to use during the attack, and Snake asks if he even has the slightest clue what's going on here. Drebin responds by saying that of course he does, explaining that he simply conducts his business with whoever needs him the most. About a minute later, Outer Haven surfaces, and we get a call from Campbell telling us that this is our last chance to stop Liquid, and also telling Meryl that no matter what happens, he'll be with her to the end, saying that even after all that's happened between them, she's still his pride and joy. The Haven's armor then opens up, we're launched onto the Haven via catapult, and the battle between the two ships begins. Once on board, Meryl radios in, telling us that her catapult malfunctioned, shooting her to the wrong place on the Haven and causing her to hurt her ankle on the way down. As we're talking to her though, we're ambushed by Liquid's soldiers, forcing us to fight our way inside on our own. We make our way through the deck, and once inside, we find an unconscious Meryl, before we're ambushed once again by Liquid's men. We deal with them, going over to check on Meryl, and she does wake up, but she doesn't seem to be in control of her own movements, and we get a callback to Meryl being controlled by Psycho Mantis before we're confronted by Screaming Mantis. She controls Meryl, as well as the bodies of all the soldiers we just dealt with, using them like puppets to attack us, and we get our final fight with a member of the B&B Corps. It's very reminiscent of the Psycho Mantis fight from MGS1, with us not being able to damage her or the puppets she's using. Back in MGS1, the game required you to change to the second controller port to prevent Mantis from reading your mind and allow yourself to get some damage in, but the PS3 used Bluetooth controllers, so there are no controller ports to change out here. Eventually, I try giving myself a shot of the nanomachine suppressants, which allows me to deal damage to the puppets, but not to Mantis herself yet. I call Otacon to see if he can give me any further hints, and he points out the dolls that she has around her, so I try shooting those instead, eventually getting her to drop them, and then I use one of those dolls as a weapon to control her, throwing her ass around the room for a minute or so to defeat her. This is easily my favorite boss fight out of the B&B Corps, as it's the only one that really feels like I had to work to figure it out, and it was also just really satisfying to throw her around like that once I had. As with the others, once we defeat her, we see her disconnect from her enhancements, dealing with her trauma before we tranquilize her. Unexpectedly though, once she's been taken down, the ghost of Psycho Mantis takes control of her exoskeleton, and he tries to read our memory card, except the PS3 doesn't have memory cards, so he's unable to, commenting on how much our hardware has improved. He then seemingly loses control of the suit, with it breaking apart and him ascending through the ceiling. Drebin gives us another call, explaining that Screaming Mantis came from South America, and when she was young, her village was attacked by enemy forces and burned to the ground. She managed to escape, but while seeking shelter, she ended up in the basement of a building that was being used to store corpses, and she heard the sound of heavy boots and screams above her, having stumbled into some sort of makeshift torture chamber. She couldn't sleep due to the sounds of the torture victims on the floor above her, and after being trapped in that place for a little over a week, she eventually lost her mind. She started feeding on the corpses around her to stay alive, before she was eventually found and implanted with the psyche of Psycho Mantis by the creators of the B&B Corps. And with the last member of the B&B Corps down, I think now is a good time to say that I don't think these women's backstories are all that great. All four of them have backstories that are so dark and just so unbelievably fucked up that they're, well, unbelievable. It feels like the writers sat down and just asked, what is the most messed up thing that we could possibly imagine happening to a human being? And then of all the answers that they came up with, they chose the darkest of the bunch to adapt and turn into these girls' backstories. Characters in previous Metal Gear games also had some pretty dark and depressing origins, like Psycho Mantis having been born with a gift that his family feared, or Sniper Wolf having been born into a war-torn country and losing her family at a young age. But these stories are much more believable and nowhere near as batshit crazy as stumbling into the dead body storage of a torture chamber and eating the corpses to stay alive, or suffocating your own baby brother to death by accident and going on a baby killing spree as a result. It really felt to me like these women's stories were just unnecessarily dark and played purely for shock value. So once again, when it comes to the Special Forces unit in MGS4, I'm left feeling like this group of characters could have been so much greater than what we actually got. Anyway, on our way out of the room, we stop to check in on Meryl, and as we try to help her get out of there, we're ambushed by more of Liquid's soldiers. She tells us to go ahead and destroy GW while she stays behind to hold them off, so we say our goodbyes to her before running into the hallway to get to GW. On the way there though, Snake is hit by another seizure, but when he injects himself with the suppressants, they aren't working this time, and a group of Liquid's men are quickly approaching us. And just when it seems like it might finally be over for Snake, Raiden comes in for the save, saying that he is the lightning, the rain transformed. No, really. And he fights off Liquid's men long enough for Snake to recover. And can I just say, this man literally came in with no arms, holding his sword with his goddamn teeth, and still managed to scare off Liquid's soldiers. God, I love Raiden in this game. He tells Snake that we should leave GW for him since his body will be able to handle the microwaves. Snake turns him down, however, saying that he still has his youth and telling him not to waste it. He explains to Raiden that he and Liquid are a good part of the reason that his life is a living hell, saying that he needs to be the one to stop this. Snake continues forward, and Raiden stays behind to hold off Liquid's men, thanking Snake as he leaves. We eventually reach the hallway with the microwaves, making our way through while getting slowly cooked, and we get another one of these split screen segments where we see the battle happening on various parts of the Missouri and the Haven, and when we eventually get through the hallway, Snake is left on the brink of death. Otacon plants the bug in GW's computer using the Mark III, but as he does, some Scarab bots appear and Snake has to muster up the strength to defend him. The battle starts to get desperate everywhere, including Snake getting overrun by the Scarabs, but at the very last second, the worm takes effect, crippling all of Liquid's forces. Otacon then says that the worm is spreading beyond just GW and is actively erasing all components of the Patriots AI, including JD. A message left by Naomi then plays, where she explains that the worm is designed to destroy all 4 core components of the Patriots AI, and that she set this message to play once all of them were erased. She tells us that she and Sunny made what is essentially a Fox die for AI, but that they refer to it as Fox Alive, as it will finally free the world from the grip of the Patriots. The message concludes with her telling Snake that they've finally secured a better world for future generations and that he's earned his rest, before Snake starts to suffer another seizure and the screen fades to black. We regain consciousness on the deck of the Haven, with Otacon saying that he's going to find us a medic before Liquid walks over to us. Snake asks why he didn't try to stop us, and he replies that this was how he had hoped things would end. He explains that the philosophers sought to control the world, but Big Boss's dream was a nation made up of free citizens, a dream that Snake squandered in Outer Haven and Zanzibar land. Liquid then took up the mantle and tried to free them again in Shadow Moses, but yet again, Snake ruined his plans. He's only ever worked for a world where they could be free of the Patriots' control, but his methods were simply different from ours. He then tells us that the war might be over, but the two of us still have a score to settle, and we get into a hand-to-hand brawl with him on top of the Haven, bringing us full circle back to the Shadow Moses incident. The game then turns into a full-blown 3D fighting game, with there being sidesteps, backdashes, strings, and grabs, and as we fight, we go through the entire Metal Gear Solid series up to this point. The fight starts with our health bars from MGS1 at the top of the screen, with Liquid using his fighting style from the fist fight in that game, and the encounter track from MGS1 plays as well. After dealing enough damage in every stage of the fight, we move on to the next one, complete with music changes, different health bars, and Liquid's entire fighting style changing for every phase. It's a wild experience to fight through all the different stages of the Snake and Liquid, and even the Snake and Ocelot rivalry in the case of MGS3, all for it to be capped off with Snake's MGS4 theme playing and the two of them barely being able to move or fight anymore, reminding us that at the end of the day, these are still just two old men at the ends of their lives. This is easily my favorite fight in the game, not just because it feels like the climax of the last 4 mainline games in the series, but also because the fighting mechanics are just really damn fun here. After we defeat him, he tells us that the world is going to descend into chaos without the Patriots, saying that people will fight, and through battle, they will know the fullness of life. He says that our father's dream has finally been fulfilled and that he knows he's out there somewhere laughing right now. Liquid then says that so long as there is light, erasing shadows will do no good, as the light itself will always cast more of them, telling us that we're pretty good before dying in front of us. We then get a narration from Otacon explaining that while Sunny's worm destroyed the brain of JD, it left the brain stem intact. Had it destroyed everything, basic things like food, water, medical care, and more would have fallen apart, so she simply cut the Patriots' control off while leaving the system itself intact. He remarks at how even when society goes through the numerous tragedies that it does, we're always able to persevere and come back stronger than before, and he's left wondering where mankind will go from here. We get an epilogue to wrap things up, starting with Meryl getting married and healing her relationship with Campbell. We then cut to Raiden in the hospital, where we see Rose come to visit him, bringing their son to meet him. She explains that the miscarriage was a lie and that she only pretended to be married to Campbell for their protection to shield them from the Patriots' eyes. She introduces the kid as John, and Raiden promises that he'll never leave them alone again. We then cut to Snake back at the graveyard from the beginning of the game, revealing that he was visiting the grave of Big Boss, who was touchingly buried right next to the boss. He says that the last thing he has to do is erase his genes from the face of the earth, drawing his sidearm and kneeling in front of Big Boss's grave, placing the gun in his mouth before the camera pans up and we hear it go off. We then cut back to Meryl's wedding, where Drebin and Otacon talk about how getting rid of the SOP system led to something called SOPS, or SOP syndrome. Some soldiers had so much repressed trauma that with the system now offline, they've completely lost their ability to cope and lost their entire way of life as a result. Drebin then explains to Otacon that he was raised by the Patriots to be a child soldier, and that he was under their direct orders to back Snake from the start. He reveals that they were also secretly giving orders to Meryl's squad the entire time, saying that Liquid's plan posed such a threat to them that their only option left was to use us to stop it. Otacon remarks that they probably didn't expect things to play out how they did, with Drebin agreeing that things definitely went in a different direction than they had been hoping. Sunny then comes over to Otacon, asking when Snake is coming back, and Otacon painfully tells her that Snake is very sick and had to go on a trip to get better. She asks why they aren't going with him, to which Otacon tells her that Snake had a very hard life, and he just needs some time to rest before the credits roll. But as the credits are rolling, a cast listing for Big Boss appears, which causes the credits to fade back to Snake at the graveyard, revealing that he failed in his attempt on his own life. A voice tells him that it's good that he failed, saying that it's too soon for him to go. He says that it's been a long time, and the camera pans to reveal Big Boss standing there in front of us. He walks towards Snake with the boss's signature Patriot rifle in hand, and Snake frantically reloads his pistol before Big Boss drops his rifle, disarming Snake and hugging him, telling him that he's not there to fight. He tells Snake that it's time for him to put the gun down and live, saying that he's the only Patriot left, but that he'll soon be gone too. Snake asks how he's still alive, with him explaining that the body Liquid destroyed wasn't his, but was instead the body of Solidus Snake. He tells Snake that Solidus was such a perfect clone that even Zero and the AIs believed that Solidus was him. He explains to us that he was being preserved by the Patriots, but that Eva stole him back from them, rebuilding him using parts from Liquid and Solidus's bodies. He then reveals that he's brought someone along with him, an incredibly old man in a wheelchair, saying that this all started with him, revealing the man to be Zero himself. He says that even with all that happened between the two of them, standing face to face with him again, the hatred is all gone, and all he feels now is a sense of pity. He explains that he realized too late that Zero's ambitions had grown bloated and twisted, and so Zero's sins are also a result of his, taking it upon himself to cleanse that sin by turning off his life support. Snake asks Big Boss if he's going to take himself out of the picture too, but he explains that the new strain of fox dye that Snake was injected with was created to kill himself, Eva, and Liquid, and so just by being there with Snake, he's already doomed himself. As he's explaining, the effects of it start to kick in, and he asks us for one final favor, requesting that Snake carries him over to the boss's grave. He explains to Snake that Naomi got into contact with him after examining our body in South America, and that the new fox dye has a secondary purpose of killing off the old fox dye, so Snake doesn't need to worry about becoming a walking epidemic. Snake asks him if he's going to die, to which Big Boss responds that everyone dies eventually, telling him not to waste what life he has left fighting. He tells Snake that he never saw him as a son, but that he always respected him as a soldier, saying that if Snake were in his place back then, he might not have made the same mistakes he did. He reflects on what the boss told him back during Operation Snake Eater, saying that our duty isn't to change the world, it's to do our best to preserve it as it is and hand it down to the next generation. He musters up the strength to stand and salute her one last time, telling Snake that this new world is his to live in, not as a snake, but as a man. He tells Snake that he's no longer someone else's tool, no longer a prisoner of fate, and that he can finally live for himself. Snake helps him light one final cigar, Big Boss finally dies, and the credits actually roll this time. As always, we get a post-credits scene where we get to hear Snake and Otacon talking to one another, where we learn that Snake is going to spend the rest of his life hanging around Otacon and Sunny, and he's even going to quit smoking to prolong what time he has left. And with all of that finally gone over, I have to say, I love Metal Gear Solid 4's story. I know that it tends to be a bit divisive among fans of the franchise, but I'm really impressed with how well the writers managed to wrap up every loose thread the series had. I would even say that a lot of MGS4's best moments aren't just some of the best moments in this game, but also in the series as a whole, with things like the Rex vs. Ray fight, the incredible sequence in the microwave corridor, the final battle between Snake and Liquid, and so many more. Some of the writing is a little sloppy, and some things are thrown in purely for fan service sake, like how Petrovich Madnar is mentioned to somehow still be alive after Metal Gear 2, yet we don't actually get to see him in-game or get any explanation as to how he's still alive. But if you ask me, these smaller flaws don't outweigh the larger positives the narrative offers here. It's a beautiful story about the commercialization of war, how good intentions can mutate into something terrible, coming to terms with your own mortality, and so much more. There are so many things that I didn't even touch on in this video, like Meryl's relationship with Johnny, the symbolism of Sunny's eggs and her seemingly clairvoyant abilities, or the numerous optional codec calls throughout the game. And don't get me wrong, I would love to dig into all of those and get into a discussion about them, but if we did, we would genuinely be here all fucking day. For me, this game's story is easily a top 3 in the series so far, and with how many plot threads there were that needed to be wrapped up here, I'm seriously impressed that it didn't just spiral out of control within the first couple hours. And overall, I enjoyed Metal Gear Solid 4 way more than I had expected to. I'd heard for years about the game's notoriously long cutscenes, and since I'm someone who cares way more about how the game plays than I do about its story, I had expected this to be a far less enjoyable experience than it was. And sure, the game took me just short of 14 hours to complete, and roughly 8 hours of that time was spent watching cutscenes or listening to codec calls, but what I had never heard people talk about before is that the gameplay here is absolutely amazing. Even though it made up less than half of my time spent with the game, it just feels so good to play, gives the player so many ways to approach every situation, and is just overall one of the most satisfying games to play in the series, if not the most satisfying. Now, of course, there are still issues to be found in MGS4, as no game is perfect, but the gameplay is just so well designed, and the story is so entertaining on a first playthrough that I didn't even realize I had just watched a 40-minute long cutscene until I checked the time on my phone afterwards. Very few games manage to have addictive, well-designed, and satisfying gameplay, and have a story that is so good that I don't mind watching cutscenes that are more than 10 minutes, much less more than 30 minutes. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of the Patriots a 9.4. Hey guys, thanks for coming by. Even though it might not seem like it, we are actually getting pretty close to being done with the Metal Gear series, only having a handful of games left to go. So if you're interested in having a say in what games we cover here on the channel in the future, I'll be pinning a poll in the comments below for you to go and vote on it. The poll has an absolute ton of options, and you can select as many as you want, so rather than just going and voting on the one game that you'd want to see the most, feel free to go through and just let me know all of them that you would be interested in seeing. And this video took an absolutely insane amount of effort to get done, so make sure to hit that subscribe button if you want to keep up to date with these Metal Gear reviews, and make sure to check out my Patreon page if you want to support an incredibly handsome guy and his weird obsession with deep dives into long-running gaming franchises. Anyway, thanks for making it all the way through, guys, and I hope to see all of you right here for the next Metal Gear review. During the development of Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops, the team came up with the idea for another PSP title to follow it up, and development on the sequel would begin very shortly after MPO was released. And while Hideo Kojima had originally planned to leave the project in the hands of the MPO team, he wanted to make the game's message more clear for a younger demographic, opting to join the team as the project director shortly after development began, meaning that he was working on both this new PSP title and Metal Gear Solid 4 at the same time. This project would then come to be known internally as Metal Gear Solid 5 Peace Walker, but the team would end up dropping the numbered title as they didn't feel it was right to put a numbered entry on a handheld system, simply titling it Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker instead. Kojima and the team wanted this to be the largest Metal Gear game to date, so they gave it a lot of time in the oven, with the game eventually being released in April of 2010. So would Peace Walker be able to meaningfully build upon the handheld format that Portable Ops brought to the table, or would the game be held back by the split development focus between it and the then newest numbered entry? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 14th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Metal Gear game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along in preparation for Metal Gear Delta. And while you don't have to have seen the rest of my videos in order to enjoy this one, you will be missing a lot of important context about my journey with the series if you haven't seen them, so I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker is a stealth action game developed by Kojima Productions and published by Konami for the PlayStation Portable in 2010. The game opens 4 years after the events of Metal Gear Solid Portable Ops, with Big Boss and his newly established Militaire Sans Frontières in Colombia. And I am so sorry that you had to hear that pronunciation that I will only be referring to it as MSF for the remainder of the video. Big Boss arrives at the base on his motorcycle, finding his men running through a training exercise on the beach, which they then invite him to join, and this training serves as our tutorial for the game. We get taught the basic controls, and they're bizarre to say the least. It's worth noting that I played the original PSP version of the game, as like I've mentioned many times on the channel before, I'm much more interested in reviewing the game as it was originally released, rather than a version that was fixed up and improved years later. And while for earlier videos in the series, that meant things like playing a version of Metal Gear 2 that doesn't have changes made to the dialogue and story to better fit with the lore of the series later on, or playing Metal Gear Solid 3 with its original camera angles, but Peace Walker is easily the game that changed the most out of any game I've reviewed so far in the series in later re-releases. As far as the controls are concerned, the default and recommended control scheme of the game aims to replicate the feel of Metal Gear Solid 4, but as I'm sure many of you already know, the PSP was lacking a fairly important couple of buttons when it comes to third-person shooters, those being the left and right triggers. The PSP also lacked a right thumbstick, so the developers had to get a little creative here. So what they opted to go with was movement being handled by the C-stick and the camera control being handled by the face buttons. So if you press triangle, the camera will look up, if you press circle, it will look to the right, you get the idea. But just wait, because the weirdness doesn't stop there. Pressing up on the D-pad is the action button now, being used not just for interacting with the world, but also as the reload button when no other interaction is available. Holding left or right on the D-pad will open the item or weapon menus respectively, in which you then use the square and circle buttons to navigate from left to right. On top of that, the game improperly registers the analog input from the C-stick, so if you're holding the stick in a straight cardinal direction like up or down, Snake will move at full speed, but at any sort of diagonal angle, he'll start slow walking instead. I was more than able to get used to the absolute weirdness of the controls during my playthrough, but it took a good bit, and they still weren't as smooth as any of the home console games in the series, or even Portable Ops for that matter. And as I've said before on the channel, I'm of the opinion that a good control scheme isn't just one that you can use smoothly after many hours of gameplay, but also one that new players will be able to pick up and get to grips with quickly and easily. Once I got over the initial weirdness though, I was incredibly happy to see that the crouch walking mechanic that I loved so much in MGS4 had been brought over, but with a very interesting change along with it. That change being that crawling along the ground has actually been completely removed here. You can still hold the crouch button to lay flat against the ground, making you much harder to spot, but you can't move at all while doing so. I'm not entirely sure why they removed the ability to crawl, but since crouch walking is such an amazing option for moving around quickly while staying concealed, I can't say that it's a removal that you really notice past the first hour or so. CQC techniques also return, of course, sort of being Big Boss's staple at this point, and it's even been expanded a good deal here. Now, instead of grabbing an enemy or throwing them, you can actually grab an enemy, choking them or interrogating them for a short bit, and then throw them without needing to let go of them in between. This is a particularly helpful change, especially since throwing enemies to the ground doesn't instantly knock them out anymore, something that we'll come back to in a bit. Also expanding the utility of throws, there's the addition of chain takedowns. If you throw an enemy to the ground and there's another enemy standing close by, you can simply press the CQC button again, and Big Boss will swiftly move over to them and throw them to the ground as well. This is incredibly helpful when trying to deal with groups of enemies non-lethally, and it's definitely one of the coolest additions Peace Walker makes to the core gameplay. After finishing up the training with our men, Big Boss's new right-hand man, Kazuhira Miller, pulls up, telling us that there's someone who would like to meet us. We go with him to a meeting with a scholar from Costa Rica who tells us that there have been sightings of an unknown armed group in their country. He tells us that they're bringing in advanced weapons and equipment, saying that they believe the CIA may be providing them with funding. The Costa Rican government has it written into their constitution that they can't have an organized military, so they've come to hire us to deal with the threat, offering us a forward operating base just offshore if we help out. Snake tells him that they're not simply dogs of war, denying his request and telling him to find a more political solution, but the scholar tells us that their hands are tied. He then introduces us to his student that came along with him, Paz Ortega, and it's revealed that both her and Miller's names mean peace in their own respective cultures. Paz begs Snake to help protect the peace of her nation, with the professor revealing that he knows Snake is actually Big Boss, and that that's why they've come to hire us specifically. And can I just say, I'm so glad that they stuck with the hand-drawn animated artwork that they used for the cutscenes in Portable Ops. There are some cutscenes in Peace Walker that are presented using IGCs or in-game cutscenes, but the vast majority of them are done in the exact same style as MPO, with the artist of those cutscenes, Ashley Wood, having been brought back for Peace Walker's production. They were easily one of the most charming aspects of Portable Ops in my opinion, so seeing them return here was awesome, and I can't quite put my finger on why, but I feel like they look even better here than they did in that game. After our meeting with the scholar, we cut back to the gameplay, with Snake arriving on a beach in Costa Rica. We're given a big open area to practice with the controls, probably because they're so janky, before we move forward, and Kaz says that he's glad we can finally leave all that business in San Geronimo behind us. Now, this is a line of dialogue that a lot of fans have interpreted as a jab at Portable Ops and a sort of in-universe acknowledgement that Portable Ops was no longer canon to the overall narrative, but as I'll come back to at a more appropriate time in the video, I don't really agree with that interpretation. And while we're here on the beach, this might be a good time to talk about the game's overall presentation. It should go without saying, but if you compare Peace Walker's visuals to other console or PC games from 2010, it doesn't hold up very well. But considering that this is running on the PSP, which is essentially a handheld PlayStation 2 in terms of hardware, it's hard to be very critical of how the game looks. There are some smaller effects that look pretty bad here and easily could have just been cut from the game for a cleaner overall look, like the very low resolution bloom effects that they used, but I do respect the ambition considering this was a PSP title. The one thing that really hurts the presentation is the return of the 20 FPS limit from Portable Ops, which, as many of you pointed out in the comments of that video, likely isn't being used because the frame rate actually needs to be that low to run on the hardware, but rather to prolong the PSP's battery life. Much like I said in the MPO video, not only does the lower frame rate hurt the game's visuals, but it also hinders the gameplay, especially when it comes to how responsive the controls of the game feel. At the end of the day, it's not the fault of the team at Kojima Productions, as it is a hardware limitation, and I do respect the ambition, but it's still something that players will notice, and it's very much worth talking about. After running around on the beach for a bit, we cut back to the scene with the professor, with Kaz trying to convince Snake to help them out. Snake explains that he's worried that if they settle down somewhere, they might become like the warmongers that MSF has been fighting against in recent years. Kaz tells Snake that MSF isn't an army, but that it's rather a business, before Snake tells him that he's pretty sure the professor is actually a KGB agent and he doesn't want to get involved in a potential national conflict. We bring the scholar and Paz back in, and Snake confronts the professor with his suspicions. The man doesn't even try to hide it from him, explaining that Russia wants to take control of Central America since it would give them a great strategic advantage in the Cold War. He also reveals that the Soviets are already involved in a conflict in Nicaragua, and that the CIA is likely setting up shop in Costa Rica to be able to swiftly respond to whatever happens there. He wants us to infiltrate and investigate the CIA forces in Costa Rica, telling him whatever we learn before driving them out of the country. He explains to us that Paz doesn't even know of his KGB affiliation, telling us that she managed to escape from some CIA soldiers with her life, but her friend wasn't so lucky, handing us a cassette tape that Paz had when they found her. It's a recording that her friend took while out in the jungle to research some birds, but they ended up picking up a radio signal by accident, and on that radio, the voice of the boss is clearly audible. Snake is shocked to learn that she might still be alive and hiding out somewhere in Costa Rica, and he agrees to take the job, telling the professor that he's doing it for Paz, not for the KGB. And I have to say, I wasn't super interested in the setup to the story here until the boss's voice popped up. The fact that she might have survived the events of Operation Snake Eater and is hiding out in the country that we're getting sent into had my brain racing with different possibilities of where the story could go, and I was itching to see what would happen from here. We cut back to Costa Rica, and here we get our first real stretch of gameplay. Aside from me still struggling with the controls at this point, the stealth here feels pretty good, having just about everything that we've come to expect from the franchise post MGS2. And almost immediately, I go to pick up a grenade, but I get a message telling me that I'm already carrying the maximum amount, and that the supplies have been sent back to Mother Base. As we'll get into soon, the base management aspects of portable ops have returned here, but instead of needing to have a soldier with you who specializes in delivering supplies back to base, it's now just done automatically if you pick up more supplies than you can currently carry. As much as I loved the specialized roles that we saw in portable ops, needing to switch characters just to send an item back to base did slow the pace of the gameplay down quite a bit, so this is a very welcome quality of life improvement. After sneaking around for a bit, we eventually enter the facility, overhearing a guard talking on the radio about the spears they're bringing in as cargo. We jump in to take him down, with players needing to complete a QuickTime event in order to do so. I know a lot of people despise QuickTime events, but I don't mind them as long as they aren't thrown at the player constantly or used as a replacement for actual gameplay, and Peace Walker is guilty of neither of these. I actually thought that they were particularly fun in this game because seeing them integrated into the animated artwork was actually really cool. Once the guard is down though, we steal his radio, using it to call Kaz. We tell him what we heard, as well as the fact that there are dozens of film-badged dosimeters laying around, which are devices used to measure radiation exposure. Kaz is shocked, saying that the spears they're talking about must actually be nukes. We then cut to a screen that ranks our performance during the mission, and for a game made up of very small, bite-sized pieces of gameplay similar to portable ops, these are a really fun addition. A bunch of missions in this game will even offer unique rewards to you if you can earn the coveted S rank on them, meaning that if you're the type of player who likes to strive for perfection in their gameplay, you'll be heavily rewarded for it here in Peace Walker. On our way back to Mother Base, we get a call from Miller, who explains that Latin America has a deal with other countries that prevent them from moving, testing, or being involved with nuclear weapons in any way, saying that if the US decides that they no longer want to hold to that deal, it's going to lead to some major political fallout. He also tells us that the professor said we should try to get into contact with the commander of the local rebels, as they might know more about the CIA operations in the area. Once back at Mother Base, we're introduced to the various forms of base management that Peace Walker offers. Firstly, much like portable ops, you can capture enemy soldiers while out on missions, converting them into your own troops, and giving them specific roles around the base. The first two teams that your men can be assigned to are explained to the player and opened for staffing here, those being the combat team and the R&D team. The first one is fairly straightforward, with players being able to control soldiers assigned to the combat team during missions, or send them out on operations of their own that are opened up later in the game. Soldiers in the combat team are also responsible for producing the income of Mother Base, as the only way that MSF can actually make money is by taking on missions for others. And the longer you keep a soldier in the combat unit, the more effective they'll become in combat, which will also increase the amount of income that they bring in for you. So the more soldiers that you have in your combat unit, the more incoming revenue you will have for your base, meaning that these guys are very important to MSF, even if they seem really simple at first. The R&D team is also fairly self-explanatory, with these soldiers collectively working on researching new weapons and technology, then producing them. But in order to produce this new tech, you'll need to find design specs, which are another new addition to the game. While out on missions, there's a chance that you can find documents in the field that actually turn out to be blueprints for new weapons or items, and certain unique blueprints can also be obtained as rewards for specific missions or S ranks. Once you have a blueprint, you can use the credits brought in by your combat team to produce the item, and after a set amount of in-game time has passed, you'll be able to equip and use that new tech in missions. And on top of just finding new item blueprints, you'll also find blueprints that lead to upgraded versions of weapons or items that you already have, which will do things like increase the maximum amount of ammo you can carry, increase suppressor durability, or even add attachments like suppressors or grips to weapons that didn't previously have them. The R&D team is the primary source of player progression in the game, as the work of this team is directly tied to the strength and effectiveness of your gear, meaning that, again, this team is incredibly important to try to build up and maintain throughout your playthrough. Once I'm done learning about all of that and assigning my men though, I make my way over to the mission screen, being very happy to see that much like Portable Ops, there are side missions that you can take on to earn extra rewards not available in the main campaign. The quality of these missions can vary quite a bit, with some of them just being simple shooting ranges or other similar mini-games, and some being proper 15-minute missions where you sneak into an area to complete a specific objective. There are way more side missions available here in Peace Walker than there ever were in Portable Ops, and unfortunately, I would say that Portable Ops had more consistently high-quality side missions when compared to Peace Walker, but when Peace Walker does have a good side mission, it often has one that is way better than any on offer in the previous handheld entry. So the side missions aren't necessarily better or worse than Portable Ops, just less consistent. Some side missions will even force you to play as soldiers other than Snake in order to complete them, and while I do really enjoy the game taking the occasional opportunity to do this and show you that your soldiers do actually have an impact on your efforts, it does showcase one way that Peace Walker takes a step back from Portable Ops. While you can still play as your own soldiers, and they do still have different numerical stats, they don't feel unique to one another the way that they did in MPO. In Portable Ops, some soldiers would have unique gameplay skills that others didn't, like being able to drag bodies twice as fast, or having varying levels of CQC abilities, with some of them not being able to use CQC at all. Here in Peace Walker though, whenever I played as a soldier of mine, it just felt like I was playing as Snake with a smaller health bar and psych gauge. I understand that from an in-universe perspective, this is probably the result of Big Boss's training leading to a more skilled and homogenized militia, but that doesn't mean that it wasn't a little bit of a letdown from a gameplay perspective. While checking out these side missions, I also realized that the camo system is once again returned here, but as per usual at this point, it's very different from any previous iteration. It's most similar to the camo system from MGS3, but instead of pausing the game and changing camos on the fly mid-mission, you instead need to choose what fatigues you're going to wear before deploying, and you'll be stuck with those for the duration of the mission. I do like this change compared to what was done in MGS3, as I feel that it places a little more emphasis on players planning out their mission ahead of time, but there is a bit of a dominant strategy problem here. See, a little ways into the game, players can unlock Snake's sneaking suit, and if you're looking for camouflage, this is simply going to be the best option the majority of the time. Obviously, it makes sense that the sneaking suit would be the best all-around option for stealth, but I got this thing about a third of the way into my playthrough, and once I did, the entire camo system just kind of became redundant. This wouldn't have been as noticeable if the sneaking suit was placed near the end of the game like it is in Metal Gear Solid 3, but as Peace Walker released, the camo system is really only important for the first few hours of the game. Also during these early side missions, I learned about Peace Walker's new method for capturing enemy soldiers, that being the Fulton recovery system. This is a balloon-based surface-to-air recovery system, allowing objects, individuals, really whatever, to be lifted up into the air for recovery by plane. Once a soldier has been knocked out, players can simply equip the Fulton system from their item menu and press the interaction button on them to immediately capture them. The Fulton recovery system does have a limited number of uses per mission, but this number can be increased through upgrades by the R&D team. This is another huge quality of life improvement, allowing you to simply press a button to capture an enemy and move on, rather than needing to drag them back to the truck at the beginning of the level like in Portable Ops, and it helps out a ton with the gameplay pacing by comparison. As I'm starting to get a feel for the game, I get a call from Paz with her saying that she learned in school that war is the default state of mankind, and she tells us that if we want peace, we have to make it for ourselves. Snake tells her that he thinks her ideas are admirable, saying that if he finds her friend while he's out on a mission, he'll let her know, and we go off to find the rebel commander. And while I'm making my way over there, it struck me that Peace Walker has a very similar issue to MPO with the practically unlimited resources like ammo and suppressors. If you haven't seen my video on that game, well, first of all, you should, it's a good video, but I talked about how the tranquilizer gun in Portable Ops was even better than it was in any previous Metal Gear game because of the ammo refilling and the suppressor having its durability topped off at the beginning of every mission, meaning that you'll never really run out of syringes or break a suppressor. It works the exact same way in this game, and the tranq gun is still incredibly powerful because of it, but at least the upgrade and progression systems that are present here make it feel a little bit more earned than an MPO. Regardless, still a huge issue with the game's balancing. Eventually though, we reach where we believe the commander to be, but when we get there, we're told that he's dead, meeting his daughter Amanda instead. She tells us that a factory to the north of us might be a base of theirs, also telling us about a transport boat that's moving up into the mountains, but saying that she doesn't recommend going up there because of how many people they've been losing in the region. We talk with her about her father's death, and her younger brother tells us that with him now dead, she's the de facto leader of the rebellion. She tells us that he was a hero, and even though the men here trust her, she couldn't ever live up to his legacy. Snake tells her that leaders don't just wake up and choose to be so, and that they're simply people who rise to the occasion when they're needed, something that he would have learned firsthand during the events of Portable Ops. Just then, some sort of large drone flies in, opening fire on everyone. We get this fun little minigame where we have to shoot it and other smaller drones down with rockets, which is charmingly done through the animated artwork of the cutscenes again. The drone retreats, and Amanda and her men run after it, leaving Snake to reflect on what the hell he just saw. Miller calls asking us what it was, saying that the hardware that they have here is very unusual. Snake tells him that we need more intel, saying that we need to follow Amanda to ask her for more info. As I'm going after them, I also discovered that Peace Walker now allows players to shoot from inside of the cardboard box, which is a huge buff to the item's utility. This addition also led to the discovery of the real weapon to surpass Metal Gear, the Sleepy Love Box. The only real downside to the cardboard boxes here is that they completely remove your camouflage modifier when using them, and that they get progressively busted up and even break when taking damage. And no, I'm not going to make a joke about how busted up your mother's love box is. I did think about it, but I'm better than that. We eventually reach the base that Amanda was telling us about, encountering a large group of enhanced soldiers, as well as an armored truck, leading into our first boss fight of the game. Now, you might think that I started spraying at the soldiers with my M16 before blowing up the armored truck, but I wanted these stronger soldiers in my ranks, so I actually snuck around tranquilizing and retrieving them one by one before opening fire on the truck. And after hitting the truck with enough rockets, the captain actually popped out to man the turret himself, so I tranquilized him too, allowing me to recover him and the truck itself as well. I would later learn that being able to capture the truck was no scripted story moment though, as there are numerous boss fights against vehicles here in Peace Walker, and there's a very specific way that you can approach them in order to capture the vehicle and add it to your own army. And that approach is, coincidentally, exactly what I did here, as if you capture or kill the soldiers in the arena before being detected, it will guarantee that the captain appears later in the fight and allow you to capture the vehicle. So yet again, Peace Walker very directly rewards you with increased power progression if you can meet a certain skill requirement, and while I wasn't a big fan of the vehicle battles before I learned about this mechanic, I can now confidently say that I love them as a way to make MSF stronger. Just after this fight, we see the large drone from earlier, so we go to catch up and see if we can find Amanda. When we get there, the drone is trying to capture her, so we hit it with a rocket, causing it to drop her and retreat. She tells us that her brother Chico has been captured by the enemy, saying again that she could never replace her father as a leader. Snake tells her that he's going after the cargo, telling her about the nukes, and saying he'll try to find her men while he's up in the mountains. He asks her to join our unit until she's healed up from her fall, properly introducing himself as Snake, and she seems to know who we are before she passes out. Kaz then calls us, telling us that we need to ensure that we have enough provisions to feed the team, introducing the mess hall team into the mix. This is another team that we can assign troops to back at Mother Base, and they're in charge of providing food for MSF. If you aren't producing enough food through the mess hall, morale will start to fall, leading to your soldiers' stats decreasing for the time being until you manage to solve the problem. On the flip side though, if you have way more food than is necessary, morale will start to rise, and soldiers will actually perform better than ever before. If the mess hall team only existed to take troops away from other teams to meet a minimum threshold, it would be a boring and somewhat obnoxious system, but since it's another possible way to enhance your forces, it once again becomes fun and engaging. And with Amanda needing some medical attention, we also start up a medical team for the base. As in-game time passes, soldiers will become sick or injured, and when this happens, they'll be taken away from their post and sent to the medical bay to get treatment. If sickness goes untreated for too long, it will start to spread to other soldiers throughout the base, and you'll end up with a massive problem on your hands before you even know it. The more experienced medical staff that you have, the faster wounds and sickness will be treated, allowing soldiers to get back to providing for Mother Base more quickly, and of course, preventing large outbreaks from happening. And as an additional benefit, once you get your medical teams level high enough, your R&D department will be able to produce new specialized tranquilizer weapons for you, such as sniper rifles that fire tranquilizer rounds instead of lethal rounds. So yet again, this is a system that could have been an annoying minimum requirement, but there's enough depth here to make it engaging, and being able to enhance your technology through it only encourages players to engage with it more. After messing around with that for a bit, we get back out in the field, eventually finding Chico and asking him if he knows where they took the cargo. He tells us that the cargo gets brought into town on a train before being loaded onto a truck and disappearing. He also tells Snake that there's a monster up in the mountains that they call El Basilisco, and that none of the men who have gone up there have come back, other than one time that he saw it after running away from a fight with his sister. Snake asks him why he would have run away, and he explains that everyone in the rebellion always treats him like a kid, and Snake tells him that growing up means choosing how you're going to live your life, asking him to come back with us. Chico says that he can't go back and face everyone though, revealing that the CIA soldiers tortured him and he gave up the location of his fellow resistance fighters. Snake encourages him to come with us and show us how strong he really is, and eventually Chico agrees to join. And with Chico being so good at gathering intel, but still being too young to really fight, we start up an intel team back at Mother Base. The higher the level of your intel team, the more info that you can get before deploying on missions, such as the number and rank of the enemy soldiers present, whether or not there are any POWs in the area that we could recruit, and more. And much like the medical team, the intel team can also lead to new tech for the R&D team to produce, with the most noteworthy of these being the care packages and support strikes. These are markers that you can earn through having a higher level intel team that allow you to call in resupplies of things like rations or ammo, or even call in a mortar or missile strike on an enemy. So they've essentially just pulled over the intel team system from Portable Ops and expanded the functionality to work better with Peace Walker's overall progression systems, and once again, I found it really enjoyable. And at about this point in the game, it became apparent to me that not only has the poor AI from MPO been carried over, but it seems to be even worse here than it was in that game. I'm not sure what exactly happened, but the enemy AI here is some of the most clueless, must have been the win type guards that I've seen in ages. I have an absolute mountain of clips from my playthrough of me sitting only a few feet away from guards while being directly in their line of sight and no alert being raised. I'm sure that much like with Portable Ops, this was done to make up for the poor controls and frame rate of the PSP, but man is the AI just flat out dumb here. And on one hand, I get that when you play as Big Boss at this point in his career, you kind of want to feel like the greatest stealth operative of all time, but on the other hand, I feel like some of that badass feeling that you get as a player does come from having at least some challenge presented to you and overcoming it through your own mastery of the game's mechanics. As enjoyable and satisfying as the stealth is in Peace Walker, it's just way too easy for my personal taste, and I would love to get a game that has these exact mechanics, but with guards that actually pose some sort of threat to the player. We eventually reach the rail yard that Chico told us about, getting there just as the nukes are being taken away on trucks, before we're suddenly ambushed by a tank and a number of soldiers, leading into our second boss fight of the game. This is pretty much the same as the armored truck fight, except the tank obviously packs way more raw firepower and much heavier armor. It's not a complicated fight by any means, but it's definitely the first real challenge the Peace Walker offers, as it was not only the first time I had to use any rations during my playthrough, but I actually used almost all of them before managing to take the thing down. We get a call from Kaz telling us that the trucks are likely moving to their base in the north, so we ask Chico about a way into the mountains, and he gives us some directions to get there, though he also warns that it's likely the Basilisco is in that area as well. We eventually infiltrate the mountaintop facility, finding the cargo trucks that we saw, but the cargo has already been offloaded. We then overhear a discussion between two men, with one of them seemingly being upset with the other, saying that he thought they were making a deterrent, not a weapon. The other man explains that the weapons are the deterrent, saying that they need to show them that they're actually capable of launching a nuke. The man in the wheelchair says that he won't let them use his creation like that, but the other man says that he likely stole the design from someone else anyway, and the man in the chair rebuts that he's the one who stole the idea of bipedal locomotion from the communists to begin with. The bald man tells him that the Peace Walker is useless unless they can prove that it's capable of actually launching, throwing the man in the wheelchair down the stairs and walking away. Snake jumps in, asking the scientist where the nukes are, and he tells us that we need to stop the other man before he can launch a nuke. We chase after him, and we watch as the strange ship from earlier airlifts what looks like a Metal Gear out of the hangar before another craft that looks somewhat like the Shagohod from MGS3 flies in to confront us. We get a boss fight against it, and the scientist from before contacts us via radio, telling us that it's called the Pupa, and that it's one of the AI weapons that they've developed here in Costa Rica. It's a pretty entertaining fight, essentially being one of the vehicle battles from before, just on steroids. The Pupa is equipped with machine guns, Tesla guns, and boosters that allow it to move around the arena at high speeds, with it using those boosters to try to run you over, or even move along the walls while hammering you with machine gun fire. To defeat the Pupa, players once again simply need to deplete its health by shooting at it with whatever weapons they have, with what part of the Pupa you hit dealing differing amounts of damage to the boss. Once the Pupa has been disabled, the scientist tells us to jump into the large AI pod on the front of it, so we follow his instruction, entering the pod and dismantling the AI's computer by hand through a little minigame. Once we've dismantled the AI, we leave the pod before it detaches itself from the Pupa and flies off into the distance. The scientist then comes down to meet us, introducing himself as Huey Emmerich, meaning that this man is the father of Hal Emmerich from previous Metal Gear Solid games. Snake asks him if he made the weapon that they airlifted out of here, with him answering yes and no, before we ask him what the CIA is working on here. He tells us that the nukes were loaded into the machine before they moved it, saying that the project is nearing its final phase. He explains to us that they use this facility to develop unmanned weapons like the Pupa we just destroyed and the Chrysalis, the other giant drone that we've seen flying around lately. He tells us that the CIA hired him to develop these weapons, and that their main objective was the construction of the Peace Walker, an unmanned nuclear weapons system. Snake recognizes that it's a new Metal Gear, and Huey tells us that they plan to produce dozens of them, but first they need to prove that the project is valuable, so Coldman, who is the bald man from before, plans to fire off a nuke to show the higher-ups what the Peace Walker is capable of. He explains nuclear deterrence theory to us, the idea that no nation will be willing to launch a nuclear weapon at their enemy out of the fear that the other country will launch one back at them in retaliation. He further explains that the weak link in the common nuclear deterrence theory is that the country who's launching the retaliatory nukes might not be able to bring themselves to effectively wipe humanity off the face of the earth, but with an automated system, retaliation would be completely guaranteed. He tells us that he worked with them to produce the Peace Walker because he believes in peace through nuclear deterrence, telling us that his father was part of the Manhattan Project, and that the nukes led to him being born without the ability to walk. He also says that if Coldman launches a nuke, all of his work will have been for nothing. He tells us about the brain of the AI system for the Peace Walker called the Cerebrum, saying that we need to find and destroy it if we want to prevent the CIA from completing the Peace Walker. He also tells us about the Cerebrum's lead developer, Dr. Strangelove, handing us a letter that he wants us to give her once we've reached her lab. Snake offers him to join us, telling him that our base is Outer Heaven, and Huey accepts. We go back to Mother Base, and here, the game introduces yet another system for us to engage with. This is the Outer Ops system, which allows us to send members of our combat unit out on missions of their own in hopes that they'll bring back rewards such as unique items or increased revenue. We can also send vehicles of ours out with these troops, so if you're going to be up against tanks, you can send a tank of your own to back your men up. The downside to this is that soldiers can be killed in battle while out on these missions, and if vehicles are completely destroyed, you'll be unable to repair them, and you'll have to go back and capture the vehicle again by replaying the same boss fight if you want to get it back. I really enjoyed the risk-reward factor of this system, and I felt like it was balanced very well, as I would use it whenever I was in a comfortable spot with my resources, but if my finances ever started to run low, I would give it a break for a bit until MSF was in a better spot financially. It's a really fun addition, and adds even more reason to engage with the combat unit and the vehicle systems, so I'm personally a really big fan of this one. After checking it out for a bit, we get a call from Huey telling us that he started work on producing a bipedal weapon for MSF, telling us that if we can fight any more AI units, we should try to bring back as many AI cores as we can to him. He also says that our new weapon needs a name, saying that he and Miller were talking about calling it Metal Gear Zeke, naming it after the Japanese Navy's best fighter plane in World War II. He says that Miller was talking about how MSF needed a deterrent to prevent other nations from attacking us, saying that Metal Gear Zeke should be perfect for just that, and he manages to convince Snake to approve the project. And this introduced yet another system to manage back at Mother Base, this being the construction and maintenance of Metal Gear Zeke. Like I mentioned before, when fighting AI weapons like the Pupa, we get a short minigame at the end of the fight where we dismantle the AI, but what I didn't mention is that the player keeps all of the small pieces that they yoink out of the computer. Once we return to Mother Base, these boards are all given to Huey so that he can develop the AI for Metal Gear Zeke. I also didn't mention that during the AI weapon battles, you can actually destroy the weapons that are on the machines, but if you instead make a conscious effort not to, you can then bring those weapons and parts back, once again, to add to Metal Gear Zeke. So as you battle against AI weapons throughout the game, you make more and more progress towards having your own functional Metal Gear, which I shouldn't have to tell you is an amazing form of progression. Once you've managed to fully construct Zeke, you can then deploy it along with your troops on outer ops, which in my experience, all but guarantees your success on an operation. You even get to customize the paint job on Zeke, just reinforcing that this really is your Metal Gear. Back to the story though, we start moving through the jungle to reach Dr. Strangelove's lab, and here we get a really fun new spin on Metal Gear's stealth formula, where enemies are hiding throughout the jungle, trying to get the drop on you rather than just waiting passively to be knocked out or snuck past. We surgically sneak our way by these guards, eventually encountering an Mi-24A attack chopper, which if you ask me, absolutely should have been a Hind D fight, but we're just gonna gloss over that. It's another relatively fun vehicle battle, and much like the armored truck fight from earlier, I managed to meet the conditions for the pilot to pop out, allowing me to capture the chopper for myself rather than just destroy it. Further into the jungle, we run into a seemingly injured French tourist named Cecile. She reveals that she's an ornithologist who came to Costa Rica to find rare birds, saying that it all would have been fine if she hadn't recorded that voice, with Snake realizing that she must be the one who recorded the tape of the boss and Paz's friend who we were looking for. She says that she was captured by the woman she recorded, but she managed to escape and got this far before collapsing from exhaustion. Snake asks her if she learned anything else while captured, and she says that there was another woman who she never saw in person, but that she would often hear her singing a strange song. She says that since they confiscated her passport, she'll never be able to return to her home in France, so Snake invites her to Mother Base, saying that they'll take her back to France once they're able to. He asks her if there's anything else that she can tell us about the base, and she tells us that there's a large tube there that just repeats the name Jack over and over again. We move forward to get to Strangelove's lab, but when we get there, Huey's ID card is denied and we can't get in. We call Huey, and he tells us that Strangelove herself is in charge of the ID system, saying that she must have revoked his access to the lab. Cecile then chimes in, saying that she had an ID card, but that it was taken by a man in an orange jacket, so we'll have to track him down to get it. We then ask Kaz if Cecile and Paz have spoken yet, and he says that while the tape we heard near the beginning of the game was in fact Cecile's, she and Paz have never met before, meaning that we actually still haven't found Paz's friend. We go out to find the man with the orange jacket, and unfortunately, this is just a very unnecessary bit of padding. In order to find him, we need to play the level that we just played to get to the lab, but in reverse, with him being found at the very beginning of it. Then, once we do find him and get the card, we need to run all the way back to the lab as well, which, while not the biggest deal, is just another few minutes of running around that we really didn't need to do. I'm not sure why the team felt the need to pad out Peace Walker's runtime, because as we'll come back to later, this isn't a short game by any means, and this also isn't the last time that we'll be seeing some very blatant padding. Once we're back to the lab though, we enter it, finding the boss's horse as well as Dr. Strangelove. Strangelove tells Snake that she knows what he did 10 years ago, telling him to kill her just like he killed the boss. Snake tells her that the boss defected to the Soviet Union, meaning that he had no choice but to kill her to prevent an all-out nuclear war. He asks what her relationship to the boss was, with her saying that she's the one that the boss left behind when she died, hinting at the fact that the two of them may have had a romantic relationship in the past. She asks Snake if he would like to meet her, taking us to a room with an AI pod, saying that while we took the boss's life, she gave it back. We learn that the AI model Strangelove has created is based off of the boss's personality, and she explains to us that Coldman wanted an artificial mind that would be capable of making the heavy decision when it comes to launching a retaliatory strike, so she went through every file the CIA had on the boss, creating the closest replica to her that she possibly could to fill that role. Strangelove then tells us to complete our mission, allowing us to go into the pod, and as we're dismantling it, the AI constantly repeats quotes from MGS3, telling us over and over again to go home. The AI then starts to have some sort of unexpected reaction, which causes Snake to pass out, having a dream where he relives one of his last conversations with the boss. After a couple minutes, we wake up outside of the lab, and we're immediately confronted by the Chrysalis. We of course get into a boss fight against it, and much like the pupa, this is a pretty solid fight. We run around, avoiding its machine guns and missiles, and returning fire when we get the chance to, and there are even a couple new gimmicks added in here. The first of these is that there's a very thick fog that rolls into the map from time to time while fighting, and the Chrysalis will take advantage of this, flying further away and making it more difficult to keep track of where it is. On top of that, it will periodically deploy smaller drones known as kidnappers, which will attempt to literally lift you up into the sky and drop you if you don't destroy them quickly enough. And once we defeat it, we get another minigame where we run in and grab as many AI boards as we can before the pod detaches itself and flies away. After destroying the Chrysalis, we get a call from Kaz, who tells us that we found the location of the Peace Walker research lab, telling us that we need to make our way there and destroy it. He asks Snake if he's sure that he can pull it off, saying that destroying the AI will mean reliving the memory of killing the boss. Snake seems sure he can do it, but Kaz tells him that he's already given up his country, his past, and his ideals, saying that by letting go of the boss, Snake will have nothing left to ground him. Regardless, the Peace Walker is nearing its completion, so we have no other choice but to go there and destroy it for the sake of mankind. We travel to the mine base where they brought the Peace Walker, and when we get there, we're suddenly ambushed by enemy troops and kidnapper drones. This is yet another fun set piece, but it made me realize that a really nice addition to this game would be some sort of recommended equipment for each mission. Missions like this one don't require you to bring any one item, but due to the size of the canyon and the fact that you'll be up against enemy snipers, you'll clearly want a sniper of your own here. But the thing is, the game has a 2-weapon limit, and there's no way to know that you're going to be put into a situation like this before deploying for the mission, so if you want to change your gear for better convenience, you'll have to go back to the menu, change your loadout, then load back in and play it from the start again. Something as simple as adding a line of text to the mission briefing that says, hey, this is a stealth mission, so you'll want some sort of suppressed weapon, or hey, this is a long-range combat mission, so you'll probably want a sniper, really could have gone a long way here. And while it's not the end of the world that the game doesn't have them, I thought I would bring it up because of the few times I did have to quit out of a mission just to change my loadout. Once we've cleared all of them out though, we're confronted by yet another AI weapon, this time in the form of a colossal tank called the Cocoon. We need to run around the edge of the canyon, avoiding the various forms of weaponry that this thing has mounted on it, from machine guns to chain guns to missiles and even a chainsaw, while slowly firing back at specific weapons to try to destroy them and weaken the Cocoon's offense. After dealing enough damage to it, it will eventually get stuck, allowing Snake to climb up the ladder on the side of it to get a better shot at its weapons, but it will try even harder to defend itself while Snake is up on top of it. It's a wild David and Goliath kind of boss fight where you can slowly feel the dynamic shift from you being the hunted to the hunter, and it's easily the best boss of the bunch so far. Once we're done with that though, we enter the underground facility, making our way to the Peace Walker's hangar. Once there, Snake crawls into the Peace Walker's AI pod and asks the AI if she has any regrets about her final mission in Groznygrad. She says that she never had a mission there, and even after Snake tries to remind her of what happened, she says that there's no record of such a mission. This causes Snake to finally realize that it isn't actually the boss, and he prepares to destroy the AI before we're confronted by Coldman, Strangelove, and their troops. Coldman reveals to Snake that he was the one who planned Operation Snake Eater, saying that he's here in Costa Rica because he wants to create a new world order. He explains that humans are incapable of using nuclear weapons to destroy themselves, saying that they need the cold, calculated nature of a machine to have a real nuclear deterrent. He says that once the Peace Walker has proven itself, they'll deploy Peace Walker units all over Central America, giving them a new edge in the Cold War. He tells Snake that the Age of Heroes died with the boss, saying that our new heroes going forward will be the machines. He explains that if he's going to sell his nuclear deterrent, MSF and Metal Gear Zeke will have to go, but Strangelove tells him to spare us, telling Snake that he's going to help her resurrect the boss and having us taken away to a torture chamber. We cut to Snake strung up in the chamber, with Strangelove torturing us for answers about the boss. We get a minigame that's very reminiscent of MGS1, where we have to mash the triangle button to resist the torture, before she asks us about the snake-shaped scar across Big Boss's chest, but he refuses to explain how he ended up with the exact same scar as the boss. She continues to ask Snake if the boss died for America, but he continues to tell her that she was a traitor who sold the US out, still not wanting to come to terms with the fact that he killed her for no reason. Snake tells her that whatever's inside that machine isn't the boss, and that she needs to realize that before she shocks us again, causing us to pass out. We wake up in a cell with no equipment, and after looking around for a while, I walk up to a mirror where Snake pulls a small steel saw out of the scar in his chest, revealing that it was actually a fake scar used to hide this saw in case he was ever captured. I use it to start sawing through the lock, but after I get about halfway through it, one of the guards comes back over to bring me in for another round of torture, making it even more similar to the MGS1 segment. Once back in my cell again, I saw the rest of the way through the lock, staging my escape from the prison. Once we're out, we get in touch with Kaz again, and he tells us that he can't get into contact with Paz. He says that he sent someone to check in on her, but he was told by someone else in the same hideout that the professor and Paz haven't been seen in a while. Snake tells him that it's possible the CIA captured them, but we need to destroy the Peace Walker before it's too late, so for now, we just hope that they're okay and continue on. We make our way back to the hangar, finding that Coldman has in fact captured Paz, and he tells us that the Peace Walker's activation sequence is complete. Strangelove commends us for our loyalty to the boss, but she says that our silence was the exact answer that she needed, saying that thanks to us, the final piece is now in place. Coldman then tells us that he's already selected the Peace Walker's initial target, saying that he's targeting a small trade island just off the coast, adding that someone built a pesky little base right in the middle of the target area, revealing that he's going to prove the Peace Walker's value by launching a nuke at Mother Base. He reiterates once again that nuclear weapons are a necessity to maintain peace in today's world, activating the Peace Walker and leaving the hangar with Paz. We quickly climb back up to the surface to intercept the Peace Walker, finally getting into a battle with the titular weapon. It's a classic Metal Gear battle, with us fighting this massive mech that's equipped with missiles, a flamethrower, and of course, the ability to trample us if we get too close. After we bring it down, it manages to stand back up, walking towards us while the AI is freaking out, until it suddenly just stops. It sits there for a moment in silence, before it then suddenly transforms into a quad-legged walking tank, and chases after Coldman and Strangelove's chopper. Just then, the boss's horse jumps in, picking us up so that we can go and chase after it. We do so, avoiding missile fire and falling trees along the way, until our horse suddenly falls while climbing a cliffside. By the time that Snake manages to pull himself up and over the cliff, we see the Peace Walker swimming across the border into Nicaragua, escaping from us for the time being. We get a call from Kaz and Amanda tells us that she and the rebels have a route that they use to move across the border, so they'll be able to get us over there pretty easily. Kaz then mentions that there's a summit between the US and the Soviet Union happening tomorrow, and that must be why Coldman chose to test the Peace Walker today, likely intending to shake up the negotiations by making the Peace Walker's existence known. Amanda and Chico take us across the border into Nicaragua and into a CIA base, so we go to reach the communications tower and find a way to prevent them from firing the Peace Walker. Once we get there, we find a camera feed of Paz speaking to her through the camera for about a minute before an alert is suddenly raised and we realize that the enemy knows that we're here. We get a call from Kaz telling us that all of MSF is on their way to back us up, and Paz tells us not to worry about her, saying that she's an angel of peace watching over us. We get this insane combat level that is packed to the brim with the toughest enemies in the game, capped off with a helicopter battle with the game's new song Heaven's Divide playing in the background. I'm not a big fan of this level personally, as I think the Peace Walker's combat feels pretty bad even after you've managed to adjust to the weird controls, and the level being really difficult on top of that just turned this into one of the most frustrating missions in the game for me. We eventually find Coldman and Paz, with him telling us that the false data has already been sent, explaining that since the Peace Walker is a deterrent tool, it's incapable of launching a nuclear strike on its own. As such, they've sent false data to the Peace Walker's AI to convince it that a nuke has already been fired at it, and it will then be able to launch a retaliatory strike on MSF's base. The professor from earlier then walks in, telling us to stand down, revealing that he and his men have already taken over the base. Coldman calls him a backstabber, but the professor rebuts that they were always enemies and he was simply using him all along. He reveals that he's going to use the Peace Walker to fire a nuclear strike at Cuba and blame the strike on the US, and it will be easily believed as the nuke was fired from a US base using US technology. The professor then hands Paz a gun, telling her to shoot Coldman, and telling her that his first name is Vladimir Zadornov, a name that means ruler of peace. Paz can't bring herself to pull the trigger though, so Zadornov grabs her hands and forces her to shoot him, before walking over to Coldman, stomping on him, and forcing him to give up the launch code. He then tells Strangelove to change the Peace Walker's target to Cuba, threatening to destroy her beloved AI if she doesn't do as she's told. He then turns to us, telling us that we've done everything that he had hoped we would, meaning that once again, we were simply used as a tool of the government, only now it was by the Soviet Union rather than the US. He tells us that we're going to die here, saying that we'll be an eternal fraud just like the boss, but just then, the MSF and rebel troops burst in, shooting his men and taking him hostage. Some of the rebel troops start to celebrate that they're back in Nicaragua, referring to Amanda as Comandante rather than by her first name. The MSF troops bring Paz back to base, taking Coldman and Zadornov as well to be thrown into the brig, and everything seems to be nicely wrapped up, but Snake tells Kaz that he still has to destroy the AI to set everything right, and he and Strangelove go to destroy her for good. In the helicopter, Coldman musters up the strength to enter the Peace Walker's firing code into his laptop, and Kaz calls Snake to tell him that the Peace Walker is not only active again, but it also sent the false data to NORAD on its activation, meaning that not only is the Peace Walker going to fire a nuke, but the US will likely launch a retaliatory strike as well. Coldman corrects Kaz though, saying that the US will never actually retaliate, explaining that this is simply to prove that humans are incapable of pushing the launch button. He says that the only person who knows the code to deactivate the Peace Walker is him, adding that he hopes his theory for peace was right all along, before throwing up one last peace sign and bleeding out. We eventually catch up to the Peace Walker, getting into another battle with it to try to prevent the launch. It's essentially just the first Peace Walker fight, but juiced up like crazy thanks to the new quad-legged form and all the new attacks that come with it. It's also an absolute endurance match, as this thing has such a large health bar that my first successful run took me a little over 15 minutes. And in total, my second battle with the Peace Walker took more than an hour with all the failed attempts in there, so be warned if you haven't played the game for yourself yet, this thing is waiting at the very end to kick your ass. Once we've defeated it though, Huey tells us that NORAD still believes there's an inbound nuclear strike, as the data uplink from the Peace Walker is still intact. He says that we'll need to destroy the AI pod to stop the data from being sent out, but the armor on the pod was built to withstand even a nuclear war, so we don't exactly have an easy way to do that. We see that the US government is actually going to fire a nuke in retaliation, and Huey tells us that if we drop the Peace Walker deep enough into the water, the pressure from being deep in the water might be enough to break open and destroy the pod. Huey gets us on the phone with the Pentagon, and we explain the situation to them, but they don't believe any of what we're saying, or even the fact that we're Big Boss. The man on the phone says that he was there for the ceremony where Snake received the title though, so Snake tells him that when the DCI reached out to shake his hand, he refused, saying that no one who wasn't in the room for the ceremony would know that. It convinces the man on the phone to let down the alert, but another man in the room holds the chairman at gunpoint, still not believing our story and telling him that they're not standing down. Just then, the Peace Walker's AI pod opens itself up, calling out for Snake. We jump in, dismantling the AI as quickly as we can, while she continues to repeat voice lines from the events of MGS3. As we do more damage to the system, we get increasingly strange lines of dialogue, which is very reminiscent of GW's malfunctions near the end of MGS2, until eventually, we kill her entirely. Once she's been completely dismantled though, the signal continues to broadcast, and Strangelove remarks that even though the brain is dead, the body is still functioning. Everyone starts to accept their fate, but Snake yells at them to not just stand there, taking up his rifle and shooting at the Peace Walker again, which causes the AI pod to reactivate. This time though, the light color changes to yellow instead of red. The Peace Walker then stands back up, walking into the water, with Snake and Strangelove realizing that the boss is drowning herself to prevent a nuclear war. The two of them stand there, trying to come to terms with what's happening in front of them, before the Pentagon stops receiving the signal, and the credits roll. But at the end of the credits, we get a message saying that the story is still to be continued in Chapter 5, meaning that while this is the end of the main story, there is still an epilogue for us to get through. And as always, we get a post-credits scene here as well. We hear Kaz asking Snake to come back to Mother Base, but Snake tells him that he's not going back. He says that he's done looking for the truth, saying that the boss betrayed him. Kaz is confused by this, and Snake explains that by giving up during the fight between the two of them, she rejected her entire life up to that point, saying that when she gave up her life, she also abandoned everything she was as a soldier, including being Snake's mentor. Snake says that he won't be making the same choices she did, telling Kaz that from now on, he should call him Big Boss. Once back in the menu, Kaz asks Snake if Paz can stay with them for a while, saying that since all of her funding was coming from Zadornov, she has nowhere to go now. He says that Strangelove also wants to join up now since she's out of a job and it would be a bit complicated for her to return to her home country of England. But even though the credits said there was more main story content left to go, there are no main story missions available in the menu, so for the time being, I decided to run through a few side missions to see if the story simply developed through the passage of time. After completing a mission, I get a call from Huey and Strangelove, with the two of them explaining that they've finished creating an AI for Metal Gear Zeke, meaning that we now have a deterrent much like what the Peace Walker was intended to be, minus all that replicating the boss's mind business. After this, we go on a date with Paz, but isn't she supposed to be 16 years old? Well, maybe it's just Big Boss being cute and taking her out of the base to make her feel better and... Oh god. Yeah, that was deserved.
Box top.
Room for one more?
Aha.
Once we're past that, we get a call from Kaz telling us that Zadornov escaped from his cell and he needs us to go and track him down. While I'm out looking for leads, I get another call from Kaz saying that we got a package with a cassette tape and the return address simply says Eva. In this tape, Eva tells us that she's heard about our efforts in Nicaragua, but that's not why she's sending us the tape. She goes on to explain what the boss was doing in the years leading up to the Virtuous mission, explaining her role in the Cold War space race, as well as how she went from being a renowned war hero to being the CIA's tool to use as they please. It's a really nice little side story that they've included here, but it's also more than 30 minutes of just straight exposition, and this video is already long enough. It's also not terribly important to Peace Walker's plot directly, being included more for fans of MGS3, so I don't feel too bad about skipping over most of it here, and if you're interested, you can definitely search up the Eva tapes here on YouTube. Going out for a little more searching, I eventually find Zadornov just crouched in the corner of this random building, knocking him out and hitting him with the Fulton to bring him back to Mother Base. After this, we put him back in the brig, and once again, there are no new main missions available, so I just go out doing some side gigs for a bit. After a few more side missions, we get another call from Kaz telling us that Zadornov is on the loose again. I go out searching, eventually finding him laying down in the middle of the jungle, taking him back in once again. And yet again, there are no new main missions after this, so I go out doing some more side missions and grind out some AI parts for Metal Gear Zeke while I wait for more to come up. And just as a side note, the AI part grind for Zeke is a crazy grind, and if you've ever completely maxed it out, kudos to you. After a bit, I get a call from Kaz, who tells us that they've recovered the Peace Walker's nuclear warhead from the lake it drowned in. He says that if they left it in there, it would have polluted the water beyond repair, so they took it on themselves to remove it. He recommends that we hold onto it for safekeeping, saying that it's probably best to equip it to Metal Gear Zeke for storage. At first, Snake seems hesitant, but he eventually agrees with Kaz, saying that if other nations possess nuclear weapons, then we need to possess them ourselves for protection. And once again, I love moments like this where we see Big Boss slowly giving into ideals that will clearly put him down the wrong path and eventually lead to the events of the original Metal Gear. We got a bit of this at the end of Portable Ops, and I'm very happy to see that we get a bit of it here at the end of Peace Walker as well. After another handful of side missions, I get a call from Kaz again, telling me that Zadornov has escaped from his cell yet again. And don't worry, I'll spare you the rest of the runaround on this by just ripping the band-aid off here. This game's main story content after the end of Chapter 4 is a total disaster. This whole pattern of doing side missions until Zadornov escapes just to go out and recapture him is repeated a total of 6 times, meaning that you spend hours of gameplay just going out and grinding through random missions until the dude escapes again, allowing you to recapture him just so that you can return to the grind yet again. Chapter 5 seemingly exists mainly to ease you into the endgame grind by forcing you to complete side missions to allow Zadornov to escape, on top of the other prerequisites that are required to earn the true ending of the game. Alongside recapturing Zadornov 6 times, you also need to have your base built up to a certain level, which I thankfully already did during my playthrough, and you have to have completed Metal Gear Zeke, including having it outfitted with extra optional parts like the railgun and the jetpack. So not only are players required to grind out extra side missions, but they're also required to grind the AI bosses over and over again for parts, and for players who aren't totally on top of the base management during the initial run of the story like I was, you'll also have to go out and grind for all of that stuff too. This all would have been fine if the game was simply building towards some kind of secret endgame boss fight, but they actually tied a significant portion of the game's story, and especially Big Boss's character development, into this chapter, meaning that if you want the full Peace Walker experience, completing Chapter 5 is 100% mandatory. At least I found a healthy way to take out my frustration at the chapter though. After a few more hours of gameplay, I get the 7th call from Kaz telling me that Zadornov has escaped, but this time, he's apparently managed to disable the tracker that we had placed on him, so we have no idea where to even look this time. This is easily the most egregious example of Peace Walker padding itself for length, as if you want to go out and naturally search for Zadornov, you're going to be loading into over 150 different missions and searching every nook and cranny to try to find where he is. So I did what any rational player would do at this point and just went to Google to figure out where the hell he is, because quite frankly, I was not willing to load into all those different missions to search for him myself, especially after how long I had spent even getting here. I get the answers I'm looking for and head to the firing range in Mother Base, finding him hiding out on a catwalk up above. When we confront him, he tries to shoot at us, so Snake shoots back, hitting him in the chest. He tells us that his work is finally done, shooting his robotic hand at us and throwing up one final peace sign before dying. Snake calls Kaz, telling him that he had to kill Zadornov, but also saying that he thinks Zadornov had someone from within MSF helping him. Just then, Kaz starts panicking, telling us that it's Zeke and we need to get up to the top of the base. When we get there, we see that someone has activated Metal Gear Zeke, and it's revealed that Paz is the one who's in control of it. And she's in her underwear, for some reason. She reveals that Zadornov's repeated escapes were a diversion to allow her to modify Zeke to be controlled by a pilot rather than by the AI that we made for it, telling us that she's going to be taking it and bringing it back to her boss Cypher. She tells us that she's been an undercover agent this entire time, and that the real Peace Walker project can now finally begin. She drops a lot of hints at Cypher potentially being Zero from MGS3 before telling us that she's going to use Zeke to launch a nuke at the east coast of the United States, causing MSF to look like an extremist cult of soldiers and giving the US a good reason to take us out and rid themselves of the threat that we pose to them. We get a boss fight against Metal Gear Zeke, and here I really regret equipping this thing with a railgun and rocket boosters. It bounces around the mother base facilities, attacking us by firing the railgun, missiles, using the boosters to run us over, and more, leading to a pretty chaotic fight. But luckily, Mother Base is pretty upgraded by this point in the game, so you can use the computer terminals around the base to call in care packages or turn the base's automated defenses against Zeke. So as strong as Zeke is, Snake is also given some new tools to help even things out. And thankfully, it's one of the most enjoyable bosses in the game, so the multiple hours of grinding just to get here did feel somewhat justified. Once we defeat Zeke, Paz tells us that as long as the world needs an army like ours, they'll never know peace. She tells us that they will use us and then throw us out once they're done, like a cancer on society, telling Snake that this is the path that he's chosen before Metal Gear Zeke explodes, sending her plummeting into the ocean below. Huey then calls, saying that it's shocking that Paz betrayed them, but telling Snake not to beat himself up over it, saying that no one could have seen it coming. He tells us that he needs to go talk to Strangelove about Zeke, and we get a bit of a romance scene between the two of them, meaning that it's likely that Dr. Strangelove is Otacon's mother. We then cut back to Kaz and Big Boss, with Kaz saying that he owes Snake an apology, telling him that he knew who Paz and the professor were from the beginning, and that he even brought them to Columbia himself. He reveals that Paz was a triple agent working with the CIA, KGB, and the Cypher Group all at once, and Snake starts to get very reasonably pissed off at him, but he says that without them, MSF couldn't have become what it is now. He explains that in the near future, there will be a good amount of money in armies like ours, telling us that we've set up a business that will be in high demand very soon. Snake reflects on all that happened, saying that they were never meant to take a side in an international conflict, but they did, and in the process, they upset the global balance of power. He tells Kaz that they'll be hunted as they're a new wrench in the theory of deterrence, saying that they'll need to fight the establishment. Kaz asks who will be hunting them, and Snake tells him that they'll be fighting the most powerful establishment of all, the Times. He says that the hunt is on, telling Kaz to assemble the men, and we fade to credits for real this time. We then get another post-credits scene where we hear Snake giving a speech to his men, saying that they are an army with no nation, no philosophy, and no ideology. He tells them that they don't fight for anyone but themselves, and they don't need a reason to fight, they fight just because they are needed. He says that if the times demand it, they'll be revolutionaries, criminals, or terrorists, but that there is no better place for them than here, finishing the speech by saying that this is outer heaven. And with the game now actually finished, I'm pretty mixed on Peace Walker's story. I absolutely love Big Boss's character progression here, and I think that there are a ton of great interactions between him and the other characters, but I think that the plot gets a little messier here than it does in most Metal Gear games. Certain characters repeat themselves a ton, like how Coldman can't be in a single scene without explaining the theory of nuclear deterrence again, and some characters like Cecile are essentially forgotten immediately after they're introduced. The best way I could describe my feelings is that I personally enjoy the story a lot, but if we're going to sit here and talk about the quality of the narrative and the writing, there's a ton of things that I could sit here and pick apart, and like I said, it's a larger amount than usual for the Metal Gear series, which, with the amount of contradictions and retcons that this series has, is actually saying quite a bit. I feel pretty much the same way about a couple other games in the series like MGS 3 or 4, but the difference here is that, at least for me personally, this game's story doesn't quite reach the emotional highs that those two did. Overall though, I had an absolute blast with Peace Walker. The gameplay here is really good despite the low frame rate and poor controls, and the gameplay loop takes everything that made Portable Ops so addictive and just makes them even more so. That being said, the pacing in this game isn't great, and there were a lot of times where it felt like the story was either moving way too fast or way too slow. And that's before you get to the final chapter of the game, which, even though I cut it down a lot for the video, took up about 5 hours of my 22-hour playthrough, which is a ton of time spent considering how little story content you get in return. The final boss fight and true ending of the game are both genuinely really good. I just wish that the process of getting to them didn't cause the game to drag on for so long right at the end. But what I really want to emphasize here is that even though there are a lot of things holding Peace Walker back, it still manages to be one of my favorite games in the series despite all that. It has plenty of problems, but the magic is definitely still there, and if you haven't played it for yourself, you absolutely should, especially if you can get your hands on the PS3 release, or if you're watching this far enough into the future, I'm sure that the inevitable Master Collection Volume 2 will have a better version than the PSP one as well. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker an 8.9. Hey guys, thanks for coming by. If you're looking for more Metal Gear videos like this one, check out the playlist right here. And if you want to help keep the series going, maybe swing by my Patreon page. I know that these videos have been taking a longer time than usual due to their length, but regardless, you guys have put a smile on my face with the gigantic amount of support you've been showing, so I have to say, thank you all for watching, and I'll hope to see all of you right here for the next Metal Gear review. After the release of Metal Gear Solid 4, Hideo Kojima started coming up with some ideas for a new Metal Gear game. One of these was a game that would feature the boss and the rest of the Cobra unit as main characters, showcasing what they were up to before the events of Metal Gear Solid 3. However, a member of the team suggested to Kojima that he should turn this game into a side story focused on Raiden, telling the story of his transformation into a cyborg ninja between the events of MGS 2 and 4. Kojima loved the idea, and the game would enter pre-production under the working title of Metal Gear Solid Rising, and Kojima would pretty quickly go on to tease it at a keynote presentation in 2009, with him announcing that it would be the next Metal Gear Solid title. He and his team would work on the game for about 2 years, but they were finding it difficult to work on due to how different it was from previous Metal Gear titles, and eventually, the game was handed over to director Kenji Saito and his team at Platinum Games to be completed. The game's title was then changed to Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance, with the Revengeance subtitle coming from Kojima Productions' desire to, and I quote, get revenge or vengeance on the original failed Metal Gear Solid Rising project. The game would undergo significant changes to its mechanics and storyline under the leadership of Platinum Games, but all the changes that were made were done so with the approval of Kojima Productions, and the game would eventually be released in February of 2013. So, would Metal Gear Rising turn out to be a hit with longtime fans like the original team had hoped? Or would the stress of moving from studio to studio do too much damage to the final product? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 15th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Metal Gear game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along in preparation for Metal Gear Delta. And while you don't have to have seen the rest of the videos in order to enjoy this one, you will be missing a lot of important context about my journey with the series if you haven't seen them, so I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Metal Gear Rising: Revengeance is an action-adventure game developed by Platinum Games and published by Konami for the PlayStation 3 and Xbox 360 in 2013. And right off the bat here, I have a small confession to make. I've been saying throughout this whole series that I had never played the Metal Gear games, but that's not entirely true, as I've actually played through Metal Gear Rising once before. Back when COVID first hit and we all went into lockdown, I had nothing to do other than just kind of sit around and play games all day, as my school and place of work were both obviously closed at the time. And we're talking right at the beginning of COVID, when we all thought that the lockdown was going to be like 2 weeks, so everything just totally shut down instead of going remote or online. So I picked up MGR on a Steam sale, binged through it in like 2 days, and then never touched it again. So I just wanted to have this at the start of the video for you guys to know that this is the one time in this series that I will actually have played the game before, although I don't really remember much aside from some small things that I liked, and the fact that most of the story went over my head as I had never played another Metal Gear game before it. Anyway, the story opens with Raiden in Africa 4 years after the events of MGS4, meeting with the Prime Minister of a thriving unnamed nation who refers to Raiden as Mr. Lightning Bolt. A very cheeky reference to my favorite line of dialogue in Metal Gear Solid 4. It's revealed here that Raiden is working with a PMC called Maverick, and they've been working as a security force for this nation's government. After some small introductions, a cyborg ninja suddenly appears in the road, blocking our convoy's path. He's warned to clear the way before he suddenly attacks the front vehicle, splitting the gunner in half with his blade. We try to escape with the Prime Minister before more men appear to aid the ninja's attack, and Raiden steps out of the car, throwing off his suit and drawing his HF blade that he still has from MGS2. And I have to say, this over-the-top badass entrance of his perfectly sets the tone for the rest of this wacky journey that we're about to go on. So if you happen to be one of the 4 people watching this who's not familiar with the game beforehand, buckle up because this one gets pretty crazy pretty fast. We get a bit of combat against these other cyborgs, and the first thing that has to be said here is that the combos and general flow of combat in this game feel and look incredible. They're also really simple and accessible for players who are new to the genre, with only 2 buttons really being required to get smooth and flashy combos going. The X button on the controller is bound to your light attacks, while the Y button is bound to your heavy attacks, and simply pressing these 2 buttons in specific orders will get you totally unique moves and combo strings. There is more depth available here for players who want to move beyond these simple combos, with some moves being completely disconnected from combo strings and having more complex inputs such as pulling the thumbstick back and then forward before pressing X, but these are more niche moves that you'll only really use if you're digging super deep into the combat system. Is it as deep and rewarding as combo systems in other character action games like Devil May Cry? No. But is it really smooth and fun to play with, on top of being accessible for less experienced players? Absolutely. If you're new to character action games, you'll totally be able to get cool combos going with just a little bit of time spent in the game, and even if you're a veteran of the genre, it still manages to be rewarding enough to keep you from getting bored with it. They struck an awesome balance here, and it really doesn't get as much praise as it should. Something else that really helps the combat feel smooth is the blocking system they have here. When an enemy attack is coming in, players can flick the left thumbstick in the direction of said enemy and press the attack button for Raiden to block the attack, completely negating the incoming damage as well as keeping your combo count going. Along with this, if you block just before the attack connects with Raiden, you'll instead get a parry, which will also give you a counterattack that either just deals damage back to the enemy, or if it hits a weaker enemy, opens them up for an instant kill. It's very weird to get used to at first, and there's definitely a bit of a learning curve to it, but once you get used to canceling out of your combo moves to block or parry an attack, it feels so good to quickly block or counterattack an enemy and just keep your combo going. Part of this is definitely the reward of learning a tricky mechanic, but also the visual and auditory feedback for a good block here is just perfect. And I know that those of you who aren't familiar with the game were just blown away by what happened after that parry, so allow me to explain. This is called Blade Mode, and it's a very central mechanic to the game. By holding the left trigger on the controller, players will be put into Blade Mode, which allows them to freely slice and dice their enemies by pressing X on the controller for a horizontal slice, Y for a vertical slice, or you can flick the right thumbstick in a specific direction for a custom swing. This is great for finishing off enemies, it's often used to give interesting mechanics to larger enemies or boss fights, and as you just saw, looks and feels absolutely amazing to engage with. So all up, we're only about 5 minutes into playing the game so far, and the core combat here is already pretty awesome. And you shouldn't need me to tell you, but that's normally a good sign for a game like this. After cutting through the first handful of enemies and getting a feel for the combat, a Metal Gear ray suddenly leaps out of the water, firing off a laser that flips the Prime Minister's car. Just after this, another cyborg ninja appears, quickly dealing with the PM's security guards and taking him from the car. We go to stop him, and when he notices us, he says that we must be Jack. Raiden asks what he wants, and he tells him that he wants to kill the Prime Minister, saying that Africa has just been a little too peaceful lately. He explains that ever since they shut down the SOP system, business just hasn't been the same, asking how an honest warmonger is supposed to make a living in this economy. He quickly escapes, calling in the Metal Gear Ray to keep us busy, already giving us our first boss fight of the game. Now, going toe-to-toe with a Metal Gear Ray might seem like a daunting task, but this is actually a pretty easy boss. We need to chase it around the arena and attack its feet, and every once in a while, it will lift one of its feet to try to stomp us, giving players an opportunity to get to grips with the basic controls and movement mechanics of the game. After dealing a significant amount of damage to Rey, we're able to use blade mode to jump up and slash away at pieces of its armor, leading to a boss that's incredibly satisfying to slowly chip away at. And once its health is really low, it swings a large blade down at us, but we manage to catch it, giving us one of the most insane quicktime events I've ever seen in a video game. Every boss fight in the game ends with a crazy QTE sequence like this, and man, even the most outspoken quicktime event haters have to love these. They aren't a replacement for the fight itself, rather they're more like a crazy cinematic reward for having already defeated the boss, and they just look incredible. Anyway, once we've taken down the Metal Gear Rey, we chase after the cyborg, eventually finding him running away, and here we get a chase sequence using the game's new ninja run mechanic. If you've ever played an older Assassin's Creed game before, you're very familiar with how this mechanic works, with players simply being able to hold down the right trigger on their controller to not only run faster, but also traverse most obstacles that will get in their way. There are some times where it's a little janky, but for the most part, it looks really cool and perfectly does its job of making you feel even more like the badass cyborg ninja you are. As we're chasing after him though, the Metal Gear Rey leaps back in from off screen, apparently still being functional after our fight. We get a second boss fight against the thing here, this time being locked into a much smaller area, with the boss throwing out attacks that teach players how to do things like time their jumps, or even use blade mode to defend themselves against larger projectiles. There are also some attacks in here that will need to be blocked or parried, but you can pretty easily get through this fight without blocking a single one. When Rey's health gets low again, it jumps back, launching a barrage of missiles at us, and Raiden starts to quite literally run and jump across the missiles to catch up to it, hacking away at Rey once again before being grabbed and thrown up at the clock tower above us. We then get a set piece where we run down the side of the collapsing clock tower while avoiding Rey's lasers and missiles before slicing the thing in half straight down the middle to finally destroy it. I mean, talk about opening your game with a bang. And of course, those of you familiar with the game have been waiting for me to talk about the music since before you even clicked on the video. Metal Gear Rising has a fantastic soundtrack all around, but it really hits its peak during the boss fights. Beyond just being really good boss fight music, these tracks also feature full vocals, and the lyrics of the songs reflect the boss that you're fighting. And they aren't just amazing while playing the game either, they're also just great songs to listen to on their own. While I don't remember much about actually playing the game years ago, there are numerous tracks from MGR that I listen to on a regular basis, with one of these being Metal Gear Rey's theme, Rules of Nature. I mean, just listen to this. Anyway, we see the cyborg from earlier jump onto a train, and Raiden quickly chases after him, finding that both cyborg ninjas are waiting on the train for him. The larger one tells us that he won't be needing the Prime Minister any longer, and we go to stop him from killing him, but the first cyborg jumps in to stop us, and the larger one impales the PM through the back with his blade. The larger one is then extracted by Chopper, referring to the other cyborg as Sam, and telling him that we're all his. We try to fight Sam, but he's constantly dodging all of our attacks and quickly counterattacking, making him effectively impossible to land a hit on. He tells Raiden that his blade yearns to bathe in the blood of his enemies, yet he holds it back, but Raiden argues that his sword is a tool of justice. God, this dialogue is cheesy even for Metal Gear standards, and I absolutely love it. We continue to fight with him before he quite literally shoots his sword out of its sheath, taking Raiden's left arm clean off. We tried desperately to fight back, but the blood loss is clearly getting to Raiden, and just when it seems like Sam is going to finish us off, some Maverick trucks arrive. They shoot at him, forcing him to retreat into the same chopper the last cyborg did, and they manage to get away from us before we can shoot them down. Raiden lays there defeated before eventually passing out from the blood loss. Which, by the way, something that I caught here is that his blood is red again instead of being white like it was in MGS4. I'm sure this was just a design choice by Platinum Games, but it still struck me as a bit of a weird change. We then cut to 3 weeks later, with Raiden flying over the ocean in some sort of jet. We get a call from a man Raiden calls Doctor, who tells Raiden that he has 2 ways of maintaining his new body, those being using generic repair kits, or extracting the electrolytes from the body fluids of enemy cyborgs. He also asks us to retrieve their left hands if we can, saying that their holographic memory is typically stored in them, and offering to pay us in upgraded equipment for doing so. We get another call from a man named Kev, who gives us a quick briefing on the mission. He explains that our job is to go into the country of Abkhazia and neutralize the terrorist threat present there so we can restore the rightful government. The president of Maverick, Boris, then steps in, explaining that the leader of the occupying forces has been linked to numerous terrorist attacks over the last few years, and that his arms supplier is none other than Desperado Enforcement LLC, with Raiden mentioning that they're the group that we saw in Africa during the opening. Kev tells us that our most immediate threat is Jetstream Sam, but Raiden says that with his new enhancements, Sam shouldn't be an issue this time. We then see Raiden get shot out of the drone, deploying onto the beach, and fully revealing his new design, which I absolutely love. It has such a clean, angular look to it, and brings Raiden from looking like any other cyborg ninja we've seen in the series before to looking more like a superhero. And in general, while the visual fidelity in Metal Gear Rising is slightly lower than what we saw in Metal Gear Solid 4, the art style and general presentation of the game more than makes up for it. A big part of this definitely comes from the fact that since Platinum Games and Kojima Productions were working together on this project, series art director Yoji Shinkawa was directly involved in the character design process for the game. This means that not only does Raiden have a great design, but other major characters in the game do as well, and thanks to Platinum Games' history of working on over-the-top action games like Bayonetta and Vanquish, the team knew exactly how to approach things like flashy cutscene direction and character animation. But with Raiden's new body, much like Doctor said, we can now extract the electrolytes of other cyborgs to heal ourselves. This introduces a new mechanic called Zandatsu, which allows us to do just that. When an enemy's health is low enough, players can activate blade mode and slash across the highlighted target to reveal the enemy's electrolyte storage, which in the case of generic cyborgs, just so happens to be their spines, allowing Raiden to rip them out and crush them in his hand to absorb the energy. And yes, ripping an enemy's spine out and crushing it mid-combo looks so badass. A successful Zandatsu will not only refill Raiden's health, but it will also fully recharge the energy that he uses for blade mode, meaning that finishing an enemy off with Zandatsu will immediately put you at an advantage for the rest of the encounter. Players who regularly use Zandatsu are rewarded heavily for doing so, forming a very addictive gameplay loop around a very fun and satisfying mechanic. The only real downside here is that the camera during the ripping animation often clips through the environment, meaning there are a lot of times where you won't actually get to see the big satisfying finisher because you're staring at the backside of a wall instead. It doesn't really affect the gameplay, but it definitely affects how cool your combos look, which is very important in a game like this. After adjusting to the new body a bit, we get a call from Kev, and Raiden tells him that Intel wasn't exaggerating about the cyborg count. Kev explains that cyborgs lead to a much stronger military, but without the risk of AI or drone malfunctions, so PMCs have been gravitating towards them more and more. Raiden says that with this new body of his, they're basically walking vending machines, and Kev tries to remind him that they're still people. Raiden argues that they're people who willingly chose to take innocent lives for money, saying that they sealed their fate when they took this job, and we go on to find the leader of the terrorists. As we're moving through the level, we're also introduced to the game's light stealth mechanics. They aren't very fleshed out, with enemies just having simple vision cones that players need to avoid to stay undetected, and Raiden simply being able to execute instant takedowns from behind or above an enemy. Stealth was probably included just to give it some stronger ties to the Metal Gear name, and while it's not a strong stealth system by any means, it can be fun for a couple minutes at a time should you choose to engage with it, and since it's never required to progress, I'm not exactly going to complain about it being included as an option. As I'm messing around with the stealth a little bit, I suddenly get ambushed by a gecko, which immediately put a smile on my face. Back in MGS4, we got to see Raiden single-handedly fighting Gecko, while no one else in the game was actually capable of doing anything close to this. Things like this really just go to show that the team at Platinum Games were clearly fans of the series, as they've not only included them as basic enemies here, but also introduced them as early as the second level, allowing fans of MGS4 to actually play out the fantasy of fighting Gecko as a cyborg ninja. And the cherry on top is that while they're definitely more dangerous than the average cyborg, they're not really that hard to take down, which just makes it feel even more consistent with what we saw back in Metal Gear Solid 4. Just after this, I find a small computer sitting in the corner of a room, and interacting with it unlocks one of MGR's many VR missions. These are unlocked by simply finding these computers in the campaign levels, and once you've unlocked them, they can be played at any time, either during the campaign or from the main menu of the game. The quality of them can vary a lot, with some being straightforward and fun combat challenges, and some of them have more specific gimmicks like destroying targets with grenades or needing to clear a stealth encounter without getting spotted. They're a fun little throwback to the VR mission expansion that MGS1 got, but if you're the sort of person who likes to 100% your games, be warned, some of these are incredibly frustrating to complete, let alone get the highest rank on. Overall, they're a fun distraction for the average player, and a potential headache for completionists. Moving forward though, we encounter an AI-controlled wolf weapon of some sort, who tells us that he possesses an intellect far beyond that of the average human. Raiden jokingly asks him what the meaning of life is, and the wolf says that he's here to kill us. Raiden jokes again that that's pretty simple thinking for such a high intellect, and the wolf says that if it were to disobey a direct order, its memory would be wiped. Raiden asks him what good an intellect is if he can't use it, but the wolf has had enough of his taunting, and we get into the second boss fight of the game. The wolf is an incredibly agile fighter, and it isn't affected by hit stun or stagger mechanics very much, meaning that if players want to have any hope of getting through this fight, they'll have to get pretty good at blocking or parrying its attacks. Outside of that, it does retreat from us and call some adds in from time to time, but it's mostly here to serve as a skill check and make sure that you've learned how to block by this point in the game, or if you haven't, teach you to before you're allowed to continue. At the end of the fight, the wolf begs for its life before we chop it to bits. We then get one last signal from the wolf as its AI is dying, with it repeating its directive over and over, saying that it has no freedom before the signal cuts out. Just after this, we're ambushed by attack choppers, giving us another ninja run spectacle where we run across a collapsing bridge to escape them. Once at the end of the bridge, we get into a fight against the choppers, and this is where my biggest complaint with the core combat comes into play, that being that I find the flying enemies in this game beyond annoying. Raiden's air combo potential is incredibly limited, and his jumping feels very loose and floaty on top of that, leading to fights against aerial opponents just feeling incredibly janky compared to the game's otherwise tight and polished combat. These fights can be made easier by using RPGs found in the environment, but these are limited one-time use items, and unfortunately, don't really make up for the general awkwardness of these encounters. Back to the story though, we eventually get visual confirmation of the leader of the terrorists, with him seemingly being angry with a woman. He storms off, and the woman then turns around and makes eye contact with us, blowing Raiden a kiss before suddenly disappearing. We make our way over to the refinery we saw them standing on top of, eventually reaching the rooftop and finding the woman. She greets Raiden as Jack the Ripper, introducing herself as Mistral. She says that our reputation as a natural-born killer precedes us, explaining that she was born in France and they had their own civil war in the 90s, in which she lost her whole family. She then tells Raiden that she butchered her family's killers, which made her realize that she was a natural-born killer as well. Raiden asks her if she's proud of that, and she says that she actually found it quite boring, as she did with all killing after that point due to how easy it was for her, until she met him. She says that his ideals gave her life meaning, asking Raiden what his ideals are, with him responding that he protects the weak. And I found her vaguely referencing someone as him and talking about ideals to be really interesting, as normally I would have just interpreted this as being some sort of vague foreshadowing for a character later in the game, but this time around, I actually wondered if she had met and trained under Big Boss, as he's been vaguely referred to in a similar way throughout the series. She then suddenly rips the arms off of a nearby Scarab bot, attaching them together to form some sort of pole arm, before other Scarab bots jump onto her back, attaching their arms to the mechanical spine that she has, which she then uses to control those arms, giving her effectively like 15 different arms, and here we get our third boss fight of the game. This one is pretty good as well, with players still needing to use the block and parry skills that they learned during the wolf fight, but now there's an additional mechanic added in where if you use blade mode to hit her polearm in just the right spot, you can split it in half, disarming her for a short amount of time. It's not necessary to hit these accurate blade mode slices, but it does introduce and potentially warm players up to a mechanic that will become very important later in the game. Her fight also has a ton of scarab bots running around as ads, which I personally hate, as I would much rather just have a good one-on-one fight with a strong opponent, but they aren't annoying enough for me to say that it ruins the fight. At the end of the fight, we freeze her with what seems to be liquid nitrogen before using blade mode to hack her to bits. But again, we get one final transmission from her as she dies, with her telling the leader of the terrorists that she loves him before the signal drops. We pick up her radio to tell him to surrender, but he responds that we're exactly where he wants us to be. We look out over a railing to see him standing on top of some sort of fuel tank, saying that he's going to free the people of Abkhaz and blowing himself up along with the tank. Boris calls in, telling us that he's sending in a helicopter to pick us up, and we fade out to the mission ranking screen. I haven't mentioned these yet, and if you've seen my Peace Walker review, then you might recall my praise of the mission rank system in that game, but it's even better in a character action title like Metal Gear Rising. Every single encounter throughout the levels in these games will give you a letter grade based on things like how quickly you can take out the enemies, how much damage you take, how long your combos last, and how many Zandatsus you pull off. At the end of a mission, all of these encounter ranks are then averaged out to give you your total mission rank. These are games that are quite literally built around skill expression and stylish play, so having a ranking system like this not only encourages players to engage with the game on a deeper level, but also adds a ton of replayability in the process. Funny enough, as I'm making this video, I've been streaming my journey to S-rank every level of every Devil May Cry game right here on the channel, so trust me, a simple system like this really does add a lot to the game. After the end of the first proper mission, we also see the shop open up, allowing us to use the credits we earn while playing to buy things like new moves, weapons, and even skins for Raiden. This shop further encourages players to play well and earn higher ranks, as higher ranks will lead to more credits being earned, and of course, more credits means more upgrades. There's not a whole lot to really talk about with the shop, but there are some really fun things that you can buy, like a skin that turns you into Grey Fox from MGS1, complete with being able to replace your HF blade with his signature Fox blade. Back to the story though, we cut to Raiden arriving in Mexico with an amazing disguise to help him blend in, as well as a repaired and reprogrammed Blade Wolf at his side. Kev tells us that we need to make our way down into the sewers, so we find an appropriate entry point and make our way down.
Adios, amigos.
¿Viste? Qué raro, ¿eh? Hay que hacer que no lo vimos. Vámonos ya.
Once down there, he calls us back, telling us that our mission is to investigate a Desperado research center located somewhere in the area. They're supposedly working with the cartels and human trafficking, so our client wants us to infiltrate the lab and get whatever information we can back to them. Raiden asks what kind of research they're doing there, to which Kev says that we don't know, but they could potentially be experimenting on some of the people they're trafficking. And starting with this mission, players also now have access to the custom weapons system. This allows you to take signature weapons from bosses and use them for yourself, with the first of these being Mistral's polearm. When you have a custom weapon equipped, it will simply take the place of your heavy attacks, meaning you can still swing Raiden's HF blade by pressing X, but now when you press Y, you'll get attacks and combo strings with Mistral's polearm instead. The polearm is heavily geared towards crowd control, with large sweeping swings that can hit multiple enemies at once, and it makes combos with this thing incredibly satisfying. It also has a ton of moves and combo strings at its disposal, meaning that the amount of options you have at any given time is actually expanded while using it, despite losing all of the HF blade's heavy attacks. Its only real downside is that using it is very committal, as all of its attacks last for a pretty long time and can't be cancelled out of, meaning you'll need to get a feel for when you can and can't use its attacks before you can really get a lot out of it. Overall though, it's a great weapon, and you'll definitely find no shortage of it appearing in my footage. As we move through the sewers, we eventually find a boy being attacked by scarab bots, with Raiden jumping in for the save. We clear out all of the drones in the area, checking in to make sure that the boy is alright. He introduces himself as George and tells us about the research lab that's down here in the sewers, explaining that he was offered a job on the streets before being kidnapped and brought to the lab along with a large number of other children. He says that he overheard what they planned to do with the kids, saying that they were going to kill them and harvest their organs. Raiden asks him to explain how he escaped, and we learn that he managed to get into the sewers through the drainage channel. We also learn that some sort of Desperado executive visited the lab the day before, so if we can find a video log of that, we should be able to get all the evidence we need of what they're doing here. We tell George to sit tight and have Maverick send a squad to pick him up, continuing on to the lab. We eventually find the entrance to the lab behind an illusory wall, fighting our way in and finding an entire haul of preserved brains from the children they've been trafficking. We get a call from Boris, and Raiden fills him in on what we found before realizing that they're going to use those brains to make more cyborg soldiers, saying that he has to find the other kids George was brought in with before it's too late. We find a Scarab bot, connecting to it so we can control it remotely, and we get this fun little segment where we use the bot to sneak around and look for info. The gameplay here is incredibly simple, with us basically just being able to run around and silently take down guards, but the fan service aspect of getting to control one of these is definitely fun enough to carry the section for the few minutes that it lasts. We eventually find a data terminal, using it to access the lab's server, and we come across a video of the large cyborg from the opening visiting the lab. He tells a scientist that they've already put the brains on VR training, saying that they're using the Sears program, the same VR program that Solidus Snake used to train his child soldiers in Liberia. He tells the scientist that they need to speed up their work here, saying that some people have been snooping around lately and they need things to be finished before they're found out. The scientist tells him that their work isn't that simple and can't really be rushed, and the mysterious man with the cyborg tells him to just send over what they have now and destroy any of the unused inventory. The scientist doesn't seem to like the idea of just killing the children for no reason, but the man tells him that since these were all vagrant children, they're simply providing a service to both them and the cities that they burden. Eventually, the scientist agrees, saying that they'll dispose of the remaining inventory as soon as they can confirm the payment has been made, and he goes to walk the man and the cyborg out of the lab. We get on a call with Kev, who tells us that the cyborg is known as Sundowner and that he's Desperado's chief of operations. Raiden asks him about the strange man in the suit, and Kev says that he seemed familiar, but we'll have to give him some time to figure out exactly who it was. So, while Kev is doing that, we go to find the rest of the kids in the hopes that the payment hasn't cleared yet. As we move through the lab, we get a call from our data specialist Courtney saying that they weren't able to find George, and she wants to make sure that we got the coordinates right. Raiden tells her that he knows those coordinates were right, and she says that she'll have our men sweep the area to try to find him. Just after this, we get a seemingly insignificant mini-boss fight against an enemy known as the Grodd, but I want you to keep this thing in mind as it will actually be important in a few minutes. After we defeat it, we get a call from Kev, who tells us that he's figured out who the man in the suit was. He explains that his name is Stephen Armstrong and that he's a senator from the state of Colorado. He also tells us that there was a federal investigation 2 years ago into his involvement with a PMC group known as World Marshal. He says that that answers the question of who's offering all of Desperado's financing, and Raiden jokes that that should make for some fun headlines, but Kev explains that no one will be willing to cover a story about a US senator and a large PMC group, as it would be career suicide for any journalist. Raiden says that if no one else will expose this, then we'll need to stop them ourselves, but Kev tells us that we can't just waltz into Colorado and attack World Marshal. Raiden says that we'll figure out what to do once the kids are safe, and we hang up on Kev to continue further into the lab. We eventually find where the children are being held, but as we arrive, the chamber they're in starts to fill with gas. We're then suddenly told to freeze, and we turn around to see a scientist holding George at gunpoint. He tells us that if we try to break the glass to the chamber, he'll shoot George, saying that we need to either surrender or decide between saving all of the children or saving George. George tells us not to worry about him though, so Raiden asks him if he's sure, and he says that he's ready to die if it means killing the scientist and saving the rest of the kids. So Raiden runs across the room, slashing at the scientist and presumably hitting both of them, but we can't exactly have a kid getting sliced open in our video game, so the camera only really shows the scientist going down, and the screen fades to black. We then cut to Raiden driving into Denver, which is the capital of Colorado for all of my non-Americans out there, getting a call from George, who has apparently been fixed up with an artificial arm. He says that he heard we were going to attack a base, asking why Raiden didn't bring him along, and Raiden tells him that killing isn't just fun in games. A police car then suddenly pulls up alongside us, shooting at our driver's side window and telling us to pull over. We get into a high-speed chase with the cops, and Boris calls, asking Raiden why he would resign from Maverick. Raiden tells him that he didn't want his little corporate raid here to affect Maverick, saying that he can't just sit by while they kill kids and ship their organs around like meat. Boris argues that it's all being done legally, and Raiden tells him that just because it's legal doesn't make it right, hanging up on Boris to focus on the chase. We're eventually hit by an RPG, sending our car flying into a crash, and we're confronted by a police captain who definitely bit off more than he could chew.
183-104.7, threatening a peace officer. Deadly force is authorized.
As I'm fighting my way through the streets of Denver, it dawned on me just how good the progression in this game is. Not only is there a great sense of player progression through the new moves and weapons that I mentioned earlier, but the scaling of enemy threats throughout the campaign is fantastic as well. We're a few levels into the campaign now, and we start to get more heavily armored enemies who are capable of doing things like charging through our attacks or parrying our parry, ensuring that players don't grow too comfortable and just spam buttons through the whole game. And remember when I told you that that mini-boss from earlier would be important? Well, that's because starting with this mission, it's brought back again and again as just a regular enemy throughout the rest of the campaign. We even see mass production versions of Blade Wolf from time to time as well, allowing players to see how much stronger they've become not just with their upgrades, but also with how far their skills have come from those earlier parts of the game. It's really good stuff, and in terms of the enemies specifically, really makes the progression of difficulty here in Metal Gear Rising better than it is in the majority of Metal Gear games. That being said though, I don't love every enemy that MGR has to offer. Like I briefly mentioned just a minute ago, a lot of enemies past the halfway point of the game have the ability to armor through your attacks, as well as unblockable attacks that require you to either run away from or jump over rather than just block or parry. When these enemies are thrown at the player, they actively restrict the amount of options available to them, taking a very fluid and free-flowing system and turning it into a more rigid and reaction-based system. This is an issue that pops up in a lot of character action games, and every time it does, it always starts a bit of a debate among players. Some players believe that there should be enemies that limit your options and force you to play differently, while others think that a core strength of the genre is the amount of options given to the player and the freedom to experiment with those options as you please. And personally, I believe that both of those statements are true, so I'm somewhere in the middle of these two camps. In terms of Metal Gear Rising specifically, I think that enemies not always being stunned by your attacks is fine, as it forces players to learn when it's their turn and when it's not, but I find the presence of unblockable attacks to be very annoying for one key reason. This game doesn't have a dodge feature. When presented with an unblockable, your best option is always to awkwardly turn around and ninja run away from the enemy. If this game had a dodge roll similar to something like Devil May Cry, unblockables would have been completely fine, as they wouldn't have disrupted the flow of combat, but unfortunately, it doesn't. Overall, I'm pretty mixed on MGR's enemy design past the halfway point, but your mileage here will vary greatly based on your beliefs of what is and isn't good game design. As we're moving through the city, Jetstream Sam suddenly appears on all of the screens around us. He mocks Raiden, saying that he's the child soldier fighting for the children, and that he and his little sword are going to fix everything. Raiden tells him that the purpose of his sword is to protect those that he preys on, and Sam asks him if he's ever thought about how the cyborgs he's chopping into hamburger are still people. Raiden says that they've made their choice, but Sam tells him that a lot of the time, they sign up for PMCs out of desperation to be able to get life-saving surgeries or provide for their families. He tells Raiden to listen to the battlefield emotions that their nanomachines suppress, and we start to hear the desperation and the fear of the enemy cyborg's inner thoughts as we fight them. Hearing these emotions throws Raiden off enough for them to get some good hits in, and he eventually pulls himself together enough to defend himself, but the realization that these people didn't have a fair choice is starting to cripple him. Blade Wolf then walks up, saying that Sam's behaviors aren't consistent with his established parameters, revealing that the two of them had worked together on previous operations before we took him in. Wolf continues on to scout ahead, and we make our way to the entrance of World Marshal's headquarters. Once there, we get our ass beat by the cyborg standing guard before Sam walks out of the front door, continuing to mock us. Another cyborg then comes in, calling us Jack the Ripper and introducing himself as Monsoon. We see that his body can split apart and reconnect using some sort of magnets before he joins in with Sam, chastising us for ignoring the lives that we've been taking. Raiden argues that they're the ones exploiting these men, saying that it's only natural they get hurt when Desperado uses them as human shields. Monsoon then lectures Raiden on what truly drives humanity to do the things that they do.
Means the DNA of the soul.
He continues to make fun of the idea that Raiden's sword is a tool to protect the weak, drawing his weapons and saying that we can die with a clear conscience. Raiden says that they were right about him and that this was never about justice or protecting the weak. Rather, it's his past as a child soldier resurfacing, and that whole protect the weak bit was just a way for him to keep the Ripper in check. He then stands up, allowing one of the cyborgs to stab him through the abdomen and telling Doctor to
turn off my pain inhibitors,
reawakening the brutal killer inside himself through the pain. Sam goes off to report back to the chief, and we get into a fight against Monsoon, giving us our fourth boss fight of the game. His fight is definitely one of the most interesting the game has offered so far, and it's mostly because of the new skills that it demands of the player. Now, instead of players simply needing to block the occasional attack, Monsoon has various flurries of quick attacks, with each attack in these strings needing to be blocked individually, requiring players to learn how to block multiple times in succession. He also occasionally enters a state where he'll split his body into pieces to dodge your attacks, and will remain in this state until you can hit a perfect parry, quickly followed by an accurate Zandatsu swing to the head. If the player is able to pull this off, he'll also fall apart for a short time, leaving his head totally exposed to damage, just giving players an additional reward for really mastering these mechanics. His magnetic powers don't seem to end at splitting his own body apart, however, as he'll also occasionally jump up to a vantage point in the arena and throw large metal objects like cars and helicopters down at the player, requiring you to use blade mode to defend yourself. It's easily the most demanding boss fight in the game so far, but it's also the most dynamic as a result, leading to a very rewarding encounter. Oh, and that boss theme as well. At first, I really wasn't a fan of Raiden sort of reverting back to this Ripper persona, but if you listen to the optional codec calls that are available right after this, you'll learn that he didn't entirely revert to his former self. Rather, it's more accurate to say that he gave in to old habits for a brief moment. And that brings us to one of the largest flaws of Metal Gear Rising's storytelling, in my opinion, and that's the fact that almost all of Raiden's character development in this game is done entirely through these optional calls. The Metal Gear games have had these really high quality codec calls ever since MGS1, but they've never been mandatory for understanding the basic character arc of the protagonist during the game quite like they are here in Rising. I'm not going to dig too deep into all these extra calls, as there's a lot of them, and my Metal Gear videos have a tendency to run on the long side anyway, but if you want to fully understand Raiden's character here in MGR, make sure that you either listen to all of these extra calls when playing the game for yourself, or just simply look up a compilation of them here on YouTube. But from this point on, players now have access to a new mechanic in the form of Ripper mode. This can only be activated when Raiden's energy bar is full, which will be very clearly indicated by the bar turning red, but when activated, it makes Raiden's attacks incredibly lethal. Instead of slowly chipping away at enemies through your combos, you'll instead be chopping off limbs in 1 or 2 hits, and this even works against the strongest regular enemies the game has to throw at you. This is incredibly overpowered and allows players to almost instantly clear rooms, but there are a couple downsides to using it. The first and more minor of these is that since you'll be killing enemies so quickly, you won't really be building up any combos, so your mission ranks are gonna fall pretty drastically if you choose to abuse Ripper mode regularly. The other, and much more impactful downside, is that because enemies die so quickly, you won't be able to get any Zandatsus off. This might sound like a bit of a non-issue, but you really don't realize just how useful fully healing yourself off of enemy kills actually is until you start to use Ripper mode and have it taken away from you. It's an incredibly powerful ability that can be used to instantly cheese your way through any encounter in the game, but the couple of downsides that it has actually pushed me away from using it and into working harder to improve at the game, so I would have to say that it's been implemented pretty beautifully here. Along with that, we now have access to Monsoon's Sai as a custom weapon, but I have to say that this is a pretty disappointing weapon. It has a grand total of 2 attacks in its arsenal, and the second of these is a follow-up attack to the first, meaning that the weapon really only has one use. That being said though, that one use is pretty unique compared to the rest of the weapons in MGR, as you can use the Sai to pull yourself straight to an enemy, which not only adds a solid mobility option for combos in general, but also helps in those very annoying fights against aerial enemies. I wish I could love this weapon, as the ability to pull yourself straight to an enemy from across the arena is a really great one, but that is quite literally all that this weapon is capable of. And since having a custom weapon equipped removes your access to the HF Blade's heavy attacks, the Sai ultimately just limits your combo potential too much to justify using it over other weapons. Continuing on though, we get a level where we slowly ascend up the headquarters building with a lot of fun set pieces like getting ambushed by Gecko in the offices, running up the side of the building, and even finding that one of the executives was obsessed with Japanese culture and fighting through a floor of the building that's been made to look like a traditional Japanese garden. There's also a room in this level where we fight duplicates of both Mistral and Monsoon, but I can't really wrap my head around why these are here, other than to maybe just pad out the game a little bit. I thought that they might have been added in because the devs didn't think this level was exciting enough as it is, but I would say that this level actually has the most diverse and exciting set pieces of the entire campaign, so I'm not super confident that that's the case. It's kind of a stupid inclusion, but the boss fights are both fun and short enough that it's not really an annoyance, just a bit of a weird thing to add here. We eventually get up to the top of the tower, and Sundowner reveals himself, telling us not to disrupt the students while class is in session. He tells Raiden that it's the same program he went through as a child in Liberia, except that now they're running them through it digitally by wiring straight to their brain and hitting the pleasure centers in the brains every time they kill. Raiden condemns him, saying that they're just kids, but Sundowner argues that all people are born cruel and simply lose their touch with it as they get older. He tells Raiden that children are the easiest to manipulate into committing atrocities, saying that there's nothing like a good atrocity to keep a war going. He also tells him that even if we bring this whole place down and escape with the brains, nothing is actually going to change, as all the guys in charge will just start up again somewhere else. He says that war is just part of human nature, before telling Raiden that none of this will even matter in 3 hours, as the demand for PMCs is about to skyrocket back to the days of 9/11. Raiden asks him what he means by that, but he simply walks out of the room, so we chase him out onto the rooftop. He says that we can play up here without damaging the merchandise, and Raiden asks him what's about to happen, but he says that it doesn't matter, as even if we traveled at Mach 2, we wouldn't be able to get there and stop it in time. On top of that, he says that killing us is going to take some time, telling us that
kids are cool, Jack, and I'm very in touch with my inner child.
And I have to say, having a villain like Sundowner in this game is so refreshing. Metal Gear villains always have some larger purpose or core belief driving them that they use to attempt to justify their actions, and don't get me wrong, it's always done very well in this series, but it's a nice change of pace to have a man like Sundowner who legitimately is just evil for the sake of being evil and wants to watch the world burn. Anyway, we get into a boss fight against him, and this is easily one of my favorites in the game. It requires us to make use of all the skills that we've learned previously, but it takes the idea of accurate Zandatsus even further with the use of his shields. See, when he deploys these things, the only way to get him to drop them is to accurately slash across the designated line, and if you hit the shield anywhere else outside of that line, you'll be eating a small explosion to the face in return. Occasionally, he'll also charge at the player, and if you manage to block the attack in time, you'll be given an opening where you can slash at the arms the shields are mounted on, removing them from the fight one by one. To make things even better, it's a genuine one-on-one fight with no interruptions, and he has what might be my favorite boss track in the game as well. Once we've done enough damage to him, he falls backwards off the building before a helicopter pulls up, revealing that he's not dead yet and shooting some missiles at us. Raiden starts to fall from the building, but manages to hijack a flying drone on the way down, giving us a crazy sequence where we fly back up through one of the building's collapsing elevator shafts, using blade mode to slice our way through the ceiling and throwing the drone at the helicopter, leading to him getting launched at us and allowing us to dice him up real good. We of course get one last signal from him as he dies, and Raiden asks him one more time what happens in 3 hours. Sundowner responds that he'll be launching Operation Tecumseh, with Raiden asking if he means Armstrong, but he says that he's already said too much, and that it's up to Sam now before we lose the signal. We get a call from Boris and Kev, who are also trying to figure out what's going to happen in a few hours. They deduce that if Mach 2 couldn't be fast enough to get there in time, it can't be on American soil, and Kev mentions that it would have to be in a political hotspot in order to spike demand for PMCs, before Raiden realizes that the president has a meeting in Pakistan today. He tells them to contact the military, but Boris says that it would take too long to get through to anyone with enough authority, and no one's going to believe us over World Marshal anyway. Courtney then joins in, saying that we could get there in time if we use a low atmosphere spacecraft, so Raiden tells them to contact the nearby launch station. After a bit, Doctor comes to pick us up by helicopter and bring us to the launch site, but just after we take off, we're suddenly attacked by 2 unmanned jets. Raiden tells him that he'll handle it, getting up and jumping out the side door of the chopper, landing on top of one of the drones. He stabs it with his blade, taking control of the AI, and Doctor brings the chopper around, luring the other jet straight to us so that Raiden can slice it clean in half. How fucking ridiculous is this game? It's just so stupid, and I love it. We jump from the drone back to Doctor's chopper, catching ourselves on some of the railing along the side, but the rail then suddenly breaks off, and we plummet back down into the streets of Denver. Doctor tries to pull around and pick us up, but World Marshal forces on the streets are armed with RPGs, so he's forced to fly out of the city without us. We wake up in a small crater down on the streets, and we get a level where we have to escape from Denver on foot. This is the one level in the game that really feels like it's here just to pad out the runtime, as it's a simple backtrack of the streets level from earlier with nothing new being added, aside from the fact that we now have access to Sundowner's large pincer blades, which are fine, I guess. They're built around the idea of having a big, slow-swinging weapon that hits really hard, and they're good at that, but without being able to animation cancel, there aren't many opportunities to actually use these mid-fight. When you do find an opportunity to use them, they can be incredibly satisfying, especially with the additional gimmick they have where you can hold the input to charge up the swing for more damage. The moveset is much more fleshed out than that of the Sai, but the long windups just make them really difficult to use properly, so I found myself underwhelmed once again. And not to spoil the next couple bosses by any means, but this is the last custom weapon on offer. Overall, the Sai and the pincer blades do have their uses in certain situations, but neither of them really justify the loss of the HF blade's heavy attacks, and the polearm is just a fantastic weapon in almost any situation, so while I was really excited about the unique weapons at first, I found them to be a little disappointing on the whole. Eventually though, we end up finding a motorcycle parked on the side of the street, and we take it so that we can reach the launch site in time. As we're driving down the highway, we come across Sam and Wolf sitting in the middle of the road, and Wolf walks over to us, saying that he can't figure out what Sam's motivations are. Raiden tells Sam that he should thank him for not killing everyone at the launch site, to which Sam responds that the war is the big payoff here. Raiden mocks him, saying that everyone at World Marshal will get big bonuses once the war starts, but Sam says that he's not talking about money, rather he's talking about ideals. Raiden asks what he means, and he says that he's sure that we've heard enough speeches about higher causes by now, simply saying that history will decide which one of us is right. We get off our motorcycle, walking off the road with him, and getting our long-awaited rematch with Jetstream Sam. This is yet another great boss, with Sam once again requiring players to use all of the skills that they've learned up to this point, but adding in a new massive lesson in the form of patience. Much like Raiden, Sam can parry our attacks and earn himself a guaranteed counterattack, and that's only the tip of the iceberg here. After dealing a decent amount of damage, players can disarm Sam, and in this unarmed state of his, he can actually punish players for attempting to use any sort of dash strike on him, forcing players into taking a more slow and deliberate approach to the fight. Along with this, he also has some incredibly mobile moves that see him closing the gap between the two of you in an instant, like a large leaping attack or his signature unsheathing technique that we saw at the beginning of the game. This is a super interesting direction to take his boss fight in, as it takes it from feeling like an all-out battle to the death with a terrorist to feeling more like a calculated duel with a fellow expert swordsman. And once his health is low, we knock him off balance with a quick Zandatsu, stabbing him through the chest for the kill. After he dies, we realize that Sam actually had very minimal cyborg enhancements, and Wolf asks us if this outcome was really necessary. He says that human conflict stems from differing ideals, but that he was never programmed with ideals of his own, and Raiden tells him that it's best if he figures out what he believes in for himself. We walk over to Sam and pick up his blade, finding that it's ID locked, and Wolf asks Raiden if he can keep it in memory of Sam. So Raiden takes the blade and sheaths it in traditional samurai form, handing it to Wolf to hold onto before continuing on to the launch site. Once we arrive, we're greeted at the gate by Sunny, who's apparently seeing Raiden for the first time in a few years. She says that we don't really have time to catch up, telling us to follow her, and she shows us the craft that we're going up in, revealing that she designed and built it for the company. We get in with Wolf, and we're launched off to Pakistan. We cut to our arrival at the airbase, but Raiden isn't sure if it's the right place since we don't see anything unusual going on. We head in, fighting our way through the guards along the way, and Raiden notices that the guards have their identification codes set to the same illegal code that Desperado uses, making it look like Desperado hacked the soldiers on site, likely so they can blame this as an attack on the US once they've killed the president. We continue through the base, eventually coming across Wolf, who seems to be injured, and just then, the ground starts to suddenly fall out from under us, and Raiden barely manages to escape from getting stuck in the hole. A new Metal Gear arises from the hole, and we see Senator Armstrong step out of the cockpit up top.
Well, if it isn't Saucy Jack.
Raiden tells him that his plan ends here, but he argues that we're not ending his plan, rather we're expanding it. Just then, Boris calls us, saying that Air Force One is turning back to the States, and revealing that pictures of the dead guards on the base have leaked online, which has the internet up in arms calling for a war with Pakistan. Armstrong tells us that this is just the excuse they've been waiting for, and that even with the Patriots gone, their legacy still lingers on 4 years later.
The memes.
He explains that the two things that politicians need to do to win over the American public is convince them that they're part of the greatest nation on earth and keep the economy humming along, explaining that he's starting a new war to jumpstart said economy. Raiden mocks him, saying that all they need to do is grease the gears with a little innocent blood, but Armstrong argues that it's not innocent blood, it's a war on terror. He then tells us that he can't have any eyewitness reports complicating the message, getting back into the Metal Gear and firing it up for another boss fight. And I have to say, Metal Gear Excelsis is the only boss in this game that I don't love. At first, I tried every way that the game previously taught to avoid attacks, from running away from them, to blocking or parrying, to jumping over them, whatever, but I was just never able to find a totally consistent way to avoid damage here. Almost every attack in this fight is blockable, but you'll still take a pretty decent chunk of chip damage on a successful block, so if that is the intended method of dealing with this boss, then you better hope you've upgraded your health bar or brought in some consumable healing items. I ultimately didn't have a problem with getting through the fight, as it only took me a couple tries to actually beat, but it's just the one fight in the game that didn't give me the satisfaction of overcoming it through my own skill. Rather, it just felt like I kind of drifted through it without really understanding it. Once we've depleted its health though, we tear off one of its giant blade arms, using it to have a goddamn sword fight with the thing, before then using it alongside blade mode to properly destroy Excelsis. Once we're done with that, Armstrong steps out of the cockpit again, seemingly absorbing the energy from what remains of Metal Gear Excelsis and becoming so incredibly jacked that he's literally ripping through his shirt. He then runs over, absolutely dominating Raiden physically and beating the living shit out of him.
Don't fuck with this, Senator!
We try to fight him, but he just tanks through whatever damage we throw at him, hitting us back with attacks that still deal damage even through successful blocks. Eventually, he catches our blade, breaking it in two just by squeezing it in one hand and continuing to pummel Raiden. Raiden tells him that he's a typical politician, making big promises with nothing to back them up. He says that all Armstrong really cares about is lining his own pockets and his approval ratings, telling him that if America's gone to shit, he's just another maggot in the pile. Which is actually a really good one. I need to write that down. Armstrong tells him that he's right and that he does need money and votes, but that they're all in service of seeing through his dream that every man in America will truly be free and in control of their own destiny. He says that America is rotten to the core and that they need to burn it all down and wipe the slate clean, saying that the weak will be purged, but the strong will thrive, and once that happens, America will be great again. No, I'm not bullshitting. He actually says that. And this was years before this guy ever even announced that he was getting into politics. And people say that Kojima is the one making weird predictions. Armstrong then says that in his new America, people will kill and die for what they believe in, and tells Raiden that he should fight for what he believes in. Raiden says that he might have been wrong about him, and we get this wholesome little embrace between the two before Raiden yells that he's batshit insane, attacking him yet again. He asks Armstrong what he would know about the weak, saying that he doesn't know what it's like to fight, steal, and kill just to survive. Armstrong argues, however, that Raiden does know what it's like and that somehow he still came out successful. We try to fight him hand to hand, but once again, he just seems to absolutely dominate Raiden in a fair fight.
Why won't you die? Nanomachine, son!
Armstrong then pins Raiden down, and as he starts to beat on him, we see something on Sam's blade activate, causing Wolf to wake up. Armstrong then hits Raiden so goddamn hard that it causes what's left of Excelsis to blow up, and as he walks over to finish Raiden off, Wolf calls out to us. He plays back a recording of Sam saying that he's going to leave things to fate, revealing that Sam was perfectly happy dying if Raiden could prove that he was the stronger man, and in the event that that happens, the ID lock on Sam's blade will be released after a couple of hours. Armstrong tells Wolf that once he's done with Raiden, he'll destroy him next, but Wolf responds that he doesn't fear termination, saying that he's learned from Raiden and established his own directives to follow. Armstrong leaps over to him, but Wolf manages to toss the blade to Raiden in time, and we draw Sam's blade, preparing for the final battle with Armstrong. Here, we get the real Armstrong boss fight, and it's a damn good one. It calls back to everything we've learned throughout the game, including building even further upon the patience and spacing that Sam's fight taught us. He has a massive health bar, but using every trick in the book to avoid taking damage and slowly chipping away at his health bar is incredibly satisfying once you're in the rhythm of it, and the fight easily has some of the coolest QTEs and blade mode sequences that the game has to offer as well. It's an absolute blast of a boss fight, and if you're still somehow on the fence about whether you should play or replay this game for yourself, I would say that it's worth it just for the insane dopamine rush of this fight alone. Once his health is low, we get one last Zandatsu test, requiring us to slash him across his heart repeatedly, before Raiden quite literally punches a hole into his chest. Raiden tells him that his dream dies with him, but he argues that Raiden is guaranteed that war will continue to be a standard part of human life for a while longer at least, saying that in death, he'll at least be leaving behind a worthy successor. He tells Raiden that he carves his own path, using whatever means necessary to do so, not letting legal and political bullshit get in the way, and Raiden proceeds to quite literally rip out his still beating heart and crush it in his hands. In his dying breaths, Armstrong says that he and Raiden are kindred spirits deep down, and we're left with this haunting shot of Raiden realizing just how right he actually is. We then get a little wrap up to all the side characters in the story, with Doc calling Kevin Courtney and telling them that they're approved to open the world's first cyborg staffing firm, which they're starting to help the children that they rescued from World Marshall get a basic education, learn a trade, and find a purpose in life. We also see that George has a new job, helping Sunny out with stuff at the launch site, and we also see that she adopted Blade Wolf before the credits roll. Of course, we get a post-credits scene of a conversation between Boris and Raiden, with Boris telling him that even though they shut down the brain harvesting operation, World Marshall is still a prospering company. He asks Raiden if he'll come back to Maverick, But Raiden tells him that he's already made up his mind, and we see him doing a bit of his own vigilante work, saying that he has his own war to fight. Ultimately, the story of Metal Gear Rising is really fun, and it certainly has its moments, but it's not exactly up to the standard that Metal Gear fans would have come to expect at this point. There are a lot of themes crammed into this game's really short runtime, and a lot of them aren't really given enough room to breathe. The themes that are given enough screen time end up being used really well, but a lot of them are crushed under the writer's overambition. If nothing else, MGR's story really shines through its characters, with Raiden, Blade Wolf, Sundowner, Jetstream Sam, and Senator Armstrong being some of the most likable protagonists and antagonists the Metal Gear franchise has ever seen. The story isn't one of Metal Gear's best, but it is really fun for what it is, and if I may be so bold, I think that if you're playing Metal Gear Rising for the story alone, you're frankly playing it for the wrong reasons. And on that note, I had an absolute blast with Metal Gear Rising. It might not be the shining example of video games as an art form like the best of the Metal Gear franchise, but it's an incredibly fun action game with outstanding characters and a soundtrack that's nothing short of phenomenal. The game truly shines in its combat and its core gameplay design, making it an experience that's hard to put down from beginning to end. And due to its short runtime of about 7 hours, it's a game that, at least if you're like me, will leave you sad that it's over and still wanting more. Luckily, if you play the game nowadays through digital vendors like Steam, the game comes with 2 DLCs packaged along with the base product for free, where you get to play as Jetstream Sam and Blade Wolf respectively, and while I didn't cover them in this video, I absolutely plan to go back and play through them for myself sometime. The game has only continued to become more and more popular as time goes on, and while a lot of people attribute this to the memes the game has produced, I think that that's only scratching the surface. Sure, people are exposed to MGR for the first time and become interested in the game through the memes, but if the game wasn't actually good, that popularity would fade away very quickly. The reason the game continues to rise in popularity is because the new players who do check the game out fall in love with its gameplay and its characters, which only further improves the game's reputation and increases the number of people singing its praises. Like I said earlier, if you haven't played the game for yourself and you're still unsure about whether you should or shouldn't, I would encourage you to check it out. It's a game that has its flaws for sure, but it's such a lovingly crafted and unique experience, and trust me, when you start taking down those epic bosses with the amazing soundtrack blaring in the background, you'll start to truly understand why the game has continued to grow in popularity over the years. It's such a unique and refreshing title in the larger gaming landscape, and even if you've never played a proper Metal Gear game before, this could be your gateway, just like it has been for so many other people. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Metal Gear Rising Revengeance an 8 out of 10. Hey guys, thanks for swinging by. Real quick, before you go, I would like to mention that I have a poll linked in the comments below where you can vote on what sort of game series you would like to see me cover here on the channel in the near future. There's a ton of games on there, and you're allowed to vote for as many as you like, so instead of just finding and voting for your one favorite, feel free to just throw a vote on literally any games that you would like to watch a series like this of. I would also like to give a massive thank you to my supporters both on Patreon and through YouTube memberships. YouTube ad revenue is notoriously inconsistent, and I've even had some problems with this video specifically, so their generosity really helps keep the channel running smoothly, and I can't thank them enough. With all that said though, I hope you guys enjoyed the video, and I hope to see all of you right here for the next Metal Gear review. In August of 2012, at a private function celebrating the 25th anniversary of the Metal Gear series, Hideo Kojima would announce the next mainline Metal Gear title. He revealed that it would be called Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes, that Big Boss would return as the game's protagonist, and that the story would serve as a prologue to another game in the series. The game would then be announced to the public 2 days later, and as the release grew closer, Kojima would only continue to drop more info about the game, including the fact that the length of the cutscenes would be significantly reduced from that of MGS4, as he felt that long cutscenes had become outdated, which surely had nothing to do with the reception to that game. And nearly 2 years after the initial announcement, Ground Zeroes would eventually launch in March of 2014. So, how would Ground Zeroes carry on the story of Big Boss? And more importantly, how would it bring Metal Gear into the next generation? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 16th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Metal Gear game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along in preparation for Metal Gear Solid Delta. And while you don't have to have seen the rest of the videos in order to enjoy this one, you will be missing a lot of important context about my journey with the series if you haven't seen them, so I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes is an action-adventure stealth game developed by Kojima Productions and published by Konami in 2014. The game is set only 1 year after the events of Metal Gear Solid Peace Walker, serving as a direct follow-up to that game's story. We're being sent into a US prison camp in Cuba to rescue Chico, who recently vanished while on his way to an assignment in Cuba. We also plan to extract Paz, who MSF has recently discovered is not only still alive, but is also being held at the same camp for interrogation. Before deploying, we can also listen to some of the briefing tapes in the main menu, and here, we also learn that the IAEA wants to inspect Mother Base to ensure that we don't have any nuclear weapons. Big Boss initially doesn't want to allow the inspection, but Huey talks him into it, saying that he has a brilliant plan to hide Metal Gear Zeke from them, and Big Boss reluctantly agrees to let them inspect the base while we're out on our rescue mission. Actually starting up a new game though, we see a man with an inverted fox insignia on his jacket giving Chico a cassette player and asking him how it feels to play the traitor, implying that Chico has already been interrogated and given up information about MSF. The man then walks over to a helicopter, using some sort of tool to wipe the markings from the side of it, and saying that the Trojan horse is in. We get a little splash of text introducing this man to the audience as Skullface, which also tells us that he's the commander of the XOF. And I'm sure it's no coincidence that the XOF's logo and abbreviation is the exact inversion of the Fox unit. He and his men then board the helicopter and take off from the base, ripping off their XOF patches and throwing them out the side door, seemingly implying that these men are not who they say they are. We then see Snake arriving at the outskirts of the base, and we're introduced to his new voice actor. Instead of bringing David Hayter back to reprise his role as Snake, Kojima instead cast Kiefer Sutherland for the role this time around. We've known through interviews that Kojima always wanted to have a different voice actor for Big Boss as far back as when they were making Metal Gear Solid 3, with him actually wanting to get Kurt Russell for the role at the time, but when they weren't able to make that happen, they decided to just stick with David Hayter for the time being. So this is essentially just the result of Kojima's near decade-long ambition to have a Hollywood actor voice Big Boss, and while Sutherland certainly does a good job here, I do kind of miss Hayter's classic performance for the character. At the end of the day, both actors do a great job, and I'm glad that Kojima was finally able to get his wish of having them be voiced by different actors, but I feel like after this many games with Big Boss, we were far enough in that we should have just stuck with Hayter all the way through. Though, that being said, he was voiced by Richard Doyle back in Metal Gear Solid 4, but it's a little different when we're talking about a game where you actually play as Big Boss. Anyway, before getting into the gameplay of Ground Zeroes, I feel like we have to talk about the visuals on display here. The game might look fairly average nowadays, but this came out in early 2014. The game was developed using Konami's new Fox engine, and the level of fidelity achieved for its time is very impressive, especially when you consider that this game was also released on the PS3 and Xbox 360. In particular, I found the lighting engine to be especially ahead of its time, with the daytime lighting and the reflection of lights off of Snake's rain-soaked sneaking suit looking absolutely phenomenal. It even ran at 60 frames per second on the current gen consoles of the time. You guys remember when games actually looked good and ran at 60 frames per second on current gen consoles? Getting into the gameplay itself though, the controls here are super tight and refined, especially compared to what we saw in the PSP release of Peace Walker. This is one of those things that we can talk about for days when it's done poorly, but in a case like this where it's done well, it's pretty simple. Everything just feels smooth, satisfying, and most importantly, intuitive. If I had to pick one thing about the controls to talk about specifically, it would be that Snake's movement feels better than it ever has before. Crouch walking of course makes a return here, but unlike Peace Walker, crawling is also still an option. And all of Snake's animations in this game are all just so smooth and fluid, making something as simple as just sneaking around and not even doing anything fun to mess around with. Along with that, CQC seems pretty much untouched from Peace Walker, with every ability from that game being carried over. It's actually been made even better here too, with Snake now being able to grab or throw enemies from around corners, or even over small pieces of cover. This makes CQC feel even tighter than it ever has before, and allows for some really fun opportunities, like luring a guard over to a corner that you're hiding behind so that you can quickly pull them around that corner to interrogate them or knock them out. Along with that, you can now draw your sidearm while using CQC, opening up opportunities for some really cool moments. There was one time during my playthrough where I went to interrogate a guard, but as I started doing so, another guard that I had already knocked out started to wake up, so I quickly pulled out my tranquilizer gun to knock him back out again before getting to the guy that I had just grabbed. For those of you who have been actively keeping up with the series, I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but I really love the CQC mechanics in these games, and Ground Zeroes simply offers the best iteration of them so far, so it's a slam dunk for me. Continuing along with the new stuff, it's also now possible to mark enemies and track their movements through walls. This can be done either by using Big Boss's binoculars, which are constantly bound to the right bumper, or by clicking in the right thumbstick to focus and looking at one of the guards to mark them. At first, this might seem like a really dumb way to make the game more accessible for casual players, but there are actually a lot of other changes to the game that balance this addition out. One of these is that enemies are much more aware than they have been in the last few Metal Gear Solid games, meaning it's a lot harder to stay hidden here. Interestingly, how easily you're detected also changes with the time of day, with Snake obviously standing out a lot more in clear weather during the daytime than he does in a storm at night. The heightened awareness of enemies makes marking and tracking them almost essential, as if you're not using all of that info to your advantage and carefully planning out your movements ahead of time, the base will be on alert before you know it. And speaking of using information to your advantage, we have to talk about how you navigate the base. I haven't mentioned it yet, but during the lead up to this game's release, it was being marketed as the first ever open world Metal Gear title. Immediately when players arrive at the base, they're free to explore it however they please, but I have to say, marketing this as open world is definitely a stretch. The map is very large compared to the levels of previous Metal Gear games, but if we're calling this an open world game, it's easily the smallest open world that I've ever seen. To be clear, this isn't a dig at the actual quality of the game, as the base is actually a blast to explore and approach as you please. It's more just to point out that the marketing for this game was a bit strange. Back to the point though, players can press the start button on the controller at any time to open up a map of the base, and this helps a ton with navigating the map. The general area that your main objective is in will be highlighted, allowing you to make your way over there and start exploring that specific region without just telling you exactly where it is. Along with that, using CQC to interrogate the guards is more valuable than ever here, as they'll tell you things like camera placements, where certain weapons or ammo are stored, and more, and these pieces of info will then be marked on your map, allowing you to navigate straight to them or use them to your advantage. Filling out the map and finding all the little goodies spread throughout the base was really enjoyable, so much so that I repeatedly went out of my way to interrogate guards that I didn't even need to mess with just so that I could find a little bit more. Once I have all that exploring out of my system though, I make my way over towards the objective, eventually finding Chico in a cage. After Snake unlocks the cage, Chico tries to fight back against him, likely thinking that he's there to kill him rather than rescue him, so Snake chokes him out and we get a call from Kaz. We tell him that we found Chico, and he asks if we found Paz as well, but Snake tells him that she isn't here. He tells us to get Chico out of there and says that we'll figure out where Paz is once he's calmed down a bit, so we call in an extraction chopper and carry him over to it. On our way there though, he wakes up and starts crying, telling us that they killed Paz. And here, we actually come to another new addition of Ground Zeroes, that being calling in a helicopter for extraction. This can be done at any time, and you can choose a variety of landing points on the map, allowing players to opt for a low-risk pickup on the outskirts of the base, or call it in directly in the center of the base for an intense escape. You can use these helicopters to extract POWs like Chico, and even any of the random prisoners also being held on the base should you choose to do so. The only way to successfully complete a mission in this game is to extract via helicopter, so players will need to get used to engaging with the mechanic and figure out strategies for all of their favorite landing spots in order to be successful. Once Chico is safely extracted, we listen to the tape that he had on him when we found him, in which we hear him being moved around the base, giving us some clues about where he was taken based on the sounds that we can hear along the way. At the end of the tape, we also hear Chico say Paz's name, and we hear her screaming out in pain before the tape cuts off. This could have been a really fun puzzle for players to have to solve in order to find pause, but Ground Zeroes commits one of the gravest of gaming sins here. While you're listening to the tape, Kaz will be talking to you over the radio, explaining all the different sounds to the player before they even have the chance to think about them for themselves. So he'll say something like, "I hear a flag," while you're listening to the tape, and then to make it even worse, when you start moving through the base again, if you get close to a flag waving around in the wind, Kaz will contact you via radio again to point out that you found the flag from the tape, and then remind you where you should be going next based off of that. I just hate when games do this, man. Like, you put in this really cool puzzle for players to solve, but then you lost confidence in the player's ability to actually figure it out, so you just have a character in the game explaining it to them every step of the way without ever even giving them a chance to actually engage with it. Regardless though, we start moving back through the base, slowly retracing the path that Chico took in the tape. On the way there was also this really cool moment where I shot out a security camera, which caused Command to call a nearby guard and ask him to check it out. I thought I was being smart by tranquilizing the guard before he actually got to it, but a few seconds later, he was called again for an update, and when he didn't respond, the whole base went into alert status. Guards communicating like this was present way back in games like MGS 2 and 3, but it's been absent from the series for a while at this point, and seeing it not only return, but also be refined even more was really nice and pushed me to think about the possible consequences of just about every move I made. Another new mechanic that really came into play as I snuck into the most heavily guarded part of the base is Snake's new reflex mode. When the player is spotted by an enemy soldier, they can quickly draw their weapon to slow down time for a few seconds, allowing them an opportunity to quickly drop or knock out the guard without raising an alert. I'm a bit mixed on this mechanic, as on one hand, I feel that the increased awareness from soldiers is somewhat balanced by this, but on the other, I feel like reflex mode weighs things a bit too much in the player's favor. You won't always be able to prevent an alert when reflex mode is activated, but you'll be able to drop the enemy soldier in more situations than not when using it, meaning that you generally just get a freebie in situations where you made a mistake and should have raised an alert as a result. Using reflex mode will hurt your mission rank, but that's not really a significant enough downside to discourage the majority of players from using it, meaning that most people will just activate reflex mode every single time they're spotted and get away with stuff that they really shouldn't be able to. And while we're on the topic of balancing issues, the tranquilizer pistol has once again become even stronger than in previous games. As I talked about in previous videos, the gameplay balancing of both Portable Ops and Peace Walker was eviscerated by the tranquilizer pistol thanks to every mission starting you off with full suppressor durability and ammo, regardless of how much you abused it in previous missions. So how could they have possibly made it stronger here in Ground Zeroes? Well, they've gotten rid of the suppressor durability on it entirely, meaning that this is now a permanently silent option. This is a pretty straightforward buff, simply just making it so that there's no downside to using the tranq gun on just about every guard you cross paths with. Curiously enough, this is also the only weapon in Ground Zeroes with a permanent suppressor. This is most likely because the new tranquilizer gun uses an integrated suppressor, but that doesn't mean that it's a change that I'm just going to look past, as that was still a conscious choice from the designers and has a very drastic effect on the gameplay experience. Anyway, I eventually reached the basement of the admin building, finding Paz tied up down there. She's not really able to speak, so we just cut her out of there and carry her out for extraction. On the way out though, she seems to be in a great deal of pain whenever we move, constantly repeating things like "don't" or "my stomach." Once we've safely extracted from the base, Chico notices that she's bleeding, opening up her shirt to find a large V-shaped wound on her stomach that's been stitched up. Snake says that she's rigged, and a medic on board opens the wound back up, and we hold her down as he slowly and painfully digs around in her guts, eventually finding a brick with a peace sign painted on it. We throw it out the side door of the chopper, and the medic gets on treating the wound and stitching her back up. Shortly after, we arrive back at Mother Base, finding that it's been set ablaze and is actively under attack. We land as quickly as we can, joining our men in defending the base. After a short bit, Snake realizes that it's a losing battle, so we get Kazuhiro Miller on board the chopper before taking back off and escaping as the base quite literally starts to sink into the ocean. Miller tells us that the inspection was nothing but a smokescreen for the attack, turning his attention to Paz and yelling at her to start talking. She tries to tell us that there's a bomb, but Snake interrupts her, saying that we already got it out. She then goes over and opens up the side door of the chopper, saying that there's another, jumping backwards out of the helicopter just before exploding midair, and sending us into a spiral that leads to a crash with another helicopter nearby. We then get a wall of text telling us that the media blamed the disaster on money-minded private militias, and that the Secretary of Defense publicly stated that neither the US nor its allies had anything to do with it. The UN and the IAEA also insisted that they were never there, denying that any inspection had ever taken place. We're told that there are no known survivors before fading to credits and hearing Skullface's voice. He asks if whoever he's talking to believes that their sacrifice will actually change the world before we hear the tape abruptly end. However, we then get a post-credits scene where we hear from Skullface again. He says that no one has seen Cypher in years except for whoever he's talking with, saying that they met with him face to face in order to contact Big Boss. He demands that they tell him where Cypher is and confirms that his true identity is in fact Zero. He says that he's never had the freedom of choice, but that the person that he's talking to has the freedom to choose right now whether they tell him or not. We then hear Paz ask him if this will save Big Boss, and he tells her that it might. She asks Skullface if he really will kill Zero, and he promises that he will. She starts to tell him where Zero is hiding before the scene abruptly ends once again, leaving us on a massive cliffhanger. And finally, we get a wall of text with a bunch of important world events that mostly serve as additional world building, but at the bottom, it shows a couple of fairly recent dates that talk about the US detention facility in Guantanamo Bay. This is a real detention facility that was opened during the War on Terror that the US used to hold prisoners indefinitely without trial, which is a massive breach of human rights as written in the United States Bill of Rights. It also mentions here that President Barack Obama had promised to shut down the facility in 2008, and for anyone who isn't aware, the facility is actually still open and holding prisoners to this day, so it's likely here to serve as a bit of commentary that illegal camps like the one seen in the game are still used by world governments to this day. And last, but certainly not least, the game plays the first official reveal trailer of Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain. And with the post-credits stuff all wrapped up, that's all for the main story here in Ground Zeroes. There is still more content to go through, which we'll come back to in a minute, but everything that takes place in missions outside of this initial main story mission is either flat out non-canon or dubious canon at best. From what I can tell, this was most people's biggest issue with Ground Zeroes at launch, and playing the game for the first time nowadays, I would have to agree. What we get here in terms of gameplay and story is so good, but just so short. For context, I really took my time playing through this one, even listening to all of the cassette tapes in the menu before deploying and exploring for as many hidden goodies as I could while in the level, and the entire experience from opening the game for the first time to seeing the post-credits scene took me about an hour and 50 minutes to get through. However, like I just said, there are still some things here to give a little more value to the package overall. Once you complete the game's singular main mission, 4 side missions open up that are very reminiscent of what we saw with the side ops back in Peace Walker. These are small missions, typically taking around 15 minutes apiece, that see players returning to the prison camp to complete a smaller objective before extracting back out of there. Some of these are an absolute blast too, like the one where we assault the base from the side door of a helicopter in order to rescue a spy of ours, and once we've safely extracted him, the spy turns out to be none other than Hideo Kojima himself. And while I know that a lot of people really don't like Kojima nowadays, there's just something so fun about the director of the game inserting himself as a random little side character. As fun as these are though, it's a bit hard to get past the fact that they all take place on the same map as the original story mission. They do try to change things up a little bit by having the side ops take place at different times of day, but it's just not enough to make things feel meaningfully different across multiple hours of gameplay. Like, sure, it means that I might be harder or easier to detect every time I deploy, but it doesn't change the fact that it's still the same map, and I've already figured out how to navigate it, and all the best places to hide from guards, and just other things like that. And while the game isn't too difficult on normal mode, there is a hard mode on offer that can be played on any mission that you've already completed. This is a nice addition for players who like a bit more of a challenge, doing various things to increase the difficulty, like making enemies even more aware, increasing the amount of damage that enemies deal, and even taking away the silenced assault rifle that Snake starts with on normal difficulty, making it even more important to scavenge for weapons on sight. I didn't play around with hard mode too much while recording for this video, but what I played was really fun, and I'll definitely be going back to clear the game on it someday. And to add even more replayability, the mission rank system from Peace Walker returns once again. This time around, clearing a mission with a certain rank will earn the player certain bonuses, like being able to start the mission with different weapons that weren't available to them before. Most players won't care enough to play through the missions multiple times just to earn a higher rank, but for completionists, or for players who want to start with a shotgun and just go on a rampage, it's a great addition to have here. And there are some other fun bonuses that can be earned by completing side ops or from exploring the base, with my favorite of these being a series of tapes that Chico recorded while imprisoned in Cuba, giving us a first-hand look at what it was like to be held there for the week or so that he was before we rescued him. They've also thrown in some new lore by allowing players to listen to Paz's spy log that she recorded while infiltrating Mother Base during the events of Peace Walker. These sorts of things go a long way to not just flesh out the world of the series, but also give players a much better understanding of the characters that inhabit it, and I personally really enjoyed listening to them during my playthrough. Overall, I really enjoyed my time with Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes. The game looks amazing for its time, I think the gameplay is fantastic, and even though there's not a lot of story content here, what is here is pretty great and has me itching to start up MGS5 proper to figure out what happens next. That being said though, as great as everything is, I can definitely see why a lot of fans were upset with this game back when it was first released. At launch, Konami was selling this game for $40, which is just frankly way more than it's worth. I tried to squeeze just about everything I could out of this game, doing all the side missions, listening to all the tapes, and even playing around with hard mode for a bit, and it still only took me 4.5 hours to do all of that. The game is fantastic, but to charge a near premium price for what is at most 2 hours of main content with a couple hours of additional side content sprinkled in just doesn't sit well with me at all. Konami did lower the price to $30 very shortly after launch in response to the backlash, and nowadays the game is listed at a full price of $20 and often goes on sale for as little as $2, but that doesn't change the fact that there are so many fans out there who picked the game up for $40, not realizing just how little game there actually was here. The game is genuinely so good, but it's basically like selling MGS2's tanker section as a $40 package, and then selling the big shell portion of the game for an additional $60 a year later. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes an 8 out of 10. Hey guys, thanks for watching all the way through. I just want to take a moment here at the end of the video to mention that the MGS5 video is probably going to take a little while for me to get done, thanks to the sheer size of that game, so any sort of patience on it is much appreciated, as I have no idea what I'm really getting into, other than the fact that it's just going to be a very large undertaking. If you want to keep up to date with progress on the video, get early access when it's done, and just generally help keep the series rolling, maybe consider backing me on Patreon. Either way, thanks for watching, and I hope to see all of you back here for the next Metal Gear review. After the release of Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes, fans were in love with the core gameplay of Metal Gear Solid 5 and itching for the full release. They would have to wait 18 long months, but eventually, Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain would be released to the public. The game would be universally acclaimed, with many praising it for its varied mechanics, level of player freedom, open world design, cast performances, and so much more. But now, it's been 9 years since the game's initial release, and I'm finally getting around to playing this game for the first time after hearing that it's one of the best stealth games ever made for nearly a decade. So, was all of that praise really deserved? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 17th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Metal Gear game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along in preparation for the release of Metal Gear Solid Delta later this year. And while you don't have to have seen the rest of the videos in order to enjoy this one, you will be missing a lot of important context about my journey with the series if you haven't seen them, so I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you that want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain is an action-adventure stealth game developed by Kojima Productions and published by Konami in September of 2015. And while I know that I just said that you don't have to have seen my other Metal Gear videos in order to enjoy this one, I do heavily recommend that you watch my video on Metal Gear Solid 5 Ground Zeroes if you're not already familiar with the game. The two games are really one part of a whole package, both in terms of story, but also in gameplay, and I don't really want to spend like 20 minutes in this video repeating things that I talked about in the first, so if you haven't seen it or you don't know about the game already, go ahead and check that out first. Or don't, and just enjoy this video anyway. And just as a heads up here, a couple of my recordings from this playthrough weirdly recorded in a much lower resolution, despite the fact that I never changed anything in my recording settings, and that weirdly, the resolution also would change back and forth frequently. So just a heads up, there's a couple stretches of footage here that are in a much lower resolution, but there's nothing I can do about it now, and the issue fixes itself pretty quickly, so just bear with me for a few minutes. The game opens with a quote reading, "It is no nation we inhabit, but a language. Make no mistake, our native tongue is our true fatherland." We then see a shot of what the game says is just another day in outer heaven, where a man starts playing a cassette tape labeled "From the Man Who Sold the World," before cutting to Snake waking up in a hospital bed after the helicopter crash in Ground Zeroes. One of the nurses is startled by the fact that we're awake, running out of the room and knocking things over on her way out. We then fade out to black, hearing a phone call where the caller simply says V has come to before hanging up. We then cut back to Snake in the bed, with a doctor coming into the room and telling us that we need to just listen to him and try not to panic, before he explains that Snake has been in a coma for the past 9 years. Snake, of course, starts to panic like any reasonable person would in this scenario, so they tranquilize him, and we cut to 1 week later. The doctor and the nurse set us up in our bed and explain that 9 years ago, we were in an explosion. Upon arriving at the hospital and being examined, they discovered 108 separate pieces of shrapnel, human bones, and even human teeth embedded in our body. They were able to remove the majority of them, but there were some pieces lodged into our heart and our brain that they can't remove, since doing so would mean killing us in the process. The doctor then shows us an x-ray of our upper body, telling us that we should look down at our arms and see for ourselves, and upon doing so, we see that Snake has also lost the lower half of his left arm in the explosion. Once again, Snake starts to panic, so they sedate us again, and we cut to another week later. The doctor tells us that we should be dead, and that there are those out there who wish we never would have woken up. Because of this, he says that they'll need to alter our appearance to hide us from our enemies. So we cut to a character creator? I was incredibly confused at first, but then I remembered that Metal Gear Solid 5 has a full Metal Gear Online mode, so it must just be the player's avatar to use for that. So I spent like 2 minutes throwing together an incredibly basic avatar, and closed out of the creator to continue the game, figuring that it wasn't really all that important to the overall experience. Once I'm done there, the doctor removes our facial bandages, saying that they had them on us more to hide our identity rather than cover up any wounds. He says that from this day on, our name is Ahab, and we see the nurse in the background start getting choked out by a mysterious figure and dragged out of sight. The doctor shows us some old photos from Mother Base before holding up the mirror again, saying that this is us as we've lived up until today, but that tomorrow, we become a phantom. Just then, the mysterious figure sneaks up on him and starts choking him out as well, causing him to kick us off the bed in his struggle. Once done with him, the woman then walks over to kill us as well, but just as she's about to shoot us, the patient from the next bed over throws himself onto her, and the two of them start to fight. She eventually manages to throw the man off of her, and he starts picking up whatever he can from around the room to throw at her in self-defense, but she ultimately throws a knife into his chest and walks over to choke us out. As we're blacking out though, we hear the sound of a lighter, and we wake up to see that she's been set on fire thanks to a bottle of chemicals that was thrown on her. She flails around the room for a bit trying to put it out, before eventually falling out of the window in her struggle. The patient then walks over to us, saying that it's time to go. Snake asks who he is, to which he remarks that we're talking to ourselves, before explaining that his name is Ishmael and that he's been watching over us for the last 9 years. He tells us that the whole world wants us dead and gives us a stimulant to help us actually get up and move before telling us to follow him out. The drug takes a little time to kick in though, so we slowly crawl around trying to keep up with him before eventually coming across a child wearing a gas mask at the end of a hallway. The child floats up through the ceiling before the elevator dings and Ishmael says that something is coming. The whole hallway then suddenly bursts into flames, sending both of us flying back. A large flaming man then walks out of the fire, ominously moving towards us before a sprinkler goes off above him and he suddenly disappears into the smoke. We continue through the hospital, slowly sneaking our way past enemy soldiers who are purging all the patients and staff one by one in an effort to find us. We also have a couple more encounters with the psychic child and the man on fire before eventually making it out into the parking lot. Just as we make it outside though, the front doorway explodes and we find ourselves once again laying there helplessly as the man on fire walks towards us. Just as he reaches us though, he's suddenly slammed by an ambulance and Ishmael throws the door open, yelling at us to get in. As we're driving away from the hospital, flaming wreckage is continuously thrown at us and we're eventually met with an enemy chopper that shoots through our windshield, with Ishmael being killed by the gunfire. We try to take control of the ambulance from the passenger seat, but eventually crash into a roadblock set up by enemy soldiers, sending us rolling into a ditch. This is an awesome opening to the game, though I can see it getting a little tiresome on repeat playthroughs. It's roughly an hour long from beginning to end, and the majority of that time is spent doing things like crawling through hallways and waiting for enemy soldiers to move on to the next room so you can continue. So while it is really tense and captivating for a first-time player like myself, I'm sure it'll be a chore to get through when I eventually come back to replay the game. Anyway, we wake up in the ambulance after being unconscious for a while, and Snake realizes right away that Ishmael has disappeared. We painfully pull ourselves out of the car, only to be met with an enemy gunship hovering overhead. The psychic child from earlier then appears in front of us, before a giant flaming whale flies into the chopper and eats it. Before we've even had time to process what the hell that just was, a flaming Pegasus then appears in the sky with the psychic child and the man on fire riding on its back. Snake pulls himself to his feet and starts to run away before a man rides up on a horse, saying that he's on our side and telling us to get on with him. Not having many other options, we do so, and he hands us a shotgun so we can try to hold off the flaming man. After a short chase through the woods, a bridge we're riding across is suddenly struck by lightning, sending us plummeting into the river below. Snake manages to pull himself out of the water, and we see the flaming man looking down on us from the bridge above, before the man with the horse picks us up and starts walking us back to the road. He tells us that his name is Ocelot, saying that we've already met before, and that there's a certain man who gave him 2 jobs to do. The first was to rescue Big Boss from the hospital, and the other was to go and rescue the man himself, Kazuhiro Miller. He says that after Cypher's attack 9 years ago, we were presumed dead, and that the whole world was happy thinking that we were. He tells us that we'll have to join back up with Miller and rebuild our private army, saying that it's our only chance at survival. He gives us the rundown on the Soviet occupation of Afghanistan, explaining that Miller was involved in the conflict there, but has now been captured by the Soviets and likely only has a couple weeks left to live. He tells Snake that Miller had no actual investment in the Afghanistan conflict and that he only took it on to keep us safe before we come to a harbor, and he tells us that we'll be heading to Afghanistan on a whaling ship. While we're on our way there, we get this fun little training montage of Snake doing things like learning how to load a magazine with his new prosthetic arm, being given a new, much more advanced prosthetic by Ocelot, and of course, taking time for a little cigar break. Once we arrive, Ocelot sets us up with a horse of our own and tells us that the area Miller is being held in is under total Soviet control. He jokes that a solo infiltration of the main Soviet ground force should be the perfect warm-up for us after 9 years on ice, and sends us off to do our thing. And something that struck me as being very strange at this point in the game is just how uncharacteristically quiet Snake is. With all of the story content and conversations that we've gone through in this first hour or so of the game, Big Boss has spoken a grand total of 3 sentences, and all 3 of those were during that little exchange where he asked Ishmael who he was. Aside from that, he has quite literally not spoken a word up to this point. Rather than conversations in this game feeling like a natural exchange between 2 people like in previous Metal Gear games, it kind of just feels like the characters here talk at Snake and he just sits there blankly staring back at them like 95% of the time. And when he finally does speak, he doesn't really say much of anything, with lines like "what happened to the woman" or "who are you?" And I mean that quite literally. Those are 2 of the 3 lines that he's spoken at this point in the game. The third, for those wondering, was "what the hell is going on?" It makes the dialogue in this game feel really awkward, as everyone is basically just having a one-sided conversation with Big Boss, but as we'll come back to later, I think I understand why the writing style for the character changed so drastically here. It's also worth mentioning that Snake's codename has actually changed in this game. There's a cassette tape that you get pretty much right off the bat, where Ocelot talks about what happened after the attack on Mother Base, and in this tape, he says that Snake went straight down to hell, but the doctors at the hospital pulled him right back out. He describes that when this happened, Snake's eyes were wide open, full of venom, before saying that the days of Naked Snake are gone, welcoming us back as Venom Snake. This new codename is very important to the story in a multitude of ways, so make sure you keep it in the back of your head throughout the video. Anyway, with Ocelot leaving us on our own to find Kaz, we're thrown into the real open world of MGS5. The map of Afghanistan is exceptionally large, and it's all open to explore as you please right from the start. When you're inside of main story missions, there will be boundaries on where you can and can't go, but these are normally really large open spaces that are playable, with players being able to wander off to other towns or camps that are completely separate from the main objective, and find optional side objectives that yield extra rewards in almost every single mission. And much like Ground Zeroes, this game looks great. It's not as intricately detailed or stylized as the map in Ground Zeroes, but you can just chalk that up to the scale that they were going for here in the Phantom Pain, and how unrealistic it would have been for them to add so much detail to every little area of the open world here. Things like the lighting and texture work are still top notch though, and come on guys, they managed to make the desert still pleasant to look at by the end of a 50 or so hour playthrough, and that alone is a significant accomplishment. The design of the open world is also fairly interesting. It's basically a large open map with guard posts, camps, and bases dotted throughout, meaning that it's essentially like having a bunch of classic Metal Gear locations all stitched together by the open world. Unlike most modern open world games, the majority of these locations still feel very intentionally and lovingly designed, and I think I know why. Even though the entire map is open to you from the start, you'll end up visiting each of the major locations at some point during the main story missions of the game's campaign. When you go to these locations during the main story, you can kind of feel that they were made with that one specific mission in mind, and while being deployed to these missions, you'll also see the level designers that specifically worked on that mission being credited. This leads me to believe that all of these major areas were designed like a typical Metal Gear level, then spread throughout the open world to be fully explorable in free roam. It's a really great approach to take for transforming a more traditionally linear game formula into an open world formula, as it allows players to have the freedom that open world games are known for, while also having that tighter and more focused design that more linear games are known for. Some of the smaller checkpoints and guard posts are clearly just here to fill things out and aren't as intentionally designed, but most of the noteworthy areas in the map are great, so I found myself pleasantly surprised by the shift to open world here, especially since I'm not typically the biggest fan of the genre. And like I mentioned before, Ocelot provided Snake with a horse to be able to get around with, which makes getting from point A to point B a lot easier here. At any time you want to get around quickly, you can simply whistle and your horse will come right over to you so you can hop on and go. It probably goes without saying, but having a horse available to call at any time makes getting around the large open world a lot easier, so it's a very nice addition here. Aside from the addition of the horse though, the core gameplay is largely the same as what we got in Ground Zeroes. The movement feels tight and satisfying, CQC is as good as it's ever been, and interrogating soldiers is more valuable than ever. Along with marking things like weapons and ammo like they did in Ground Zeroes, interrogations can now also mark things like processed materials and rough diamonds, which are different forms of currency used for the long-term progression of the game. Certain items throughout the game will require certain types of materials to produce, and the rough diamonds are sold for cash as soon as they're acquired, so making sure that you interrogate the enemy soldiers and find every last one of these scattered throughout the open world just accelerates the rate at which you'll be earning upgrades throughout the game. And a really interesting twist to the interrogation mechanic is also thrown at players pretty much right off the bat. I went to interrogate the very first soldier that I snuck up on, and when he spoke Russian, I didn't get any English subtitles or any updates to the map. Ocelot then called over the radio to say that if we want to understand what the enemy soldiers are saying, we'll need to find an interpreter for their language to bring onto the team so we can have them translate it for us while we're out on our missions. This was a really fun twist, as it made it so that I couldn't just go out and start finding all the extra goodies right off the bat, and instead, I had to go out and find a Russian interpreter first. This applies to all the various languages that enemies will speak throughout the game, and while it never takes too long to find an interpreter after first encountering a new language, it is still a fun little addition to have. And the cherry on top of the open world is the addition of a day and night cycle. As you're playing the game, there's an in-game clock running the entire time, and what time it is in-game will be reflected not just by having it be day or nighttime, but even by the sun and the moon being in different positions in the sky based on what time it is, and even casting shadows in different directions based on their position. A 24-hour cycle in-game is roughly 6 hours in real life, meaning that while you're playing, you'll get about 3 hours of daytime followed by 3 hours of nighttime, assuming that there aren't any sort of time skips in there. This means that as you play, things like how much light there is, the directions shadows are being cast in, and more is constantly changing. And much like in Ground Zeroes, these things will make it easier or harder for patrolling enemies to detect you, meaning that players will always need to be on their toes and ready to adapt to these changes on the fly. The day and night cycle actually adds quite a bit to the gameplay, but it becomes more important as the game goes on, so we'll have to circle back to that later. Another pleasant surprise early on in the game was seeing that the tranquilizer gun actually has suppressor durability again. Like I mentioned in the Ground Zeroes video, the suppressor durability has always been the main thing keeping players from just spamming the tranq gun on every enemy soldier they see, so the removal of it just made non-lethal playthroughs way easier than they should have been. You can eventually work your way up to infinite durability suppressors for the tranq pistol here in the Phantom Pain, but it's something that you'll really only be able to achieve if you keep playing well past the game's ending, and I personally never managed to get that far during my over 80 hours of playtime. Regardless, the return of suppressor durability just means that you once again have to really think about when you're going to use tranks to knock out a guard versus when it would be better to save that durability and just use CQC, so I'm very happy that the infinite suppressor wasn't a core change that carried over to the entire game. After sneaking around and gathering some intel though, we eventually managed to find where Miller is being held. We break him out of the building that he's being held in and take him to the extraction that Ocelot has organized for us. Once we get there though, there's a heavy fog covering the landing zone, so the chopper has to find another place to touch down. Miller seems very put off by the fog before we're suddenly ambushed by a group of incredibly strange, seemingly enhanced soldiers. I try to sneak by them, but when I go to shoot one of them, he survives the shot to the head and materializes a rifle out of thin air and starts to move so fast that it's hard to even keep track of him. I give up on the idea of sneaking by them pretty much immediately after this, just throwing Kaz on the back of my horse and riding out of there. But as I'm doing so, the soldiers are able to easily outrun my horse, positioning themselves along the route I'm taking and trying to shoot me off of it. I eventually manage to clear the mist, and right when I do, we seemingly lose track of the soldiers. Miller explains that that was the same unit that attacked him before, saying that they attacked him in the mist just like what we saw a moment ago. We link back up with the extraction chopper and get Miller out of there, successfully completing our first real mission. Speaking of, helicopter extractions return and function pretty much exactly how they did in Ground Zeroes, but the shift to open world has actually led to some pretty interesting differences. When you deploy to a mission or just the open world map of Afghanistan, you'll go in with full ammo and suppressor durability on all of the weapons and items that you bring in with you. You can then go around the open world completing missions as you please, but if you want to resupply your ammo or suppressors, you'll have to either call in a care package to do so, or extract from the area and redeploy. Both calling in a care package and calling in an extraction will cost the player a bit of their money, meaning that there's no way to top up your supplies for free outside of just finding small stashes of items scattered throughout the open world map. This ends up fixing one of the biggest balancing issues that's existed in these mission-based Metal Gear games ever since Portable Ops, as you no longer get a full resupply every time you complete your objectives, you now have to actually spend some of your resources in order to do so. Back to the story though, while we're riding out in the chopper, Miller talks about how Cypher took everything that he and Snake built away from them. He says that we're going to rebuild it, showing Snake our new insignia and telling us that from now on, we're Diamond Dogs. He also says that every night, he can still feel the leg and the arm that he lost, saying that he can still feel the pain of both his limbs and everything else he's lost, including Mother Base and their men at MSF. He tells Snake that he won't rest until we've taken back everything that we lost and made Cypher pay for what they did to us, and we arrive at our new Mother Base. He says that we need to build it up again just like before, except this time, there's no greater good or just cause behind it. From now on, we will be building up an army with the express purpose of taking our revenge on Cypher. Snake tells him that this isn't about the past, and that we're actually fighting for our future before the medical staff come to take him away and treat his wounds. And here, we get to freely walk around Mother Base, which isn't just a quick little moment for this point in the story, but is actually something players can do whenever they want now. Between missions, you can always choose to take a quick trip back to Mother Base, walking around and seeing everything get progressively larger as the game goes on, and spending some quality time with your men.
Thank you, boss. How about a mock battle?
You can also find some rough diamonds hidden around the base, which actually rewards you with a little bit of extra cash simply for taking the time to come back and hang out around the base. On top of that, each platform of the base has a target practice exercise which will award you with extra cash bonuses if you can complete them within the allotted time. These are really fun too. Except for the R&D platform target practice. Fuck that one. Your men seeing you around the base will also raise your staff's morale, not only preventing your men from leaving Diamond Dogs or getting into fights with one another, but also potentially boosting your staff's performance if it raises high enough. So overall, there are plenty of reasons to take a little time here and there to return back to Mother Base for a bit, and I personally found myself coming back all the time to really take in the scale of what I was building throughout the game. And like I just mentioned, the R&D team from Peace Walker returns here, and they're pretty much unchanged. You find soldiers out in the field that specialize in research and development, bring them back to the base and put them on the R&D team, and the more proficient your R&D team becomes, the more high-level gear they'll be able to produce for you to use in missions. There's nothing new or fancy when it comes to the R&D team specifically, but they're still the cornerstone of player progression throughout the game. The system already worked great in Peace Walker, so I guess this is one of those if it ain't broke, don't fix it situations. And during this first visit to Mother Base, Ocelot teaches us about the R&D team and how to manage our staff, and there's an interesting change that's been made here in terms of how you manage your men. Rather than going through and selecting who goes where manually like in Peace Walker, here in MGS5, every soldier is automatically assigned to a team immediately upon being brought into Diamond Dogs. There was a button to auto-assign soldiers back in Peace Walker, but if you had a team that was already at maximum capacity, the game wouldn't remove lower quality soldiers to replace them with the better options, and you would have to go through and do all that yourself if you wanted to really maximize MSF's effectiveness. In the Phantom Pain though, this has been changed and everything is completely automatic now. So if you bring in a soldier who's a better option than one that you already have assigned, the game will automatically remove that lower quality member from the team and replace them with the new one. For the vast majority of players, this will just be an objective improvement, but as weird as it might sound, I almost missed going through and assigning all of the men I brought in after every mission. It wasn't the smoothest system by any means, but it had a certain charm to it, and I feel like it made me more attached to my men as a result. And while we're going through all that with Ocelot, he also introduces us to the support unit, which is an entirely new addition here in the Phantom Pain. The support unit is responsible for handling things like your Fulton extractions, supply drops, fire support, just about anything that you'll be calling in during your missions to make your life a little easier. These guys are also responsible for interpreting other languages for you while you're out on missions, but this isn't necessarily a function of the entire unit, rather just a handful of specific soldiers within it. Which, as a side note, how fun is it that they've given the alternate language subtitles an in-universe explanation? It's those fun little details that just make me love Metal Gear. And lastly, Ocelot gives us a quick rundown on the CQC mechanics, and they're even better in MGS5 than I realized when I was playing Ground Zeroes. Everything I said about the CQC mechanics in that video still stands here, but some things have been tightened up even more, and there's one really fun addition as well. For the tightening up part, I never tried to just use basic attack strings to knock out my enemies in Ground Zeroes, but doing it here, I realized just how much more smooth and fluid it both looks and feels here in MGS5 compared to games like MGS3 or Peace Walker. And on top of that, there's a new addition in the form of disarming your enemies by pressing the left trigger mid-attack string, allowing for a slightly less practical, but way more badass method for holding up enemies. I wouldn't be shocked in the slightest if both of these qualities also apply to Ground Zeroes, and I just never found them in my very short time with the game, but regardless, the CQC here in MGS5 is fantastic, just the best in the series by a mile. Finally leaving Mother Base again and getting back into the field though, anyone who's played Peace Walker will be very familiar with the general formula of the game. You can deploy to the open world map to complete missions, gather resources, capture enemy soldiers to add to the ranks of Diamond Dogs, and even tackle side ops that are scattered throughout the map as well. The only major change here is that you don't have to go back to Mother Base between every mission. Unless you specifically want to go back to Mother Base or extract to change your loadout, you can go from one mission to the next without the need for any loading screens or time spent in the menus. Simply complete one mission or side op, and then open up your map and mark the location of the next one you want to go do, and make your way over there. You will eventually have to extract from the open world though, and thankfully when you do, the mission deployment menu has been changed up quite a bit, and it's a massive improvement over Peace Walker's. Your loadout is displayed on the right hand side, and the UI is super clean and easy to understand, letting you quickly glance over at what you have equipped and make quick adjustments easily. In the bottom left, you'll also see your deployment costs, which is a new addition to MGS5. Every single item in this game has an associated cost in both GMP and specific resources that you'll have to pay in order to either deploy with them or call in a delivery of them mid-mission. I get what they're going for here, as the system is clearly intended to make players really think about whether or not they're going to need specific items on each individual deployment, preventing them from always just deploying with a full kit of whatever the best gear they have available is. And while I think that this is a great goal to shoot for and absolutely should be in the game, I'm not sure if I totally agree with the execution of it. There were a lot of instances in my playthrough where I brought something along like C4 thinking I would need it, but I would end up being wrong and just getting no use out of that item despite having already paid to bring it along with me. Along with that, I don't exactly love the idea of paying to bring along an item that I've already spent a ton of resources researching and producing. I think an awesome middle ground here would be keeping these costs exactly as they are when calling in a piece of gear mid-mission, as if you're calling it in after deploying, it just means that you didn't plan your loadout effectively. But rather than paying the full cost to simply deploy with the item, I think it would have been awesome to have players instead pay costs for using the item. This is something that another game series I've covered here on the channel, Armored Core, does, charging players for the costs of the ammunition they used, as well as the repairs to their mech after every mission. So instead of paying to deploy with the 4 pieces of C4 in my inventory, I would instead just pay for the 2 pieces that I actually used during my deployment. This would also make way more sense from an in-universe perspective, as we wouldn't have to throw out and produce more C4 just because I brought it along and never used it. We would only have to pay to replace the C4 that I actually blew up. The same could be said for ammo I never fired off, suppressors I never broke, you get the idea. Now, this could lead to a situation where players are able to go into missions more prepared, but they're more hesitant to use the gear that they've already brought. I fully recognize that that could be the case, and this isn't a perfect solution by any means, but I would say that it's at least preferable to the way the game works currently, where I felt hesitant to even bring gear along with me in the first place. Anyway, something else in the deployment menu that's returning from Peace Walker is that game's take on the camouflage system. When planning for a deployment, you can choose what fatigues Snake will be wearing, and while you don't have to engage with the system, I would heavily recommend that you do. Enemies in MGS5 are much more aware than they are in Peace Walker, so even if you do bring the right camouflage, they have a much easier time spotting you here than they did in that game. To make the most of the system, you'll really have to pay attention to the environments of every little area of the map. Are you deploying somewhere where there's a lot of open desert, maybe somewhere that's more rocky and mountainous, or maybe even a marshland? Each of these environments will benefit more or less from each specific camouflage, so really learning the open world map in and out and choosing the right camo for each deployment will make your time with MGS5 much easier than it otherwise would be. And much like Peace Walker, players will eventually be able to develop a new sneaking suit for Snake, but unlike that game, the sneaking suit is actually really well balanced here. When using the sneaking suit at nighttime, it's by far the most concealment you'll get out of any outfit in the game, but you can't simply wear it on every mission and get a great amount of concealment from it like in Peace Walker. If you wear the sneaking suit in the open desert during the day, enemies will easily spot you from very long distances, which makes sense as you're wearing all black in the middle of the open with the hot desert sun beating down on you. This essentially makes it so that if you're deploying at night, the sneaking suit is the optimal way to go, but if you're deploying during the day, it's actually one of your worst options. The sneaking suit does offer some additional benefits like dampening the sound of your footsteps and increasing the rate at which you'll heal from damage, so there are still some benefits to wearing it during the day, but you'll be taking that trade-off of being spotted much more easily. This is exactly the sort of balance I found myself wishing Peace Walker had, as I loved the camo system of that game in theory, but once you got the sneaking suit, there wasn't much reason to use anything else. Here in the Phantom Pain though, I was still carefully weighing my camo options all the way into the end game, so it's a massive improvement in my book. And once we're back out in the open world again, there are some fun new mechanics to start playing around with. The first, and one of the most helpful additions to MGS5, is the new stealth mode. This is essentially a stance that Snake will enter by laying completely still on the ground and pressing the Y button on the controller, where he'll flatten his body against the ground, making himself much more difficult to spot. With proper use of camouflage, stealth mode can make you practically invisible to enemies, with them not even realizing that you're there, even when they're only a few meters away from you. Simply laying down and entering stealth mode allowed me to set up some really effective ambushes all throughout my playthrough, and occasionally got me out of a really bad spot. More options being available to approach the stealth experience with is always a good thing in games like this, so this is another great addition if you ask me. Something else that's new is just the sheer amount of small things that can alert enemies now. When you're sneaking around, you'll always need to be careful of where you're stepping, as you might end up knocking over something like a bucket or a pot and making a ton of noise, drawing enemies to your location to see what the sound was. On top of that, enemies are now able to hear you doing things that they've never been able to hear in previous games, like interrogating other soldiers or even using the Fulton recovery system. This means that players who want to maintain stealth will need to take a moment to think before doing just about anything in MGS5. I've always felt that the appeal of stealth games, for me at least, is taking in everything in the environment and working within the rules of the sandbox to solve a very complex puzzle, so the game pushing players to slow down and be more methodical in their approach is great as far as I'm concerned. Yet another thing that factors into this game's more intricate gameplay are the various weather conditions you might have to deal with while playing. A couple of them are incredibly simple, with clear weather just being your basic stealth experience, and cloudier weather being that basic experience with a little less direct light exposing you. Beyond that though, there's a chance that it starts to rain while playing, which doesn't affect visibility any more than your basic cloudy weather, but does muffle the sound a lot. This means that you can crouch walk up behind guards without generating enough noise to be heard, or do things like interrogate other guards or use the Fulton a little bit closer than you otherwise would. But the most extreme, and my favorite of the bunch, are the sandstorms. These make it incredibly difficult for both the player and the enemies to be able to see or hear, but this actually can be used to your advantage. If you're neglecting to scout out locations and mark enemies beforehand, these sandstorms will catch you with your pants down, and you'll have to either take the risk of moving through them, or just hunker down and wait them out. But if you're playing the way the designers intended and you've marked all the enemies in the location before moving in, you'll be able to track their movements through the storm while they're barely able to see anything, allowing you to be a ghost in the storm. Or a phantom. No, that was terrible. I'm so sorry. After getting a few more missions under my belt, Ocelot calls in to tell us that he started up a base development unit for Diamond Dogs. This is another new team that MGS5 brings to the table, and they're probably my favorite out of all the newcomers. As you progress through the game, you'll be able to spend your resources on building new struts and additions to Mother Base, and these guys are the ones in charge of actually carrying out that construction. Building more facilities for each specific unit will allow you to staff more members in that unit, so if you want more R&D staff, you can build a new strut to facilitate that. Along with that, the base development unit is also in charge of processing any unrefined materials that you may come across out in the field, as well as passively mining for resources themselves while you're out on your missions. So the entire time you play, these guys are passively collecting extra resources in the background and then making those resources usable, meaning that they're a massive part of bringing in more wealth for Diamond Dogs. And obviously, the higher you raise the level of the base development unit, the more resources they'll be able to produce in a shorter amount of time. I love them not just because of the passive resource generation, but also because of the fact that they let players order new additions to Mother Base, which you can then go to see in person. It really adds to the feeling of building up this massive army when you see Mother Base grow more and more throughout the game every time you come back to it, so ultimately, I think that these guys are a great addition. And early on, while I'm still feeling out the game, I end up coming across a wild dog pup. I walked over to it, and after seeing the Fulton indicator, I had to know what would happen if I tried it, so I tossed a balloon on the little guy and watched him disappear into the sky. After a little more time in the field, Miller told me to come back to Mother Base, and when I arrived, I was greeted by Ocelot on the helipad. He has the dog pup with him, and he tells us that he's a bit of a troublemaker, but he could end up being useful when he's grown. He says that he could care for the pup for the time being while we're out in the field, and tells us that he's named the dog Dee Dee, which is of course short for Diamond Dog. So this random dog pup that I came across out in the field and threw the Fulton on almost as a joke ended up being the new literal mascot for Diamond Dogs, and again, it's just these little interactions and touches that make me love Metal Gear. Also during this return trip to Mother Base, I took the time to listen to some cassette tapes that I had gathered while playing, and some of these dropped some really important info on me. The first of these is one that confirms that Chico died in the helicopter crash at the end of Ground Zeroes, which also means that at least some of those bits of human bone and teeth found in our body when the hospital recovered us were likely little bits of Chico. Another tape here reveals that Huey worked so hard to convince Big Boss to bring the inspection into Mother Base back in Ground Zeroes because he was actually secretly working with Cypher and double-crossing us. Miller mentions in the tape that he has reason to believe that Huey is currently hiding out somewhere in Afghanistan, and that that's part of the reason he chose to take on a job in the region, as he was secretly hoping that he would find Huey and get the chance to question him about everything that happened 9 years ago. And these tapes actually bring me to what might be the largest flaw of the Phantom Pain storytelling, that being that a ton of critical plot info is given to the player through these tapes, rather than being naturally worked into the gameplay or cutscenes. A lot of the story content that's told in these tapes is actually really captivating, but I really don't like the way that the game relies on them to communicate key info. I'm not even all that bothered by the fact that some players might just never listen to them, though that is an issue that should be acknowledged, but the real thing that bothers me is the presentation aspect of it. The Metal Gear games have had amazing cinematic presentation ever since Metal Gear Solid, and thanks to this game's reliance on cassette tapes to tell the story, MGS5 has much less of that cinematic flair when compared to previous games. Don't get me wrong, there are a lot of cutscenes in this game that look absolutely fantastic, and you catch glimpses of that flair still being here, but unless the game has something very specific that it wants players to actually see with their eyes, it's more than happy to just have you sit through a straight 10 minutes of exposition instead. These tapes can be listened to during gameplay, but I found myself not really retaining much of the information in them if I tried to listen this way, as I was way more focused on actually playing the game. Like I said, it's not a problem with the story content of the tapes, but rather the fact that the content is given through these long stretches of exposition with no presentation to really speak of. Getting back in the field though, I go on a mission to rescue a Soviet engineer who specializes in bionics. Once he's back at Mother Base, we put him on the R&D team, which opens up the ability to develop new enhancements for Snake's bionic arm, and even new types of bionic arms entirely. This essentially acts like a skill tree for Snake, granting him entirely new abilities like being able to release an electric charge from the arm to stun enemies, or slam the ground with his arm to use the sound to pinpoint any living things in the surrounding area. A lot of these are also just passive upgrades that Snake gets to keep for the rest of the game, regardless of what arm is equipped, like increasing his crawling speed, reload speed, running speed, etc. These upgrades can make a big difference, and some of them, like the running speed upgrades, get absolutely ridiculous by the end of the game. I mean, just look at this. You'd think that I sped this up in the editing, but I didn't. Snake can just actually run this fast once you've gotten a couple upgrades. Having persistent upgrades like this isn't something that I would have expected from Metal Gear Solid 5, but they really make investing in Snake's bionic arms worthwhile. It's a great fit for a game of this style too, as you'll obviously want to invest your upgrades into something that you'll never lose regardless of what gear you're using, so I think they're a good addition overall. A couple missions later, I'm sent in to extract a new experimental rocket launcher from the US known as the Honeybee so that we can reverse engineer it back at Mother Base. The mission goes pretty smoothly, and I end up getting the thing with no problem, but while I'm on my way out, the area is suddenly covered in a very thick mist. The psychic child from the hospital then floats past us before we hear a loud noise behind Snake, and a giant mechanical hand suddenly reaches out and grabs him. We're held upside down by the hand, and a man walks out of the fog, greeting us as Big Boss and remarking that we've become a demon. He gets face to face with Snake, and we can see that it's Skullface before we hear the sounds of gunfire behind us and see some figures leaping around in the fog. Skullface tells Snake that he'll see him in hell, walking away before the giant hand releases us, and we see a nearby soldier seemingly having his life drained from him. The skulls then run towards us from the mist, and the soldier stands back up, seemingly possessed after whatever they did to him. Ocelot chimes in over the radio, saying that it might be time to see what the honeybee can really do, so I use the lock-on functionality to battle the skulls, picking them off one by one with the new launcher. I eventually manage to bring all of them down, and we head for the extraction with the honeybee still in hand. On the way out, Snake calls Miller, telling him that the skulls were attacking the Soviets as well, meaning that they and Skullface must be working for Cypher. And this was the first mission since the introduction that really felt like it was moving the plot along. It not only gave Snake his first face-to-face encounter with Skullface, but also showed us that the skulls aren't actually the invincible soldiers that we believed them to be at the beginning of the game. And that actually brings us to something that I realized pretty early on in my time with MGS5, and that's that there are a lot of main story missions in this game that aren't actually very important to the plot of the game. Especially in the early half of the game, there are a lot of main missions that just feel like filler from a story perspective, and even from a gameplay perspective, they're essentially just side ops on a larger scale. You'll go into an enemy camp to do something relatively mundane like rescuing a prisoner, and Miller or Ocelot will say something about how saving that prisoner will get us one step close to Cypher, but that often just isn't the case. The designers of the game probably just wanted to ease players into the new gameplay formula before really dumping a lot of important plot info on them, but front-loading the game with a bunch of filler missions like this probably wasn't the way to go about that. If they really didn't want to overwhelm players by having them adjust to the new gameplay and learn what's going on in the story at the same time, they could have actually done what Peace Walker did in its final chapter of the game and forced the player to go out and complete some side ops before opening up the new main story missions. It's not a fatal flaw or anything, it just means that some of the missions don't really feel like you're doing anything that's all that important, and also makes the game's pacing feel really odd, which is something that we'll likely talk about again before the end of the video. Anyway, with the threat of Skullface and the skulls now being fully out in the open, we start up an intel team much like the one we had back in Peace Walker. And these guys do everything that they've done in previous games. They send agents out into the field and gather intel and leads that might give us some sort of advantage in our quest to bring down Cypher. But they also have some new functionality here in MGS5. Firstly, they can now inform you of medicinal plants in the area that you might want to gather for your R&D team. They also now give you a heads up on enemy movements, warning you about things like trucks of soldiers moving through the area or even just random foot patrols. And finally, they can also now inform you of incoming weather conditions like sandstorms, so you can be fully prepared to take advantage of them. The enemy movement and weather updates are super helpful, and the higher the level of your intel team, the earlier you'll be given the warning, meaning that you have more and more time to prepare and take full advantage of those conditions as you get further into the game. They aren't the flashiest team in Diamond Dogs, but their work really does go a long way, so players will still want to make sure that they're staffing the intel team properly. Around this time, we also start up a medical team for Mother Base, and once again, this team is very similar to what we've seen in previous games. As in-game time passes, certain members in Diamond Dogs might become sick or get injured, and when they do, they'll have to go to the sickbay for treatment. The higher the level of your medical team, the faster these men will be treated and be able to return to their jobs. Once again, nothing fancy here, but they are still an important part of the operations at Mother Base. Having these new teams at our disposal is really important, as this is also the point in the game where the difficulty really starts to pick up. The further you get into the game, the more well-equipped your enemies become. Over time, they'll gain new upgrades like body armor to absorb damage, helmets that protect them from headshots, or night vision goggles to see you in the dark. By the end of the game, enemies will be totally decked out with upgraded gear, but luckily, there is a way to counteract this. Shortly after the enemies start getting these upgrades, we also open up a combat unit back at Mother Base, and these guys act as a direct counter to the enemy's progression. Members of the combat unit can be sent out on dispatch missions, and some of these involve sabotaging the enemy's resources, like sending them to destroy a shipment of body armor or sniper rifles. This takes some time for them to do, with each dispatch mission having a specified amount of real-world time that needs to pass before they're complete, typically somewhere around 20 to 40 minutes, though there are some that go upwards of 2 hours. This means that as long as you're on top of managing your combat unit, you'll be able to keep the enemies relatively weak for the majority of the game, which I actually think is a really interesting way of going about it. This approach means that there's yet another direct gameplay reward for players who actually put a lot of effort into the base management aspects of the game, which I think is a really positive thing to have. A little bit after this introduction, I'm going through the open world, checking missions off the list as usual, when I'm suddenly shot off my horse by a sniper. This immediately forces me into a boss fight with the sniper that feels like a much more tense and refined version of the Sniper Wolf fight from MGS1. We're in this absolutely massive area with lots of vantage points and things to hide behind, and we get into an incredibly tense game of cat and mouse with them. The sniper is a crack shot, being able to hit Snake if he's in the open for so much as a second, and as soon as you return fire, she'll move incredibly quickly to reposition and try to get the drop on you again. It's also a little bit reminiscent of the encounter with the End from MGS3, as our back and forth lasted for so long that night had already fallen by the time I actually brought them down. Once I've won the fight, I walk over to where they went down, finding that it's a legendary female sniper from the area who's known by the Soviets as Quiet. Miller tells us that she works for Cypher and that we need to finish her off, but Ocelot says that we could use skills like hers, and we're given the option to either kill her or take her in. I of course choose the non-lethal option, handcuffing her and bringing her to a helicopter for extraction. Miller and Ocelot continue to argue with each other while I wait for the chopper to arrive, and Miller eventually tells us that if we bring her back to Mother Base, he'll just have her killed anyway. We load her up on the chopper, and just as we're taking off, she suddenly jumps awake again, slipping out of her cuffs and throwing a jacket at us so she can quickly disappear out the side door. Miller says good riddance, but Ocelot is disappointed, saying that she's a one-of-a-kind find. As we're on our way back to Mother Base, we're attacked by a fighter jet, and Miller tells our pilot to shake it off before we end up leading it back. The pilot does his best to outmaneuver the thing, but it definitely has the upper hand, and Snake tries to get on the minigun at the door before he's suddenly thrown off of it, and Quiet materializes out of thin air, using the gun to shoot a missile out of the sky. She hands the gun off to Snake, grabbing her rifle off the wall instead, and she manages to shoot the jet's pilot right in the head as he flies by. She then very politely unloads the rifle and hands it back to Snake before putting the cuffs back on herself and having a seat. When we arrive back at Mother Base, we're greeted by some of our choppers with weapons aimed at us, and Miller yells up at us from the helipad to not let Quiet set foot on the base. He reminds Snake that she's with Cypher, but Snake steps aside and allows her to jump out the side door of the chopper, with her landing behind Miller and his men and slipping out of the cuffs again. Miller tells the men to fire on her, but Ocelot jumps in and tells the men to stand down, arguing that she saved the boss. Snake then walks up, telling them to put her in a cell and keep an eye on her, and silently putting his hand on her shoulder as if to tell her that it will all be alright. Miller keeps saying that we'll regret this, and Snake tells him that one of these days we'll have to kill her, but now just isn't the time. He says that when the time comes, he'll personally pull the trigger, and Kaz storms off out of frustration. And at this point in the game, I had started to get comfortable with how everything worked, so I started to experiment with various loadouts and different approaches to certain situations, and it was here that I discovered the real magic of MGS5. As much as you can approach everything in the game using the classic Metal Gear strategies, the game is made to be this giant stealth sandbox, and as such, there are countless ways to tackle just about every challenge it presents. I personally had a blast doing things like trying to use perfect stealth during the destroy armored vehicle unit side ops rather than just rolling up with launchers and destroying everything. As much as just running in with an RPG and blowing these units up would work perfectly fine and probably be faster, it was also just so satisfying to slowly pick off the infantry guards and extract them one by one before setting up a trap or some C4 to destroy the vehicles before they even know what hit them. I did still find myself relying on the old faithful setup of a silenced assault rifle and a tranquilizer pistol a lot, but replacing those with a double-barreled shotgun and an SMG that fires rubber bullets or some other random loadout could really spice up the gameplay and just make things a lot more interesting. I did a ton of experimenting with my loadouts and my approaches during my playthrough, and it definitely made MGS5 way more enjoyable than it otherwise would have been. The sandbox design and level of player freedom here is really damn good, and it says a lot that it manages to keep the game entertaining for the duration of its very long runtime. I play the game for another few hours, just carrying out missions like usual, until I'm suddenly called back to Mother Base immediately after a mission. I'm told by Miller on the way in that we've been contacted by a scientist who wants to defect from the East, and that this scientist's name is none other than Huey Emmerich. He's being held at a power plant in Afghanistan, and he's requesting that we're sent out to rescue him. After this, I land and go around Mother Base checking in on things for a few minutes, and just as I'm about to leave, I'm stopped by Ocelot, who's accompanied by a fully grown Dee Dee. Dee Dee jumps into the chopper, and Ocelot says that he's coming with us, meaning that we now have our second buddy of the game, the real Diamond Dog. And this brings us to the Phantom Pain's buddy system. I mentioned earlier that Ocelot set us up with the horse in this game, but what I didn't mention was that this horse is simply the first buddy that's made available to you. When deploying on missions, you can choose one buddy to accompany you during that deployment, and each of them have their own unique skills and benefits that they bring to the table. D-Horses is incredibly straightforward, simply offering a convenient means of transportation around the open world. But now that we have Dee Dee on board, things start to get a lot more interesting. He'll follow us around the open world, sniffing out guards and prisoners and marking them for us passively as we go along. He can even mark these guys from over 100 meters away, meaning that when you have Dee Dee along, you can pretty much get away with just heading right into camps and bases without doing any scouting, as he'll just mark anyone who's remotely close to you as you go. You can also outfit him with a sneaking suit of his own, equipping it with a knife or a stun gun depending on your preference, and allowing him to kill or knock out guards for you on command. This makes Dee Dee an incredible buddy to bring along for stealth purposes, and he's probably my favorite buddy in the entire game as a result. I mean, who doesn't want to go driving around Afghanistan with man's best friend riding passenger? And that actually brings us to how vehicles in this game work. They can of course be found out in the field at camps and bases like you might expect, but if you upgrade the Fulton recovery system enough, you can use it to extract these vehicles and add them to your arsenal back at Mother Base. You can then send one of these captured vehicles out on dispatch missions with your combat unit, or choose to deploy with one of them yourself when you go out into the field. This is especially helpful when using a buddy that isn't D-Horse, as just bringing a simple car can make getting from point A to point B much easier and more convenient. We were able to collect vehicles and send them out on missions back in Peace Walker, but being able to deploy with them ourselves is a totally new addition, and one that adds a lot of fun to the game. And after taking Dee Dee out on a couple missions to get used to him, I make my way over to where we believe Huey Emmerich is being held to rescue him. When I get there, I find that he's developing a new Metal Gear for XOF, and overhear him arguing with Skullface. He tells Skullface that it's not ready yet and that he needs more time to finish it, but Skullface throws him down a nearby staircase and reveals that he knows that Huey contacted us in an attempt to defect. He tells his men to move Huey to another nearby base, so we have to go out and track him down again. Once we do so and reach the base that he's been taken to, we run into some new bipedal units that he produced called Walker Gears. These are essentially like mini little mechs that can be used to protect the pilot from enemy gunfire, as well as allow for much enhanced firepower. They have a glaring weakness, however, with the pilot being completely exposed from behind, meaning that we can actually still sneak up on men in Walker Gears and just yank them right out of them to maintain stealth. They're a pretty intimidating new hazard when you first run into them, but once you figure out how to deal with them, they're actually pretty easy to get around. We eventually reach the building he's being held in, and when we do, we find the boss AI pod from Peace Walker in the room with him. We walk over to him, and he can barely recognize us, likely because of all the damage to our face. Snake doesn't waste any time, quickly throwing a bag over his head and carrying him out to the extraction point. As the helicopter lands to pick us up though, something huge suddenly falls out of the sky, and we see Huey's new Metal Gear rise out of the smoke. Huey says that it's impossible for it to be active, and Skullface calls out to us from the Metal Gear's hand. He tells Huey that he's as useless as ever, revealing that this new weapon is known as Metal Gear Sahelanthropus. It then gently places Skullface back in his chopper before chasing us down to kill us. We get a really intense escape sequence where we have to run away from Sahelanthropus and then use the rocky terrain to hide from it so we can sneak back to our extraction little by little. I eventually managed to get myself and Huey on board the extraction chopper, but on our way out, we have to use the chopper's minigun to defend ourselves from Sahelanthropus as it tries to take us out of the sky. We eventually managed to knock the thing back on its ass, and Huey continues to question how they could have completed the weapon without him as we fly back to Mother Base. Once there, Miller and Ocelot waste no time interrogating Huey about the attack on Mother Base 9 years ago. Miller tells him that everyone lost something that day except for Huey, who conveniently was spared and taken away by the Cypher forces before they sank the base. Huey isn't giving them much in terms of answers, so Miller goes into the observation room to ask Snake what he thinks, and Snake tells him that they need proof before they can do anything to him, also saying that they're going to need to protect him since the men of Diamond Dogs will likely want his head. Ocelot then walks in as well, relaying to us that Cypher apparently stopped sending funding to Afghanistan, instead sending all of their funding to some secret research going on in Central Africa. All that Huey knows about it is that it's supposed to be a weapon to surpass Metal Gear, so we all agree that we need to get to Africa and find out what they're working on. Not long after, we get back into the field, deploying to Africa this time instead of Afghanistan. This was an incredibly pleasant surprise for me, as what little footage I had seen of MGS5 over the years had always been in Afghanistan, so I genuinely had no clue that I would be deploying to other locations throughout the game. And of course, Central Africa serves as a whole second open world map for the game, and is the primary location for the remainder of the campaign. It's designed in a very similar way to the Afghanistan map, and also looks really damn pretty a lot of the time, so I found myself enjoying my time in the Africa map just as much as in the Afghanistan one. During our first mission here, we're tasked with shutting down an oil field facility that's been leaking crude oil into the nearby waters. I slowly make my way through the facility, and when I eventually shut it down, a bunch of strange corpses float to the top of the oil. They have these very odd-looking growths on their chests, but shutting down the facility has enemy reinforcements rushing into the area, so we're forced to extract from the area before we can get a closer look at them. And after extracting, we get a call from Huey, with him telling us that he's finished work on a walker gear that we can use for our deployments, giving us the third buddy of the game. This little fella is called D-Walker, and he's a fully upgradable and customizable walker gear for us to use as we please. The deployment costs on this guy are really high, but you can get a ton of utility out of his increased armor and firepower. Like I said, he's fully customizable, so you can give him weapons like a minigun, a flamethrower, akimbo tranq pistols, you name it. On top of that, there are various arms that you can equip him with, allowing you to do things like use CQC to knock out enemies, or equip him with a machete for some quick up-close kills. He's a really fun buddy to play around with, but the expenses on both producing the gear and deploying are super high, and he's easily the worst in the game when it comes to stealth gameplay, so he's the one that I found myself using the least during my first playthrough. Super fun idea, but just not the sort of buddy that you'll really get much use out of until the end game, or maybe even until your second run. Not long after this, I also get a call from Ocelot, with him asking me to come back to Mother Base and give Quiet a visit in her cell. So I head back, and when I get there, Ocelot starts to explain what's been going on with her ever since we brought her in. He says that she refuses to wear clothes and that she never speaks, sweats, or breathes. Snake is very reasonably confused by this, so he further explains that she breathes through her skin and that wearing more clothing would suffocate her. As he's explaining this, we see her walk over to the shower and start shaking, and Ocelot points out that she's drinking the water through her skin. She apparently hasn't eaten anything since arriving either, and the medical staff believe that she uses some form of photosynthesis to feed herself. Ocelot tells us that even though she doesn't speak, she does understand and respond to English, so if we wanted to take her out on missions and make use of her incredible skills, we're completely free to do so. So from this point on, we can deploy with Quiet as our buddy, and she's probably the most interesting buddy in the game. Instead of strictly following you like Dee Dee or staying where you left her like D-Horse or D-Walker, she'll instead move from one sniper perch to another, doing her best to keep an eye on you and your surroundings from a distance. While up there, she'll kind of mark enemies for you, but only the enemies that she's directly aiming at, and if she looks away to aim at someone else, you'll lose the mark unless you go and mark that enemy yourself. When she's aiming at an enemy, you can order her to fire at any time, or you can simply wait and let her do her thing. She'll automatically fire on an enemy if they spot you and trigger reflex mode, which, while helpful for maintaining stealth in theory, does have a couple downsides. These downsides both come from the fact that she rocks an unsuppressed lethal sniper rifle by default, so if she does fire on an enemy to prevent them from raising the alert, everyone in the area will hear her rifle go off, and she'll also kill the target, meaning you can't capture them and bring them back to Mother Base if you wanted to. This makes her a little awkward to bring along early in the game, but as you develop new weapons for her to use, you can eventually work your way up to a suppressed tranquilizer rifle, which takes her from an awkward hindrance to one of the best stealth assets in the game. She'll also automatically fire on enemies in the event of a combat alert, which again, can cause some issues early on, but with the later rifles, allows her to clear camps and bases non-lethally entirely on her own. She's an incredibly strong buddy by the late game, and I found myself ultimately using her almost as much as I used Dee Dee, but that awkward start that she has means that you really won't get much use out of her until pretty late into the game. As I'm trying to get used to having Quiet on the team though, we get a mission where we have to extract the cargo of a local private forces convoy that is believed to be transporting a payment for Cypher. So I get out in the field and clear out a camp along their expected route, waiting to ambush them when they arrive. They eventually do, and as I'm moving to extract the truck, 4 skulls suddenly come flying out of the back of it, but this time they're covered in some sort of new body armor. Miller chimes in over the radio, saying that if the skulls are on guard duty for this convoy, then that means that this has to be cargo for Cypher. So I slowly sneak around, waiting for my opportunity to get in and Fulton the truck. I eventually manage to get it out of there and quickly escape from the area without the skulls ever having seen me. And once we're safely out of the area, Miller calls in to explain what they found in the truck. The main item of interest was a small amount of yellow cake, which is a type of uranium powder that's used in nuclear weapons production. He does note, however, that it's such a tiny amount that they couldn't possibly make any sort of nuke out of it, so we aren't really sure what they're doing with it. We're also told here that the private forces in the area are all talking to one another and saying that we were the ones who brought whatever strange disease led to those corpses we saw back at the oil refinery, meaning that none of them are really sure where it's coming from either. A couple missions later, we're sent on a mission to eliminate a bunch of prisoners before they give up any information to their captors. But when we arrive, we find that the prisoners are actually just a group of kids. Snake dumps a full magazine into the cave wall, and Miller sends over the recording of the screaming and gunfire to the client to convince them that the kids have been eliminated. We free the kids from their cell, and we get this really tense escape where we have to protect the kids from enemy forces while taking them back to extraction. Once we've gotten them out of the area, we take them back to Mother Base, where Miller asks Snake what he wants to do with them. Snake says that they're tougher than they look, and with a little training, they'll be able to make themselves useful, but Miller doesn't like the idea of turning them into soldiers for Diamond Dogs. He says that they'll teach the kids how to read and write, as well as do some basic jobs around the base, wanting to give the kids the closest thing to a normal life that we can. And I know that I've said it at least once per game that he's featured in, but I love these moments where we see glimpses of that darker side in Big Boss. Fans who have stuck with the series for years will obviously know that he ultimately becomes a villain down the line, so seeing those little hints that he has that sort of mentality in him deep down is always just really cool. And this little glimpse is especially interesting, as fans who have played Metal Gear 2 might recall that the base in Zanzibar land had a bunch of children running around that Big Boss was giving a home to, but not making soldiers out of. Just a really nice touch to be able to see where he would have originally developed that mindset. Continuing through the campaign though, we're sent on a mission to rescue a friend of the boys that we saved earlier. This friend has apparently been taken to a place that the locals call the Devil's House, and they say that no one who gets taken there is ever seen again. So we make our way there, and the valley that we have to move through to get there is strangely covered in this incredibly thick mist that isn't present in any of the surrounding area. I sneak through the mist, eventually reaching the Devil's House, and as I enter, I am immediately greeted by hallways that are absolutely coated in blood. I continue making my way through, and I find some live individuals with incisions in their throats that have had earbuds hooked up to radios stuck in them. Snake also removes a sheet from one of the subjects, finding the same growths on his chest that we saw back at the oil refinery. I continue through room after room of these test subjects on tables before eventually finding the boy that I was sent in for. We tell him that his boys sent us and start cutting him loose, but as we do, he continuously repeats the phrase "kill me." We then hear a door in the next room open, shortly before seeing Skullface walk over to another subject and tell him to rest in peace before drawing his gun and shooting him in the head. The boy starts to panic, continuing to scream "kill me" over and over again, which draws Skullface's attention and blows our cover. He tells us to burn with the rest of them, and we see the psychic child from earlier appear behind him before being suddenly ambushed by the man on fire. We quickly turn and run out of the building, holding off the man on fire for a short time by using water tanks in the area before extraction finally arrives and we manage to escape from him. Once we're safe, Miller calls in asking what XOF is doing feeding radios and tape recordings into test subjects' throats like that, and wondering how it could possibly be connected to whatever disease they all seem to have. A couple missions later, I'm on a deployment like normal, but Miller gives me an emergency call saying that Mother Base is under attack and I need to return immediately. I do so, and when I get back, the whole base is under enemy control and I need to sneak through to find the enemy's commander and put a stop to the occupation. I wasn't exactly expecting there to be a mission where we sneak around Mother Base taking down enemies, but I have to say, it was a pretty damn fun surprise. I eventually managed to find the commander and tranquilize him, which causes the enemy forces to surrender. And this mission is actually an introduction to something much larger, that being the FOB infiltration mode. This is an online mode where you can attempt to infiltrate other players' bases in order to steal guards, resources, and more from them as a reward for doing so. If you fail the infiltration, however, you'll not only lose some resources yourself, but that player will then also be able to get revenge on you the next time they log into the game, with them being given the opportunity to infiltrate your base and steal your things. There's a lot to this mode, including an entirely new category of R&D research for things that can act as defenses for your base, but I personally didn't delve too much into it since I'm way more interested in covering the single player content of these games than the multiplayer. It seems like it's super fun to get into if modes like this are your thing, but if they're not, you can easily ignore it entirely and just play the rest of the game without touching it like I did. A bit further into the game, we get sent into a village that's been completely taken over by a rogue group of child soldiers. We're completely forbidden from killing any of the kids, with Miller telling us that if we do, the mission will be an instant failure. Our job is to infiltrate the village and extract their commander, who's known as the White Mamba, so that the group will stand down. So I go in with a full kit of non-lethal weapons and slowly make my way through the village, tranquilizing the children one by one as I go. And this was the mission that made me fall in love with using tranquilizer round sniper rifles in this game. It's all the joys of picking off targets from a distance one by one, but in a way that still allows you to capture all of them and add them to the ranks of Diamond Dogs afterwards. Anyway, I eventually reach the White Mamba, and we get into this pseudo boss fight with him. He's able to tank a shocking amount of tranq rounds and runs around trying to find places to hide and set up an ambush for us with his machete. Not the most difficult encounter in the game by any means, but one that definitely posed more of a challenge than I had thought it would going in. I eventually managed to knock him out and bring him to the extraction chopper, and it's during this cutscene that I suddenly go, holy shit, is that Liquid Snake? He bears a striking resemblance to the character, and we know from previous games that he was actually a child soldier when he was younger, so it really made me wonder if it could have actually been him. Once we have him back at Mother Base, he attempts to challenge Big Boss again, taking a knife to him before getting quickly disarmed and dropped on his ass. Snake tells him that we have rules around here, and to never draw a weapon on a fellow soldier. He says that anyone at Mother Base can use a knife or a gun, but he'll have to learn how to use his head before he's allowed to leave. The White Mamba then shoots him a glare before walking off with the other kids, and we take a little cigar break to celebrate another job well done. Shortly after this, I get a tape from Miller where he explains what he's learned about the White Mamba since he arrived. A couple things that are particularly of note are that his first name is Eli, and that he got angry at a guard and yelled at him in perfect English, meaning that it's likely his first language. Again, only feeding into the possibility that it could be Liquid. And after completing some more missions, we return to Mother Base again to find that Quiet has broken out of her cell and is attacking one of our men by trying to stick a knife in his mouth. Snake pulls her off of him and disarms her before Ocelot comes over with a sedative to knock her out. Snake tells Ocelot to tighten security on her cell, saying that if this happens a second time, there won't be a third. During this return trip, we also get a call from Miller, who says that he wants to perform a genetic test on Eli to see if he's a product of the Les Enfants Terribles project. We recently got word that one of the subjects disappeared somewhere in Africa, and he just wants to make sure that we're not dealing with them. He says that he'll do it covertly so that Eli doesn't notice, but it will take some time for them to get the results from it. So I go out doing some missions, and I eventually get a call from Miller telling me that they're seeing symptoms of that strange infection back at Mother Base. He says that the blisters on the body were full of tiny worms that we believe to be some sort of parasite larva. He tells us that we don't know the root of the infection or what causes symptoms to develop, but that this must be the weapon of mass destruction that Cypher was working on in Africa. Ocelot then jumps in, telling us that we have to set up a quarantine and attempt to figure out what's causing the virus to spread. If we even suspect that one of our men is infected, we need to put them into quarantine before their symptoms develop in order to slow the spread of the infection. We have a few men who are already symptomatic in the quarantine facility, so we have a handful of confirmed cases that we can use to find some sort of signifier of the infection. And this was a super stressful spot to be put in. If you quarantine any men who aren't infected, you're basically condemning them to a painful death along with the others, but if you don't quarantine those who are infected, it will spread through the base like wildfire and cause way more deaths than it otherwise would if you had just taken that risk. So I go through the small list of confirmed cases, looking extremely closely at every little thing on their files to try to figure out what these men might share with one another. I spent a good 5 minutes just combing through every little detail, but couldn't really find anything that seemed like it would actually confirm that they were carrying the infection, and started to get pretty frustrated because of it. I decided to take a break for a few minutes and come back to it with a fresh mind, so I go to listen to some new cassette tapes I had gathered. Coincidentally, in one of these, Ocelot speculates that Quiet might somehow be able to detect the infection, and she might have taken a knife to that soldier's mouth earlier in an effort to prevent the infection from spreading. Miller says that it's a ridiculous theory, and there's no way that she can detect the infection, nor that it likely has anything to do with the mouths of the carriers. But with those thoughts in mind, I go back to the files again, and I look through, noticing that all but one of the quarantined men speak Afrikaans. This caused me to be really frustrated again, as it felt like I was so close to the solution, only for there to be one exception out of the bunch that threw a wrench in it. So I look over it again, this time noticing that every single one of them speaks Kikongo. This being the best lead that I have, and not wanting everyone on the base to start dropping like flies if I don't do anything, I went through the files of every last soldier we had staffed, ultimately quarantining just short of 400 men who spoke Kikongo. There was a chance that this wasn't what was causing it, but again, it was better to quarantine some men who weren't actually carriers than to let it run wild out in the open. And even though things are seemingly under control now, we still have roughly 400 men in quarantine who will die from the infection if it's not treated, so we head back into the field in the hopes of finding a way to cure it. We eventually get word of a man in the area working with Cypher who knows how to treat the pathogen, so we head out to secure him and bring him back to Mother Base. The mission to rescue this guy is probably the best in the entire game, as it's the one that feels the most distinctly Metal Gear in my opinion. We deploy close to where we believe he's being held, but as we make our way through the valley there, we're suddenly surrounded by a thick mist before being ambushed by 4 sniper skulls. This is a really tense encounter, as all 4 of these enemies have abilities that are basically identical to Quiet. Funny enough, I had actually brought Quiet along with me for this mission, so it ends up being this intense 2v4 sniper battle in this incredibly foggy valley. Quiet manages to bring one of them down, but the others quickly return fire and knock her out, leaving me to deal with the remaining 3 all on my own. So, with a little skill and a lot of patience, I eventually managed to do so, and with a moment to breathe, I call in Dee Dee to take Quiet's place for the rest of the mission and move forward. From here, we come across a large mansion in the middle of the jungle where we believe the target is being held. As with most things in MGS5, there are numerous ways into the mansion, and players are free to tackle the infiltration however they like, but the difference here is that this mansion is absolutely swarming with guards. It's definitely the most heavily guarded area in the entire game up to this point, which really makes you wonder just how important this VIP really is to Cypher. I sneak in and reach the basement of the mansion, eventually finding a man sitting in the middle of a large room full of candles, but the wind from the door blows out all of the candles as we enter. The man tells us that he's been waiting for us to arrive, and all of the candles in the room then light back up. Miller tells us that that's the man we're looking for, and that he's known by the locals as the Code Talker. We show him pictures of the infection back at base, and he tells us to be silent, saying that it could be in our throats. He has us sit down and tells us that the parasite has infected our men. He explains that the parasites enter the throat and attach themselves to the host's vocal cords, and when they reach maturity, certain vibrations from the vocal cords will cause them to mate with one another, giving birth to their larvae. These larvae will then move down to the host's lungs and feed on them until it inevitably kills them. He says that each strain of the parasite reacts to different sounds found in different languages, and he can't possibly know what strain we have at our base, but that silence is the best way to prevent them from laying their children. We ask him if there's a cure, and he says that once symptoms manifest in a host, there's nothing that can be done, but there is a way to prevent the onset of an infection. He tells us that Skullface forced him to do his dirty work over the last few years, and now it falls to him to set things right, agreeing to come with us and treat our men. As we're carrying Code Talker out, he explains that Skullface's ultimate goal with the parasite research is to use them as ethnic cleansers, eradicating all languages other than English off the face of the earth. This is what we saw back in the Devil's House, as the radios and tape recordings were all being used to train the parasites to detect the sounds of specific languages. We eventually reach the extraction point and leave to take Codewalker back to Mother Base. While we're flying back, Code Talker explains that he has a way to force a mutation in the parasites that turns the males into females, preventing them from being able to reproduce and create the larva. The downside to this method, however, is that the host will be affected by this as well, as anyone who undergoes this treatment will be rendered completely infertile. He also explains that there's a similar parasite that he refers to as the one that covers, which attach themselves to the host's skin and give them incredible abilities. He just so happens to be a carrier of these parasites, having lived to be over 100 years old already. His research of these parasites was stolen by Cypher as well, and used to produce the skulls, and due to the similarities between their abilities, we can safely assume that Quiet gained her abilities from these parasites as well. He then asks us if we've seen any of Cypher's vehicles around, and Snake tells him about how we captured a cargo truck of theirs with some minerals inside. Code Talker asks us what became of the metallic archaea, but just then, we fly into what looks like some sort of storm cloud that does a ton of damage to the chopper and sends us spiraling into a crash. We wake up shortly afterwards, crawling out of the wreckage, and finding that the chopper has been covered in some sort of rust. Miller tells us that the new support chopper they've sent out can't get close to us due to the heavy mist in the area, so we pull Code Talker out of the wreckage to carry him out, but he says that they are coming. We then see a nearby soldier having the life drained from his body before some skulls round the corner and start moving slowly towards us. We get into a boss fight with them and their puppet soldiers, and this is probably my favorite boss encounter in the game. We have to run around the area, fighting these heavier skulls in a fair fight with no experimental rocket launchers to save us this time. They're incredibly tough, so much so that I actually had to quit out of the fight and redeploy with some heavier body armor and firepower to even stand a chance of dealing with them. When they're not using their rifles to shoot at us from far away, they blink all over the place, using machetes to chop away at us once they've gotten in close. But these melee attacks of theirs are actually what makes the fight so enjoyable, as if you press the CQC button right as the attack is about to connect, you can actually counterattack them using CQC to not only avoid the damage, but also deal some damage back and stun them for a short time. It's not an easy fight, but it's incredibly fun, and once you fall into the groove of countering their machete attacks, it's easily one of the most satisfying boss encounters the franchise has ever seen. Once we've defeated the last of them, the mist in the area clears, and the chopper is able to land to pick us up. On the way back to Mother Base, Code Talker tells us that Skullface is no longer in Africa. He says that the nuclear test was a success, so now he's turned his knives on him. Miller doesn't know what tests he's talking about, so Code Talker explains that the detonation tests took place 5 years ago. The recent tests were performed with the opposite goal, with them trying to prevent detonations rather than induce them. He says that Skullface plans to sell nuclear weapons to other nations and powers, but he wants to maintain control of those weapons to ensure that they're never turned on him. He would do this using his metallic archaea, single-celled organisms that have the ability to quickly corrode any metal, allowing them to destroy the detonators on incoming nuclear weapons before they ever reach their targets. He also explains that these archaea would be moved around while hidden inside tiny deposits of uranium to ensure that no one would find out about this plan. Ocelot remarks that if they're able to put this new technology into action, all existing nuclear weapons become completely useless, and the two world superpowers would become completely powerless, leaving them at the mercy of Skullface. Soon after this, we arrive back at Mother Base, and Code Talker quickly gets to work on treating the infection. He says that these are textbook symptoms of a vocal parasite infestation, saying that based on our casualty list, it seems to be the Kakongo strain. And man, when he spoke those words, I felt such relief. The puzzle of figuring out how the infection is spreading through your base isn't an easy one to solve and is far from your typical puzzle, but if you put all the clues the game gives you together, it's incredibly satisfying to figure it out. Code Talker gets to work on turning all the male parasites into females, and within only 48 hours, we've managed to ensure that there will be no further vocal parasite infections among our staff. And some of you might be expecting me to talk about how ridiculous it is that Metal Gear decided to jump the shark and go from nuclear weapons being the world-ending threat to cleverly designed bioweapons, but it just so happens that one of my favorite gaming franchises of all time is Resident Evil, so I actually found myself absolutely enthralled by this portion of the story. The sudden appearance of an infection that you don't understand and need to find the origins of quickly before it kills all of your men was far from expected, but added some real stakes to the game, and I actually found it to be a really fun part of the game's overall narrative. It might honestly be my favorite part of this game's story, but the other contender for that title is still yet to come, so I'll keep my mouth shut for the time being. Once the virus is cured, Ocelot and Miller get to interrogating Huey so we can figure out where Skullface went. They threaten to use some of the recovered metallic archaea to eat through his new mechanical legs, which forces him to tell us that he's headed for a base in Afghanistan where he plans to unveil Sahelanthropus and launch his new nuclear market. So we quickly deploy back to Afghanistan, sneaking our way through the base in one final push to prevent Skullface's plans. We eventually find him on the helipad, and he says that we've known loss much like him, loss that still torments us to this day. He says that we're hoping the hatred will replace the pain, but tells us that it will never go away, even if we see that hatred through. He remarks that we're both demons with no place to run, and instead of having his men open fire on us, he asks us to walk with him. We do so, and along the way, he explains that he's known us since our time in the CIA, saying that he's been our shadow for a long time. He says that he was there for the Virtuous Mission in Operation Snake Eater, cleaning up after us by ensuring that there were no bodies or bullet casings left behind, and relaying our mission status back to the CIA every step of the way, completely unbeknownst to us. After Operation Snake Eater, Major Zero went to Skullface, telling him that Washington wouldn't be able to see through the boss's vision and that he wants to start his own organization to see it through, with that idea eventually turning into the birth of Cypher. Skullface explains that America has always been a country defined by its immigration, and that what sets it apart is that there has never been one American people, but rather that a diverse variety of people from all over the world come together to live amongst one another under the same banner. But Zero had a slightly different vision. He saw an America where all citizens would use free will to unite with one another, but that sort of unilateralism would be completely impossible without a little control. So Zero had a plan to use words to control people subconsciously. Skullface says that the boss's will was to unite America and the entire world, but that Zero never understood what she truly wanted. He explains that since before Zero was even born, his mother tongue was English, saying that he never understood the pain of losing his language. Skullface then tells Snake a bit about himself, explaining that he was born into a small Hungarian village. When he was a child, they were raided by foreign soldiers, and he was torn away from his elders and forced to speak the language of his captors. The longer he was with these people, the more that his language would change, and with it, himself as a person. He says that his fatherland and his truth was stolen from him, as well as his past, leaving only his future and his revenge in front of him. He explains that Zero wants to use the vocal cord parasites to establish English as the only remaining language in the world, allowing him easy access to control the entire globe's population. The more that Skullface sat with this idea, the more that he realized just how much of a parasite Zero was on the world. He decided that instead of following along with Zero's plan, he would instead turn it against him, creating an English strain of the vocal cord parasite so that he could use it to eradicate the language and take revenge on Zero as well as his former captors. He says that without the world's common tongue, everything will be torn apart, and the Earth's people will be truly free for the first time in their lives. He further explains that in this void caused by the loss of spoken language, humanity will have to swallow their pain and become one, saying that this war is actually peace, and that is truly the boss's vision. He says that when Sahelanthropus is unveiled to the world, it will take the first giant step into a brave new world, allowing the people of the world to follow into their new independence. Just then, we pull up to the hangar containing Sahelanthropus, and Skullface tells us that we're not the only demons in this world. He then shows us the man on fire, telling us that vengeance is all he has left, and that he lives because of us. The man walks towards us before suddenly stopping, and we see the psychic child fly into Sahelanthropus before the man on fire turns and walks towards it as well. The man on fire is then crushed by Sahelanthropus as it's rolled out, and we see the Metal Gear get activated prematurely, with Skullface not knowing who's behind it. Skullface and his men flee from the cave, and we follow along after them, hiding behind some cover while the XOF forces and Sahelanthropus fight one another. In the middle of the chaos, Skullface starts monologuing to himself about how he will soon disappear from history, but the thirst for revenge that he's planted will infest the system and cause it to come undone. Sahelanthropus then finds him, crushing him under some of the debris that he's standing by. Miller tells us that if Sahelanthropus manages to leave this place, the simple knowledge of its existence would be enough to tear the world apart, and Skullface's plans would be complete. So we get into a boss fight against it, slowly running down the side of the mountain and trying to put some distance between ourselves and Sahelanthropus, and this is up there with the Skulls fight for the best in the game for me. We get this massive area to fight it in, and it uses all of the classic attacks and tricks that we've seen in previous Metal Gear fights of the series, like machine guns, missiles, trying to stomp us, and the addition of a giant sword infused with metallic archaea. It's also really incredible to just see how this thing moves around the way it does, and is the first time in the series that it really feels like you're sharing the arena with this massive unstoppable mech that's straight out of an anime.
It's like one of my Japanese animes.
Miller also sends in things like supply drops and support choppers throughout the fight to back you up, really making it feel like it's the culmination of everything we've been building up to throughout the game. It's not a very complicated fight in terms of mechanics or anything, you simply just dump damage into it until it dies, but the spectacle and the scale makes it easily one of the most memorable fights that the series has ever seen. We eventually managed to bring the thing down, and were picked up by Miller and the rest of the crew by helicopter. We fly back up the mountain to return to the base, and we find that Skullface is still alive underneath the rubble. Snake takes the samples of the English parasite from him, but one of the 3 vials in the case is missing. He asks Skullface where it went, and he tells us that it's very close to us. Snake then throws the other 2 samples into a nearby fire, but one of them is caught by some invisible force before it hits the ground, and we briefly see the psychic child before they disappear with it. Skullface tells us to finish him, so we pick up his gun, and the game leaves it to the player to pull the trigger. Wanting to prove him wrong about my thirst for revenge though, I couldn't bring myself to do it. Miller then suddenly reaches over and takes control of the gun himself, blasting off one of his legs and one of his arms, mirroring what Skullface took from him. He then goes to finish him off by shooting him in the head, but the gun clicks on him, already having run out of ammo. Miller tells Skullface that he'll have to find a way to finish himself off, and we walk back to the chopper with him. Skullface is left on the ground begging for death, but as we walk away, we hear another gunshot and turn around to find that Huey went over and took his own revenge on him. We return back to Mother Base, and we get a speech from Miller about how we'll never forget the things that XOF took from us, with him saying that much like our lost limbs, the sensation of those things linger. During this speech, Sahelanthropus is carried onto the base by a group of helicopters, revealing that Diamond Dogs will be holding on to it for the time being. And rather than ending his speech on an uplifting note, Miller instead ends it by saying that the pain will never go away and that we'll likely never be whole again. The game then shows a statistic stating that there are roughly 7,100 languages spoken in the world, but only 6 of them are designated as official languages of the United Nations. And even though English is seen as the lingua franca of modern times, less than 5% of the world's population are native speakers of it. The credits then start to roll, and this is the end of the main story of Metal Gear Solid 5. But much like Peace Walker, there's a whole post-game and additional story chapter still to go, so we'll need to quickly go over that before I can properly give my thoughts on the full narrative and package of the game. The first thing we see in this new chapter is Eli and the psychic child meeting each other, with the psychic child handing him the recovered English parasite sample before floating off. We then hear another speech from Miller, with him telling the men of Diamond Dogs that even though Skullface is dead, our vengeance is still incomplete. He says that Cypher is still out there, and we know that they've planted spies among us, telling the men to keep a close eye on those around them and report any suspicious activities. After he wraps up his speech, we get back into the field like normal, and MGS5's postgame adds some really fun new content that isn't available during the main campaign. To start, there are some new types of side ops available in the postgame, like going on legendary animal hunts, or going to clean up some wandering puppet soldiers that have been left behind by the Skulls. The latter of which is more fun than I would have expected it to be, as it's kind of nice to just go into an area and start clearing it out with your weapons without any fear of being spotted. It almost feels like you're playing some sort of zombie horde game within Metal Gear Solid 5's core systems and gameplay. I wonder if they would ever make a full game out of that. And hilariously, there's a side op that opens up late into the post game where we're sent in to rescue one of our old informants from way back in the MSF days, and this ends up being Kojima himself once again. Kind of weird that they did this bit in 2 different games back to back, but at least it's still funny. But more importantly, there's a whole new category of main story missions as well. Well, not necessarily entirely new missions, rather replays of missions from the main campaign, but with interesting challenge modifiers. The first and simplest of the bunch is the total stealth category. This is as straightforward as it sounds, with the mission playing exactly how it did earlier, but if the enemies go into a combat alert, you'll instantly fail and have to restart the mission. They're not the craziest missions out there, but it really adds some stakes to the stealth, and getting an S rank completion on one of these is among the most satisfying challenges the franchise has to offer. Then there's the extreme missions. These, once again, are incredibly simple. The mission plays like it normally does, but the difficulty has been significantly increased, with enemies being much more aware and much more lethal than they usually would be. And some of these extreme difficulty missions certainly live up to their namesake, like the one where we replay the Skulls boss fight from the end of the game, except this time they take way more punishment and will one-shot Snake with a melee attack if he's wearing anything but the heaviest armor available. These missions are really hard, but once again, super satisfying to actually complete. Then there's my favorite of the bunch, those being the subsistence missions. During these, the mission objectives will be completely unchanged, but you'll deploy to the area with no gear and no buddy support, and players will need to procure all their weapons and items in the field rather than deploying with them. Additionally, Snake will always be deployed in his signature olive drab fatigues for these, meaning that you have little to no camouflage concealment either. These mission challenges are all super fun, but there is a bit of an issue with them. See, there are a total of 19 main story missions in Metal Gear Solid 5's post-game, but only 7 of these missions are actually new. The other 12 missions are made up of these challenges. And again, I love these challenges, but padding out the endgame experience with them to make it seem more substantial than it really is just didn't sit right with me. I think a preferable alternative would have been to allow players to just play through the 7 new missions without needing to complete any of these, and just enabling the 3 challenge types to be played on any mission of the player's choosing after they've completed them, allowing them to engage with these challenges on a deeper level and strive for total completion if they want to, but not making it central to getting the full story of the game. While I personally had no issue playing through these challenges and likely would have done them anyway, I'm sure there are plenty of players out there who have no interest in them whatsoever and simply wanted to see the rest of the story. And I mean, come on, how fun would it be to be able to shoot for subsistence S ranks on any mission of your choosing? I actually took a peek at the modding scene for this game while working on this video and found that one of the most downloaded mods ever for it is one that just allows you to play the subsistence modifier on any of the missions. So clearly the demand is out there for it. But yeah, if it starts to feel like we're moving really fast through the post-game story and just kind of bouncing all over the place, know that it's because there aren't actually many new missions on offer here. Anyway, I head out to get some side ops done, with one of these sending me back to where we first freed Huey from so we can recover the Peace Walker's AI pod. Immediately after we send it back to base though, Ocelot calls in to tell us that the Soviets have recovered the body of the man on fire. He wants us to confirm that he's actually dead by recovering the body, as he's worried about what Skullface said in regards to how a thirst for revenge has been keeping him alive. So I head to where we believe he's being held, find his body sitting in the middle of a courtyard, and throw a Fulton balloon on him for recovery. As he's floating up into the sky though, he suddenly bursts into flames, and we see him ride in on the flaming Pegasus from the hospital introduction before walking towards us. He attacks us, but just when he gets Snake where he wants him, we suddenly see a vision of Snake when he was in the hospital, and the camera pans over to the man on fire to reveal that it's actually been Colonel Volgin from Metal Gear Solid 3 this whole time. Volgin then suddenly backs away from Snake, falling over and going back to being dead once again. After doing some more missions, I eventually get a call from Miller, who tells me that we need to talk about the AI pod. He explains that they found a human corpse inside of it that seems to have been killed roughly 6 months to a year ago. He says that it's the body of someone we knew very well, sending over a tape of an interrogation with Huey. In the tape, they confront him about the corpse, accusing him of having killed Dr. Strangelove. Huey tells them that she upset Skullface, and that he killed her before putting her body inside of the AI pod, but Miller and Ocelot aren't buying it. Huey is adamant that he never killed her though, saying that she actually locked herself inside of it, knowing that it can't be opened from the outside in an attempt on her own life. Ocelot then confronts him about a surgical scar they found that seems to be from a C-section, asking him where his child is. Huey tells them that his son was taken away from him when he was born by Cypher, and that they called him Hal, even though they never got to see his face. Once again, Miller and Ocelot don't believe his story, but we don't get any more information as the tape just ends there. This is a shocking revelation to say the least, but one that definitely puts things into perspective when it comes to Huey's character. Throughout the entire game, we've been left wondering if he was really behind the attack on Mother Base or not, as well as whether he was working on Sahelanthropus willingly or being forced to do so by Skullface. But with us now having found Strangelove's dead body hidden inside the AI pod, it really starts to seem like Huey might truly be an evil person deep down. We don't have any explicit proof though, so I go back to working through some missions before Miller suddenly calls me back to the base again. This time around, Code Talker was doing some examinations to ensure that no vocal parasites had remained at Mother Base, but while doing so, he found that Quiet was infected. So I rush back to base, and Miller and Ocelot are already interrogating her when I get there. No matter what they do to her, she won't utter so much as a sound, not even a grunt of pain when being electrocuted. Miller demands to know who infected her with the parasite, and when she continues to remain silent, he pulls out some other damning evidence that he has in his back pocket. He pulls out a scan of her lungs that show that they've been absolutely barbecued, adding that they found traces of rubbing alcohol in their tests as well. They also found the burned petal of a flower intact in her lungs, with that petal being from the White Star of Bethlehem flower, which just so happens to be the same flower that sat next to Snake's bed while he was in the hospital. Miller already knows that she's the assassin who was sent to kill Snake back at the hospital, but what he's left wondering is how she could possibly be doing so well for herself after sustaining those sorts of injuries, as well as what she's doing here now. Ocelot jumps in to take mercy on her though, saying that if she wanted to kill Big Boss, or anyone else in Diamond Dogs for that matter, she already would have done so. He says that even though she's infected with a vocal cord parasite, she can't talk anyway, so Miller is wasting his time interrogating her like this. He tells Miller that it doesn't matter why she came here to begin with, simply that she's in love with the boss and wants to work for him now. Miller asks him how he could know something like that, and he simply replies that he was the same way once. Which makes this little scene a lot weirder when you look back on it. Miller then asks him what happens if she's a spy, to which Ocelot responds by asking Miller what would happen if he were a spy. He tells him that they could sit there and throw accusations at each other all day before simply walking out of the room, kind of being sick of his shit. Snake walks over and tells Miller to let her go, which angers him greatly, causing him to storm out of the room as well. We follow after him, and once we're gone, we see Code Talker go over to Quiet. He asks her in Navajo if she can understand him, to which she responds back in Navajo saying that she can. He asks her what strain of the parasite she's been infected with, and she tells him that she was infected with the English strain and was sent here by Skullface to activate it at Mother Base. She adds, however, that she hasn't spoken English since arriving here, and never will either. And this was actually one of my favorite revelations out of the entire story. Quiet has actually been able to speak this entire time, but simply hasn't done so because after she was brought to Mother Base, she developed such a respect and admiration for Big Boss that she had a change of heart and decided to work with him instead. It adds so much depth to her character, taking her from someone who's simply cool because the writers want you to think she is, to someone who actually has a lot of complex thoughts and emotions, but simply can't communicate them because doing so would mean killing those that she's grown to love and respect. That twist about her being the assassin from the hospital, though, does fall pretty flat because, I mean, they look the exact same, they didn't change anything about her face, and you only encounter them like a handful of hours apart, so yeah, you're probably gonna recognize her. I don't know if everyone who played the game did, but I definitely did. After that scene, though, there are a couple cassette tapes we're given that aren't all that important, but they're worth mentioning at the very least. The first of these is one where Code Talker drops some absolutely batshit insane lore about how the vocal cord parasites gave mankind the ability to speak. No, seriously, there's like 20 minutes of lore here spread across multiple tapes about how man never had spoken language or even the ability to form complex sounds until they came into contact with the vocal cord parasite. But if you think that's crazy, just wait until you hear this next one. There's a series of tapes that you'll get throughout the entire post-game experience where Miller is trying to create the perfect hamburger for Code Talker to enjoy. Throughout these tapes, it's also slowly revealed that Miller has opened up a fast food burger chain of his own called Miller's Maxi Buns. As these tapes go on and we get closer to achieving the perfect burger, we also learn that Miller has been embezzling funds from Diamond Dogs in order to pursue this endeavor, and he and Code Talker ultimately find that chemicals and additives make for a much tastier burger than real all-natural ingredients do. So it's now my personal headcanon that the Metal Gear universe doesn't have McDonald's or Burger King, instead, they have Miller's Maxi Buns. Getting back on track though, around this time, Miller calls and tells us that a bunch of the kids have escaped from Mother Base by hiding themselves inside of transports and shipments, and we need to go and find them before they hurt themselves. So we get a series of side ops that are actually mandatory to continuing the story, and in these, we have to go around to various locations in the open world, finding and rescuing the escaped kids. Doing this over and over again to progress the story reminded me a little too much of the escaped Zadornov grind near the end of Peace Walker, but if I can give MGS5 any modicum of credit by comparison, at least this grind doesn't feel quite as stupid narratively as Zadornov escaping from Mother Base 7 times. As we're bringing back the escaped kids, they tell us one by one that Eli was the one who planned the whole escape. So once we have them all back safely, Ocelot questions him about the whole thing. He tells Eli that they've locked down the children's quarters and suspended their weapons privileges, and he asks him why he broke them all out like that, to which Eli says that they wanted to leave Mother Base and go back home. He explains that all of the kids here at Mother Base are victims of war, having lost their families or seen unspeakable atrocities, and that loss has led to a thirst for revenge. So he helped them all escape and told them that if they were brought back to Diamond Dogs, they better be ready to move, convincing them that this would be their last chance to face the world and get their revenge. Just then, the outer wall of the interrogation room explodes, and we see Eli jump into the cockpit of Sahelanthropus and use it to flee out into the ocean. We chase after him, but we then also see a chopper full of the rest of the children holding the pilot hostage. So ultimately, we can do nothing but watch as they leave with the most powerful weapon currently in the world. Shortly after this, Ocelot sends over a tape breaking down the results of Eli's DNA test from earlier in the game. In this tape, Miller explains that they conducted 2 different tests comparing our DNA to his, and the results of both these tests came back negative. Eli's DNA doesn't match ours enough to be our kid, much less our clone. So at the very least, it's a relief to know that Sahelanthropus isn't in the possession of a product of the Les Enfants Terribles project, right? We go out doing some more missions, and eventually get a call from Miller, who tells us that there's been another outbreak of the vocal cord parasite on the quarantine platform, so they need us to come back to base ASAP. When we get there, he tells us that they already sent in a team to rescue any survivors, but they haven't heard back from them. Snake says that he'll go in alone, telling Miller that we don't know what's really going on in there, so he doesn't want to risk sending in any more of our men. Miller is hesitant, but we eventually get him to agree and make our way over to the quarantine. Once inside, Snake immediately mentions that he smells something sweet, almost reminiscent of a ripe fruit. We make our way through the quarantine platform, finding a scene that feels like it's straight out of an old school survival horror game. Most inside are still alive, but they're writhing around on the ground in pain, with a bunch of them clutching at their throats. We eventually reach the top of the platform's tower, finding a scientist with night vision goggles on who says that he's no snail before dying in front of us. We aren't sure what the hell he's talking about, but Code Talker calls in, saying that the parasites will try to force the soldiers outside so that the birds can feed on their bodies and transfer the parasites to new hosts back on land. He also says it's likely that that's why the platform smells so sweet, as it's the parasites trying to give off a scent that would be pleasant to the birds. This is incredibly reminiscent of how some parasites behave in real life, with there being one in particular that I can't pronounce for the life of me that infects snails and then puts them out in the open to be eaten by birds so they can be passed on to larger, more sustainable hosts. Code Talker then tells us that if any of our men make it outside, the whole world will be infested with parasites, and just then, a bunch of soldiers rush up through the doors, ambushing Snake and allowing the others to get outside. To prevent a worldwide epidemic, Miller drops a napalm bomb on the top of the tower, ensuring that those at the door don't make it out. More infected men continue running up from the tower, however, so we're forced to start shooting our own soldiers to prevent the infection from spreading. I throw on the scientist's night vision goggles that he had, finding that they've been modified to detect the heat coming from the throats of infected personnel. So, I painfully go back through the platform, purging any of our staff who have been infected to prevent the infection from spreading. As we're doing so, many of them beg us for their lives, and Huey eventually comes on the radio. He can't believe that we're killing our own men, saying that all that talk of Diamond Dogs being a family was nothing but lies, and Snake has gone insane. Eventually, we come across a man with a gas mask who's managed to avoid being infected, so we try to carry him out with us so we can save at least one person. But just as we're about to exit, he tells us to wait, saying that he doesn't think he made it after all. So we put him back down, checking again to see if he's infected, and somehow he is. We put him down just like the others, and leave the quarantine as the sole survivor of the incident. Afterwards, we have a cremation ceremony for all the men who lost their lives inside, and we go to spread their ashes in the sea the next morning. Just as we're about to bury them at sea though, Huey comes out, screaming at Snake that this is all his fault. Snake tells him that he's right, and instead of letting his men spread the ashes, he takes it upon himself to do so. He opens up the first urn and starts giving it a speech, saying that he won't scatter their ashes to the heartless sea. He tells them that he'll always be with them, taking some of the ashes and spreading them across his face. He says that he won't see them end as ashes, telling them that they're all diamonds. He then turns to Miller, saying that we're not going to bury them at sea and ordering him to have diamonds made out of their ashes so that they can take the fallen into battle with them. And I have to say, I fucking love this mission. From the atmosphere when you first enter the quarantine, to how genuinely painful it is when the game makes you go through and shoot your men one by one, to Snake's speech at the end where he takes the greatest catastrophe of Diamond Dogs so far and turns it into something beautiful and inspiring for his men. It's just really incredible stuff, and is easily one of the standout moments from the game for me. Immediately after that mission, we get another tape from an interrogation with Huey. Ocelot confronts him about how the parasites rapidly mutated, seemingly due to exposure to high levels of radiation. He explains to Huey that they already know that the parasites were mutated by beta rays that were leaking out of the X-ray equipment they were using to monitor the dormant parasites, telling Huey that someone would have to have modified the equipment to give off those rays, and coincidentally, Huey was the sole individual responsible for maintaining and inspecting that equipment. Huey denies any wrongdoing, saying that it's a wild theory with no foundation. Miller then jumps in, saying that they've been monitoring his communications ever since he arrived on Mother Base, and that they know he's in communication with a biotech company in the United States that's affiliated with Cypher. The two accuse him of making a deal with Cypher where he would give them a new evolved form of the parasite in exchange for his own safety, and Miller ends the interrogation by telling him that he likely won't be leaving here alive. We put Huey on trial, with Ocelot and Miller filling our men in on everything Huey has done over the last 9 years. The attack on MSF, helping Eli escape with Sahelanthropus, mutating the parasites, and even the murder of Dr. Strangelove. Huey denies everything, but Miller calls in a witness, bringing the AI pod into the room. The pod plays a recording of Strangelove's final moments, where we hear her banging on the inside of the pod and begging Huey to let her out of it. Miller cuts off the recording, but drops some new info that we also got from the AI pod, revealing that Huey was using his son Hal as a human test pilot for a new Metal Gear. Strangelove didn't like that he was involving their son in his work though, so she had him hidden away in America, which angered Huey to the point where he locked her inside the pod and let her suffocate inside of it. Huey continues to deny everything, but Miller and the men have already made up their minds, declaring him guilty and calling for him to be killed. Snake walks over, telling Miller to prepare a life raft with enough food and water to last for a few days, saying that we are not responsible to judge an enemy. Miller doesn't like his decision, but does exactly as he asks, and we send Huey out to drift in the ocean until he's either found or dies. Even as we lower him into the water, he continues to blame everyone but himself, and Miller says that it will be no time until he's back on land and telling stories of the foolishness of diamond dogs. Ocelot argues, however, that one day he'll see everything that he's done and that he can't run from himself forever. Once he's gone, we're given the full uncut recording of Strangelove's final moments, and while there's not really much here that we didn't already know, there is one little detail that's particularly interesting. During her short time in America after the events of Peace Walker, she returned to working for DARPA, and Zero personally tasked her with creating a network of artificial intelligence for him, meaning that she is very likely the creator of the entire Patriots AI network. During the trial though, Quiet manages to slip away and escape from Mother Base. Miller calls to remind Snake of what he said about how someday they would need to kill her, and he says that today is that day. So we head out to Afghanistan to find her, and on our way in, Code Talker calls in to reveal some important details to Snake. He explains that Quiet was carrying the English strain of the vocal cord parasites, that she would bring it to Mother Base and infect everyone, but that Skullface's plan failed because she refused to speak once she arrived. He believes that she escaped after the parasites started mutating in the fear that she might end up killing everyone in Mother Base, regardless of her vow of silence. So with that info in mind, we run over to where we believe she's being held, and we find her whooping some ass in what is easily one of the best action scenes the franchise has ever produced. I mean, she even stabs one guy in the dick like 10 times. How hardcore is that? Once she's finished up with the guards, she comes out of the armory and hands us a rocket launcher just moments before we're ambushed by an armored vehicle unit. We transition back to gameplay, and this holdout is easily one of the most difficult challenges MGS5 has to offer. We have to hunker down and defend ourselves against an onslaught of armored vehicles, tanks, and foot soldiers for minutes on end. It was so hard that I actually found myself calling in every last resource I could, from heavier body armor to the best rocket launchers we could produce, and even multiple support helicopters as well. It's incredibly stressful, and near the end of it, Quiet ends up taking a shot from a tank shell to protect us. Before we can get her back on her feet, we get word of reinforcements incoming as well as a sandstorm, so we have to carry her out of there to reach the extraction point. Along the way, we end up needing to hide behind some rocks to avoid a patrol and wait out the storm. As we're doing so, a large cobra comes up to where we're hiding, and Snake ends up getting bit in the arm, and the venom knocks him out in a matter of seconds. We drift in and out of consciousness, seeing Quiet doing her best to treat the wound and prevent the venom from killing Snake, and while she's doing so, our extraction chopper radios in, saying that if they don't hear from us soon, they'll have to leave the area. Quiet grabs our radio and tries to tell the pilot that Snake is dying in Navajo, but he can't understand her. Realizing that Snake will die if that extraction chopper doesn't reach them, she gets back on the radio and tells him where we are in English this time. He needs help navigating the storm, so she continues to speak in English to help him get to where we are, with every word spoken increasing the risk of her activating the parasites exponentially. This is yet another awesome scene for Quiet's characterization, with her effectively sacrificing herself to ensure that Big Boss doesn't die. The field medic eventually manages to wake us back up, having given us an anti-venom to keep us alive, but Quiet is nowhere to be found. Instead of boarding the helicopter and heading back to base like usual, Snake instead decides to track her footprints to figure out where she went, and we eventually find a cassette tape hanging on a tree. Snake plays the tape, and in it, Quiet explains that she didn't want to be silent. She laments the fact that they didn't share a common tongue outside of English, before explaining to Snake that vengeance was all she had left after the hospital. She tells Snake, though, that the experiences they shared have changed her, thanking him for everything, and saying that she'll return to silence from now on, disappearing into the night before the credits roll once again. But don't be fooled by these credits. There is still one more thing we have to talk about. After that mission is complete, a new main story mission is silently added to the menu labeled Truth, the man who sold the world. When we start it, we see Snake and Miller in the hospital shortly after the Ground Zeroes incident. The doctors stabilize Snake, but tell Miller that he's gone into a coma. Miller then asks what about him, and everyone in the room turns to look at the camera before one of the doctors says that we took some shrapnel to the head. We then fade out to a quote that reads, "Facts do not exist, there are only interpretations," before we lay in the hospital bed from the opening once again. From here, we replay the entire opening sequence in the hospital, but little things are different throughout. Firstly, when the doctor holds the mirror up to our face, we don't see the face of Big Boss this time. Instead, we see the face of the avatar that I threw together way back at the beginning of the game. Then, when the doctor shows us the photos from MSF, we can see that we're actually standing next to Big Boss in the photos, and there's a note on the back of them from John Doe saying good luck. The doctor then holds the mirror up again after the 2-day time skip, revealing that the plastic surgery mentioned during the opening did actually take place, and that we were intentionally made to look like Snake. From here though, the vast majority of our escape from the hospital plays out exactly as it did before, with no noteworthy changes being made to it. This is probably my biggest issue with the game's final mission, as I really didn't need to play through the entire hour-long escape just to see like 4 details actually change. I said at the beginning of the video that I was sure this opening would be tiresome to replay, and sure enough, replaying it here for the finale just wasn't very fun. The small changes and reveals at the very beginning and the very end of it are, but definitely not the tedium of going back through the entire thing again. Near the end, after the ambulance crashes though, instead of waking up to find that Ishmael isn't there, we instead get a cutscene where Ocelot pulls him from the wreckage, calling him boss, and telling him to follow him quickly. And here, it's revealed that Ishmael was actually the real Big Boss, and Ocelot sets him up with a motorcycle as well as a new identity, telling him that from now on, we will take his place as Snake. And I love this reveal that the real Big Boss was actually the man who was watching over us in the hospital all that time. It's revealed in tapes after this mission that he did in fact go into a coma, but he awoke long before we did, and was simply laying low in the hospital to protect us until we were ready. But all these twists beg the question, who are we really? Well, it's revealed here that we were actually the combat medic who was in the chopper along with everyone else at the end of Ground Zeroes, and that when Paz exploded, we jumped in front of Snake to protect him. After this, we see Venom Snake load up that tape in the bathroom from the opening shot of the game, and in the tape, Big Boss asks us if we remember who we are now. He tells us that we've left our mark on history, saying that he's Big Boss, but so are we. He says that the two of us together form the whole of Big Boss, and that we've built this legacy together. When he says this, we actually see Venom smile, showing us that he doesn't feel betrayed in learning all this, but instead, he's fully willing to give his life for Big Boss and take on his new role, despite all the deception behind it. Venom then removes the tape from his cassette player, flipping it over to the other side where it says Operation Intrude N313, and plays it again in a separate cassette player that's next to an MSX computer on the desk. And this, along with the fact that we're told this scene takes place inside of Outer Heaven, is a not so subtle nod to Venom Snake actually being the Big Boss who is present and dies in the events of the original Metal Gear game. This reveal ties up so many loose ends in both MGS5 and the series as a whole. Obviously, the fact that we killed Big Boss in the original Metal Gear only to have him return in Metal Gear 2 with no lasting injuries from that encounter is very directly cleared up by this. It was Venom Snake who was killed by Solid Snake in Outer Heaven, which is why we then see Big Boss 4 years later in Zanzibar Land as if that never happened. I've seen some people say that the message at the end of the original Metal Gear was always meant to imply that there were 2 big bosses, but personally, I don't think that that's the case at all. I always interpreted that message as Big Boss is still alive, rather than there are 2 big bosses and this twist was planned 30 years in advance when Kojima never even planned to make a sequel to the original game. It also explains why Venom was so quiet throughout the majority of the game. Venom Snake was always meant to be a sort of self-insert for the player. And sure, he's a distinct character of his own in the context of the game, but his past before the day of the Ground Zeroes incident is a totally blank slate, allowing for players to make Venom Snake whoever they really want him to be. And this intention is made very clear in the ending, with Big Boss not so subtly speaking to the players directly when he says that we built up this legend together. Having him talk less makes a lot more sense from this perspective, as the more that a player character speaks in a game, the more you risk a disconnect between their personality and motivations and those of the player. It even explains why Eli's DNA test came back negative, despite how much everyone thought it was going to be positive, as Venom's DNA obviously wouldn't match that of Big Boss or either of the twins. It's also revealed in tapes after this scene that Zero was actually not affiliated with Skullface or his plans in either this game or Ground Zeroes, and that he was actually the one who made the order to turn the medic into a double of Big Boss, as he actually wanted to protect Snake. There's a whole lot to get into with that, but quite frankly, this video is long enough, and getting into the deeper parts of Zero's character motivation is honestly a little outside the scope of this video. Anyway, we then get a post-credits scene where Ocelot explains everything to Miller. Ocelot was actually in on the lie with Zero this entire time, and he tells him that the real Big Boss is working on creating his own new nation. Hearing this, Miller is disgusted by the deception of the man he considered to be his closest ally, vowing to stand by Venom and Big Boss's son David in the hopes of one day contributing to his downfall. Ocelot responds by saying that the two sons are fated to fight one another someday, as there's only room for one Big Boss in the world, so if Miller is going to keep an eye on David, he'll keep an eye on Eli. He tells Miller that the two of them will eventually become enemies when the day comes that the two sons face off, to which Miller tells him that that's fine by him, and until then, he's going to help Venom and David become stronger. And this ending is a pretty mixed bag for me. I think a lot of the twists and revelations within it, while not totally necessary in the grander scheme of the Metal Gear plot, are really fun and add a lot to the story. But the thing about this ending is that it ultimately leaves us with just as many questions as it does answers. How do we even know that Eli is really liquid if the DNA test came back negative? We just all assumed that? What was the identity of the psychic child? And what the hell happened to Sahelanthropus and the remaining English parasite after the kids escaped with them? These are all questions that really need to be answered, and the thing is, they were actually supposed to be answered by the time you complete the game. In the bonus content of the collector's edition of the game, there's about 20 minutes of cutscenes that were roughly 30% complete when they had to be cut from the game due to time constraints. These are all from a cut final mission where we would have tracked Eli and the kids to an island off the coast of Central Africa and gone in to destroy Sahelanthropus and the vocal cord parasite sample. And while the original script of this video did actually include a breakdown of those cutscenes, I've decided that I don't want to include that anymore. To go off script and be totally frank with you guys, I really empathize with the team who put so much work into this story and especially this ending only to have it cut from the game, but at the same time, it would be totally unfair of me to include a rundown of the cut content and give some more credit to the ending when that's just not what we got in the finished product. This was obviously cut because Konami had just invested too much into this game and needed to put it out and make a return on their investment, and as someone with a background in game design, I know firsthand just how much these conflicts with publishers really hurt the team, but once again, it would be totally unfair of me to include it in this review because quite frankly, that's just not the product that we got. If you haven't seen it for yourself though, I do highly recommend going on YouTube and just looking up MGS5 episode 51, as there is some good stuff in there and I do think that you should see it if you haven't already. Getting back on track though, with all that covered, how do I feel about the game overall? Well, I thoroughly enjoyed my time with the game for the entirety of my whopping 84-hour playthrough, but I can't help but feel like the package is heavily flawed throughout. There are some core gameplay systems that I think could still use some polishing, but more importantly, I think that the story is largely unsatisfying. When the story is firing on all cylinders, it's fantastic, with the game having all the deception and the symbolism that we've come to love from the Metal Gear franchise. It's an amazing story about the consequences of obsession, carving one's own path, the importance of the spoken word and the link between it and our cultures, but when it's not, it feels rushed, poorly paced, and obviously just leaves a ton of its key plot threads unresolved unless you bought the collector's edition of the game. I think that Metal Gear Solid 5 easily has the best gameplay of the series, but the story seriously holds it back when compared to its predecessors. This has made The Phantom Pain the hardest game for me to score out of the entire franchise, as I really can't find a good spot to put it that reflects both the brilliance of its gameplay and the failures of its storytelling. Ultimately, gameplay will always be more important to me personally, but when the story leaves you this unsatisfied, it's really hard to just look past it. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Metal Gear Solid 5: The Phantom Pain an 8.8. Hey guys, thanks for making it all the way to the end of this 2-hour monster. If you made it this far, I'm assuming you enjoyed it, so if you want to support the channel further, consider checking out my Patreon and joining the group of amazing people who make videos like this one possible. And before you go, this is your last chance to check out the poll linked in the comments below and make your voice heard on what you would like to see me cover on the channel next. You can select as many options as you want, so please just check the box next to any series you would like me to do, rather than just the one that you like the most. And for those of you out there who were sad about the Metal Gear series coming to a close, don't worry, because there is still one more game to look at. So with all that said, I'll hope to see all of you right here for the next Metal Gear review. After the release of Metal Gear Solid 5, the future of the franchise would be pretty uncertain. Shortly after the game's release, Hideo Kojima, along with the rest of the Kojima Productions team, would part ways with Konami for reasons that we still don't know with 100% certainty to this day, as neither party involved has spoken on the matter publicly. This was a really big deal, as despite the fact that Kojima had been involved with every single Metal Gear game up to this point outside of Snake's Revenge, Konami still held the legal rights to the IP. This meant that if they wanted to make more Metal Gear games, they would have to do so without Kojima for the first time in over 25 years. And they of course wanted to make more Metal Gear games, as it's the largest gaming IP they have access to. So when they sat down to decide what to do with the franchise next, someone in the room pitched a pretty interesting idea. Kojima himself had been talking about wanting to make a zombie game for quite a while leading up to his departure, and had even spoken to some of the designers at Platinum Games about making a sequel to Metal Gear Rising that would see cyborg ninja Gray Fox fighting against nanomachine-powered zombies. So someone at Konami brought up the idea of making a zombie game within the Metal Gear universe, and that idea quickly turned into a brand new title for the franchise that would come to be known as Metal Gear Survive. But as I'm sure most of you already know, Metal Gear fans were not happy with this idea. As soon as the game was announced, fans were incredibly angry that Konami would get rid of Kojima and his team and then so quickly turn his beloved franchise into a generic zombie game. Reactions would then become even worse as fans found out that the game would heavily revolve around co-op multiplayer, recycle a ton of assets from Metal Gear Solid 5, have microtransactions, and even require a constant internet connection to even play the game. The game would eventually be released in February of 2018 and would see some of the lowest sales in the franchise's history, getting even less total sales than the NES port of the original Metal Gear back in the 80s. So all that begs the question. Does Metal Gear Survive really deserve to have such a terrible reputation and be completely written off by the fandom? Or is it actually a solid game that was just never really given a chance? Well, let's talk about it. And before getting too far into the video, I should mention that this is the 18th in a series of videos where I'm playing every Metal Gear game for the first time and reviewing them as I go along in preparation for the release of Metal Gear Solid Delta later this year. And while you don't have to have seen the rest of my videos in order to enjoy this one, you will be missing a lot of important context about my journey with the series if you haven't seen them, so I'll have the full playlist linked in the description below for those of you who want to go check those out first. But with that out of the way, Metal Gear Survive is a zombie survival game developed and published by Konami for the PlayStation 4, Xbox One, and PC in 2018. In this game, we play as the Captain, an MSF soldier who was killed when XOF attacked Mother Base during the events of Ground Zeroes, but who was mysteriously revived by a group known as Wardenclyffe Section shortly afterwards. The game opens with a man inspecting the bodies of those who fell during the Mother Base attack, and when he eventually comes to our casket, he says that it's good to see us again and asks us to forgive him for what he's about to do. We're then brought to the character creator, and this thing has basically been carried straight over from MGS5. So just to make things a little more interesting for this playthrough, I decided to just recreate the avatar that I made for Venom during my MGS5 run, and headcanon that he actually had a twin brother who joined MSF along with him back during the events of Peace Walker. A twin who has the exact same scars as him and everything. Look, just let me have this, okay? Once we're done there, we cut back to the mysterious man looking at a picture of us, saying that we're the key to everything and placing the picture in the casket alongside us. Our casket is then shut, and we're buried at sea along with the other fallen soldiers. However, the picture had a GPS tracker attached to it, and were recovered shortly afterwards and brought into an unknown facility. Another man in the facility says that we're infected, to which the man who brought us in tells him that that makes us the perfect candidate to send into the gates of hell. The other man doesn't love the idea, but says that he'll get the section on board and walks out of the room before the screen fades to black. We then fade back in, waking up underneath some sort of wormhole and finding ourselves surrounded by wreckage. The mysterious man speaks to us through a nearby camera, telling us that we've descended into hell and that this place is called Dite. He tells us to head for a nearby camp, sending us off on our own to find our way there. We get our first stretch of gameplay here, and fans of MGS5 will immediately notice that Metal Gear Survive is essentially just a standalone expansion of that game. The core gameplay is basically unchanged in terms of controls and movement mechanics, and the world of Dite is almost entirely made up of reused assets from the Afghanistan map of the Phantom Pain. After only a couple minutes of walking around, we come into contact with some enemies that the mysterious man refers to as Wanderers. These Wanderers are simply other people like us who have found their way into Dite somehow and become infected by an unknown life form that's native to it. As we're running away from them, we're saved by another soldier who somehow managed to survive, and the mysterious man butts into our conversation to introduce himself as Good Luck and answer some of our questions. He explains to us that Dite is a dimension completely separate from our own, and that if we work with him, he'll be able to get us out of there. We don't exactly love the idea of it, but Good Luck seems to be our only lifeline here, so we do what he says and work together with the other soldier to reach the camp that he mentioned earlier. We don't have anything on hand to defend ourselves with though, so here, we get introduced to Metal Gear Survive's crafting system. As you play the game, you're going to come across various loose materials pretty much everywhere you go, and these materials can be used to craft various items. For example, during this tutorial section, we grab some iron and some rags that we find around the room, and use them to make a pipe spear for self-defense. This is the first of Survive's, well, survival systems. Along with that, every weapon that you craft will have a durability stat, meaning that you can only use the weapon a limited number of times before it will break. You can repair the weapon by using a small amount of the materials you used to originally craft it, and while this system might seem like a pain in the ass, it's honestly not that bad. The durability on weapons is really high in this game, with even this first pipe spear being able to attack enemies up to 500 times before breaking. So don't worry, it's not like you're playing Breath of the Wild where you find this awesome weapon and then get to use it like 10 times before it's gone. And last but not least, you can invest more materials into your weapons to upgrade them, increasing their attack power and their durability stats. This one's pretty plain and simple. If you like a weapon and you have the materials, you can just toss them on there to make the weapon even better and more reliable. The crafting systems don't do anything you haven't seen a million times before, but it all does a good job at giving the game a solid progression system, so I would say I like it well enough. As we make our way to the camp, we get a flashback to the Mother Base attack where we see a giant wormhole open up over the top of the base and start sucking everyone inside. The captain manages to grab onto something and prevent himself from being pulled in, even trying to catch other MSF soldiers and prevent them from going through as he can. However, one of the men we managed to catch is still slowly being pulled into the wormhole and is about to take us in with him. But just as he gets pulled in and we're about to go through as well, the wormhole closes and we drop back onto Mother Base. So if it wasn't clear up to this point, no, this game is definitely not canon. The wormhole opens up just after Big Boss's chopper is taking back off after picking up Kazuhira Miller, so if the game was canon, we definitely would have seen the wormhole back in Ground Zeroes. So just to make it abundantly clear for those of you who are really into the Metal Gear storyline, this game has no effect on anything outside of itself. After this flashback, we then get another flashback where Good Luck is giving us our briefing just before sending us into Dite. He explains to us that after the wormhole opened up above Mother Base, they sent a manned expedition team into Dite called the Charon Corps. He tells us that they lost all contact with the core a while ago, so now they're sending us in to recover the research data they left behind, as well as rescue any Charon Core survivors that we might come across while doing so. With our objectives laid out to us, we then cut back to the present, where we arrive at the Charon Core's base camp along with Reeve. When we do, an AI pod just like the one in Peace Walker flies in and plants itself in the base, introducing itself to us as Virgil AT9. Good Luck explains over the radio that she was originally the Charon Core's support AI, but that now she'll be our main source of support on our mission. Good Luck can only contact us so long as the wormhole back home stays open, so when it closes, we'll have to rely on Virgil to get us through the mission. And conveniently, just as that piece of info is explained to us, the wormhole back home starts closing and we lose contact with Good Luck. Virgil then explains to us that in order to get home, we'll need to activate a device the Charon Core brought with them called the Wormhole Digger, but that we currently don't know where it is. She also warns us of what she calls the Dust, which is a massive dust cloud that covers the majority of Dite that is incredibly toxic to humans. She tells us that without some sort of countermeasure, it will be impossible for us to enter and operate within the dust, so we'll have to avoid it for the time being. With all that now being explained to us though, we head out into the world of Dite to find the research the Charon Core left behind. And with us now being able to explore the world freely, the first priority is to find some food and water so we don't die of malnourishment. When your hunger is below 90% full, your maximum health will start to slowly decrease relative to how much hunger you have left. The same thing will happen if your thirst is below 90%, it'll just affect your stamina bar instead of your health bar. And if either of these hit 0%, you'll start losing health rapidly and you'll need to find something to eat or drink to make sure that you don't die. If you ask me, making it so that players start to lose their maximum health or stamina values after falling below 90% full is a bit ridiculous. You have to be eating and drinking food pretty much constantly if you want to stay above 90%, so you'll probably notice pretty quickly that I almost never had my full health or stamina bars available to me during my playthrough, since I quite frankly just couldn't be bothered to open up the menus and eat or drink every 1 or 2 minutes. Aside from that though, finding food is incredibly simple. All you have to do is find something like berries in random bushes, or hunt the various animals you come across to harvest their meat. Of course, if you do decide to hunt animals, you'll need to bring the meat back to base camp and cook it before eating it, or you'll risk getting some pretty nasty viruses or food poisoning. Finding water can be a little more complicated though. There's no shortage of empty bottles and dirty water all over the open world, but much like eating uncooked meat, drinking this dirty water means taking the risk of getting seriously sick. So you'll have to boil the water you collect in order to make it clean, but the campfire back at base doesn't have a pot or anything that you can do that with. You can eventually replace your campfire with one that allows you to boil water, but during my playthrough, it took about 4 hours of gameplay to get to that point, meaning that clean water was a rarity for quite a while. Basically, the only way you can get it during these early hours is to be lucky enough to just come across bottles that already have clean water in them. I don't know why the designers didn't allow players to just use some iron or something to make a pot for the campfire earlier in the game, but maybe they just wanted to make you feel like you were struggling to find clean drinking water so you would better appreciate being able to make it for yourself later on. Whatever the reason, if you decide to check out the game for yourself, you better get used to the idea of drinking dirty water and just hoping you'll be fine. And if you do end up getting sick at any point, you can simply open up the cure menu in order to treat yourself. That's right, the cure menu from Metal Gear Solid 3 makes a return here. As you play, you might become sick from eating bad food or become injured from combat, and when you do, you can use the cure menu to treat the wound or illness, assuming you have the appropriate medical item needed to do so. These items can be found out in the field, or crafted by players at a workbench back at base camp. It's not something that really affects the gameplay too much, but I definitely thought it was worth mentioning just because I know how much the Metal Gear fandom loved this system back in MGS3. As you explore the open world though, more and more of the map will slowly be marked on your iDroid, and as you go, you can also place down stamps to mark what you found in each area. So if you find a spot where animals spawn and you can hunt for food, you can mark that on your map in case you need to find it later. The same idea applies for if you find somewhere with clean water, rare materials, whatever it might be. It actually makes exploring the open world a lot more enjoyable than I had expected, as those discoveries feel even more valuable when you can throw down a marker and come back to that spot every couple hours or so to gather the materials again. Finding the right resources in survival games is always a huge make or break for your playthrough, so being able to mark where all those materials can be found is a great addition here. Shortly after our arrival at base camp, the game also teaches us how to craft defense units, and these are a huge part of the game. These defense units are things like fences or barriers that can be placed down anywhere you want as you explore in order to slow down the wanderers, or even funnel them all into one place to deal with them more easily. As you get further into the game, you can even work your way up to being able to place down lethal traps or mounted machine guns, meaning that there's a good amount of progression associated with these as well. I'm sure that all of you have seen those legendary clips floating around of someone sitting behind a fence and poking wanderers with a spear, and these units are where those clips come from. Like I said, they're super important to the game, so I'll probably be mentioning them at least a couple more times throughout the video. And now would probably be a good time to cover the game's general currency. All enemies in Metal Gear Survive carry a small amount of Kuban energy that can be looted from their bodies after you've defeated them, and this Kuban energy acts as the replacement for things like GMP from previous games. Every time you want to craft a weapon or a defense unit, or really do just about anything in Survive, you'll have to spend a certain amount of Kuban energy in order to do so. There are some other ways of collecting Kuban energy later on, so I'll make sure to mention those as we get to them. For now though, just remember that Kuban energy is essentially the most important resource in the game. Something else I've neglected to mention up to this point is how they've worked stealth into the game. I'm not sure if you've noticed it yet, but the Wanderers have all lost the majority of their heads due to the large spike that grows out of their neck after they're infected. As a result of this, they're barely able to see the player, relying on senses other than sight to figure out where you are. To take advantage of this, you can simply sneak around the Wanderers if you don't want to spend any of your resources engaging them, or you can go up behind them for a silent takedown. If you opt for the silent takedown, you'll stab the crystallized lump on the back of their neck that acts as their brains, and there will be a short time before they die where you can send them back to base camp through a mini wormhole in order to harvest extra Kuban energy from them. This is actually a pretty solid way to integrate Metal Gear's trademark stealth gameplay into this totally new experience, as the stealth isn't necessary to engage with, but you're rewarded with faster progression through the game if you take the time to do so. I personally took the stealthy approach more often than not, and felt very rewarded as a result, so I think it's been implemented pretty well here, all things considered. Back to the main story though, like I mentioned earlier, we spend these early chapters going around and gathering the data that the Charon Corps left behind after they disappeared. Every time you reach one of the data terminals they left behind and download the files from them, you'll also find new cassette tapes that you can listen to from members of the Corps, detailing what was going on during their mission and fleshing out the backstory of the game. These vary quite a bit in terms of how interesting they are, and the voice acting can be pretty hit or miss in them, but they aren't the only reward you get for seeking out these data caches. When you download their research, you'll also learn how to craft new items, especially new buildings and workstations back at base camp, which brings us to the construction and management aspects of your camp. Shortly after the beginning of the game, you'll be given the ability to customize base camp's layout, as well as build new workstations and such as you please. You can upgrade the benches for crafting gear, allowing you to craft new, previously unavailable items. You can throw down some farms that will passively grow food as you go out and explore Dite, and even place down defense units to keep base camp safe from attacking wanderers. Base camp may have been a mess when we initially found it, but believe me when I tell you that by the end of the game, I had turned it into a little piece of heaven within this hellscape. And I actually really loved doing so. Part of what made games like Peace Walker and The Phantom Pain so enjoyable for me was slowly building up Mother Base throughout the game and seeing that progression as I go along. But here, not only did I get to see that progression, but I actually got to customize the base myself, only giving me an even stronger sense of accomplishment for doing so. Once the game is finished introducing all of these new systems and mechanics to you, it finally lets you off the leash and allows you to go explore the open world without any sort of hand-holding or tutorials. And you guys might want to brace yourselves for what I'm about to say, make sure you're sitting down and everything. But once it finally does, it's kind of fun. Don't get me wrong, it's far from the most fun game I've played recently or anything like that, but it's weirdly a lot more enjoyable than it looks. Anytime you go out to explore Dite, there will be one main mission available to progress the story with, along with a handful of side missions that pop up between every main story chapter. The side missions are always incredibly simple and mostly serve as a way for the designers to guide the players to important resources like large animals to hunt or large deposits of Kuban energy to harvest. There's this almost relaxing quality to just heading out into the world to gather some resources and maybe do a mission or a side mission before returning to base camp, upgrading your gear or your camp, and then returning back to the open world to do it all over again. It's a surprisingly pleasant gameplay loop, but as we'll come back to later, I'm not really sure if it does enough to keep itself interesting for an entire playthrough. After collecting some more Charon Core data though, we gain the ability to use the skill trainer back at camp. This is essentially a chamber that you can enter that allows you to invest Kuban energy into increasing your character's level. With each level that you purchase, you'll earn one skill point that you can then spend anywhere on this little skill tree that you like. Some of these are incredibly straightforward, like increasing your melee damage or your max health value, but some of these open up entirely new abilities that you didn't have before, like a dodge move or a leg sweep takedown to use in combat. It's a super basic skill tree, and while it doesn't do anything all that remarkable, it's just one more thing that makes players feel rewarded for putting the time in to survive. Also, with this particular set of data, Virgil manages to pick out a crafting recipe for an air tank, and crafting it will allow players to actually venture into the dust. Like Virgil mentioned earlier, the dust covers the majority of Dite, and venturing inside of it is considerably more dangerous than anything we've done up to this point in the game. The dust has way more wanderers roaming around inside of it, and since our air tank can only carry so much oxygen for us, we can only spend so much time inside of the dust per expedition. If your oxygen runs out while you're still inside, you'll slowly suffocate to death, so players need to be mindful of how much longer they can stay in the dust and when they need to start moving back to base camp. And I'm sure you've noticed and don't need me to tell you, but the visibility inside the dust is also incredibly limited, with it basically looking like you're playing an old Silent Hill game whenever you're in there. To take that oppressive feeling even further, whenever you're in an area of the dust that you haven't explored yet, you'll actually lose your connection to base camp's navigation systems. This means that if you were trying to follow a marker to get to your next objective, you're going to lose it as soon as you enter an area that you haven't charted out yet, and you'll be running around blindly in there. So if you're going to do a lot of trips into the dust, you better hope that you have a good sense of direction. But to offset this danger, the dust also contains much more valuable rewards than the rest of the world. You'll find much higher concentrations of Kuban energy, more rare materials that you won't come across anywhere else, and most importantly, these locked containers that were left behind by the Charon Core. Almost every single one of these locked containers holds a new crafting recipe for things like weapons or gear, meaning that seeking out every last one of them that you can is incredibly worthwhile. Finding all of them might sound like a pain in the ass considering the visibility inside the dust, but they actually have these incredibly bright blue lights on them, so whenever you see one of those blue lights off in the distance while you're adventuring in the dust, you know that there's a container over there that you haven't unlocked yet. I honestly really like what they've done with the dust, which probably isn't all that surprising given how much I normally love risk-reward systems like this. Regardless, I'm a big fan of the dust, and I would probably say that it's one of the most interesting parts of the game. Something that I really don't enjoy in this game though is the weight limit. As you might imagine, the captain can only carry so much gear on him at one time, but in a game that has you pretty much constantly picking up various supplies and items, the weight limit becomes an annoyance very early on. The game doesn't strictly keep you from going over 100% of your carry limit, but if you do hit 100%, you'll lose the ability to sprint entirely, meaning you'll have to walk the whole way back to base camp. However, if you continue to pick up more gear past the 100% mark, your walking will be slowed down considerably, making it so that you're essentially crouch walking back to base from there. And if you, for whatever reason, continue to pick up items beyond that point, you'll lose the ability to move entirely and be forced to leave some things behind in order to get back to base. Like I said, you'd expect something like this to be here, but this game's progression so heavily revolves around collecting all the resources you come across in the world of Dite, so the weight limit just artificially forces you to take more trips back to base camp as you're progressing, and pads out the game's length as a result. Eventually though, we come to another data terminal of the Charon Cores, but this time, we also find the dead body of one of the members in the room with it. What's peculiar though is that this member wasn't killed by exposure to the dust or even the Wanderers, but rather they've suffered a number of gunshot wounds. So unless there are Wanderers out there that have learned how to use weapons, he would have to have been killed by another human. And this was the first point in the story where my interest was piqued a little bit. Up to this point, Survive seemed to have an incredibly bare bones and cookie cutter story, but with us now having found this body, it seemed like it might just have all the deception and intrigue that we've come to love from the series. Once we bring this data back to Virgil though, she's able to reactivate the wormhole transporter back at base camp. With this now being active again, we're able to go and find other wormhole transporters throughout the dust that we can activate to open up fast travel points throughout the world. But I really want to emphasize, all of these transporters are located within the dust, and there's a good reason for that. As I said earlier, players can only spend so much time inside of the dust before they start to suffocate from a lack of oxygen. So these transporters essentially act as checkpoints that you can use to venture further and further into the dust as the game goes on. So just due to the nature of the dust, it makes a simple fast travel system more interesting than it otherwise would be. On top of that, activating these transporters takes some time and also gives off a large Kuban energy signature that draws wanderers to your location. So in order to activate a wormhole transporter, you'll have to set up some defenses and keep the wanderers from attacking it for a short time, usually something like 2 to 3 minutes. And holdouts like this are where I really started to enjoy the defensive units, as it's honestly really fun to know that there are hordes of enemies coming and set up your defenses to try to keep them out. It's almost like you're playing a tower defense game where you're actually one of the units, and it's weirdly satisfying despite how boring it can look when you see gameplay of someone just poking zombies through a fence. While we're in the process of testing out the wormhole transporters, we see a large wormhole suddenly open up in the sky. A helicopter then appears that's already spiraling out of control, and it crashes down somewhere inside of the dust. Virgil tells us that we might be able to find some valuable supplies, or maybe even some survivors, so we head off to find the wreckage and see what we can salvage from it. When I get there, there isn't really much to be found, but there is one nurse who seems to have survived the crash, so I carry her out of there and get her back to base camp as quickly as I can. And with her back at base, Virgil recommends that we start assigning crew members to certain roles around the camp to keep everything running smoothly. This crew management ends up being very similar to what we saw back in games like Peace Walker or The Phantom Pain. For now, we can only assign members to the base development team, which manages our agricultural units in the camp, such as farms or water collection tanks. The higher the level of your base development team, the more efficient these units will become, leading to more food being available not just to you, but for everyone in the camp to survive off of. With each new survivor that you add to the camp, you'll need to make sure that you can provide enough food, water, medical supplies, and a place to sleep in order to sustain them. So having things back at camp like a potato farm, a medical herb farm, or a water collection tank can lead to you having more food, medical supplies, or water available for these survivors respectively. A little later into the game, you'll also gain access to more teams to assign crew members to, like the exploration and the medical teams. The medical team is pretty straightforward, just being in charge of treating injuries or illnesses around base camp, but the exploration team is a lot more interesting. These guys essentially act as a replacement for the dispatch missions we saw back in MGS5. You can send members of your exploration team out to gather resources or Kuban energy, hunt for animals, things like that. Much like the dispatch missions, these expeditions all have a certain amount of real-world time that has to pass before they're complete, but these times are much more extreme in Metal Gear Survive than they were in MGS5. See, all of the in-game timers in Survive actually continue running whether you're playing the game or not, so instead of having timers that go as high as 2 hours like the Phantom Pain, there are timers that go upwards of 24 hours here. This meant that for someone like me, I wasn't able to get much out of the exploration team while binging through the game in like 4 days for this video, but if you play the game like a normal human being, it might not be much of an issue. Either way, it kind of bothers me to have timers that long, and I haven't even brought up the worst part yet. If you play the game normally, you'll only ever have access to one exploration team crew that you can send out at once. You can unlock up to 5 of them, but this is done using Metal Gear Survive's premium in-game currency, meaning if you want to make full use of your exploration team, you'll have to pay some extra money on top of what you spent to buy the game. As with most systems like this, it is possible to earn the currency without paying for it, but during my entire 28-hour playthrough, I only ended up earning 40 of the 1,000 coins needed to purchase an additional exploration unit. Out of curiosity, I went to look at how much you would need to pay to get all 5 of them without grinding a few hundred hours away, and what I found was just, oh man. Also, like you'd expect from a premium currency system, you can't just purchase the flat 1,000 coins needed to unlock an additional unit. You'll have to either buy 2 600 coin bundles or one 1,150 coin bundle. This is done frequently in the industry because if you have a little bit of premium currency left over, you'll feel like it would be a waste not to use it, and you'll be much more likely to make additional purchases beyond the one you wanted in order to get all the value out of the money you've already put in. Oh, and by the way, if you were to purchase all 4 additional exploration units for the full price of 4,000 premium coins, the cheapest way to do that would be by paying for 4 of those 1,150 coin bundles, which would cost you a total of $40 US. And after that, you'd have 600 coins left over, so you can't just let those sit in your account and not get put towards anything, right? If I haven't made it obvious enough, I absolutely hate that there are predatory microtransactions included in a game that you would have paid $40 for at the time of its release, but I laid out the entirety of it for you like that so you can come to your own conclusion instead of just echoing my thoughts on it. Getting back to the story though, when I started to get more crew members into the camp, I realized more and more over time that the characters in this game are pretty rough. There are a couple good ones here, but the majority of the cast just feels really bland, and the voice acting actually made me physically cringe a couple times because it just feels so unbelievably forced.
I overheard your little power. Seth pulled a fast one on you guys too, huh? What do you say I lend you a hand?
So yeah, aside from a couple of specific characters, you might notice that the rest of my story breakdown is pretty centered on the plot itself rather than the people within it, and that's just because frankly, the characters just don't give you a whole lot to latch onto here. Anyway, we get back to, you guessed it, going out and finding more data from the Charon core. I eventually come across this large ruined building inside the dust that's supposed to have a terminal inside, so I go through it, find the terminal, and download the data to my iDroid. Just as I leave the building to head back to camp though, I'm met by the sight of this absolute behemoth of a creature roaming past. Virgil tells us to not engage with it with our current weapons and to just sneak by it and return to base camp. I do so, and when we bring the data back to Virgil, it conveniently turns out that that data terminal was storing all of the info on the large creature we just saw. The Charon Corps called it the Lord of Dust, and their records say that multiple members of theirs were killed by it. But luckily, we might not have to worry about that for very long, because this terminal also contained the coordinates that the Corps last left the wormhole digger at, meaning that we can now make our way over there and secure it so we can get back home. And from this point on in the game, there's a solid chance that you'll randomly encounter the Lord of Dust while you're exploring the dusts, as it's constantly just roaming around in there as you play. I never had it attack me or anything, but it was always really cool to see this gigantic monster just emerge out of the fog and start shaking the ground with its heavy footsteps. It really adds a lot to the atmosphere of the dust and gives you this uneasy feeling that there might be more monsters like that hiding in the fog that you just haven't encountered yet. Getting back on track though, we go and retrieve the wormhole digger, bringing it back to base camp so Virgil can activate it and open up a wormhole back home for us. While Virgil is working on opening up the wormhole though, it becomes unstable and starts opening a bunch of smaller wormholes all around base camp. A ton of wanderers then start emerging from these smaller wormholes, and we end up needing to defend the wormhole digger much like we do for the transporters when we're activating those. This holdout is much more intense though, as not only is it 7 minutes long, meaning you need to find a way to make your supplies last through the entire thing, but the Wanderers are also attacking our home base rather than just some random camp we found inside the dust. It really adds a new intensity to this holdout, knowing that if the Wanderers manage to get through your defenses, they'll start destroying everything you've been working towards throughout the game. This is also one of the first times in the game that we see a new type of Wanderer known as the Bomber. These guys have a massive head that's full of volatile Kuban energy and a heavily armored body outside of their legs. If they happen to get close to any defenses you've set up, the Kuban energy inside their head will explode, instantly destroying any defenses that are remotely close to them. Seeing one of these bombers spawn during a holdout immediately shifts the dynamic of the entire thing, as you suddenly have to play aggressively rather than defensively to ensure that they don't tear open a massive hole in your defenses. All things considered, this is easily the best holdout in the game up to this point, and might just be a positive sign of things to come. After we've made it through those 7 minutes though, the wormhole Virgil was working on suddenly closes, and we're told that there wasn't enough energy going towards the digger to successfully open up a wormhole home. Virgil then tells us that if we want to get back home, we'll have to find a higher purity form of Kuban energy known as Iris energy. She says that she was under the impression the digger would have enough energy to open up the wormhole, but that it would now seem that her data on the wormhole digger had been tampered with somehow. Reeve asks who would do such a thing before an unknown voice comes over the radio telling us that it was likely Good Luck. The voice introduces himself as Joseph Gruen and tells us that he's in charge of the DT research program. The wormhole that we opened is just big enough for him to communicate with us for a short amount of time, and he tells us that Good Luck has been relieved of his duties due to his repeated violation of orders. He further explains that our mission here in DT was entirely Good Luck's doing, and that Wardenclyffe's section never sanctioned any of it. He says that Good Luck likely wanted to use us to secure the Charon Core's data for himself, but his plan failed, so now Gruen is in charge of getting us home as soon as possible. Before the wormhole closes, he sends over what little information they got back from the core before they disappeared, saying that if we look through it, we might be able to find some information on singularities containing Iris energy. After that though, the wormhole fully closes, and we're cut off from him once again. From this point on, our top priority is to return home from DT, and for now, using the wormhole digger to collect Iris energy is the best way to do that. So we go to the singularity that was marked in the Charon Core's data to dig up the Iris energy within it. And this introduces us to another new, even larger scale holdout than the previous ones. When digging for Iris energy, you'll be placed in an area with a large number of spawn points surrounding it. The routes that the Wanderers will take from their spawn points to the wormhole digger will then be highlighted for you so you can prepare your defenses accordingly. And instead of being one 2 to 3 minute holdout, these will instead have multiple waves of Wanderers that are between 2 and 4 minutes long apiece, with a small amount of time in between them. During the downtime between waves though, you'll have to frantically set up more defenses, as the spawn points and routes of the Wanderers will change with every new wave. Much like what we saw before, this is just the team at Konami slowly ramping up the intensity of the defensive holdouts as you get further into the game. Smaller scale versions of these digs can also be found in the open world as side missions that offer large amounts of Kuban energy for being completed, as well as the chance of getting some pretty rare crafting materials from them. So overall, it's a nice evolution of the holdouts that we've seen up to this point, and help to make the game a little more interesting. Also at this point in the game, things like new containers and even walker gears will start appearing in the dust after being brought in by new wormholes. So as the game goes on, more crafting recipes become available with these new containers, and if you can find them out in the open world, you can also make use of walker gears on occasion to help make things like Iris energy digs much easier. The walker gears do still have a limited amount of ammunition, and they also can't last for very long within the environment of the dust. This is actually true of any vehicle you might come across in Metal Gear Survive, as being inside of the dust will slowly damage them to the point where they're unusable. Walker gears are no different, ensuring that if you do find one, you can only make use of it for a few minutes before it's disabled again. Allowing players to use walker gears was a really fun addition, but I do wish that there were more variants available, as I only ever found walker gears with generic machine guns during my playthrough. It's a ton of fun to blast through hordes of Wanderers with a machine gun in one of these, but knowing what kind of weapons were available for D-Walker back in MGS5, I really can't help but wish we could find variants with things like flamethrowers equipped to them as well. Aside from little additions or changes like that though, not much really changes in terms of gameplay from this point. Which brings us to what I believe is Survive's largest problem, its repetition and lack of variety. I really do feel like most of Metal Gear Survive's gameplay is far from being bad. In fact, it can be pretty fun once it gets going, but it's just not the sort of game that can stay that fun for 20 to 30 hours. You can only hunt so many animals, backstab so many Wanderers, and defend so many dig sites before you start to feel the monotony kicking in. I found myself really pleasantly surprised in the first few hours of the game, but for the last few hours, I found myself sitting there just waiting for it to end. Something that certainly doesn't help is that the pacing in this game is really poor due to how much there is to grind out between major progression points. You fall into this loop of getting a bunch of new gear to play around with, spending 2 or 3 hours just going around and grinding out all these open world activities, and then you'll finally hit the jackpot and get a ton of new gear again before the cycle repeats itself. The progression is really satisfying when it's working here, but there are just really long gaps of time between those points where you feel genuinely rewarded for your efforts. It's this crazy roller coaster where you get really excited about all this new stuff you have to play with, and have fun with all of it for like an hour or so, but then just spend another hour or two being bored while you wait to get some more new stuff. It would definitely help to give little breadcrumbs of progression constantly, rather than having these massive unlock points that are spread throughout the main story, as it would give players more motivation to actually continue to grind out all the activities they come across in Dite. As we're exploring Dite though, we suddenly find a child stranded in a ruined building. So we bring him back to base camp, and when he wakes up, we learn that his name is Chris. He has no memory of how he got here, and suddenly starts to panic because he doesn't have his wheelchair. So the captain decides to do his good deed for the day and goes out to find some parts that we can make him a wheelchair out of. While we're doing so, we come across more of the Charon Core's data, which just so happens to contain the location of another singularity. So after we get back to base camp and make Chris a new wheelchair, we head back out to dig that singularity for its iris energy. This is another holdout that's basically identical to the last singularity, and once that's done and we have the energy we need, we head back to base camp to open up a wormhole home. As expected though, the wormhole we open once again becomes unstable, leading to another holdout where we have to defend base camp from wanderers while it stabilizes. Once we've finished up with the holdout, the wormhole is just past 90% complete, and Virgil tells us that it will be totally stable momentarily. With it mostly being open now, Gruen is able to contact us again, but he warns us that we need to increase the power output on the wormhole digger or the wormhole generation will fail again. Virgil tells him that her calculations show the current power output will be sufficient, but he reveals that Goodluck secretly installed a black box in Virgil before sending her into Dite that's influencing her ability to process information. He reminds us that Goodluck's tampering already prevented us from getting home once, to which Virgil says that she would like to speak to Goodluck herself. Gruen says that that won't be possible though, revealing that Goodluck has already taken his own life. He says that he won't let anyone else suffer because of Goodluck's actions, telling us once again to increase the wormhole digger's power output to its maximum. Virgil warns us that increasing it will be very dangerous, but we listen to Gruen regardless and increase the power output. After doing so, the wormhole fully stabilizes, and we all prepare to go through and get ourselves home. Just then though, the ground starts shaking, and we see that the Lord of Dust has emerged from the dust and is heading towards base camp. We frantically run up through the ruins of Mother Base to reach the wormhole, with us barely managing to make it inside before the Lord of Dust absorbs all the energy that's keeping it open. When we all wake up, we seem to be back on Earth, but we quickly realize that we still seem to be somewhere inside of Dite. Virgil then plays a message from Goodluck for us, where he welcomes us to the next circle and tells us that our journey isn't over yet. He explains that we didn't do anything wrong and that we've ended up exactly where he wanted us to. He then reveals that everything he put into motion with these missions of his was all to allow us to kill the Lord of Dust, saying that there's a survivor from the Charon Core somewhere in the area who holds the key to destroying it. He says that he's counting on the captain before the message cuts off, and Virgil says that she thinks she understands why Gruen wanted us to increase the power output of the wormhole digger. She says that the level of output we used was completely unnecessary, and he was likely trying to trick us into creating a wormhole large enough to attract the Lord of Dust to it so they could lure it back to Earth and use it to create a new energy source. And again, man, this sort of deception and double crossing wasn't something I had expected Metal Gear Survive to have, but I'm really happy that it does, as things start getting pretty interesting around this point. Anyway, we don't really have any other options, so we go out to explore this new area and see if we can find that survivor that Goodluck was talking about. This new area is actually an entire second world map, and much like how the first map was made up mostly of assets from MGS5's Afghanistan, this map is made up of MGS5's Africa assets. Because of this, there's much thicker vegetation throughout the entirety of the second map, which, along with the heavy fog present in the dust, makes visibility pretty rough here. There's a ton of new enemy types here as well. The first, and possibly the most annoying of these, are the grabbers. These are some weird kind of bug wanderers that burrow into the ground, and if you walk anywhere near them, they'll actually grab your leg and hold you in place temporarily while raising the alert for other nearby wanderers. The best way to deal with these guys is to keep a close eye out for them and use something like a bow to shoot and kill them before they ever have the chance to grab you and pop out of the ground. Then there's the trackers. These are essentially just super beefed up versions of the basic wanderers who can move much faster, make massive leaps around the map, and deal much more damage than your basic wanderer as well. And last, but certainly not least, there's the mortars. These are mega beefed up wanderers that have heavy armor on one side of their body, as well as a gigantic arm that they can use to shoot explosive projectiles, as well as machine gun fire at you. And God help you if you ever have a bunch of mortars show up when you're trying to defend an objective, because if they manage to gang up on you like that, there will be explosions and bullets flying legitimately everywhere. These enemies are all great additions to the game that help a lot with breaking up the monotony of the core gameplay loop, but what I don't understand is why the designers waited until this point in the game to introduce them. I mean, seriously, this is a game that really struggles with its gameplay becoming monotonous and repetitive, and they wait until like the 75% complete mark to introduce more than 2 enemy types. There are a couple of other unique enemy types that show up before this point in the game, but they're both specific to one main story mission in one specific location, so out of the roughly 18 hours I had played up to this point, those enemies were present for maybe like 4 minutes of them. I seriously just can't wrap my head around why these enemies weren't spread throughout the campaign more evenly, but at least they're here now, I guess. As we're adapting to the new environment, we come across a ruined building with a man inside. We see another man with a shotgun walk in and tell the one on the floor that he's going to make him suffer, and just then, our left arm starts glowing, blowing our cover and causing the man with the shotgun to flee. Once he's gone, we walk in to find that the man on the floor is actually the same one we tried to save from the wormhole during the attack on MSF. So of course, we take him back to the FOB we're using as a temporary camp, and here we learn that his name is Seth. After he was pulled into the wormhole, he was actually taken in by the Charon Core for a while before they disappeared. He then reveals to us that the core was taken out by the man who we just saw with the shotgun. His name is Dan, and he was actually an engineer who came in with the Charon Core. Seth further explains that being in Dite for too long caused Dan to have a psychotic break before Virgil interrupts him and asks if Seth would be the member of the Charon Core with the key to destroy the Lord of Dust. He tells us that there's a weapon nearby that should be capable of killing it, and that this weapon is called Sahelanthropus. And this got me super excited because even though I understand that Sahelanthropus being here is just another way to reuse assets from the Phantom Pain, the thought of piloting Metal Gear Sahelanthropus in a final battle with the Lord of Dust just had me anxious to get to the ending. So from here, we go to find Sahelanthropus, and after a little over an hour of searching, I managed to find its remains laying in a river. I go to take a look at it and verify that it will be usable before Dan jumps out from behind me and starts asking who I am. Virgil tells him that we're under Goodluck's orders to destroy the Lord of Dust, and also confronts him about killing the rest of the core. He insists that he never killed anybody, and Virgil relays to us that based on observing his reactions so far, she believes that he's still completely mentally sound. Which is another really interesting thing for her to say, because if that were true, it would mean that Seth was lying to us earlier. Hearing us mention Seth makes Dan really angry, but we're suddenly ambushed by Wanderers, and he runs away so he doesn't get killed. We stand our ground and fight off the Wanderers, but are ultimately left wondering who to trust between Seth and Dan. We don't really have much time to dwell on it though, so we take a quick trip back to the FOB to resupply before returning to Sahelanthropus and using the wormhole digger to send it back to base camp. And doing so is by far the most challenging thing in the game up to this point, as we get a 15.5-minute holdout with no waves or breaks of any sort. It might seem like this would get boring because of how long it goes on for, but trust me, the sheer intensity of trying to ensure that your defenses and supplies last against over 15 minutes of constant enemy spawns will keep you plenty on your toes. By the time I got to the end of the holdout, it was just me, a fire axe, and a couple fences between the Wanderers and Sahelanthropus. And add on to that I had a bleed going that I didn't have enough styptic to patch up, meaning I was completely unable to heal from damage at that point as well. It's an insanely intense holdout, and for me, was easily the highlight of the game up to this point. Once the timer hits 0, Sahelanthropus is sent back to base camp before we suddenly get a call from Reeve telling us that Seth has double-crossed us and taken Chris hostage. Seth tells Virgil that she needs to send him back to base camp or he'll shoot Chris, also demanding that she goes with him and that we're sent to meet him there alone. Virgil complies with his demands, and we then see a scene of Chris and Seth talking after they arrive back at base camp, where Seth reveals to him that he's actually infected and working along with the Wanderer's hive mind. He explains that they call themselves the Dread Dust, and that they began as medical nanomachines back on Earth. Over time, they evolved to be able to infect intelligent life and use their hosts to generate a highly efficient energy source that we've come to know as Kuban energy. Virgil asks Seth how he retained so much of his humanity, and he simply responds that the Dread Dust determined having a mostly human host like him would be the most efficient way to achieve their goals. He tells Virgil that there's hardly anything left in Dite for them to consume and grow off of, so they want to open a gateway back to Earth so they can harvest and feed off of a whole new world in order to evolve further. Seth then reaches his arm out towards Virgil, somehow pulling the information and codes from her to be able to activate the wormhole digger, and saying that all they need now is the power of Sahelanthropus to open the gateway. Back at the FOB though, we and the other survivors are trying to figure out how to take base camp back from Seth, and as we're trying to come up with ideas, Dan walks up. He says that he has a way to get us out of the bad spot we're in, and reveals that it was actually Seth who killed the Charon core and not him. He explains that he has a transporter control program that he made before the core was wiped out, allowing us to use the wormhole transporters without Virgil needing to set the destination for us. So using that, we come up with a plan for Reeve to teleport to a transporter outside of base camp, but still pretty close to it. Then we can go in like normal and wait for Reeve to ambush Seth while he's distracted. So Reeve goes through the transporter, and after we've set the location to base camp, we step through to confront Seth. When we get there, he reaches his arm out to us and causes our infection to start reacting to him. Just then, Reeve jumps out from behind his hiding spot, quickly shooting Seth and grabbing Chris before running away. Seth lays there dead for a few seconds before getting back up and transforming into a large armored wanderer right in front of us, leading into our first boss fight of the game. And a laughably easy one at that. I pull out my shotgun and get close enough to hit his weak spot easily, and after hitting him with exactly 11 shots, managed to end the fight in less than 30 seconds without having taken any damage. Seth falls over and dies just before our arm starts to act up again, and we see visions of the Lord of Dust destroying a major city back on Earth. We pass out next to Seth, and the crew manages to wake us up a few hours later. Virgil tells us that she ran a diagnostic on us while we were out, and she found that the dread dust within us has been reactivated by the contact with Seth, and within a couple weeks, we'll become a wanderer. There is one way to prevent ourselves from turning, and that's by killing the Lord of Dust. Virgil also reveals that she's been infected by the contact with Seth as well, and she'll turn in a similar time frame. Because AIs can apparently be infected by a parasite. However, the contact with Seth also allowed Virgil to process all of the information carried by the dread dust, leading to some pretty wild revelations. The largest of these is that Dite is not a separate dimension, but is actually Earth in the 22nd century. There's only one dimension, and we've simply been put a couple hundred years into the future. Virgil further explains that the world is stuck in a time loop where the Lord of Dust travels back to feed on civilization, wiping everything out and feeding for as long as it can, then traveling back in time again to repeat the cycle. So the only way we can stop the Earth from being destroyed again and escape from this time loop we're stuck in is by destroying the Lord of Dust. However, since the Lord of Dust is the cause of the time loop, destroying it will also mean separating our timeline from the original, which would leave us stranded here in Dite for the rest of our lives. Virgil does have a possible plan though, with her saying that if we can set up a trap using Sahelanthropus, we can all jump back to our time through a wormhole and leave Virgil behind to actually spring the trap and kill it. We have no way of knowing whether this will work or not, but once again, we aren't really left with many other options, so we get to work on setting up a sufficient trap to kill the Lord of Dust with. From this point on, we're able to travel between the two open world maps whenever we want using the wormhole transporters, and I'll simply be referring to them as the Afghanistan map and the Africa map respectively for the sake of simplicity. There are also these new armored wanderers that can be found wandering around both maps. You see what I did there? These guys have much more health than your basic wanderer, and also can't be backstabbed for a silent takedown, but you can sneak up on them to tear their helmets off and open them up for a much quicker kill. All of the other wanderer types from the Africa map can also now appear in the Afghanistan one. Although, it doesn't seem like the grabbers can be found outside of the Africa map, as I never encountered a single one of them in Afghanistan throughout my playthrough. Anyway, we do one last Iris energy dig to gather enough energy for a wormhole back home, then return back to base camp and wait for the other members to finish rigging the Sahelanthropus trap. Once it's complete, Virgil tells us that she recommends that at least one person stays behind to make sure the trap works properly, as the infection is starting to affect her ability to function properly. Pretty much every survivor in the crew then volunteers themselves, saying that they don't feel like they would be able to go back home while some of us are left behind here. We make a group decision that Chris is going back home though, as he's the only child of the group, and Reeve gives him an iDroid containing all the data on the technology we found here to take back with him in the hopes that mankind will someday be able to come back and rescue us. We get everyone into position and start opening up a wormhole, which of course lures the Lord of Dust back to base camp. Just before it reaches the camp though, we use a trap made out of Sahelanthropus' Archaea blade to lock it into place. The captain then puts Chris into the wormhole, who promises that he'll be back for us on his way out, and we run back down to confront the Lord of Dust. This is the final boss fight of the game, but it's more of a boss encounter than a proper boss fight. The Lord of Dust is being held in place by our trap, and we need to defend the trap long enough for it to power back up and fire off again so we can be absolutely sure that it has no way of escaping. So we end up defending the trap for roughly 25 minutes, and this is easily the most chaotic holdout in the game. Knowing that this was the final boss though, I was using everything at my disposal to hold it down, leading to an incredibly frantic, but incredibly fun final defense. I unfortunately didn't get my wish of piloting Sahelanthropus against this giant monster, but the holdout was fun enough, so I wasn't too disappointed. Once the trap is powered back up, we hit the Lord of Dust again, fully locking it into place before running over to Sahelanthropus' remains and firing the railgun off at it. Shortly after this though, the Lord of Dust simply regenerates from the damage and starts sucking up the energy of the wormhole. Virgil then explains to us that there's one issue when trying to kill Dread Dust creatures. Since the Dread Dust was born from nanomachines, they have no concept of their own death, meaning that they will never cease to function, as they simply don't understand that there's any reason to. Since wanderers like Seth are made from human hosts, the Dread Dust infecting them inherits the concept of death from the host, allowing it to actually die along with them if the body is destroyed. But for something like the Lord of Dust, it's simply never even had a reason to consider that. Virgil then plays us one final message from Goodluck, where he says that he let us down, and that despite spending 30 years trying to get us out of there, he wasn't able to do it. He says that he remembers going through that wormhole above Mother Base like it was yesterday, revealing himself to actually be Chris. He explains that by using the iDroid we sent him back with, he was able to fake his way into becoming one of the most successful scientists of all time, which he did to be able to rise through the ranks of Wardenclyffe's section and try to get us back home. He tells us that whether or not the time loop is broken depends entirely on our ability to kill the Lord of Dust before the mission ends, and Virgil tells us her plan to destroy it. She explains that she'll become one with the Lord of Dust in order to introduce the concept of death to it so we can actually kill it with the railgun. She then flies directly into the Lord of Dust's mouth and is absorbed by it, allowing us to quickly run back to Sahelanthropus and shoot the head right off the thing, killing it for real this time. And the whole concept of death thing seemed pretty ridiculous to me, but come on guys, this is Metal Gear. This might be one of the weirdest pieces of lore in the franchise, but is it really that far off from vocal cord parasites giving us speech, or fighting against a 100-year-old sniper who keeps himself alive through photosynthesis? Like, it's ridiculous, but the franchise kinda just tends to be, you know? Oh, and by the way, I forgot to write this into the script, but the twist about Goodluck actually being Chris was actually really cool. Ever since the whole time travel thing got introduced, I had this theory that Chris might have been like Goodluck's son who was sent into Detae as punishment, but the reveal that it's actually the same person who's stuck in the time loop with us was honestly just a really good one. Anyway, with the Lord of Dust defeated, we've assumedly broken the time loop and saved the world from endless cycles of destruction, so we head back to camp to rest and celebrate a job well done. As we're hanging out though, Virgil suddenly flies out of the remains of the Lord of Dust and plants herself back in the base, revealing that she's not only survived, but has also retained all sorts of new info about Detae that she got from merging with it. The credits then roll, but of course, it's a Metal Gear game, so we need to have a quick post-credits scene. We hear Goodluck being scolded by Gruen because he had predicted a massive wormhole would open above Mother Base during the battle with XOF, but said wormhole never appeared, confirming that we managed to break the cycle. And going off script again, I can't believe I never realized this sooner, but this game actually could be canon. This game takes place in a world that's doomed to an endless cycle of destruction, but at the end of the game, we've broken the cycle and we get confirmation that the wormhole never opens above Mother Base. So what if the mainline Metal Gear games just take place after this one and we've already broken the time loop? It doesn't mean that it's like canon in the sense of it affects the other games, but they very well could coexist like that. Anyway, with the story now finished, what did I think of it? Well, I do think it had a lot of really fun ideas, but it wasn't super well executed. The double crossing and deception, both within Wardenclyffe's section as well as within our own group of survivors, was great, and I really loved the twist of the world being stuck in an endless time loop, but the story just doesn't do a great job presenting these ideas. Obviously, the story being told predominantly through walls of text with occasional pictures being sprinkled in makes things incredibly boring visually, but beyond that, there's what I mentioned before with the characters. They all feel like super basic cardboard cutouts with barely any personality outside of their one or two core traits, and the dialogue and voice acting in the game is pretty rough as well. So ultimately, the only character that I really enjoyed in this game was Chris/Goodluck. And even then, I only really enjoy Chris with the hindsight of him being Goodluck, as when he was just a kid, I actually found him to be pretty uninteresting. I do think there was a lot of potential here, but I just don't think it came together in a way that really lets that potential shine through. So overall, I would say that the story is okay, but just boring for the majority of the game. Before wrapping up the review entirely though, there are a couple more things to talk about. Much like MGS5 and Peace Walker, Metal Gear Survive actually features a surprisingly extensive post-game. There's a ton of new activities available in the open world, like rare animal hunts, the ability to do extra base camp defense holdouts in exchange for large deposits of energy and rare crafting materials, and even a side quest that opens up subclasses. These subclasses can all be leveled up separately, with each of them giving you entirely new abilities that were never available before. I didn't play much of the post-game before wrapping up my playthrough to actually get to working on the video, but these do seem like they all offer pretty unique benefits and likely deepen the gameplay even more, especially when playing in co-op and having multiple people with different subclasses equipped. Speaking of, there are a bunch of co-op missions and activities available once you've finished the game, but saying that the game is dead would be a big understatement, and I wasn't able to find a single match to try any of this stuff out for myself, so I can't personally speak on it. Lastly, there are these new world bosses that you can encounter while you're out exploring, but these guys are super high levels, and I never even managed to get close to killing one of them. These could be really fun to take on if you happen to get super into the game though, so it's nice to have more available here for those that do. And there's one last thing I want to talk about, that being Metal Gear Survive's always online requirement. You quite literally cannot play this game at all if you aren't connected to the servers, meaning that if your internet ever goes out, or the servers have an outage, whatever, you just won't be able to play the game. This also means that when the game's servers inevitably get shut down because it isn't financially worth it for Konami to keep running them, this game will most likely be completely unplayable from that point on. And regardless of what you think of Metal Gear Survive, I do think that this is a game that deserves to be preserved in some way, as even if you despise it, it is a pretty important point in the history of the Metal Gear franchise, so the thought of it being completely lost to time someday is kind of sad. The best thing we can really hope for is that when those servers eventually get shut down, Konami puts some sort of patch out to make the game playable offline, but knowing how Konami typically operates, that's a bit of a stretch to hope for. So on that note, what do I think of Metal Gear Survive overall? Well, my thoughts on the game are very similar to my thoughts on the story. I think that Metal Gear Survive has a lot of good ideas, and is honestly a pretty fun game for a few hours, but a lot of these ideas feel underdeveloped, and the end result is a game that's incredibly repetitive, and honestly just way longer than it should be. And to my surprise, a lot of Survive's issues don't come from laziness or lack of effort from the developers, but just genuinely baffling design decisions. For example, the lack of enemy variety for the majority of the game. The developers took the time to make all these different enemies that you have to approach in different ways, so the effort was there, they just didn't use any of them until the very end of the game for some reason. Ultimately, Metal Gear Survive is far from the worst thing I've ever played, and is probably not even the worst game in the Metal Gear franchise. I mean, Snake's Revenge exists after all, but I definitely think it's among the weakest the series has ever produced. It's definitely not as bad as I had been led to believe it was over the years, but it's just kind of boring. I wish I could have checked out the multiplayer modes, as those were kind of the main selling point of the game, but like I said, there's next to no one playing this game anymore, and it's not really hard to see why. So at the end of the day, I'm going to give Metal Gear Survive a 5.9. And that's it, you guys. We've played and reviewed every game in the Metal Gear franchise. It was a long 9 months of work, but it was a worthwhile journey to go on, and I hope that you guys enjoyed the series. We will be moving on to some new things after this video that, as of recording, I literally just finished locking in the plans for this morning, and I'm really excited for what comes next. You guys really made this series possible, since without all of you, I'm just a guy sitting here talking to himself. Especially those of you who are generous enough to contribute to the channel through Patreon or memberships. YouTube ad revenue can be a little inconsistent, so even if you contribute just a small amount, know that it goes a long way in giving me some stability with the channel. I'd love to see you guys hang around for what's coming next, but if not, this was already a massive series, so thank you for even spending this much time watching. And just know that whenever Metal Gear Solid Delta does finally come out, I'll be looking forward to covering it, and you can absolutely expect a video on it from me. Anyway, once again, I hope you guys enjoyed, and I'll hope to see all of you right here for the next one. Goodbye for now.